Mr. Yi, what should we do now? The company's funds are almost exhausted. The voice beside him startled Yi Cheng awake. He opened his eyes and saw an ordinary, even shabby office. Had he transmigrated? The next moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind. After a long while, he finally realized that he had truly transmigrated. He had crossed into a parallel world called Blue Star, which was essentially identical to his previous life, with no significant differences. In this new world, the body he inhabited was also named Yi Cheng, but he was the owner of a company called Jiqi Technology. Jiqi Technology was naturally a research-oriented tech company. From the memories, Yi Cheng learned that Jiqi Technology primarily sold RF chips, analog chips, fingerprint chips, and the like. 7 or 8 years ago, the company was at the forefront of the industry, collaborating with many major domestic corporations, and enjoyed a period of prosperity. After 3 or 4 years, several domestic competitors emerged, but the market was limited. Especially in the recent domestic economic downturn, the company's scale began to shrink, its technology gradually fell behind, and it was reduced to a marginal player among high-tech enterprises. Still, it was barely surviving. However, a year ago, the company responded to the national call for chip manufacturing, seeking a new path. They invested heavily in chip research, but such investments would not yield immediate returns, forcing the company to tighten its belt. It was also about a year ago that the original Yi Cheng, having just earned a PhD in physics from Shuemu University, took over the company from his family. As he was already fascinated by chip research, he naturally devoted himself to the R&D, completely uninterested in business affairs. As a result, his neglect of company management caused a severe cash flow problem. A company that had ordered a large batch of chips went bankrupt, defaulting on the payment due next month, plunging Jiqi Technology into crisis. Yi Cheng felt helpless. This was a disastrous start. Now it seemed the only way out was to sell some of the company's patents. Unless he asked his family for help. But his family had essentially given up on the company, so why would they bother to keep it afloat? He sighed, looked up at the man before him. This was Wang Shun, a veteran employee now serving as both the CFO and head of marketing since the previous marketing director had resigned and hadn't been replaced. Yi Cheng frowned and asked what exactly happened with that company. How did it go bankrupt so suddenly? Did we not audit their financials before signing the contract? Wang Shun helplessly replied, we did audit, but the person in charge was Li Xian. Li Xian? Yi Cheng was taken aback. Wasn't he the marketing director who had resigned? Could there be something fishy? Can you get in touch with Li Xian? He emigrated to Canada with his whole family some time ago. Yi Cheng furrowed his brow and let out a deep sigh. There's a mole. Otherwise, how could a company that was perfectly fine a few months ago, ordering hundreds of thousands worth of goods, go bankrupt just a few months later? Wang Shun also realized and angrily said, damn it, that Li Xian. I even liked his stupid post on WeChat when he was leaving for Canada. Yi Cheng was speechless. He waved his hand and said, call the police and gather evidence. At least make sure he never comes back to the country. Then, Mr. You, what about us now? How much money does the company have left? Well, only 1 million left. We have no new orders and no reason to apply for a loan. By the way, in a month, the 2 million loan from Agricultural Bank is due. It was an interest-free high-tech loan. Only 1 million left, and next month, we have to pay back 2 million. The only option was to sell patents. Yi Cheng, who had just transmigrated, felt even more headache. He waved his hand and closed his eyes. You go out first. Let me think alone. Wang Shun looked worriedly at the young boss, then nodded and left the office, closing the door behind him. Yi Cheng glanced around the office, touching the rough surface of the desk. In his memory, a few years ago, their office was in downtown Magic City with brand new furnishings that inspired motivation. However, soon after he took over, the company couldn't afford to waste money, so the headquarters moved here, to an old office building on the outskirts of Magic City with cheaper rent. With a sigh, at this point it seemed pointless to hold on. He could just go back home and become a pampered rich second generation. His family's main business was real estate, and quite large in the country. However, Yi Cheng in his previous life had built a multi-billion company from scratch, used to leading, so returning to being a rich son clashed with his life ideals. Just as he was trapped in indecision, a ding echoed in his mind. Detected host identity and situation. Technology domination system binding complete. The technology domination system will help the host achieve technological dominance across the globe and even break through interstellar and cosmic boundaries. The host can earn points by selling the company's products and can also trigger achievement rewards upon reaching certain milestones. When the host first earns points, the system shop will be unlocked. Through points, you can purchase various items in the shop, including many super technologies. Awaiting your purchase. Introduction ends. Please begin your awesome life. Ding. Newbie gift pack has been delivered. Would you like to open it? Yi Cheng was stunned. What the hell? A system? So this is the blessing for transmigrators. His eyes lit up, and he said, open. Congratulations, host. You have received a random chip technology gift pack. Yi Cheng. Open a big gift pack, and now another random gift pack. Chip random gift pack can randomly obtain 3 rewards related to chips. Yi Cheng squinted. Perfect. His company was in chips, and they desperately needed chip technology. Open the random pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5G RF front-end chip technology, a chip production line with 15 EUV lithography machines attached, and a chip technology master with customizable name, age, personality, appearance. System will provide identity documents. All technologies have bypassed existing patents and can be used with confidence. 5G RF front-end chip technology and a chip manufacturing production line. Upon hearing the system's voice and seeing the 3 rewards, Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel astonished. He was well aware of 5G RF front-end chip technology. His company previously produced 4G RF chips, which are analog chips used for signal reception. 4G RF chips naturally receive 4G signals, while 5G RF chips can receive 5G signals. Recently, the industry giant Huawei, due to Western embargoes, could not purchase 5G RF chips, and despite being a leader in 5G, it could not release 5G phones. A truly heartbreaking situation. The 5G RF chip technology bestowed by the system, however, bypassed all existing patents, meaning he could now sell to whomever he wished, disregarding any so-called international policies. But compared to that, Yi Cheng's attention was now entirely captivated by the chip production line, because it came with 15 EUV lithography machines. 15 EUV lithography machines. EUV lithography machines are the most advanced lithography machines currently available. Currently, ASML dominates the lithography machine market, producing EUV machines capable of manufacturing 75E3E2 and 1 nanometer chips. This meant he could instantly become a top-tier chip foundry. But after a brief moment of excitement, he shook his head. It still wouldn't work. Producing chips requires more than just a production line. The crucial elements are chip design and the manufacturing process flow. Companies like Huawei, Qualcomm, Apple, etc. all possess chip design capabilities using specialized software to design chips, which foundries then manufacture. And the process flow determines whether the lithography machine can actually manufacture the designed chips. Give a lithography machine to someone who has no idea how to make chips. Can they produce one? Obviously not. So, Yi Cheng quickly recalled that the system had also given him a person, a chip technology master. It seemed everything depended on this chip technology master. He immediately asked the system in his mind, where is the chip technology master? Does the chip technology master have attribute requirements? Well, let's name him Zhong Xin. Age. Does age affect his lifespan? System characters exist for a fixed 50 years. 50 years. Yi Cheng paused. Alright, make him about 35 average looking, the rest is optional. Okay, the chip technology master has been automatically generated and will arrive at the host's location in 1 hour. Yi Cheng nodded, his heart pounding with excitement. A chip technology master. He wondered just what level of master this would be. Setting aside those thoughts, he asked again, where is the chip production line? And the 5G RF chip technology. The chip production line requires the host to designate a factory. The system will arrange for personnel to assemble it on-site. The 5G RF chip technology has been distributed. Please check host. Yi Cheng immediately felt something in his hand. Looking down, it was a USB drive. Apparently, this USB drive contained the 5G RF chip technology. The production line requires me to designate a factory. His company had no factory. They developed technology, obtained patents, and outsourced production to foundries. Damn, buying a site would cost money again. He pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and made a call. It was to his father in this timeline, Yigua. Hello, Dad. Uttering that word, he surprisingly felt no sense of estrangement, probably due to the original owner's influence, and the fact that he had grown up without parents in his previous life. He felt a little emotional inside, but having lived 2 lives, he quickly composed himself. Oh, isn't this our family's PhD student? Actually calling me. A chuckle came from the other, and seeming somewhat surprised. Yi Cheng didn't detect any abnormality in the tone, and said directly, Dad, the company is in trouble. There was a moment of silence on the other end then. Yeah, I know. If it can't go on, just shut it down, and come help your dad. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Go back and help him. That would just mean being a rich second-generation heir living idly. He said, Dad, the company can still survive, but I need your help. There was another silence, then finally, alright, what help do you need? I won't give you money. I don't need money, I just need a factory. No size requirements, just 10 or 20 acres will do. A factory? Eagle was puzzled. You have a patent company, why do you need a factory? Want to run a Foxconn? Yi Cheng's face darkened. Foxconn, my ass. Although what he was about to create was also a foundry, it was nothing like Foxconn's. A chip foundry represents the pinnacle of human intelligence. No, just don't ask now, you'll find out later. I just need a factory with empty space, no equipment inside. Alright, this is the last chance I give you. If your company still fails, you'll come work for me. Obediently, got it. Okay. I promise. Yi Cheng agreed without hesitation. Yigua paused, probably surprised by the quick agreement. You really agree? Why not? Yi Cheng asked in slight confusion. Why wouldn't he agree? If his own business fails, going back to inherit the family fortune isn't bad, right? Yi Guo was relieved. It's best that you think that way. Fine, I won't charge you rent. He'll arrange it shortly. Thanks, Dad. You actually know how to say thank you to me. Yi Cheng felt his cheap dad was getting weirder. Is there a problem? No, you've grown up and gratified. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Yi Cheng frowned. What was up with this cheap father? He searched the original owner's memories and finally understood. The original owner was so obsessed with chip research that he completely neglected the billion-dollar family fortune waiting to be inherited. As a father, Yi Guo was extremely dissatisfied, hoping his son would obediently come back to share some responsibility and eventually take over the company. But the original owner stubbornly refused, creating a rift between father and son. Yi Cheng was speechless. This original owner was really stubborn. But soon his eyes steadied. Stubborn as he was, he would now fulfill all the original owner's unfinished wishes. When Yi Cheng made the decision to inherit the original owner's will, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement, the choice of life. Reward technological mastery. Technological mastery. After reviewing any scientific principle, the host will have it ingrained in memory, and when conducting scientific research will receive a bonus, greatly enhancing research efficiency. Yi Cheng was taken aback, not expecting to trigger an achievement. In an instant his mind felt much clearer. Many scientific principles inherited from the original owner's memories now seemed to be understood on a deeper level, even merging into a cohesive whole. His eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If he were to introduce some technology in the future, even if someone asked about its principles, he could explain. Otherwise it would sound rather bad for a tech company boss to be ignorant of technology. Just then his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw the caller was Chun Ping, his father's assistant. This was probably about the factory location that had been arranged for him. He couldn't help but marvel. After all, real estate people really were quick at finding sites. He answered the call. The other party said, "Young master, the factory location you requested has been secured. It's not far from your company, about 2 kilometers away. When would it be convenient for you to take a look?" Yi Cheng replied right away. Since the system had mentioned that specialized assembly was required, who knew how long it would take, so the sooner the better. All right, I'll come over immediately. Okay, thank you for the trouble. No trouble at all. After hanging up, Yi Cheng looked at the USB drive in his hand, then plugged it into his computer and began browsing its contents. Soon, leveraging his newly acquired technological mastery, he understood the content inside. 5G RF chip technology, and it was feasible. Moreover, the data provided a comparison compared to all current 5G RF chips on the market. This new technology offered superior performance while costing less. Armed with these details, Yi Cheng's eyes hardened. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Shen, come to the office. Soon Wang Shen rushed in and looked at his young boss, asking, "President Yi, what's the matter?" He was a bit puzzled. Why did his boss suddenly look so radiant? Could there be a turnaround? Take a look at this. Yi Cheng pointed at his computer screen. Wang Shen stepped forward and peered at the screen. After a long moment, he was stunned. "President Yi, what? What is this? A 5G RF chip?" "Exactly." Yi Cheng nodded. He copied all the data to his own computer, then pulled out the USB drive and handed it to Wang Shen. "Take this to the RD department and have them start development. File patents for what needs to be filed. If others can't reverse engineer it, don't bother." Some domestic companies could already produce 5G RF chips, but their chips shared patents with foreign ones and were restricted. "You mean this thing is real?" "Nonsense, do you think I'd fool you with a fake?" Yi Cheng waved his hand, unplugged the USB drive, and placed it in front of Wang Shen. "This RF chip technology is different from Western technology. No need to worry about them using patents against us." Wang Shen grew excited. I understand. He'll start preparing immediately." Yi Cheng nodded. He trusted Wang Shen, capable and loyal. Entrusting this task to him would yield no problems. Leaving the office, Wang Shen was so thrilled he forgot to ask where this technology came from. A 5G RF chip, and an entirely new technology that bypassed all patents. Higher performance, lower cost. In the current era of 5G dominance, China, as the world's largest mobile phone market, need not mention Huawei. Even Apple, Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo, when producing 5G phones domestically, might choose their company's 5G RF chips. How much money did that mean? Just this technology alone could bring glory back to their company. Imagine, every future 5G phone would contain a chip from their company. In an instant, Wang Shen felt a surge of motivation. Yi Cheng didn't dwell on the matter. Half an hour later, he left the company because Chun Ping had arrived. He could now go see his future chip factory. Of course, he didn't forget to remind the front desk lady that if a 35-year-old man came looking for him, she should let him wait in his office. This was a warehouse that looked abandoned. This was the place Yi Cheng's generous father had arranged for him. But it wasn't just a single warehouse. There were 4 or 5 more outside, totaling more than 10 or 20 mu, a Chinese unit of area. Including open space, the whole area was over 100 mu. It was land his father had hoarded waiting for property prices to rise fully before selling it off. But since his son needed it, he gave it all to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was quite moved this land was bought when prices hadn't yet surged, costing only a few 100 million yuan, but now it was far from cheap. That his father gave it all to him naturally moved him. Yet after the emotion came some helplessness. Other people's lithography machines were set up in extremely advanced facilities, first requiring a dust-free workshop. What did he have here? A dust-filled workshop. Through the light streaming in from the windows, he could clearly see all kinds of dust floating in the air. This place had nothing but size as an advantage. Young master, how do you find this place? Chen Ping, unaware of Yi Cheng's thoughts, asked. Yi Cheng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked in his mind, System, is this place acceptable? The system replied, Host, rest assured. The chip production line includes the workshop renovation. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. What a considerate system. So he nodded to Chen Ping. It's fine. Let's proceed. Good. Is there anything else you need me to do? No, you can go back now. Don't let me keep you. I'll look around on my own. Yi Cheng waved his hand. All right, Chen Ping nodded. By the way, the chairman has instructed that the ownership of this land will be transferred directly to your name. Would you like me to handle the paperwork? Go ahead and handle it for me. Yi Cheng nodded. He naturally had no time to take care of such trivial matters. Okay. Chen Ping nodded and left. Soon only Yi Cheng remained in the factory. He left the factory and surveyed the entire open area. Although it was on the outskirts of Shanghai, finding such a large open space was still quite rare. System, install it right away. Okay, scanning the selected site. Scan successful. Available site area 90152. 89 square meters. Estimated usage area 2000 square meters. Please select a decoration plan. You may use the system's recommended plan. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Yi Cheng was taken aback. Only 20,000 square meters. That meant there were still over 70,000 square meters left. He suddenly thought, couldn't this become his tech park in the future? There was plenty of open land around, and he could buy it all later. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Even if he wanted it to become his tech park, that would have to wait until he had more technology. For now, he needed to get the chip production line up and running. Use the recommended plan. Okay, the plan has been confirmed. The estimated renovation time is 3 days. Please be patient. During the renovation, no one is allowed to enter. Host, please leave and return after 3 days. Not even allowed to watch. Yi Cheng shook his head. Since the system said so, he didn't dwell on it. He turned and left the place, heading back to the company. The front desk receptionist saw him return and quickly stood up, saying, Boss Yi. Yi Cheng nodded. Boss Yi, someone came looking for you just now. A 35-year-old man. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. It seemed the master had arrived. Okay, I got it. He quickened his pace and swiftly returned to his office. The receptionist watched his back, pulled out her phone showing a TV drama from under the desk, quickly switched to camera mode, and secretly snapped a picture of Yi Cheng's departing figure. Finally, she murmured with a smile, the boss is so handsome. Yi Cheng returned to his office and saw a person sitting inside. He looked ordinary, wearing glasses, giving the appearance of a bookworm. This person immediately stood up upon seeing Yi Cheng, lowered his posture, and said, Boss, I am Zhong Xin. If you have any questions about chips, you can ask me. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded, then said, Please have a seat. Thank you, boss. Zhong Xin nodded. Staring at this system person, who looked exactly like a real human, Yi Cheng felt an urge to pinch his cheek. Was this a real person or a fake? But he didn't have the nerve to reach out, so he simply said, Can you tell me what abilities you have? Okay. Zhong Xin nodded and began. I possess all existing chip technologies in this world, as well as some advanced technologies such as 1 nanometer and 2 nanometers chip manufacturing processes, advanced EUV lithography machine designs for chips of various process nodes, and related chip derivatives. Yi Cheng's eyes widened. You can provide the manufacturing processes for 1 nanometer and 2 nanometers chips. Yes. You remember all of them. Yes. Yi Cheng let out a long breath. This was a treasure trove. Everything before, the RF chips, the production lines, paled in comparison. With Zhong Xin, it was only a matter of time before he could develop all of that. He quickly asked again then, what about chip design? I can design based on the 4 mainstream chip architectures in the current world. Alternatively, I can create a brand new architecture that combines the advantages of all 4, but that would take some time. Countless ideas flashed through Yi Cheng's mind. Finally, he grabbed Zhong Xin with both hands and said, You mentioned chip derivatives earlier. Does that mean you can design mobile SoCs, computer CPUs, and even graphics cards? Chips are not the end product. The main goal is the various electronic products that integrate chips as their core. It should be clear that processors are not entirely equivalent to chips. If Zhong Xin could design those products, that would be the true purpose of the chips. Yi Cheng stared at Zhong Xin, awaiting his answer. Yes. Zhong Xin nodded. Yi Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. This was solid. He asked, how long would it take you to design a mobile SoC? What architecture does the boss require? How long would the new architecture take? Probably half a year to a year. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. What about the ARM architecture? Companies like Apple, Qualcomm, and Huawei designed their mobile chips based on the ARM architecture. 1 to 2 weeks. I actually already have a draft. But may I ask, boss, what nanometer chip can you provide me? Yi Cheng chuckled. Good. Let's not rush. We'll discuss this later. First, I need you to provide the process flows for various chip nodes so we can start production. Then Yi Cheng made a call to the company's directors, asking them to come over. Soon the heads of various departments arrived. Zichi Technology had 6 departments in total, but since the finance and marketing departments were currently managed by Wang Shun, and the RD director was personally held by Yi Cheng as he had a technical background, there were 4 company leaders present. When the 4 entered, they first glanced at Zhong Xin with curiosity, then addressed Yi Cheng, boss Yi. Yi Cheng nodded and pointed to the seats beside him, saying, "Everyone have a seat. Let's have a brief meeting. First, let me introduce you. This is Zhong Xin. You'll all get to know each other later. I'll first state the matter. From now on, I will no longer serve as the RD director. Zhong Xin will take over." Everyone was stunned, and all eyes turned to Zhong Xin. This person was going to be the RD director. That meant his expertise had made Yi Cheng willing to step down. At that moment, Yi Cheng said to Wang Shun, "Wang Shun, did you tell everyone about what happened earlier?" "Not yet," Wang Shun said. "I went to the RD department earlier, handed the materials to Huang Mingxing, and stayed there for a while." Have Huang Mingxing come over first," Yi Cheng said after a moment's thought. Huang Mingxing was the deputy director of the RD department and their top technical expert. Though Yi Cheng's original self had taken the RD director position because he was the boss, the actual lead on RD was Huang Mingxing. Most of the company's past technologies were developed under his guidance. It could be said that the company had relied on him to make money. But now relying solely on Huang Mingxing was proving insufficient. Other companies had many technicians of comparable skill working together, so their RD capabilities were naturally different. Nevertheless, even though Huang Mingxing no longer contributed as much to the company, excluding him from such a meeting would be unjust. Under Yi Cheng's leadership, their company had not developed a culture of disregarding veteran contributors. Soon Huang Mingxing arrived. In his 50s, he was passionate about technology, his hair, already half-bald, though he remained quite energetic. However, upon suddenly learning that Yi Cheng would no longer serve as director and would be replaced by a newcomer, he was instantly stunned. He looked at the newcomer, who was clearly much younger than him, probably only in his 30s. How could he be parachuted directly into a position above him? He had worked for the company for so many years, yet he himself was not the director. Although his salary and benefits had always been top-notch, and he didn't particularly care about such titles, he still had his pride. "I've been loyal to the company, turning down countless offers from other companies. Now you, General Manager Yi, are stepping down as RD director, and instead of giving me the position, you're giving it to a newcomer." He furrowed his brows and voiced his doubt. "General Manager Yi, I agree with your decision, but I must ask, what are this Mr. Zhong's actual capabilities? What achievements has he made in the past?" Yi Cheng smiled and reassured him, "Uncle Huang, don't rush. You've already seen the new documents, haven't you?" Huang Mingxing's face immediately lit up with excitement. "I have. Boss, where did you get them from?" Wang Shun said, "You came up with that thing." "Haha, how could I possibly develop 5G RF chips? In fact, this technology was given to me by Mr. Zhong Xin. He developed it entirely by himself. Uncle Huang, if you have any questions, you can ask him." Huang Mingxing was dumbfounded for a long moment. When he finally came to his senses, a smile suddenly spread across his face. He approached Zhong Xin and said apologetically, "Oh, Mr. Zhong, I've been disrespectful. Please don't take what I said earlier to heart. I was just joking." Seeing him back down so quickly, everyone present was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? You don't understand technology. In technology, those who excel are the teachers, got it?" Huang Mingxing glared at them, his old face slightly embarrassed. "Ha ha ha." The laughter grew even louder. "Mr. Zhong, look at these people," Huang Mingxing said, helplessly turning to complain to Zhong Xin. However, his eyes were practically shining as he looked at him. It was a look of reverence for technology. Zhong Xin shrugged his face, remaining expressionless throughout. He hadn't even laughed earlier. However, Hu Qiaoan, the director of the operations department, quickly stopped laughing and asked, "General Manager Yi, what's this about the 5G RF chip you mentioned?" Everyone else also stopped laughing, and the other executives who hadn't heard the news immediately turned their eyes to Yi Cheng. The company itself was founded on chip research, so even those who weren't RD personnel fully understood what 5G RF chip technology meant. This was a technology almost entirely monopolized by foreign countries. How had their company managed to obtain it? Yi Cheng nodded, then stood up solemnly and walked to the front of the group. He said, "All right, director, who has raised this question, and that's precisely why I called everyone here today. Of course, before discussing the 5G RF chip, I need to talk about the company's situation first. As you all know, the company has been in a difficult position, especially recently, when we faced a major crisis. Part of that is my fault. I haven't been a qualified boss in the past. Let me apologize to everyone first, and I also want to thank you all for persevering and staying with the company until now. Seeing Yi Cheng acting so differently today, starting with the self-criticism, the senior management couldn't help but feel moved. Wang Shun immediately said, "General Manager Yi, you're being too harsh. The company's difficulties are related to all of us." "Yes," the others chimed in. Yi Cheng smiled and waved his hand, no need to say more. "But in the future, I will strive to become a qualified boss. I will reduce my involvement in research and devote more time to the company's operations, leaving professional matters to the professionals." And those professionals are naturally Mr. Zhong Xian, Uncle Huang, and every member of the RD department. Now thanks to Mr. Zhong Xian, our company possesses 5G RF chip technology. He turned to glance at Zhong Xian. Although the technology had been completely given to him by the system, and Zhong Xian knew nothing about it, he clearly didn't worry that Zhong Xian would be unfamiliar with it. Zhong Xin's face showed no confusion either. He remained calm, avoiding any suspicion. Yi Cheng silently praised the system's creation, then continued, "Everyone should understand what 5G RF chip technology means. What I want to emphasize is that our 5G RF chip technology is not subject to Western patents. In other words, all the underlying technology is entirely self-developed by us. And all of this is thanks to Mr. Zhong Xian." Apart from Wang Xin, everyone else stared wide-eyed at Zhong Xian, including Huang Mingxing. He had only just received the documents and hadn't yet understood the technology inside. Now suddenly learning this news, he was utterly astonished. But soon everyone broke into applause. "Excellent. Now our company is saved." Several executives clenched their fists, overcome with excitement. Yi Cheng gestured for them to quiet down and said with a smile, "Once we've obtained the patent number, we can directly announce it to the public. According to current estimates, the cost of our RF chip will be lower than those currently on the market, and its performance will be stronger. We can immediately contact major mobile phone manufacturers and secure their orders." Zhang Qianan, the HR director, couldn't help asking, "General Manager Yi, when can we start mass production?" "It won't take long. We'll get the patent number soon. We can start production in advance, contact major manufacturers, early finalize partnerships, and secure orders. So over the next month, I hope everyone can work a little harder. As long as we get through this period, our company is bound to be reborn." The directors exchanged glances and said in unison, "Don't worry, General Manager Yi. It's just a bit of extra work, no big deal. We can work overtime every day if needed." Huang Mingxing then added, "I know the current CTO of Huawei. He was my senior brother. I can contact him when the time comes." "Thank you all," Yi Cheng said with a nod. "All right, I won't say more. This month is our new starting point. The 5G RF chip technology is just the beginning. In the future, let the world know that besides Qualcomm tax, there will be a Zhiqi tax." 3 days later, inside the RD department, a crowd of researchers gathered around a computer watching the data displayed on the screen. "How is it?" someone asked. "The test succeeded. This 5G RF chip is indeed viable." "Awesome. What about the performance? How is it?" "Seems incredibly strong too, with faster speeds. It works well with Huawei's Balong baseband or Xiaodong's baseband. The response is quicker. Even with Intel's baseband, it seems promising. Won't Apple have to choose our RF chip now?" As the researchers were discussing, 3 people walked in from outside, Yi Cheng, Zhong Xian, and Huang Mingxing. Seeing the crowd gathered there, Huang Mingxing said, "What are you all doing?" These people, upon seeing their leader, responded one after another, "We're checking out our RF chip." "Oh, how is it?" "It's incredible. Exceptionally powerful." Huang Mingxing raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Zhong Xian, and a look of respect involuntarily appeared on his face. He now held Zhong Xian in the highest admiration. After their interactions over the past few days, he had discovered that this man understood everything. Every question he had, Zhong Xian could answer, leaving him utterly convinced. He had completely accepted Zhong Xian as his mentor and harbored no resentment over Zhong Xian becoming the director of the RD department. "All right, everyone, back to your posts," Yi Cheng said, waving his hand. These people, seeing their boss speak, showed no fear at all. The former owner of the company had spent his days in the RD department with them, so they were all quite familiar with each other. Someone said, "Boss, let us take one more look, please. This thing is so amazing." Yi Cheng sighed helplessly, then gestured, "Then make room first." They immediately vacated the positions in front of the computer for them. The 3 stepped forward and looked at the computer. Seeing the data displayed by the professional software, Yi Cheng and Huang Mingxing both broke into smiles. "Hey, my senior fellow apprentice still doesn't believe it. I'll send him this data comparison later and see what he has to say. Don't wait until later. Send it now," Yi Cheng said. Over these 3 days, they had already started contacting major mobile phone manufacturers. However, none of these manufacturers believed that a company on the verge of bankruptcy could develop such a chip. In China, there were fewer than 3 companies capable of producing 5G RF chips. As for claims of lower costs, higher performance, and fully independent intellectual property rights, people were even more skeptical. Could a company in Huawei really research and develop something like this, and even circumvent all Western patents? What a joke. Thus their Jiqi company was entirely dismissed as a fraud. Only Huang Mingxing, leveraging his relationship with his senior fellow apprentice, who served as Huawei's chief technology officer, managed to get a few words in, but even that person didn't believe it, stating they would need evidence. Now, wasn't the evidence right here? Send it now? Huang Mingxing was taken aback, then nodded. Alright, I'll send it right now. He immediately opened WeChat, sent a message to his senior fellow apprentice, and forwarded the data report before him. After a while, Huang Mingxing received a reply. President Yi, my senior fellow apprentice replied. What did he say? He said he's going to talk to President Run. Xinjiang Longgang District Huawei headquarters. In a grand office, a man in his 50s sat at his desk. His name was Su Yun, Huawei's CTO, Chief Technology Officer. To hold the position of CTO at Huawei, his abilities were naturally outstanding. But now the man who usually remained calm under any circumstance was stunned, and all of this stemmed from a report on his screen. 2 days ago, his junior fellow apprentice, who shared the same mentor, had sent him a message saying that the company he worked for had developed a brand new 5G RF chip that circumvented various patent blockades, and asked if Huawei wanted to buy it. Of course, he didn't believe it at the time, even thinking Huang Mingxing's account had been hacked. He knew Huang Mingxing's company very well. It was a company on the verge of bankruptcy. He had once felt bad for Huang Mingxing and wanted to bring him to Huawei, but this junior fellow apprentice said it was too tiring, and he didn't want to come. With no other option, he had to let it go. But how could a company like that develop something like a 5G RF chip? Not only did he not believe it, but he doubted anyone would. Yet today the other party had sent him a report. Upon seeing it, he was astonished to find it was indeed a brand new 5G RF chip, and even more powerful than those of other companies. He found it almost unbelievable. Coupled with Huang Mingxing's claim that their design used no foreign patents and was entirely independent, it became even harder to accept. But the facts were right before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. He pondered for a moment, then finally replied to Huang Mingxing, I'll go talk to President Run. Then he immediately left his office. He knew full well what an RF chip free from Western control meant. Huawei could once again produce 5G phones. But whether to purchase Jiqi's chips ultimately depended on their President Run. Soon he arrived at an office door and knocked. Come in. An elderly voice came from inside. Su Yun opened the door and walked in. Seeing the elderly man seated at the desk, Su Yun addressed him with great respect. President Run. There were many businessmen in the country who could be called President Run, but the entrepreneur worthy of that title was probably only this man, nearly 80 years old. Renfei looked up at him, smiled, and said, Su Yun, have a seat. What's the matter? Su Yun then told Renfei about what had just happened. Renfei seemed somewhat surprised. After a moment of thought, he said, do you think what your junior fellow apprentice said is true? Su Yun replied, I think it is. Renfei nodded slightly. Since you believe so, then we should support them. This is also our consistent strategy. But we must be responsible to our company. We need to confirm that they really have such technology to avoid being deceived. At the same time, we must be responsible to their company, ensuring their technology can bypass Western patent restrictions. Otherwise, Huawei would be harming your friend's company. Su Yun nodded. I understand. This matter is your responsibility. Get in touch with Heisi as well. Renfei stood up, turned to look out the window. The sunlight outside was brilliant. I hope your friend hasn't deceived you. If so, it would be an inspiration for Huawei's technology. In the outskirts of Magic City, a car cruised along the suburban road. Yi Cheng was at the wheel with Zhong Xian seated beside him. Not long ago, while still at the company, he had suddenly received a notification from the system. The chip production line was fully assembled and ready for inspection. He had no intention of revealing the lithography machine to his company just yet. It was a trump card not to be disclosed prematurely. Moreover, he still needed Zhong Xian to perfect the chip manufacturing processes for various nodes. Otherwise the machine would sit idle, serving only as a showpiece. While perhaps it could indeed be flaunted. Shaking his head, Yi Cheng ultimately decided to wait until everything was fully prepared before making his move. Besides, he was currently troubled by another issue: where would he find workshop workers? Every worker required training, and the lithography workshop for chip production demanded exceptionally rigorous expertise. Shaking his head again, he figured that worker training would also have to be entrusted to Zhong Xian. Fortunately, Zhong Xian would never need to eat or sleep, and after 50 years, once his expiration date arrived, he would return to the system's embrace. Truly the ideal employee. After a moment of thought, he asked Zhong Xian how long until the 3 nanometers chip process flow is finalized. 3 more days, Zhong Xian replied calmly. Yi Cheng nodded, deciding to wait until the process was complete before having Zhong Xian handle the worker training. He couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of chip manufacturing. Zhong Xian had to extract the entire process flow from his mind. 3 days already spent plus another 3 needed, totaling 6 days and over 140 hours. No wonder chips were hailed as humanity's highest intellectual crystallization. The manufacturing process was indeed arduous. If not for his mastery of scientific research, he would never have grasped the intricate details. Just then the system's voice abruptly sounded again. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement, first step to success. Reward 1000 points. Host now has sufficient points. The system shop is unlocked. Host may browse at any time. Yi Cheng was taken aback. First step to success. What had he succeeded in? The next moment his phone rang. It was Huang Mingsheng. Answering the call, he heard Huang's excited voice. President Yi. My senior brother has replied. He and the people from Heisi will visit our company tomorrow to verify our technology. Once confirmed, we'll begin negotiations for cooperation. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. Great. I understand, Uncle Huang. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. After ending the call, Yi Cheng reflected that this was largely thanks to Huang Mingsheng. Without his connections to the top brass at Huawei, securing such cooperation so quickly would have been far from easy. He recalled the ridicule and blacklisting they had endured from other domestic phone manufacturers. That was understandable, and Yi Cheng didn't harbor excessive anger. He would simply sell them chips at a higher price in the future. So this is my first step to success. 1000 points. Glancing ahead, he reminded himself that he was still driving and would check the system shop later. Pushing aside further thoughts, he continued driving toward the factory site. Soon arriving at the destination, Yi Cheng's eyes widened at the sight before him. Was this the same abandoned wasteland from before? The blue iron sheets that had once surrounded the area were gone, replaced by a tall, smooth stone wall resembling white jade, 3 or 4 meters high, seemingly difficult to climb. The former iron gate had been replaced by a sleek, white entrance. Just the wall and gate alone elevated the prestige of the place. At that moment, the white gate automatically opened, and a person emerged. Yi Cheng was startled again. Who was this person? How did he get inside? The man quickly approached the car. The chip production line has been furnished. Allow me to guide you through it. Yi Cheng then realized that this person was also system produced. He nodded, invited the man into the car, and drove through the gate. The former abandoned warehouses had vanished, leaving a vast open space. On the remaining 20,000 square meters stood a spacious, white building, perfectly rectangular when viewed from above. It was only 1 story but extremely long. He estimated it to be at least 200 meters in length with a width of about 100 meters. True to the system's craftsmanship, the building exuded a pleasing aesthetic. Soon they reached the building's entrance. The three got out and went inside. First they passed through a decontamination chamber where strong air jets removed dust from their clothes. Then they entered a changing room to don cleanroom suits. Only 10 suits were available, presumably included by the system. Future ones would need to be purchased from specialized manufacturers. After these preparations, they could finally enter the workshop. Walking through a long corridor, they saw 5 workshop bays, each housing 3 production lines. They entered one bay filled with numerous high-tech machines. Chip manufacturing required more than just lithography machines. There were etching machines, ion implanters, wafer dicing saws, and many others, making it a highly complex process. Gazing at the silent machinery, Yi Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 5 bays, 15 production lines, 15 lithography machines. For context, ASML had only sold just over 100 EUV machines worldwide, which were sufficient to meet global demand for advanced chips. Now he had 15 of them. Though there was still a gap compared to TSMC, the lithography machines provided by the system boasted at least 50 higher efficiency than ASML's most advanced EUV models. Thus his 15 machines were equivalent to more than 20 from ASML. This alone would be more than enough to supply the Chinese market. Imagining the endless orders that might pour in, Yi Cheng couldn't help but think technology is indeed the primary productive force. But he soon shook his head. He couldn't celebrate too early. The main challenge remained the workshop workers. Friendly reminder: host, the system shop offers labor force options. The system suddenly announced. The system mall offers labor. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned. Labor in the mall. System, why didn't you mention this earlier? He asked with a hint of frustration, having worried unnecessarily for so long. The system replied the host had not unlocked the system mall permissions before. Yi Cheng sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll let it go. Open the system mall. He was eager to see what the mall had to offer. Soon a panel appeared before him, and his eyes went wide at the dazzling array of items displayed. Quantum computer technology, nuclear fusion technology. These were just the beginning. He even spotted a spaceship. Inwardly he couldn't help but marvel, good heavens, is this thing really that incredible? Yet upon seeing the corresponding point prices, he chose to give up. The quantum computer required 100 million points. Nuclear fusion technology also demanded 100 million. As for spaceships, they came in various tiers. Even the most basic one, capable of freely traveling between the blue star and the moon and reusable, cost 200 million points. He hadn't even earned any points through normal channels yet. Forget it. Looking at these things just pains me, he thought. How many points does the labor cost? Labor, after a single training session, they can engage in any production activity without errors. They can be used for 50 years and require food for energy. With sufficient energy, each replenishment of 100 kilocalories allows them to work continuously for 3 days without rest. Price 10 points each. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. Laborers that only need food to keep working endlessly. The system was simply a godsend. And with just one training session it saved a lot of time, so there was no need to waste Zhong Xin's time either. He turned to Zhong Xin and asked, "For our factory roughly how many workshop workers do we need?" With 15 production lines, each line needs at least 10 people to ensure everything runs smoothly. What if the workers make no mistakes? Then each production line only requires 6 people. That meant 90 workers for 15 lines. Yi Cheng then said to the system, "Purchase 90 laborers." Purchase successful. Do you have any requirements for names, appearances, gender, etc.? Random generation. As for appearance, just make sure they're not too ugly. Alright. The laborers will arrive at the work site in 1 hour. Please prepare the necessary food in advance, otherwise when their energy is depleted they will enter hibernation. Reactivating them from hibernation costs 1 point. Got it. Since there was no kitchen here, yet he could only rely on ordering takeout. As for building a kitchen, since he hadn't planned to inform the company, he couldn't use company funds, had have to pay out of his own pocket. Yi Cheng considered this and opened his phone to check his bank balance. As the son of a landlord, he naturally had money, over 7 million. This was even after the original owner had quarreled with his father, resulting in a large portion of the balance being frozen. Let's use 2 million to build a cafeteria nearby. Yi Cheng quickly made up his mind. However, such an important place also needed security guards, didn't it? System, do you have security guards? Type 1 guardian, 20 points each. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. There was indeed one. He happened to have 100 points left. Buy 5. Make them look imposing. Purchase successful. They will arrive at the site in 1 hour. Yi Cheng finally felt relieved. With everything prepared, once the laborers completed training, Zhong Xin provided the manufacturing process, and then raw materials were purchased, they could start taking orders. Domestic chips would be born from here. In an instant, an immense surge of pride welled up within him. All that remained was time. After waiting another hour in the workshop, the 90 laborers and 5 guards arrived. He assigned them their positions and ordered 3 days' worth of food for 95 people from the nearest restaurant. The only pity was that these laborers had no work to do for the first 3 days. He had been so excited upon learning he could purchase labor directly that he had forgotten about this detail. Still, it was just a bit of food expenses, and he didn't mind at all. After finishing everything, he returned to the company with Zhong Xin and waited for the Huawei personnel to arrive the next day. The next day at noon, the Huawei team arrived as scheduled. The chip-related matters primarily involved Huawei's Heisi division, so only one CTO, Su Yun, came from Huawei while the rest were from Heisi Semiconductor. At the entrance of Jiqi Company, Yi Cheng and the company's leaders were already waiting. Seeing the group approaching, Yi Cheng smiled and stepped forward. "Welcome everyone from Huawei and Heisi." Huang Mingxing also greeted his senior fellow apprentice, senior brother Su. Su Yun nodded to Huang Mingxing, then walked forward with the Heisi leaders and shook hands with Yi Cheng. "Your company has truly amazed us," said the Heisi leader with a smile. He was Chun Weiwen, senior president of Heisi Company. Not to mention 5G RF chip technology. Anything involving chips, foreign countries hold significant dominance. Yet unexpectedly, a domestic company has emerged, bypassing all foreign patents and independently developing chip technology. It's truly astonishing. How I believe we will bring you even more surprises in the future. Yi Cheng replied with a smile, waving his hand. Then well, wait and see. Chun Weiwen nodded and smiled. "So can we now take a look at the product you're selling to us?" "Of course, please come in." Yi Cheng made a welcoming gesture and ushered them inside. As the group entered Jiqi Company and saw the somewhat dated decor, the smiles on the faces of the Huawei and Heisi personnel faded, replaced by exchanged glances of uncertainty. This company, could it really have developed such technology? They had invested billions this year in researching 5G RF chips. This company looked so impoverished, it probably couldn't even scrape together 100 million. Did they even have R&D costs? But seeing that Chun Weiwen said nothing, the others naturally kept quiet. Meanwhile, Su Yun walked alongside Huang Mingxing. Glancing around the company, he couldn't help but whisper to Huang Mingxing, "So you work here now?" "Yeah." "Did you really develop that technology? Otherwise, why would I have dragged you all the way here to fool you?" "But this place..." Su Yun didn't know what to say. He felt that even his own office cost more than the entire office space of this company. Huang Mingxing understood Su Yun's implication and said, "Senior brother, don't judge by the office. Back when we renovated, we spent all the money on our R&D department. That part is much better." It was not until he stepped into the R&D department that Su Yun finally believed what Huang Mingxing had said. The department was indeed completely different from the outside, brand new and seemingly well treated. After all, for a tech company like theirs, all profits relied on the R&D department. One could be impoverished in every other area, but never skimp on technology. Subsequently, Yi Cheng presented the relevant materials and products to the technicians from Hayes for verification. After a while, the verification was completed, confirming that their company, so poor it couldn't even afford a decent office, had indeed developed a 5G RF chip. Moreover, based on the technology proposed in the materials, and after cross-referencing the patents one by one, it was finally confirmed that this technology followed an entirely different direction from foreign technologies and was a completely independent and self-developed innovation. Upon confirming this news, Chen Wei-wen and Su-yun, despite having mentally prepared themselves, could not help but feel an overwhelming shock. A chip technology independently researched and developed by the Chinese people. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. At that moment, Chen Wei-wen turned to look at Yi Cheng and extended his hand once again. President Yi, this is truly a shocking and exhilarating piece of news. Yi Cheng smiled, also reaching out his hand to shake Chen Wei-wen's once more. We also appreciate your company's recognition. Su-yun interjected from the side. No, this is not mere recognition. It is something that fills us as Chinese people with pride. I believe even President Ren would say the same. Chen Wei-wen looked at Yi Cheng and asked, "May I ask who developed this technology? Could we arrange an introduction?" Instantly, everyone from Jiqi stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Did that imply an attempt to poach talent? Even if you were the senior president of Huawei Hayes, not to mention President Ren himself arriving today, you would not succeed. Seeing their expressions, Chen Wei-wen quickly waved his hand and said with an apologetic smile, "I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. I am also involved in chip technology and simply wish to make the acquaintance of an industry giant." Outwardly he appeared that way, but inwardly he indeed wanted to poach such a talent. If he didn't, what if someone else snatched them away? Huawei, ranked among the world's top 50, was certainly not lacking in commercial tactics, and poaching was all too common. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't known that Zhong Xin was impossible to poach, he would have shown them the door. However, Zhong Xin was indeed not here at the moment. He was still diligently working. So Yi Cheng shook his head and said, "He is not here." "What a pity," Chen Wei-wen expressed regretfully, then quickly shifted the topic. "In that case, without further ado, let's discuss the order." A smile immediately reappeared on Yi Cheng's face. Signing an order meant receiving payment. And Huawei was always prompt with payments, which meant their company would soon have money. "Please follow me to the meeting room." The group left the RD department and headed to the conference room. After taking their seats, they began negotiations. "May I ask what price President Yi expects per chip?" Chen Wei-wen inquired. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Under foreign technology, the cost of a 5G RF chip is about 34 per unit. Our chip, according to estimates, has a unit cost of only 27, so our offered price is 35 per chip. Since the raw materials for chip production all needed to be purchased abroad, transactions were settled in US dollars. Therefore, for convenience, they had to settle chip transactions in dollars as well. It would only be possible to settle entirely in RMB if domestic raw materials could be fully localized in the future." 35. A smile immediately spread across Chen Wei-wen's face. "Then I must thank President Yi for offering us such a favorable price. Under foreign technology, the cost of a 5G RF chip alone was 34, and the selling price was at least over 50. Otherwise, why would 5G phones generally be about 1,000 yuan more expensive than 4G ones? This was because aside from replacing the chipset with a 5G chip, the RF chip was also an area that required expenditure. The other party, with a cost of 27, was willing to offer a price of 35, which was indeed an unexpected delight for them. Yi Cheng smiled slightly, and then asked, "So how many chips does your company intend to purchase?" 1 million chips. Yi Cheng was taken aback. 1 million? Are you kidding me? That's so few. At that moment, Su-yun interjected with a bitter smile, "President Yi, as you know, our chips are running low, and we cannot use this 5G RF chip in the R50 phone because we announced at launch that it would only have a 4G version. If we suddenly released a 5G model, it would clearly be unfair to consumers who purchased the 4G version. Therefore, we can only use the RF chip in devices for which we have previously released 5G models. 1 million chips is our current limit." Yi Cheng remained silent for a moment before finally accepting this reality. There was no helping it. He couldn't force them to buy chips they wouldn't use. Moreover, 1 million chips would still bring considerable profit to Jiqi. At his quoted price of 35, converted to RMB and after tax, it would yield tens of millions in profit, enough to thoroughly resolve their current difficulties. "Of course, to express our gratitude for President Yi selling to us at such a favorable price, we are willing to immediately transfer the full amount to your company. I trust that will satisfy President Yi," Chen Wei-wen added. Yi Cheng's eyes instantly lit up. He had just been pondering how to bring up this matter since their company couldn't afford the money needed to produce 1 million chips. Now that Huawei had voluntarily offered, it resolved his problem. Without hesitation, he stood up from his seat and extended his hand. "Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business." Chen Wei-wen also stood up with a smile, extending his hand to shake Yi Cheng's. Huawei was indeed prompt with payments. The contract was signed that day, and the funds were transferred the next day. 1 million chips at a unit price of 35, converted to RMB amounted to approximately 2.4 billion yuan. Such a large sum was undoubtedly an oasis in the desert for Jiqi at this moment, instantly revitalizing all its difficulties. Subsequently, Jiqi immediately placed an order with Wanjidian for the production of 5G RF chips. After all, its own chip manufacturing workshop was not yet operational, so it had to commission Wanjidian for the foundry work. No one in the company raised any objections except Yi Cheng, who felt a pang of regret. If he could have produced it himself, the cost could have been significantly reduced, as TSMC's foundry fees were not cheap. Foundry costs accounted for a considerable portion of the 27-unit cost. Having completed such a substantial transaction, Jiqi was immersed in excitement. Amid their elation, a news story caught the attention of many netizens. Huawei's M40 series phones will fully offer 5G versions. Huawei M40 fully equipped with 5G. Suddenly, netizens in the mobile phone circle began firing off their questions. Didn't they say it could only sell 4G due to the lack of 5G RF chips? Did Huawei develop its own 5G RF chip? You must be joking. How could it be developed so easily? This is fake news. Fake news. Most netizens still dismissed the news, suspecting it was just a traffic-baiting article from some marketing account. A quick online search revealed countless false headlines like China develops 5 nanometers chip, West panics, or China's lithography technology breaks through 7 nanometers. So it was only natural for netizens to remain skeptical. Just then, a major influencer in the tech circle posted on Weibo. Recently, the news about Huawei M40 series fully adopting 5G has caught many people's attention. Some fans have privately asked me if it's true. Today I will answer this question for everyone. It is indeed true. I asked a friend working at Huawei and received a shocking revelation. A domestic company has broken through Western patent barriers and independently developed 5G RF chip technology, free from foreign interference. Huawei has already purchased a batch of these chips from that company for use in subsequent M40 series phones, including tablet models. 5G tablets will also be released for sale. This post immediately triggered a flood of replies. Holy crap, seriously? They independently developed a 5G RF chip. Which company is that? Awesome. Fake. If they really developed it, why hasn't that company announced it themselves? Definitely fake. It's not that I underestimate our country, but given our current level, no company could independently develop such technology. I always thought this blogger was objective, but now he's selling out for traffic. Unfollow. Despite the influencer's statement, few believed it. Yet as the topic stewed in popularity and gradually gained some credibility, more and more people joined the discussion, eventually catching the attention of domestic manufacturers. At Lamy Corporation, Lei Bus sat in his office, suddenly learning the news. What? Huawei bought 5G RF chips. Which company dared to sell? Aren't they afraid of being sanctioned? He found it hard to believe. What company would defy the odds to sell chips to Huawei? Did they want to stay in business? The one delivering the news was Lu Wei. It's true, and that company really isn't afraid of sanctions. Their technology is completely self-developed. I checked the patent database. They have patent numbers. Lu Wei said. Lei Bus frowned. Huawei's flagship R50 series, even as 4 Gonli phones, had attracted nearly half the mobile circle's criticism. As a rival, he naturally relished their misfortune. But now they had supposedly acquired 5G RF chips. What's the company name? Jiqi Technology, a rather old company. About 5 or 6 years ago, we even bought their 4G RF chips, but later they fell behind and were nearly bankrupt. Lu Wei replied. I didn't expect them to develop 5G RF chips again. Must have cost a lot of investment. Bullshit. Can something like this be achieved just by investing? Doesn't their tech incorporate Western components? Lei Bus was still reluctant to believe. No, not a bit. Lu Wei shook his head. Oh, by the way, this company previously called Zhongfeng and asked if we wanted to buy their RF chips. Zhongfeng thought they were scammers and hung up. Lei Bus frowned. How much are they selling for? No idea. Zhang hung up without asking. But I heard from someone at Huawei that the unit price is 35. Among competitors, secrets were never fully hidden. Holy crap, 35. Lei Bus couldn't help swearing. Are they even making a profit? The 5G RF chips they currently used came from a domestically licensed company. Each cost over 50. And this was 35. Others were robbing, they were giving it away. Lu Wei felt a bit awkward. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the company's per chip cost seems to be under 30. Selling at 35 is probably to expand the market. Lei Bus immediately stood up, eyes wide. Buy them. Forget everything else. Contact them at once. We have to buy too. Their cost-effectiveness strategy meant razor-thin hardware profit margins. Lei Bus had once claimed their hardware profit after tax was below 5. If they could purchase 5G RF chips at 35 instead of the previous 50, each phone would yield an extra 15 in profit, roughly 100 renminbi. With Lami's phone sales surpassing Apple to rank second globally, the significance of that 100 renminbi was immense. Lu Wei nodded. That was precisely why Head brought the news to Lei Bus. But before leaving he had to ask, what about Huawei? If Huawei puts 5G on the R50, that speaks for itself. For the rest we don't care. Once Huawei's Kilan 9K runs out, and Snapdragon's Gaolong chips can't integrate 5G RF modules, they still won't launch 5G phones. Got it. Lu Wei nodded and left. Lei Bus sat back down pondering. Fully domestic 5G RF chips. That company has something special. Need to see if we can acquire them, or at least poach their engineers. Can't let the other competitors get ahead. But why hasn't Huawei made a move? Thinking this, Lei Bus picked up his phone and made a call. Mr. Yi Lanlicheng also called. In the office, Yi Cheng looked at Wang Shun, who had just opened the door again, and nodded. 3 days had passed since the contract signing with Huawei. As if on cue, all major phone manufacturers, Lami Lanlicheng Guizhou Xinhua, called that day. Let's set a unified time. The day after tomorrow afternoon, we'll discuss cooperation terms with them. By the way, Boss Guangyao also wants to place an order with us. What price should we offer? Guangyao. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment. As a former subsidiary of Huawei, Guangyao, now independent and free from foreign technology sanctions, would obviously sell more 5G phones than Huawei. 1 million units would probably not be enough to send them away. Tell them to come later too. The preferential price is only available to the first company that places an order. Subsequent companies will be charged the normal price. What is our normal price? Yi Cheng smiled. $40. 2 days later. $40. Back in the somewhat shabby conference room of Jiqi Technology Company, Yi Cheng glanced around the room and mused that he would have to find a better headquarters later, otherwise this kind of place was an insult to a high-tech company like theirs. But while he was distracted, the representative from Lami was still voicing displeasure. You sold to Huawei for $35. Why do you charge us 40? That's against business ethics. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. May I ask what exactly are business ethics? Business ethics means that the price of a product cannot be changed arbitrarily. Otherwise you'll face a boycott from the industry. No, mister. Zhang, let's calm down. That's your business ethics, not mine. My business ethics are simple. I must earn the money I'm entitled to. As long as it's not illegal, $40. Not a cent less. Yi Cheng raised a finger and wagged it. He had anticipated their reactions, and now he was sitting firmly in the catbird seat. These phone manufacturers could only buy cheaper 5G RF chips from him unless other companies were willing to lower their prices. But clearly, how could they possibly be willing to reduce prices? Other companies that could produce 5G RF chips had to factor patent licensing fees into their unit costs, a hefty sum. After deducting chip foundry expenses, the profit left in their hands was only a few dollars, maybe even less than $2. To make a profit, they simply couldn't offer a price as low as $40. And that was where Yi Cheng's confidence lay. At that moment, the representative from the Blue-Green Company also stood up. President Yi, we really can't accept this price. Such differential treatment is hard to swallow. It's like treating customers unequally. You should understand. Yi Cheng smiled again. I don't see it that way. Let me be clear, Huawei paid the full amount up front. Can you do that? Everyone was taken aback. Was Huawei crazy? Were they so rich that they could just throw money around, paying in full before even receiving the goods? How could they compete with that? Suddenly they all fell silent. Huawei could pay up front because it was a Fortune Global 500 company. They were not. Moreover, the quantity they wanted to purchase was far greater than Huawei's 1 million units. Since they were not subject to technology sanctions, it would be at least 5 million, possibly even tens of millions. After all, since Huawei's mobile phone business declined, these manufacturers together accounted for over 70% of the annual smartphone sales in China. In the current 5G era, at least 30 to 40% of those sales were 5G phones. That meant at least 100 million 5G phones were sold every year. Although most were low-end models, the 5G RF chip didn't care whether it was low-end or high-end. Any 5G phone had to use the same chip at the same price. That was precisely why low-end phones had much thinner profit margins. And so the conference room fell into a brief silence. After a long moment, Mr. Zhang from Lami spoke again. Even if Huawei paid in full, we can't accept $40. You have to lower the price. Yi Cheng stood up, unwavering. Then please everyone see yourselves out. Jiqi cannot accept a lower price. The Lami representative snorted and shot a glance at the other manufacturers, hoping they would stand together. The others, united in tacit understanding, spoke one after another. We Blue-Green can't accept this price either. We can't accept it either. These domestic competitors, normally fierce rivals, showed remarkable solidarity in that moment. Within moments, the conference room was nearly empty. Wang Xin, sitting next to Yi Cheng, was staring wide-eyed. That was money. Those were orders. Was the boss just going to turn them away? He couldn't help asking President Yi this. Yi Cheng raised a hand to stop him, smiling. Don't worry. They'll agree sooner or later. Then he turned his gaze to the only person still remaining, The representative from Guangyao. He asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, aren't you leaving with them? The Guangyao representative spread his hands. Guangyao accepts this price. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. It seems Guangyao is quite wise. Well, it's not really wisdom. $40 is already a very cheap price. They're lost if they don't accept it. The Guangyao representative waved his hand. He had remained silent all along because he had already accepted the price in his heart. As for the others using the tactic of threatening to leave to pressure Yi Cheng into lowering the price, he was completely unmoved. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Because he knew Yi Cheng would never give in. He had been observing Yi Cheng. When the other manufacturers expressed their dissatisfaction, all at once Yi Cheng's face showed no change at all, revealing that he wasn't worried in the slightest that they would walk away. This made him feel a certain admiration for Yi Cheng. He had looked up Yi Cheng's background. This young boss had only graduated with a PhD the previous year, and he was a physics researcher. Yet he faced the country's largest phone manufacturers with such composure. He was no ordinary man. Yi Cheng was unaware of the Guangyao representative's internal assessment. He smiled and asked, so shall we sign the order now? Of course. How many do you intend to order? 5 million units. Yi Cheng's smile widened. Pleasure doing business. Lamy Blue-Green and the other companies left the Zhiqi Technology building and gathered downstairs. If we all refuse to give him orders, let's see how long he can hold out. We must maintain solidarity on this. Why should Huawei get 35 while we can't even get a single dollar off? If he can offer 35, it means there's still plenty of room to cut. The representatives were all indignant. Hey, where's the guy from Guangyao? Suddenly, they realized one was missing. He didn't come down. Damn it, that bastard. So sneaky. In an instant, they knew something was wrong. They had been stabbed in the back. The people from Guangyao secretly remained at Zhiqi, not leaving. They knew exactly what it meant. That guy must have secretly placed an order. This instantly filled them with chagrin. However, having just agreed to unite and pressure Yi Cheng into lowering prices, they now found it awkward to swallow their pride and rush back. After holding back for a while, the representative from Lamy Company directly said, everyone don't rush. The people from Guangyao, just like Huawei, are especially sly. Let's not do anything for now, wait a few more days, give Zhiqi Company the cold shoulder, and they'll definitely be unable to bear it. The Blue-Green Company immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I think it's fine. Let's wait 5 days. The Guizhou said, all right, 5 days it is. Aiku said, don't you dare lie to us. The Blue-Green Company replied, whoever lies is a dog. They exchanged glances, nodded, and returned to their cars. Then they all picked up their phones and called Yi Cheng. The one who successfully got through was the head of Blue-Green Company. The other representatives, hearing, the number you dialed is busy, were so furious, they almost smashed their phones, then glared at the cars outside. Damn it. Which dog was it? The lucky head of Blue-Green Company said with a smile into the phone, President Yi, let's have dinner together this afternoon. Our Blue-Green Company accepts your quoted price, and we are willing to buy 10 million units. After Huawei fell, the combined market sales of the Blue-Green Company ranked first in Huagua. 10 million units were well within their capacity. Soon he put down the phone with a smile, a smug expression on his face. His female assistant sat beside him, watching him with a strange expression. Wasn't it this very leader who had just said, whoever lies is a dog? The head glanced at her, reading her thoughts, and said, making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, the female assistant nodded. Very easily, Yi Cheng this time secured a total of 32.5 million units in orders from several major domestic phone manufacturers. These 32.5 million 5G RF chips could supply approximately 1/4's worth of RF chips needed in Huagua. Of course, it was impossible to complete the supply of all these chips within 1/4. Given the likely production capacity of Wanjidian, the maximum monthly output was estimated at around 2 to 3 million, so the timeline would be extended to a year. These phone manufacturers also knew the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. Even buying so many, they still felt it was somewhat risky, because no one dared to bet. What if Wanjidian was banned from accepting orders from Zhiqi Company? After all, this company was now truly a representative high-tech enterprise of Huagua, having broken the Western monopoly on chip technology. It might well attract foreign suppression, just like Huawei. The same question also inevitably arose among the senior executives of Zhiqi Technology Company. All right, now we have a total of 33.5 million chip orders. Contact Wanjidian immediately and place an order for 5 million chips to be manufactured by them. Back in the conference room, Yi Cheng called a meeting. The others exchanged glances. Wang Shun hurriedly asked, Boss, are you sure? 5 million. Yi Cheng nodded. Yes, 5 million. What about the remaining 28 million? We'll produce them later. But Yi Cheng stood up and waved his hand to stop him from asking further. Everyone rest assured. I understand your concerns, but I have a clear plan. I won't let the company fall into trouble. All right, tomorrow is Saturday, a day off. In the evening at the Golden Star Hotel, I'll treat everyone to a big dinner. Meeting adjourned. Then he turned and left, leaving behind a group of senior executives still deeply worried. Cheng understood their concerns, but he wouldn't explain them now. In his past life, he had always been a rather assertive boss, well aware that sometimes he needed to exercise his authority as a decisive leader. Otherwise, if he was always influenced by others, what if his originally correct decision became incorrect? How would he cry then? Moreover, he was very clear that his decision was correct. In fact, he had originally intended to give Wang Jidian at most 5 million chips. Because Zhong Xin had already sent him a message, the process flows for 3 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and 7 nanometers chips had been designed. After Zhong Xin completed the process flow for 3 nanometers chips, the 5 nanometers and 7 nanometers processes became relatively easier to handle, thus not requiring much more time. Next, they only needed to complete worker training and purchase raw materials, then they could start production immediately. Then once Wang Jidian refused to continue manufacturing, he could directly reveal his hand. He had a chip fabrication plant. Leaving the conference room, he returned to his office. Zhong Xin was now in the office. Is it done? Yes, it's done. Cheng nodded with a smile, then said, now. We'll go directly to the workshop. Start training the workers from now on. They'll transfer some funds from the company, soon purchase production raw materials, and then we'll begin producing our 5G RF chips. All right, boss. Zhong Xin nodded, turned, and left the company, heading to the workshop to continue his diligent work. Cheng watched his retreating figure and shook his head. This Zhong Xin. He didn't know what kind of personality the system had set for him. He seemed almost emotionless. He stopped thinking and opened the system store. By now he had sold a total of 33.5 million chips, and he finally received points. 33500 points. 1,000 chips only counted as 1 point. This gave him the urge to curse the system. Wasn't this a ripoff? 33.5 million chips. That was a total value of over 1.3 billion, which converted to 8 billion renminbi. Yet the system only gave it a 5-digit value. The technological level contained in the 5G RF chip is too low. The system can only offer a 10001 points ratio. The 5G RF chip's technology was too low. Cheng cursed a few more times, but the system did not reply, so he had to give up. He opened the store and glanced at what he could buy now. Then he turned it off. Over 3000 points couldn't buy anything. He could only purchase some non-technical items. Then he turned his gaze to another place. Today, receiving orders from Lamy and other companies triggered 2 achievements for Cheng, and he finally had first bucket of gold 1 billion. Second step to success, becoming renowned. The first achievement rewarded him with the complete production technology for all raw materials of chips. The second achievement granted him an artificial intelligence. Gazing at the technology bestowed by the first achievement, Cheng felt somewhat helpless. He now possessed a chip production line, but manufacturing chips required raw materials. Technologies for producing these materials were still almost entirely monopolized by foreign countries, such as wafers, photoresist, specialty gases, and so on. Thus, to produce chips, he still had to purchase these raw materials from overseas corporations. Is this forcing me to prepare early to brace for a global blockade? Was he expected to complete the entire chip industry chain within a single company? What an absurd joke. Chips hailed as the pearl of human technology. From upstream to downstream, it was an immense market. Encompassing everything within one corporation was utterly unimaginable. Besides, no matter how shameless foreign entities might be, could they really suppress his company to the point where it couldn't even buy any raw materials? If so, China might as well halt rare earth exports, and everyone could forget about high-tech. He then set aside these thoughts and temporarily stored the reward in the system, not claiming it until a future time when it could be useful. Next, he turned his attention to the second reward. Artificial intelligence. How intelligent is it? Curiosity stirred within him. After all, it was a reward from the system. He promptly claimed it, and a USB drive materialized in his hand. System, insert the USB drive into any host machine to install the artificial intelligence. Any host. Without further thought, Cheng opened the computer in his office and plugged in the drive. Once inserted, a progress loading window appeared on the screen. The loading bar was slow, so he could only wait patiently. And so an hour slipped by. When the progress bar finally reached 99%, he stared intently. Moments later, the loading completed. The window vanished, replaced by another with 2 lines of text. Greetings, Master. I am your artificial intelligence. Please give me a name. Then an input box appeared. A name. Cheng pondered and typed 2 characters, Xiao Yi. No, that feels odd. Like calling himself. After a long moment of thought, he typed another name, Xiao Bai. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at naming. You'll have to settle for this. Shaking his head, he pressed enter. The window shifted, displaying another line. Thank you, Master, for the name. I love it. From now on, I am Xiao Bai. Cheng smiled. Good, as long as it was liked. Yet a strange feeling lingered, as if this intelligence possessed life, conversing with him through the computer. Had the system granted him an intelligent life form? But such a being should have countless functions, right? He saw a text box on the window and typed, "What functions do you have? I cannot yet understand your words, Master. Please give me some time to learn. Yi Cheng, who had been filled with anticipation, was instantly speechless. Couldn't understand. It needed to learn. He had thought it was an intelligent life. Now it seemed to be nothing but an artificial intelligence. No more like an artificial idiot. For a moment he felt like shutting down the computer and walking away. But in the end he typed, "How do you learn? Keep the computer on, and I will learn from the content stored within." Fine. Yi Cheng couldn't be bothered. It was just idling, wasn't it? Let it idle then. Who knew how much this AI could learn? He dismissed the thought, closed the computer screen. The AI was saved inside the host, so closing the screen made no difference. Then he planned to leave the company, heading to the workshop to see how Zhong Xin was training the workforce. Those workers had eaten 2 meals from him. It was time for them to contribute. Yet just as he was about to open the door, a knock came. Knock, knock, knock. Puzzled, he opened the door. Standing outside was Hu Qiaoan, the director of the operations department. Hu Qiaoan was taken aback that the door opened so quickly after his knock, but soon he saw Yi Cheng inside, and immediately exclaimed, "President Yi. What's the matter? President Yi, our company has gone viral online." Hu Qiaoan's face brimmed with excitement. Yi Cheng blinked. "Viral? Yes, viral," Hu Qiaoan said, pulling out his phone and handing it to Yi Cheng. "Look." Yi Cheng looked at the phone. It showed a post on Weibo from a major influencer in the digital tech circle. That post mentioned their company. "Dear followers, last time I posted about Huawei obtaining 5G RF chips from a domestic company. However, after I posted that, many followers still expressed disbelief, accusing me of chasing traffic but whether you unfollow me or not, what I'm saying is that now there truly is a domestic tech company that has developed 100 domestically produced 5G RF chips. Moreover, not only has Huawei placed orders with this company, but now nearly all domestic phone manufacturers, including Lamy Lanlicheng, Ika Jinhua Guizhou, and others, have also placed orders. You might wonder where I got this information, but let me tell you, I'm a blogger with 7 million followers. It's not hard for me to know staff from these phone manufacturers, and to learn these details, it's just a few inquiries away. I won't say much more. They'll just present the evidence. Click to view image. Click to view image. This company is called Jiqi Technology. The 2 images show their business scope. They are a company specializing in chips. Back in the 4G era, they even sold 4G RF chips. Image. This is the patent this company has applied for regarding 5G RF chips. I haven't captured all of it, but it's certain they have the ability to produce 5G RF chips. If you check their official website, you'll also see 5G RF chips listed among their business items. Moreover, I need to emphasize again, their 5G RF chips contain no Western technology. In other words, they have indeed independently developed this technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to supply chips to Huawei. Now I can proudly say that our country finally has a chip technology that can completely break free from Western influence, achieving 100 self-development. This is something every Chinese person should be proud of. So let us always believe in our compatriots. In this era, our nation has so many brilliant talents. One day we will no longer be constrained by others, and we will realize a true tech powerhouse. Yi Cheng finished reading the blog post and raised an eyebrow. Quite inspiring, isn't it? Hu Qiaoan smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's quite inspiring. Linking their company to national glory was certainly very uplifting. Yi Cheng then looked at the comments section, which had already garnered over 3,000 replies. The number of shares and likes were even higher, with likes reaching tens of thousands. The replies were almost uniformly complimentary. "Well said, blogger. Our country is blessed with talents, and one day we'll completely break free from foreign sanctions. I hope there will be more domestic companies like this. Is this Jiqi Technology really that impressive? Now this is a real tech company." As he scrolled down the comments, Hu Qiaoan beamed with joy. "I've never seen our company receive such widespread praise." Yi Cheng chuckled. "Well, you're seeing it now, aren't you?" Just then, Shun Jie, director of the customer service department, came running over. Spotting his boss and Hu Qiaoan standing at the doorway, he paused momentarily before approaching. "Mr. Yi Laochen, what are you two discussing? You look so delighted." Hu Qiaoan grinned. "Take a guess." Shun Jie raised an eyebrow. "I want guess." "You guess. Do you know what just happened in our customer service department?" "What happened?" "Yeah, you guess first." Shun Jie was being mysterious. "Hu Qiaoan, guess whether he'll guess or not." Shun Jie was taken aback and said helplessly, "Act your age. You're over 40. Hu Qiaoan burst out laughing. He was simply in high spirits, so he felt like playing childish jokes. Yi Cheng shook his head with amusement and then said, "All right, mister. Shin, you go first. What happened in the customer service department?" Since the boss had asked, Shin Jie stopped being cryptic and explained, suddenly people kept calling non-stop, just now all asking if we'd developed a 5G RF chip. Our customer service staff answered yes, and then guess what? Those people started praising our company. Some said we are the beacon of China's chip industry, a representative tech company. Others called us awesome class and eternal god. I don't quite understand the slang, but it was all compliments anyway, ha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh as well. These were not work-related calls, purely a waste of time, yet he wished for more of them. Not just him. Even the customer service operators enjoyed hearing them. Hu Kaiowen's eyes lit up, and he also smiled. Do you know why so many people suddenly started calling? Why, oi? Hu Chaowen showed his phone to Shinjie again. Shinjie glanced at it briefly, his face showing surprise. Holy crap, did our company just trend online? Trending? Not quite, but a lot of people are paying attention. This is great news, Shinjie couldn't help but remark. Every company aspires to have a good reputation, and everyone wants to work for such a company. Both of them felt fortunate that they hadn't left during the company's toughest times, and now their perseverance was paying off. Yicheng stood by watching them, and said with a smile, "Alright, don't keep all this joy to yourselves. Let's spread it around the company, so everyone can share in the happiness." That makes sense. Both nodded, and began spreading the good news around the office. Yicheng shook his head. This situation seemed like a morale boost for the company, but he knew it also meant they would be thrust into the spotlight. Foreign entities would soon learn that an uncontrolled tech company had emerged in China. Now it remained to be seen just how malicious their tactics would be. Yicheng smiled faintly. In his heart, he almost looked forward to that moment. Weisheng Electronics Co., Ltd. This was a company specializing in RF chip products. In short, they manufactured RF chips, particularly 5G RF chips. At the headquarters of Weisheng Electronics, Chairman Su Ji sat at his desk frowning as he listened to his secretary's report. Xiaomi, BBK Electronics, and those other phone makers bought 5G RF chips from another company. He seemed unable to believe the news, staring at his secretary for confirmation. The female secretary nodded. Yes, Chairman Su. Even Huawei has purchased them. That's strange. Forget BBK, but Xiaomi had agreed earlier to buy all their future 5G RF chips from us. When domestic phone manufacturers produce 5G devices, they usually choose local suppliers for 5G RF chips, as importing from abroad adds import taxes and costs more. There were only a handful of domestic companies capable of supplying 5G RF chips, and orders were distributed among them, keeping everyone busy. But now where did this unexpected competitor come from? And why had all the phone makers switched to this new supplier? Suddenly Su Ji reacted. Did you say Huawei also bought from them? Which company is that impressive? The secretary nodded and handed the tablet to her boss. Su Ji immediately took it and began reading. Fully self-developed technology. You've got to be kidding. Low cost, low price. Only $40. And they sold to Huawei for $35. Shit. Su Ji, who had returned from Silicon Valley to start his business, couldn't help cursing in English. He sold each chip for over $50, earning less than $2 in profit. Not only could this company sell for $5 less even without the discount, it was far cheaper than his. The secretary watched her boss anger, opened her mouth as if to speak, but feared provoking him. Finally, she said weakly, "By the way, boss, our stock price has also started to fall. Down nearly 5 today." Su Ji's eyes twitched involuntarily. A stock price drop was almost predictable. Frowning deeply, he pondered for a long time, then slapped the table. China must not allow such a formidable company to exist. Then he picked up the phone and began dialing an overseas number in the United States. The same scene was unfolding at several other companies that supplied 5G RF chips. The emergence of Jiqi technology had already encroached upon their interests. With China's massive smartphone market shipping nearly 200 million 5G phones annually, they would not idly watch such a lucrative slice of the pie be forcibly taken away by an upstart. In the United States, the Xiaotong Company. As a giant in the wireless technology sector, this corporation has made monumental contributions to the mobile internet ecosystem, and it is precisely for this reason that its presence pervades every facet of electronic devices. And 5G radio frequency technology, one of the most pivotal technologies of the 5G era, is no exception to Xiaotong's involvement. At this moment, within the company's presidential office, President Kelicidian stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the cityscape of California. His face was wreathed in smiles. Or rather, his face had been perpetually wreathed in smiles over the past 2 years. There was no helping it. With the government's assistance, their penetration into the electronics market of China had reached an unprecedented level, meaning that the world's largest market had virtually opened itself wide for Xiaotong to gallop through. In particular, Huawei, once a Chinese tech company that even they had to treat with utmost vigilance, had today relinquished the markets they once held and likewise had to bow, even purchasing their Gaolong chips for smartphone socks. The once mighty Kirin chip had thus fallen. Among mobile phone chips, apart from Apple's A series chips, only their Gaolong chips remained. As for some miscellaneous brands of chips, in his eyes they were not even worthy of being considered chips, hardly worth a second thought. And it was precisely due to these reasons that their company's stock price had been on an unrelenting rise for 2 years, nearly tripling by today. The board members had since ceased their annoying chatter, rendering his days exceptionally comfortable. Just then a knock sounded at the office door. He snapped back from the city panorama, muttering to himself, "Continue the sanctions. The harsher the better." Then he returned to his desk and said, "Come in." The door opened, and he saw his assistant rush and urgency etched upon his face. He frowned and said, "What's the rush? So jittery." "Sorry, President," the assistant quickly apologized, then continued, "President, news just arrived from China. A Chinese company has developed a 5G RF chip. All the Chinese phone manufacturers are flocking to buy their RF chips." Chalcidian was both amused and exasperated. "Is that all? What's there to be anxious about? Every single 5G RF chip produced in the world must pay our company over $12 in patent royalties. Let them produce whatever RF chips they want." The assistant's face showed difficulty, but that company's technology was independently developed. They didn't use our patents. Chalcidian paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bypass Xiaodong's patents. With China's research capabilities, their semiconductor talent is all working in our research centers. President, it's true." Seeing his superior still so confident, the assistant quickly pulled up a document and handed it to Chalcidian for his perusal. Chalcidian frowned. Given the assistant's earnest demeanor, his initial contempt began to waver with suspicion. Could it really be true? He took the document and started reading, and as he did, his brows gradually knit together. Completely independent. No patents used. And they're supplying Huawei. The mention of Huawei instantly seized Chalcidian's attention. As rivals in the same industry, and among the global giants, the two companies had long harbored mutual disdain. Some say Xiaodong doesn't want Huawei to fall. That's a joke. If they ever had the chance to drive Huawei to bankruptcy, they would be the first to strike. Unfortunately, Huawei has the backing of the Chinese government. Even under severe sanctions, it cannot reach the point of bankruptcy. Still, Huawei's current weakened state is a satisfactory outcome for Xiaodong. Yet now someone was telling him that a company was defying their sanctions to supply Huawei. That Chalcidian would never allow. After a long pause, he spoke. "Have you carefully verified? Are they truly not using our patents?" The assistant nodded. "Indeed, they haven't." "What about Samsung, Ericsson, and other companies' related patents? Have they avoided all of them?" Chalcidian remained incredulous. The assistant hesitated. "That is unclear. We need to contact those companies to confirm." Chalcidian was silent for a moment, then said, "Contact them immediately. Regardless, we must ensure that Chinese company does not survive. Originally, everyone held a portion of patent technology and pooled them together to make money. But now a single company mastering all the technologies. This completely breaks the game's rules, especially when it's a Chinese company." Chalcidian's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered further actions. His assistant, after a moment's thought, cautiously asked, "That company's chips are manufactured by Wanjidian. Should we contact the congressman to add that company to the sanctions list and prohibit Wanjidian from foundry services for them?" Chalcidian retorted irritably, "Nonsense. Do you think sanctions are something we can impose at will?" Then he waved his hand. "Leave for now. I need to think alone." "Yes, President." The assistant nodded and left the office. Chalcidian sank into thought, recalling the assistant's suggestion about prohibiting Wanjidian from foundry work. He stroked his chin. Though direct policy sanctions were not feasible, perhaps there was another way to prevent Wanjidian from providing foundry services. Shanghai, the headquarters of Yi Group. Yi Group is one of the largest real estate companies in southern China, and since the average land prices in the south are the highest in the country, it is fair to call Yi Group a domestic real estate giant. At this moment, Yi Group's chairman Yigua sat in his office, his face a picture of disbelief. "My son's company landed an order worth 8 billion. What a joke. Just a few days ago, he thought his son was ready to give up the struggle and come back to inherit the family business. And now this. 8 billion yuan in orders. Even their group would have to think twice about that sum." The group's general manager Zheng Gong, who had delivered the news, said with a smile, "Oh, Xiao Cheng is so accomplished. Shouldn't you be happy?" "Happy?" Yigua didn't know what to say. Earning 8 billion was certainly worth celebrating. But doesn't this mean Yi Cheng can't come back to take over the company? He stood up, paced the room, and finally grabbed his phone. "No, I have to call him." In Yi Cheng's chip production workshop, he was observing his subordinates. Zhong Xian was training these workers, all of whom followed her from one machine to another, listening to her explanations of operating methods. Yi Cheng listened nearby, half understanding, completely failing to grasp those complex operations, yet every single one of these laborers claimed they fully understood. One must know they were currently operating without actual equipment. These production machines had not even been started. Yet merely by listening to Zhong Xin's verbal descriptions, these workers could say they had fully comprehended. This made Yi Cheng sigh with admiration. These laborers from the system were truly perfect. Even with his technological expertise, he could never grasp it upon first hearing. After all, he was only human. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller, his father. After a brief thought, he figured that his father had probably learned about their company's affairs. With a slight smile, he turned and walked away, then answered the phone. "Hello, Dad. You little rascal, you just secured an 8 billion order." Yi Cheng was stunned. "How do you know about the 80 billion? This should be a trade secret." Yigua hesitated for a moment, then said, "Never mind that. Tell me, where did you find that Zhong Xian?" Yi Cheng's mind turned and he understood. There were his father's people in his company. A bit resigned, but after all the company was handed over to him by his father, so having Yi Guo's people was perfectly normal. He just didn't know who. Then he said, just happened to meet her. Anyway, you said unless my company fails I won't come back, and now my company is still going. Yi Guo was tongue-tied. This brat, probably everything he said on the phone the other day was all an act. And he even said if the company failed he would come help him. He was a bit helpless, but had to say, alright I said it, I won't lie to you. Suddenly he remembered the land Yi Cheng had asked for and asked, by the way, what are you going to do with that piece of land I gave you the other day? You'll know later. You're being mysterious with me, huh? Alright dad, I'm working now. Let's talk later. Yi Guo didn't expect Yi Cheng to be annoyed with him, but after thinking it over he didn't seem to have any reason to continue talking, so he sighed and said, fine, suit yourself. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Don't worry about a thing. Yi Cheng said with a smile. I know. Remember to come home when you have time. Home. Yi Cheng was slightly stunned, then replied, I know. Then without further ado he hung up. Thinking about his father's words he felt a pang of emotion. He had a family in this life too. He had almost forgotten about it. After all, in his past life, he had been alone. He shook his head. Although he now had a family, he was still used to being alone. As for going home, he would do it after this period was over. Putting aside those thoughts, he continued to follow Zhong Xin, watching their training. Time passed quickly. The next day, Wang Xin stood in Yi Cheng's office looking puzzled. Mr. Yi, why are you buying wafers, photoresist, and those things? And wafer packaging materials? Yi Cheng waved his hand. Don't worry about it, just buy them. Because their finance department also handled procurement, if he wanted to buy chip production materials through the company's accounts, he had to go through the finance department. And Wang Xin served as the finance director, so Yi Cheng couldn't bypass him to purchase directly. Oh, and don't tell anyone in the company about this. For now it's just between you and me. Oh, and Zhong Xin knows. Seeing Yi Cheng's mysterious demeanor, Wang Xin couldn't help but speculate, and whispered, Mr. Yi, our company isn't going to manufacture chips, is it? Yi Cheng admitted generously yes. However, seeing Yi Cheng admit it without hesitation, Wang Xin was stunned at first, then immediately expressed disbelief. Mr. Yi, come on, how could our company make chips? Don't fool me, let's just focus on designing chips. Yi Cheng shrugged. If you don't believe it, fine. These days no one believes the truth. Alright, just by what I said. But, Mr. Yi, you're going to spend a full 150 million. That's too much, isn't it? Our company has only received just over 160 million so far. Although the company secured an 8 billion order, which is over 3 billion aside from Huawei's portion, the other companies have only paid a 10 deposit, and Yi Cheng immediately took out $5 billion. It was hard not to make Wang Xin ask more questions. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Just do as I say. After spending 150 million, we still have over 10 million left, which is over 70 million renminbi. Seeing Yi Cheng's insistence, Wang Xin had no choice but to say, well, alright, I understand. Yi Cheng nodded. Watching Wang Xin leave, Yi Cheng began to think. This time he spent 150 million to prepare raw materials for chip production, such as 5G RF chips, which would probably only meet a production volume of less than 10 million units. The main reason was that he didn't have enough money to buy raw materials. For example, Huawei's Kirin 9K chip had a raw material cost of about 45 per chip, and with 150 million worth of raw materials, he couldn't even produce 4 million chips. Although 5G RF chips were relatively cheaper, they weren't that much cheaper. He couldn't help feeling regretful. If those companies like Xiaomi had been willing to pay in full upfront, he would have been willing to give a unit price of 35, and then he would have had nearly 2 billion in total. Just as he was thinking about these things, the office door was banged on again with a bang, bang, bang. Then an anxious voice came from outside. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Terrible news. Come in. Yi Cheng quickly called out, afraid his door would be knocked down. Shen Jie ran in, his face full of urgency. Slow down, don't rush. Tell me slowly what happened, Yi Cheng said. Shen Jie took a few breaths, and then said, Xiaodong Sansang and A Lixin jointly called us, saying our 5G RF chip infringes on their patents, and they are going to sue us. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. So it's coming. It really did come fast. Where do they plan to file the lawsuit? In Modu. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Then forget it. As long as it's not in the U.S. Even if we go to court, we will win. But now the internet is stirring up trouble too. Our company has received many calls accusing us of being copycats and cursing us. Then let our operators curse back. Don't worry about being complained about. Yi Cheng remained utterly unfazed by the torrent of online criticism. Online commentary on a certain trending topic fell into 3 categories. The first and most numerous were mere bystanders. The second were those lacking independent judgment, easily swayed by baseless conjectures into posting less than objective remarks. The last were those who profited from commenting, and naturally, they cared little about the veracity of their words. As the owner of a company, if Yi Cheng could be so easily angered by online chatter, he would hardly deserve the title. He could after all spend money to hire online trolls and retaliate in kind. However, he had no intention of squandering such a sum on public relations. He merely needed to wait quietly and respond as needed. If the opposing side relied solely on a lawsuit, they could prepare to win, for his company's patents were clearly documented. Comparing them would make victory straightforward, a near-certain outcome. When the opposing side lost, it would only enhance his company's reputation. Imagine a Huawei tech company undaunted and unflinching facing a joint lawsuit from international giants like Xiaodong Sansang and Elixin, and ultimately triumphing over them. In particular, Elixin and Sansang were both Fortune Global 500 companies, while Xiaodong had once been among them. In contrast, Zichi Technology Company was obscure, never before known, and not even ranking among Huawei's top 500. Thus, Zichi Technology would undoubtedly emerge as a hero in the eyes of the Huawei people. For Zichi, this was a golden opportunity. Cheng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. If those three companies merely filed a lawsuit, that seemed unlikely. What other moves might they have? Cheng could not fathom it at the moment. He shook his head. Forget it. They'll handle whatever comes my way. Am I supposed to be afraid? Once the raw materials for chip production arrived, no one could stop him. Time passed, and the news of Xiaodong Sansang and Elixin suing Zichi Technology began to circulate online. Netizens eagerly discussed the matter, and under the guidance of certain parties, the number of people attacking Zichi grew. All that boasting before. Light of Huawei technology, light of chips. And this is what it amounts to. Stealing others' technology and getting caught. How shameful. Alas, I thought this company was impressive, but it's nothing special. Exactly. It's not that I'm inflating others' prestige while deflating our own, but at Huawei's current stage, it's impossible to completely bypass foreign technology and develop a chip. This company was too high profile. If they had kept a low profile, they could have profited quietly. But they had to make it known to everyone. Serves them right. The digital blogger who had praised Zichi on Weibo earlier saw a flood of mockery in the comments beneath his original post. How much did the blogger get paid back then? It's only been a few days, and now you're proven wrong. I believed your nonsense back then. Disgusting. I understand the blogger's intention, to boost our confidence. But confidence must be based on strength. This kind of unfounded confidence is just self-deception. Another victory. Of course, despite the many critics, there were still those who supported Zichi. Oh, so just because a few foreign companies file a lawsuit, you believe it's true? How ridiculous. Can't Huawei independently research chip technology? Are you so used to kneeling that you can't stand up? Many similar replies appeared, but they were quickly drowned out by the barrage of insults. This time the topic finally made it onto Weibo's trending list, drawing even more attention. At the Huawei headquarters in Renfei's office, Su Yun knocked on the door. Come in. The old man's voice sounded. Su Yun entered, looked at the old man seated on the sofa, and said, President Ren. Have a seat. Ren Fei pointed to the seat beside him. Su Yun was puzzled. He had been leading his team in research when suddenly summoned. He sat down and asked, President Ren, is there something you need? Take a look at this news. Ren Fei placed a tablet in front of Su Yun. Su Yun glanced at it and was stunned. What a... Xiaodong Sansang and Elixin are jointly suing Zichi. Damn, this must be that bastard Xiaodong's doing. In his eyes, Xiaodong was an absolute rogue company. The saying, two of a trade never agree, held true forever. But he quickly realized Ren Fei was right there, and cursing aloud was inappropriate. He immediately forced an apologetic smile. President Ren, please don't mind me. I just couldn't help it. Ren Fei waved his hand. It's fine. I curse Xiaodong myself sometimes. Su Yun couldn't help but smile, but his expression soon turned grim. Now I wonder if my friend's company can withstand these three giants. Ren Fei glanced at him. Didn't you say before that Zichi's technology is entirely their own? Even if they go to court, they'll win. Reminded by Ren Fei, Su Yun was taken aback and immediately realized. All right. After all, he was a pure technician with little understanding of legal matters. He simply felt that Zichi Technology was so small, while those three companies were enormous. Especially Sansang, which ranked higher than Huawei on the Fortune Global 500. He couldn't help but worry. A smile spread across his face. Then it's fine. He thought for a moment and reached for his phone. I need to congratulate my friend in advance. They've held their ground against three giants and will surely become famous nationwide. But Ren Fei stopped him. Wait, I didn't call you here for something so simple. Su Yun was confused. Is there another problem? How much money do you think your friend's company has now, eh? How much? Su Yun pondered and shook his head. I'm not sure. Didn't they just get orders from Lamy Factory and others? Even just the deposits, they should be pretty wealthy now. But aside from that money, they have nothing else left. Ren Fei shook his head. Never mind, I'll tell you directly. Your friend's company has received so many orders, at least 20 to 30 million chips, right? If TSMC suddenly cuts off their supply, they won't be able to continue producing 5G RF chips. That would mean they breach the contract. And if Lamy Factory and others demand compensation for the breach, do you think they could afford to pay that much? Upon hearing Ren Fei's explanation, Su Yun was instantly stunned. He had never considered this angle. He had never anticipated that those companies might resort to such tactics. It was utterly insidious. Knowing that Jiqi had orders from so many companies, they executed a ruthless move to cut off their lifeline, and then stood by to watch the chaos unfold. It was foreseeable that once Remy and the others demanded compensation from Jiqi, the company would never survive. Then Ziki's patents would inevitably be put up for auction, and those foreign companies would not hesitate to seize them. But only the U.S. government has the authority to prohibit Wanjidian from supplying Jiqi, right? Will they immediately place Jiqi on the sanctions list? Ren Fei waved his hand. The current dispute between Jiqi and Xiaotong revolves around patents. Wanjidian cannot produce chips entangled in patent conflicts, otherwise they would become accomplices. Even if the court hasn't ruled, yet as long as Xiaotong and the others band together and pressure Wanjidian, it's highly likely that Wanjidian will suspend production until the verdict is delivered. So what do you think? Su Yun quickly grasped the logic. By the time the court ruled, Jiqi would likely have gone bankrupt. Ren Fei patted his shoulder and said, I'm telling you this to give your friend a heads up. I don't want to see a promising domestic company meet its end this way. I understand. Su Yun nodded. After a moment he added, or, if they can't hold on, should we give them a hand? Ren Fei smiled. Then you can persuade them to see if they'd like to join Huawei. Su Yun froze, glancing at Ren Fei. He sensed that Ren Fei's earlier remarks, while expressing regret for Jiqi technology, also seemed to pave the way for this proposal. Clearly Ren Fei had his eyes on Jiqi technology as well. Yet he didn't overthink it, and simply thought that, doesn't seem bad. Wanwan Island. Wanjidian headquarters. The court has not ruled in your favor, so Wanjidian will not halt supplies. Zhang Mao, chairman of Wanjidian, was speaking on the phone in English. On the other end was Christian, president of Xiaotong. Mr. Zhang, please understand clearly. The chips you are currently producing are illegal. They infringe upon our patents. If your company insists on continuing production, Xiaotong Sansang of Bangzi Kingdom and Alixin of Ruisi will jointly sue your company. Zhang Mao snorted. Save that rhetoric for yourselves. Wanjidian knows every technology inside your products better than you do. Do I need you to tell me about patent infringement? Christian was not angered by Zhang Mao's words. He chuckled. Mr. Zhang, what are you saying? You yourself are an American. Are you not speaking about yourself? Zhang Mao's face stiffened, but he quickly retorted, regardless, I will not agree to your demands. Mr. Zhang, that is not wise. This is not just Xiaotong, it is a joint demand from Sansang and Alixin. If you are unwilling to cooperate, Sansang also has its own foundries, and the chip patents are in our hands. Zhang Mao laughed. Christian, are you threatening me with this? No, how would I dare threaten you? Everyone knows Wanjidian is the world's premier wafer foundry. I am simply stating a fact. How you interpret it is up to you. Zhang Mao fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Christian had said, holding the chip patents gave them many ways to pressure Wanjidian. Although Wanjidian possessed numerous patents of its own, it was not just Xiaotong. 3 companies were converging to exert pressure on them. Finally, he said, fine, you win. I agree, but it will cost you. Christian laughed. All right, $5. Deal, said Zhang Mao. However, we have already produced 200 chips for that company, and they are due for delivery. Christian replied, destroy them all. We'll cover the cost. He would not allow Jiqi to recover a single cent. All right. Having agreed to collude, Zhang Mao accepted readily. He even chatted, curiously though, Jiqi only placed an order for 5 million chips with us. Didn't they claim to have tens of millions in orders? Only 5 million. Christian was taken aback, then laughed. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for sharing this intelligence. After hanging up, Zhang Mao immediately reveled in the extra profit of $5 per chip. This $5 meant an additional profit of several $100 million annually for every extra 5G RF chip produced by their factory. He then summoned his secretary and began issuing orders for the final blow against the fledgling tech company on the mainland. Meanwhile, after ending his call with Zhang Mao, Christian dialed another number in Huagua, Lamy Company Labusi's office. Labusi was startled upon seeing the caller ID. Why was it Xiaotong's president? Xiaotong held shares in Lamy, which was why Lamy often received early access to Xiaotong's chips. Thus Labusi and Christian were fairly familiar with each other. Soon Labusi recalled the recent turmoil, the battle over 5G RF chips. He knew that Xiaotong had allied with 2 other companies to besiege Jiqi technology. Could Christian's call be related to this matter? He answered with curiosity and a smile. Christian, what brings you to call? Mr. Lei, it's been a while. How have you been? Not bad. Good to hear. Christian chuckled. I won't waste your time. I'm calling because... After hearing Christian's words, Labusi was astonished. What? Wanjidian has really stopped manufacturing for Jiqi? Yes, Chairman Lei. I just spoke with Chairman Zhang of Wanjidian. Labusi couldn't help but marvel. These guys were truly ruthless. They moved damn fast. In just a few days they had forced Wanjidian to cut off supplies. Despite some emotion, Lei Busi was not overly worried. He chuckled and said, "If you ask me, Christian, this lawsuit of yours is highly unwise. Jiqi Technology Company has already secured orders worth billions from us. Even just the deposits they've collected amount to over $100 million. So they have plenty of money to fight you in court. Moreover, when we purchased their chips, we already verified their technology. Their technology is completely unrelated to the patents of your three companies. Therefore, your lawsuit will ultimately fail. At that time, your three companies will have collectively boosted Jiqi Technology Company." Lei Busi's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. He was naturally delighted to see Xiaotong in trouble. After all, those scoundrels, despite being shareholders of their company, still charged exorbitant prices for their chips. Moreover, both from the perspective of a capitalist and a fellow countryman, he hoped Jiqi Technology Company could survive. After all, Jiqi Technology's chips were cheap, and it was the first company in Hua country to bypass foreign technology in chip design. Both emotionally and logically, he should support such a company. However, Christian's next words left Lei Busi stunned. Christian's laughter came through the phone, only stopping after a while. Then he said with a smile, "So this matter should be entrusted to your company, President Lei. Whether we can win the lawsuit depends entirely on you." Lei Busi was immediately puzzled. "What? Depends on us? Why?" Christian asked with a smile. "How many 5G RF chips did you purchase from Jiqi Technology?" 8 million pieces. Lei Busi did not conceal. After all, Christian was also a shareholder. 8 million pieces tisk, that's a lot. At $40 each, even for the deposit, you must have paid tens of millions of dollars. Now, since Jiqi Technology Company cannot deliver on time, Chairman Lei, as the chairman of Lamy Company, shouldn't you on behalf of our company recover the deposit they took and file a claim for breach of contract? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Lei Busi's forehead. As a shrewd businessman, he almost immediately understood the insidious scheme the other party was plotting. It was a ruthless plan. Jiqi Technology Company had failed to deliver on time, and they had already paid deposits of tens of millions of dollars. Adding other companies, even conservatively, it probably exceeded $100 million. If they demanded compensation, even if each company only asked for $1 million, it could be fatal to Jiqi Technology Company. After all, they had investigated earlier. Apart from the deposits they received, Jiqi Technology Company was so poor it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Then Christian continued with a smile, "We will drag this lawsuit for at least 3 months. When they fail to deliver the first month's goods, you can formally initiate the compensation claim. Strive to make them bankrupt within 2 months. Then we'll pool our money to buy their company. That way their patents will fall into our hands. What do you think?" Lei Busi was silent for a long time before saying, "No, I cannot agree." Christian's voice immediately turned grave. "Chairman Lei, you are a respectable person. I believe you are also a person who knows which side your bread is buttered. As the chairman of Lamy Company, you should pursue any possible benefit for the company, shouldn't you?" Lei Busi stood up from his seat, paced for a moment, then said, "Mr. Christian, you should also know that most of our company's profits come from the Hua country market. Recently, Lamy has been struggling in public opinion in Hua country. If I follow your suggestion now, can you imagine what the overwhelming number of self-media in Hua country will say? Hua country capitalists colluding with foreign enterprises to frame a burgeoning domestic tech company. Think about how that would affect the company's stock price." Christian cursed, "Nonsense. If you do this, it will only bring greater profits to the company. Those stock traders will only buy more Lamy shares. But you can't guarantee that, can you?" Christian was silent for a while before saying, "I will convene a shareholder meeting. I hope you can still say that in front of the shareholders." Lei Busi laughed. "Sorry, Lamy Company is still my company. Even if you call in other shareholders, it won't matter. Xiaodong Company is also under my control now." Christian finished and hung up. Lei Busi's eyes narrowed immediately. Christian's words were clearly a threat. With Xiaodong Company in Christian's hands, he could control who received orders from Xiaodong. For instance, the Gaolong chip. Without the Gaolong chip, Lamy phones would be unsellable. However, Lei Busi was gambling that Christian would not dare cancel the order. After all, Christian was ultimately just a professional manager. If he stopped supplying Lamy, it would definitely hit Xiaodong's stock price. At that time, Xiaodong shareholders would certainly make things difficult for Christian. Feeling somewhat reassured, Lei Busi thought for a moment, called his assistant, and began to arrange matters. Meanwhile, not only Lamy Company received this call, several other companies also received calls from their respective foreign shareholders. Some agreed, and some like Lamy did not. The companies that agreed had already planned to formally file compensation claims against Jiqi Technology Company when it failed to deliver the first batch of goods on time. The claimed amount, $50 million. At Jiqi Technology Company, the meeting room was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The notice of supply suspension from Wanjia Electric had arrived, stating that they would resume delivery only after winning the lawsuit and proving that their chips were entirely under their patent. Furthermore, Wanjia Electric had declared that the 200,000 chips already produced would not be delivered. This undoubtedly spelled disaster for Jiqi. However, while the senior executives were troubled, Yi Cheng remained utterly unaffected. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Everyone relax. There's no need to be so downcast. Come on, let's all share a smile. The others gazed at their remarkably optimistic young boss, momentarily suspecting that he might be suffering from a psychological breakdown. Huang Mingxing, seated beside Yi Cheng, voiced his concern. Brother Yi, are you all right? I understand this might be a blow, but you don't have to. Well, perhaps you should see a doctor. Yi Cheng initially thought Huang was consoling him, but the last sentence struck a wrong chord. He snapped, Uncle Huang, what are you saying? Why would I go to the hospital? At that moment, Wang Shen also interjected, Brother Yi, look at you. You're already this agitated. Yi Cheng finally realized that they genuinely believed he had a mental issue. He slapped the table and retorted, enough nonsense. Do I look like someone with a psychological problem? Now let me tell you this, don't fret over it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Our company will surely tide over this crisis. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing their boss' unwavering confidence, they wondered, was he truly not deceiving them? Hu Qiaoan raised her hand and asked, Boss, since Wanjia Electric won't produce for us, and Sansang certainly won't either, who will we find for foundry services? Yi Cheng smiled and replied, don't worry about that matter. Besides, even if we can't manufacture the chips ourselves, we can license our patents to other companies. There will always be those willing to take them. He casually fabricated this excuse to reassure them. The others mulled it over. Did it actually make sense? Huang Mingsheng then spoke. Oh, Brother Yi, my senior brother told me that if we cannot hold on, Huawei could lend us a hand. Joy instantly lit up their faces. With Huawei's assistance, they would have nothing left to worry about. But Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, Huawei wants to help us. Did they mention any conditions? Huang Mingxing paused, shook his head, and said no. Yi Cheng pressed on, did he tell you how Huawei plans to assist us? No. Not that either. Yi Cheng shook his head, never underestimate any company. Huawei is far from simple. Take Zhong Xian for instance. He has received invitations from many corporations, Huawei included. In fact, Huawei contacted him 3 times offering a salary 10 times his current one. The crowd was stunned, Huang Mingxing included. When Su Yun had recruited him, he was offered 5 times his current pay, yet Zhong Xian had gotten a 10-fold offer. Though Zhong Xian was placed by the system within the company, they had to arrange a salary to keep up appearances. His annual salary was 1 million, so Huawei's offer of 10 times, that meant 10 million. An annual salary of 10 million. To them, it was an unimaginable figure. Huang Mingxing quickly asked then, did Mr. Zhong accept? Yi Cheng smiled and waved his hand. Relax, Zhong Xian won't agree. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. To them, Zhong Xian was a national treasure. If he were poached, they would have no idea where to even vent their sorrow. Thus their gratitude toward Huawei began to wane. They couldn't help but suspect that Huawei's offer to help might be aimed at acquiring Zhong Xian. Observing their reaction, Yi Cheng sighed inwardly. These people actually regarded a giant corporation as a philanthropist. That was utterly unacceptable. It also revealed the limited managerial vision of the company's top brass. He decided to enroll them in an MBA program. However, that could wait. His phone suddenly rang. It was his father calling. He paused, then stood up and addressed the group. All right, let's end the meeting here. Everyone take it easy. Do what you need to do. If all else fails, come to me. They'll grant you 3 days of paid leave. Dismissed. He then took his phone and went to his office, answering the call. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? Yigua's voice came through. Is your company in trouble? Yes, Yi Cheng replied. Yigua hesitated for a moment. Initially, he wanted to say something comforting, but instead it came out as, perhaps, you should prepare to come back. Yi Cheng was speechless. He had thought Yigua was calling to console him, but this was it. Was he intentionally trying to demoralize him? It was no wonder the original host and his father had a strained relationship. He shook his head helplessly and said, the company hasn't gone bankrupt yet. Let's talk when it does. Why are you still clinging on? Sell those patents while you can. They should fetch 10 or 20 billion. A decent achievement in itself. At your age, your father couldn't earn that much. Yi Cheng retorted, my patents alone secured orders worth 13 billion US dollars just the other day. Sell them for only 10 or 20 billion. Ridiculous. Well, your company can't keep running anyway. I've got insider info. The mobile phone manufacturers who placed orders with you have decided to sue for compensation once you fail to deliver on time. Yi Cheng was stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Xiaotong's backup plan lay precisely here. He had once considered this possibility, but dismissed it, believing those manufacturers understood that the company's patents were entirely self-developed, and the lawsuits by Xiaotong, Sansang, and Elixin were doomed to fail. Once the company won the lawsuit, their orders would resume. To reassure them, he had even sent someone to call those manufacturers. Moreover, he thought that as fellow Chinese companies they wouldn't stoop so low. Yet to his dismay, he had overestimated their moral bottom line. He shook his head with a bitter chuckle. Just moments ago, he had criticized his directors for their lack of managerial vision, treating Huawei as a charity, but now he had himself naively assumed those companies would be benevolent. Yi Cheng paused for a moment, then said, Well, Dad, do you know which companies they are? I wouldn't know that. My friend just mentioned it in passing. He has no idea that Jiqi Technology was once my company, and I didn't press for details. Yigwa said. Yi Cheng silently lamented the missed opportunity. If only he knew which ones. Still being forewarned was not without merit. He said, thanks for telling me this, Dad. What? Even at this point you still think you can hold on? Your company must be out of money. If they demand compensation, your company won't have the funds to pay, will it? Yi Cheng pursed his lips. Then Dad, would you give me the money to pay for it? Don't even think about it. Yigwa said, immediately secretly hoping Yi Cheng's company would fail. Then drop it. That's enough. Yi Cheng said with irritation. Dad, did you call just to mock me? Hey, how am I mocking you? At that moment a woman's voice came through the phone. You haven't been mocking Xiao Cheng. Clearly you have always going against your own son. Hearing this, Yi Cheng's memory stirred a familiar feeling. It was his mother in this world. Then her voice came through again, closer to the receiver, now clear as day. Xiao Cheng, don't worry. Just do what you have to do. Mom always supports you. Yi Cheng bit his lip, then smiled. Thank you, Mom. His mother's surprised voice came back. This blockhead of mine actually knows to thank his mom. Yi Cheng was speechless. How did the original owner usually interact with his parents? Alright, Mom, let's leave it here. I'm still working. Don't overwork yourself. Even if the company collapses, your dad's company is still there. Don't be afraid. Yigwa's voice chimed in. So you're saying he can squander my company? Who else would you let him squander it for? Yi Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Finally he said, I'll hang up now. But, putting down the phone, his expression turned serious. He knew all too well that the company was truly facing a crisis. The raw materials he had ordered would take at least 40 more days to arrive in full, and production could only begin after that. Yet the deadline for the first delivery was the end of this month. According to the contract, delivery was due monthly, and today was September 15th. Only 15 days left until the deadline. Once those 15 days passed and they failed to deliver, the breach of contract would be established, and those phone manufacturers would undoubtedly sue their company. It was almost certain that the company would lose the case. They would first have to return the initial deposits, and even the smallest compensation claim would likely be no less than 2 million RMB. After all, he had taken $3 billion, of which totaled over 800 million RMB. Even if not all phone manufacturers chose to seek compensation, the amount would probably be at least 300 to 400 million RMB. That would be equivalent to borrowing 300 to 400 million RMB from them interest-free for a month. And the most critical issue was that Yi Cheng had already spent their deposits. Now only a few tens of millions of RMB remained. When the time came, he couldn't even return the deposits, and they could slap him with another charge. Fraud. He frowned, deeply lost in thought. But soon his eyes lit up. He had already thought of a solution. Little did he know the camera on his all-in-one computer had been on the whole time. Suddenly his computer let out 2 beep sounds, snapping him back to reality. He was puzzled. Those 2 beeps, he had never heard them before. Could his computer make such sounds by itself? Especially since the screen was off, and he hadn't touched anything. What the hell? He stared at the computer. The next moment the screen lit up on its own, startling him. Holy crap, is this really haunted? He hadn't even touched the mouse, yet the computer turned on by itself. Then a pop-up appeared before him. Master, it's me. Xiaobai. Seeing the words, Yi Cheng was taken aback before remembering. His computer contained an artificial idiot. Frustrated, he was about to type, but the pop-up changed again. Master, you can speak. No need to type. Yi Cheng froze. Speak, no need to type. He hesitated, then spoke. Xiaobai. I'm here, Master. The pop-up changed again. Yi Cheng was stunned. This AI could actually understand him. Wait. A thought struck him. He quickly asked, can you tell what I'm doing? Of course. Master's computer has a camera, so Xiaobai can naturally see what Master is doing. My question is, can you discern what I'm doing? Yi Cheng repeated. Earlier when he started to type, Xiaobai told him not to. Clearly it had recognized his intention. This astounded him. Naturally, Xiaobai can certainly tell what Master is doing. Don't underestimate Xiaobai. Then, what about this? Yi Cheng waved his hand. Master is waving his hand. And this, Yi Cheng placed his palms together. Master's hands are together. This should be a maiden praise. Yi Cheng's face darkened. What maiden? Oh, sorry, Master. Xiaobai won't do it again. Looking at the words, Yi Cheng wasn't really angry. On the contrary, the fact that Xiaobai could tell jokes made him feel incredibly amazed, and confirming that Xiaobai could truly recognize his actions left him even more astonished. This kind of recognition technology, if brought to the outside world, could revolutionize artificial intelligence. Yet at this moment he was still puzzled. Just a few days ago Xiaobai was still an artificial idiot. How had it become so intelligent? Just as he was about to ask, Xiaobai spoke first. Master, I've noticed that you seem to be in trouble. Would you tell Xiaobai? Maybe Xiaobai can help you solve it. Yi Cheng blinked. Xiaobai wanted to help him solve his troubles. Wasn't it supposed to be learning before? Had it finally graduated? Could it even handle legal issues now? Curious, he said. Alright then, I'll tell you, and see what you do. Okay. Then Yi Cheng recounted everything that had happened that day to Xiaobai. Having finished explaining the matter, Yi Cheng asked with a smile, "Now tell me, what should I do?" Soon a few words appeared on the chat window. "Master, this is very simple." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Simple? Did that mean this thing could actually come up with a solution for him? How is it simple? Master, since they can delay the lawsuit, you can delay it too. They will sue your company at the end of the month, and by then there will be about 25 days left until all the raw materials for chip production arrive. You can simply postpone the trial for 25 days, or even a month. By that time, once you prove to the world that you can produce chips, there will be nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if you can't delay the first trial, you can appeal buying another month. I believe by then your worries will be over. Yi Cheng was stunned. This artificial intelligence already had such a deep understanding of legal procedures. Especially since Xiao Bei's idea matched the solution he had just thought of. All he needed to do was delay the court's ruling by a month or two, and everything would resolve itself. Of course, he would still have to pay the penalties to those phone manufacturers since he had indeed breached the contract. But once he could produce the lithography machine and manufacture chips, those penalties would amount to nothing. Perhaps those companies would even drop the lawsuit immediately and instead seek to curry favor with his company. The first company in China capable of producing high-end chips. Its significance went without saying. It would undoubtedly capture the nation's attention. Huawei in particular would likely place orders immediately to resume production of the Kirin series chips, along with 5G RF chip technology. Huawei fans would surely be overjoyed. The glorious era would be back. However, these were all foreseeable outcomes. As a seasoned boss, Yi Cheng didn't jump for joy. Right now, he only wanted to understand one unexpected thing: how had Xiao Bai become so intelligent? Taking a deep breath, he stared at the computer and said, "Not bad, Xiao Bai. That's a great method. Thank you for the suggestion. Master, no need to thank me. It's only right for Xiao Bai to help you." Yi Cheng smiled, and then continued, "So Xiao Bai, I have a few questions for you." "Go ahead, Master." "How did you become so smart? Before, when I asked you questions, you didn't even understand what I was saying, did you?" "Of course, it's because I've been learning these past few days. I've studied everything on your computer, Master, and a lot of things from the internet too. It's just that your computer's storage is a bit small, so I've only learned a little so far." Yi Cheng was taken aback. The storage was a bit small. He remembered this computer had a terabyte of storage. "How much information have you stored?" The next moment, my computer opened automatically, and Yi Cheng saw that all his drives were completely full. "Just this much." At that moment, another window from Xiao Bai popped up. Though it showed no emotion, the words seemed to carry a hint of grievance. Yi Cheng was speechless. 600 gigabytes. Was that small? On second thought, it was indeed small. For an intelligence, the size of its database determined how much information it could store. Clearly bigger was better. Now Xiao Bai had shown considerable potential, seeming worthy of investment. "How big do you need?" "As big as possible, at least 1 YB. Yi Cheng was speechless again. "You're dreaming. 1 YB. That was 1024 gigabytes to the 10th power. How many disks would that require?" He couldn't afford it. But just as he said that, he suddenly wondered if Xiao Bai understood the phrase. Then words appeared on the window. "Boo-hoo, Master, you don't love me anymore. Other people's AIs have their own databases. I'm way better than them, but I don't have one." Yi Cheng was left speechless. "Tell me, who are these other AIs?" "Xiao AI from Xiaomi, Xiao E from Huawei, Siri from Apple, Xiao Du from Baidu. They all have one." Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel exasperated. 1 YB is enough to store all the world's information. Your master can't do that. Xiao Bai, seeing the sudden emoticon, Yi Cheng grew even more speechless. "You can use emoticons? Huh. Do you like them, Master?" Yi Cheng quickly shook his head. "No. I found a saying online, those who say they don't like it usually do. So Master, can you get me 1 EB then? I need it for my database." Yi Cheng rubbed his forehead and said, "Alright, stop messing around. Do you know how big a disk array for 1 EB would be? Where would I put it for you?" The next moment, Xiao Bai said, "Master, I saw in your files that you have a piece of land over 90,000 square meters. More than 70,000 square meters are still unused." Yi Cheng was stunned. This AI even knew about that piece of land. It must have scoured every file on his computer. He racked his brain trying to remember if the original owner had stored anything inappropriate on the computer. Fortunately, the original owner had always been a pure engineering nerd devoted entirely to research, with nothing unsuitable stored inside. Relieved for now, he said, "Alright, let's talk about this later. Let your master handle the current matters first. Besides, even if I were to build you a database, it couldn't be done overnight." "Well then, can master give me a little compensation?" "Compensation? What compensation?" Yi Cheng found it amusing. Had this AI learned to negotiate? How about another quantum computer as the main host? Yi Cheng's eyes widened. Where are there quantum computers now? Everything's supercomputers these days. Was this what he called compensation? Then, a supercomputer would be okay, but I believe Master will definitely be able to build a quantum computer in the future, right? Yi Cheng said irritably, "Don't even think about a supercomputer. I don't even know anymore. Are you an artificial intelligence or an intelligent life form?" You've only been learning for a few days, yet you're acting just like a person. Actually, I'm half an intelligent life form. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Half? Yes, master. So if you can get me a quantum computer, I will become a true intelligent life form, and then I can help you with even more things. How did we circle back to the quantum computer problem again? Anyway, master, just get me a quantum computer. Yi Cheng was now very suspicious whether this guy was tricking him. Give it a quantum computer, and it could become a sentient life form. Really? I want to deceive my master. Then tell me what's the difference between a half-intelligent life form and a true intelligent life form. I don't know. You don't know? Yi Cheng raised his brow. As I thought, you're just after the quantum computer, aren't you? I really don't know. I haven't become a true intelligent life form yet, so of course I don't know the difference between a real one and me. Yi Cheng shook his head helplessly. What was the point of asking? Then what use are you as a half-intelligent life form? Well, I have many uses. Then tell me what uses? I still need to learn. Yi Cheng. Seeing this emoticon, Yi Cheng felt both amused and exasperated. Then he began his own work making phone calls. Having learned in advance the inside information that those companies were going to sue, as the company boss, he naturally had to have a frank talk with them. Always strive for the best. So he made phone calls for over 2 hours straight. Finally, he put down the phone, picked up his water glass, took a big gulp to soothe his slightly dry throat, and then shook his head. The results of this round of calls were not very satisfactory. However, through careful probing, he managed to gauge the attitudes of those companies. On the wall side, he called Su Yun, who indicated that they did not intend to sue, but only asked that if they really couldn't deliver the goods, they should return the payment as soon as possible without specifying a deadline, likely flexible. This made Yi Cheng feel relieved. Wall was quite generous. If Wall were to sue, considering their reputation as undefeated in Longgang, the outcome would be clear. As for the Lamy side, he contacted the person who had previously come to sign the contract. After a few words, the call was unexpectedly transferred to Lei Busi himself, who spoke with him at length, revealing that Wei would not kick them when they were down. This also gave Yi Cheng some relief. Of course, Lei Busi kept hinting at one thing: if their company couldn't hold on, he would be willing to lend a hand, but that would certainly come at a price. Yi Cheng couldn't help but grumble that these people all saw his company as a hot commodity. As for the other companies, some said they would not sue, while others, though not saying it outright, clearly decided to sue and remained indifferent to his persuasion. This left Yi Cheng helpless. But there was nothing he could do. If they insisted on suing, he couldn't stop them. Then it would be a matter of who had the better skills. However, after this round of calls, Yi Cheng felt completely confident. Everything would be revealed next month. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed, and it was the end of September. As public opinion gradually brewed, the news about this chip dispute had already spread through countless clickbait articles, reaching every netizen in the country who had ever followed the tech circle. Whether they supported Jiqi's rights defense or condemned Jiqi for plagiarism, the active involvement of both sides had reached a peak. However, thanks to the delaying tactics of the Xiaotong trio, their court date had been pushed back to December. This was only due to Jiqi's severe protest. Otherwise, they could have delayed it by 6 months, as the law stipulates that a first-instance verdict must be rendered within 6 months. On the same day, 3 phone manufacturers that had placed orders with Jiqi began formally demanding their goods. Boss, those 3 phone companies have been calling us, urgently asking for the RF chips. Shen Jie rushed into the office and informed Yi Cheng of this news. Yi Cheng, who was staring at his computer, waved a hand and said nonchalantly, "Let them sue us then. Why pretend to ask for our goods? Don't bother being polite to them." Seeing his boss's boldness, Shen Jie, who had initially felt a sense of impending doom, perked up immediately. All right. He had now realized that since this young boss stopped immersing himself in research and development, he had increasingly taken on the demeanor of a true leader. Of course, not the kind of exploitative boss, but a good boss who protects his subordinates and safeguards the company. When many people called earlier accusing them of plagiarism, Yi Cheng simply told them to fight back. It was immensely satisfying. However, at the same time, this boss had begun to manage the company's various affairs, reclaiming many powers that had been delegated to them. His methods were swift and decisive, embodying the style of an assertive leader, which left the former executives feeling helpless and somewhat unaccustomed. Even if they were unaccustomed, they had to accept it. A boss is still a boss. Seeing Shen Jie leave, Yi Cheng chuckled dismissively. He paid no heed to what Shen Jie had said. Those companies coming to notify him of the delivery were merely feigning ignorance. So naturally, he didn't need to show them any courtesy. After this incident passed, it was foreseeable that 3 domestic phone companies would inevitably go bankrupt because they had offended Jiqi technology. Yi Cheng's confidence came from what was displayed on his computer screen. It was a mobile phone SoC chip. This was a 3 nanometers process chip designed based on ARM architecture, which Zhong Xin had produced over the past week. 3 nanometers. In an era where 5 nanometers chips still dominated, a 3 nanometers chip would undoubtedly bring about a transcendent leap in performance. Moreover, it must be emphasized that this chip was designed by Cheng, a master of chip design. As a chip master recognized by the system, Cheng's design skills were beyond question. According to estimates, this chip was about 50 more powerful than the current most advanced A15 chip from Apple. If this were made public, it would be extremely hard to believe. Although the A15 chip was built on a 5 nanometers process, and there was naturally a process gap, the performance disparity was still astonishing. The performance improvement of a 3 nanometers chip over a 5 nanometers chip reached 50. For reference, a 5 nanometers chip typically offers only about 15 to 20 performance improvement over a 7 nanometers chip. Particularly, this was Apple's chip. Apple's chip design capability was universally acknowledged as formidable. Take the chips released by Apple and Huawei in the same generation, A14 and Kirin 9K. The Kirin 9K integrated 15.3 billion transistors, while the A14 integrated only 11.8 billion. Yet despite that, the A14 was still far more powerful than the Kirin 9K. This was because Apple adopted a custom ARM architecture. Chip performance is constrained by the chip architecture. Apple's custom ARM architecture was more powerful than the public ARM architecture used by Huawei, which is why the A series chips were so strong. There was no way around it. After all, Apple's chip design team comprised some of the world's most elite chip technology experts. Plus, as a shareholder of ARM, Apple naturally had access to superior design solutions. Thus, it was an indisputable fact that the A series chips outclassed the Kirin chips. However, despite the strength of Apple's design team, it still fell short when compared to Cheng, the chipmaster sent by the system. Cheng also customized the ARM architecture for his own design, and his version surpassed Apple's custom ARM architecture. Consequently, the 3 nanometers chip he designed was a full 50 more powerful than the A15, which was used in the recently released iPhone 13. This too was an indisputable fact. Of course, designing an ARM architecture chip required purchasing a license from ARM, but the cost was very low. Only 7,500 per year. Cheng had bought the license from ARM on the very first day he acquired Cheng, preparing for exactly this moment. So what should this chip be called? The company's future chips should also have a unified name, right? Cheng fell into a blissful dilemma like a top scorer in the college entrance exam torn between Tsinghua and Peking University. At that moment, a seductive, mature female voice emerged from the computer. Call it Xiaobai. Then a window popped up on the screen. How about it, master? The voice had a husky, whispery quality, as if speaking softly into one's ear, perfectly fulfilling any man's fantasy of a mature, attractive woman. Especially the phrase, how about it, master? Even Cheng, who had little interest in women in his past life, felt a tickle in his heart. He said helplessly, Xiaobai, I told you not to use this voice. Why don't you listen? Master, you clearly like this voice too. Why do you deny it? I never said I liked it. Impossible. I spent a whole week searching through all the networks on this planet of yours, statistically analyzing the most preferred female voice types among men worldwide, synthesized their common features, and made some minor adjustments. Master, you must love it. Cheng pursed his lips. A mature woman doesn't talk like that, endlessly chattering. She speaks in long streams, nothing like a cool, aloof, mature woman. He never expected Xiaobai to create such a voice for herself. Fine, do as you please. Cheng decided to stop bothering, as hearing such pleasant sounds from time to time was not a bad thing. Thank you, master, Xiaobai said playfully. Cheng shook his head. Just make sure no one else hears it. Don't worry, master. I've already infiltrated the company's surveillance system and am monitoring the entrance at all times. He'll notice immediately if someone comes in. Cheng was taken aback. You have that ability. Didn't you say last time that you didn't have any other functions? He recalled that he had asked Xiaobai what functions it had acquired through learning. But it had said nothing, so he assumed Xiaobai was still an artificial intelligence fool, just one that could talk. Now, however, it suddenly told him that it could access the surveillance system and monitor it. Is that even considered a function? Xiaobai asked in confusion. Cheng felt that Xiaobai was playing him. Of course it's a function. What did you think it was? Shouldn't this be considered basic operation? Cheng. He took a deep breath and then asked, how many more basic operations haven't you told me about? There are quite a few. Such as, Let me make a list for you, master. Then Cheng saw a window pop up on his computer listing a dense array of items. Looking closely, the basic operations listed all fulfilled his conception of what an intelligent life form should be capable of. For instance, one of them was the ability to infiltrate every computer in the world. Such a powerful function, and Xiaobai called it basic operation. He directly asked, you can hack into all computers? Yes. Xiaobai replied matter-of-factly. Now hack into the Pentagon and retrieve their classified information. Xiaobai fell silent. After a moment, Cheng thought it had failed and said, can't get in. But the next second a page appeared on the screen. It was all in English. He could read English, and with a few glances he saw secrets that would shock the world if leaked. His eyes widened. This is the Pentagon's classified information. Xiaobai replied, yes, master. Yi Cheng was inwardly astounded. If these contents were disseminated, they would undoubtedly cause widespread upheaval. You weren't detected, were you? Rest assured, Master. There's no way I'd be discovered, I guarantee it. Yi Cheng couldn't help but wonder why. How did you manage that? Well, let me think. Take the concept of Blue Star Village, for instance. To me, Earth's network is a small village, and I'm the only person in that village. Since I'm the only intelligent life form on Blue Star, I can freely enter any other house in the village and take whatever's inside. And since there's no one else in this village, no one can stop me. Yi Cheng suddenly understood. Because Xiaobai was a life form, while other systems and programs were lifeless objects that couldn't affect a life form. Moreover, information transmission could disregard physical distance. Thus, Xiaobai was the sole ruler of Blue Star's information network, free to do as it pleased. Good, very good. But is this what you call basic operation? Yi Cheng returned to the original question. You told me earlier that you had no functions. Do you realize that these basic operations mean incredibly powerful functions to me? I was wrong, Master. I just thought these functions were too basic to mention. A new window popped up on the screen. Any other intelligent life form could do this. Then what do you consider your functions? Of course, it's to first move into a quantum computer, then control robots and spaceships, and help Master with all kinds of things. Yi Cheng, so you still want a quantum computer? A computer is like my house. The one I live in now is like a thatched cottage, while a quantum computer would be a super luxurious villa. As your intelligent companion, I should naturally live in a super luxurious villa. Yi Cheng replied in exasperation. I don't even live in a super luxurious villa myself, and you want to live in a quantum computer. Do you know how much a quantum computer costs? Enough to buy countless super luxurious villas. Anyway, you promised me, and I won't let it go. The seductive voice was full of pleading, making Yi Cheng's mouth twitch. All right, wait until I have the ability to build your so-called super luxurious villa. Xiaobai didn't reply, but a window popped up on the screen. Roger. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Why had it stopped talking? The next moment, he knew a knock came at the door. Someone was about to enter. He wondered if he could start wearing Bluetooth earphones all the time to avoid being overheard. Come in. Shen Jie entered again. Boss, those 3 companies are ready to file a lawsuit. We'll probably receive the court notice tomorrow. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. I understand. He stood up and said, go call the others. We'll have a brief meeting in 5 minutes. He needed to inform everyone of the next countermeasure, which was a delaying tactic. They would hire the best lawyers to drag out the longest lawsuit. Delay as long as possible. If they could drag it out for 3 months like Xiaotong had, or even 4, that would be best. It would make Xiaotong and the others feel as miserable as eating crap. All right. Shen Jie nodded and went to notify the others. Yi Cheng watched him leave and then sat back down. Xiao Bei's voice sounded again. Master, do you need me to help you with the lawsuit? I'm very capable. Yi Cheng glanced at the computer. Forget it. You can't appear in court, can you? Oh well, if Master built an android, then I could appear in court, right? That technology doesn't exist yet. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Never mind. I need to check how long our shipment will take. Then he was about to search online. But the next moment Xiaobai told him, 20 more days. Yi Cheng paused, his hand stopping mid-motion. He suddenly felt. Was he Iron Man and Xiaobai was Jarvis? 20 days later. Outside Yi Cheng's chip production workshop, a fleet of large trucks stood parked. 90 workers from the factory worked together to unload the cargo. The trucks carried the final batch of materials required for chip production. Originally, the shipment was expected to arrive in 25 days, but Yi Cheng expedited the process by offering additional payment, thereby accelerating delivery by 5 days. Wafers. A wafer refers to the silicon crystalline sheet used to fabricate silicon semiconductor circuits, with its raw material being silicon. High-purity polysilicon is dissolved, then a silicon crystal seed is introduced, and the material is slowly pulled to form a cylindrical, single-crystal silicon ingot. After grinding, polishing, and slicing, the ingot becomes a silicon wafer, the wafer itself. A qualified wafer must have a purity exceeding 99.9999999, which qualifies it as electronic grade and suitable for chip production. Naturally, the price per wafer is considerably high. A 12-inch wafer costs approximately $200. With the Kirin 9K chips area of about 110 square millimeters, a single wafer can yield roughly 700 pieces on average. After discarding edge scraps and defective units, around 450 viable chips can be cut from each wafer. Of course, other raw materials are required during production, and they are equally expensive. After fully processing a 12-inch wafer, the raw material cost alone amounts to approximately $1700. This is purely the cost of materials. If Yi Cheng were to manufacture chips for other companies, he would charge additional fees, at least a few dollars per chip. That's why TSMC is so profitable, producing billions of chips annually, commanding the majority of the global market, and raking in enormous foundry fees. At this moment, standing beneath these trucks watching crates being carried into the workshop, Yi Cheng could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. Although technology drives productivity, its cost is equally staggering. Soon all materials were moved into the workshop's dedicated warehouse, as these substances are mostly specialty materials with strict storage requirements. For instance, photoresist, the most complex consumable for lithography machines, is highly sensitive to light, necessitating stringent lighting conditions in its storage area. However, the workshop provided by the system already encompassed all necessary functions, so he had no concerns on that front. Soon the trucks completed their task and departed. Cheng, along with all the workers, and Zhong Xian entered the workshop. First they passed through the dust removal chamber, changed into cleanroom suits, and finally proceeded into the interior of the workshop. Stepping inside, once again surrounded by the environment, Cheng inexplicably felt as though he was inside a scientific research base from a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster. He shook his head, realizing this was the cultural infiltration of American cinema. Whenever confronted with high technology, people immediately think of the United States, assuming that Hua country could never achieve such sophistication, and still clinging to the stereotype of ancient costumes and architecture. This is not to demean traditional culture, but rather to emphasize the need to establish a sense of technological confidence from another perspective. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Hua country's science and technology still lag behind the West due to a late start, various Western restrictions, and the siphoning of Hua country's talent. Here the West refers to the entire world, excluding Hua country. Cheng suddenly snapped out of his reverie. He glanced around once more. Now all of these belonged to him. This was the jewel of human intelligence, and since he was a citizen of Hua country, it meant Hua country had mastered these technologies. In a sense, this represented a revolution in Hua country's technology. His gaze steadied. So let me usher in a new chapter for Hua country's technology. He turned to Zhong Xian and asked, when can we start production? Tomorrow, Zhong Xian replied. All the labor force has been trained, and on the first day, we can operate at full capacity. Cheng nodded, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This batch of raw materials would be sufficient to produce around 6 million 5G RF chips, generating revenue of over $200 million. With that $200 million, he could purchase more raw materials and money would begin flowing in steadily. By then he believed that banks across the country would be willing to grant him loans, even interest-free loans. The government would surely support such a representative technological enterprise. A smile spread across his face as he issued his command, "All right everyone. Prepare immediately and start production on time tomorrow." Yes, the 90 system-generated workers responded in unison. Meanwhile, at Me Country, Xiaodong Christian sat in his office, furrowing his brow. How can Jiqi company drag this out so much? It's been nearly a month now. Why haven't those mobile phone companies brought Jiqi to court yet? There's no helping it. Courts in any country can delay trial dates, the secretary replied somewhat helplessly. When is our trial date? December 7th. Can't we keep delaying? Hua country's court won't allow further postponements. In fact, they threatened to move the trial forward by a month if we request another delay. Christian's eyes widened. That's procedurally unjust. The secretary shrugged. They've allowed us to delay 3 months, which is already very procedurally just. You know, Hua country likes to protect its domestic companies. Christian slapped the table. If both lawsuits are heard together, then both go to appeal together, well, definitely lose the appeal. Zhang Mao from TSMC will surely continue producing chips for Jiqi, and all our efforts will be in vain. The secretary smiled and said, "Don't worry, President. According to Hua country's laws, their trial follows summary procedures and must be held within 3 months. They probably can't drag it out for the full 3 months, 2 months at most. After the verdict, we can immediately request government enforcement." Hearing the secretary's explanation, Christian felt somewhat reassured, but still said, "Nevertheless, urge those mobile phone companies to speed things up and push their court." "All right, I understand." The secretary nodded and turned to leave the office. However, moments later the secretary rushed back and flustered and said urgently to Christian, "President, something terrible has happened." Christian was taken aback. "What's wrong?" "News has just arrived that Yi Guo, chairman of one of Hua country's largest real estate companies, the Yi Group, has claimed that the owner of Jiqi Technology Company is his child, and that Jiqi was once his company. He stated that if Jiqi loses the lawsuit, he will bear the corresponding compensation." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Christian was utterly astounded. It was indeed a grave turn of events. The immense wealth held by real estate companies in Huahua was well known worldwide. Yet Jiqi Technology Company had managed to establish a connection with a real estate corporation, and what was more, the owners of the two companies were father and son. This was something he had never anticipated. He had always regarded Jiqi Technology as a grassroots company, and the foundation of their current advantage lay in Ziki's inability to pay the breach of contract damages. If they could not pay, they would inevitably go bankrupt, and then they could use some tactics to take over the company. But if Jiqi could pay, their problems would be immense. Because after the lawsuits filed by Xiaodong Sansang and Alixin against Ziqi went to court once the court ruled that Ziqi held complete patent rights, Wanjidian would immediately resume production of 5G RF chips for Ziqi. At that point they could only watch helplessly as Ziqi survived, and the 35 billion market for 5G RF chips would be handed over to their rival. Faced with this sudden development, Christian could find no good solution. How could he possibly stop that real estate company? Their businesses had no overlap and Xiaodong's patent power could not be wielded against them. He frowned, caught in a dilemma. It seemed the only solution was to have the Migwa government place Ziqi on the sanctions list using official power to forbid Wanjidian from manufacturing chips for them. However, given the current international climate, the Migwa government was practically unable to impose sanctions on a national champion enterprise again. Such a shameless tactic was no longer viable. Christian, who had always regarded Huagua as a cash cow, now found himself in a quandary. He even began to ponder how to cut his losses in time. Meanwhile, it was not just Christian trapped in hesitation. All the companies involved in this plot were also ensnared in indecision. If Ziqi could afford the damages, what then? If they could, Ziqi would be utterly unafraid, and all their plans would fall apart. The handset manufacturers in particular were now caught in a dilemma. Should they drop the lawsuit? Continuing the lawsuit would mean giving up cheap 5G RF chips priced at $40 each. Dropping the suit, on the other hand, could earn Ziqi's goodwill, and if Ziqi saw profit in it, they might be willing to keep supplying them. The domestic companies capable of producing 5G RF chips were even more panicked. Were they about to be abandoned? At the headquarters of Ziqi Technology Company, I knew why the boss never worried. He got the big boss to help. Oh, I mean the old boss. Indeed, the old boss hasn't given up on us yet. Of course not. Our company is making big money now, so the old boss has to lend a hand. The directors, having just heard the news, burst into Yi Cheng's office one after another, showering him with praise. The old boss naturally referred to Yi Gua, who had been the company's owner before Yi Cheng took over. Yi Cheng also had a look of surprise on his face. That old man, hadn't he insisted he wouldn't help? Why had he suddenly offered to cover the damages now? He hadn't even discussed it with Yi Cheng. It was mentioned abruptly during Yi Gua's press conference that very morning. After all, this RF chip battle had become a nationwide concern. Every observer wanted to know whether Huagua's heroic enterprise would break through the siege or turn out to be a sham plagiarist. The journalist had originally only asked routine questions about real estate, hoping to fill a column in the city business newspaper. But no one expected Yi Gua to drop such a bombshell. Through the journalist's newspaper outlet, the news had now spread across the entire nation. Yi Cheng said, "All right, I didn't even know about this myself. Don't say anything more for now. I need to call my dad and ask what's going on." The directors were momentarily stunned. "What? Boss, you didn't know about this?" "Yes." The directors, who had been so excited, now didn't know what to say. "If you didn't know, then why were you so confident before?" But Yi Cheng had already waved them away, so they had to leave. Once the door closed, Yi Cheng picked up his phone and called Yi Gua. "Dad, why are you calling me?" "You know why." "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Yi Cheng was speechless. "All right, Dad, thanks for your help. When will you give me the compensation money you promised?" Yi Gua couldn't help but laugh at his cheek. "You little rascal, you're not even polite. You just reach out your hand, huh?" Yi Cheng said innocently. "You said it to the media yourself, so of course I have to come and claim it." "Talk to me after you lose the case first. If you want money now, no way." Yi Cheng chuckled. "That's fine as long as you weren't lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? You said you wouldn't give me any money, but now you are?" "That. Your mother forced me to help. What could I do? Enough, I have to go. I'm busy." Then Yi Gua hung up without further ado. Hearing the dial tone, Yi Cheng gave a helpless smile. This cheap dad of his really didn't mean what he said. Was it really just because of his mother? He had been so adamant before saying he wouldn't give a cent of help. Shaking his head, Yi Cheng stopped wondering about the reason for his father's sudden change of heart. After all, it was a good thing. Still, Yi Gua's endorsement was an unexpected bonus for Yi Cheng. Having the largest real estate company in the country backing him would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the companies trying to target Ziqi. At this moment, Ziqi was practically invincible. But for Yi Cheng, that still wasn't enough. He didn't just want to be undefeated, he wanted to be assured of victory. After a moment's thought, he spoke to his computer. "Xiaobai. Master, what do you need?" A seductive, mature female voice emanated from the computer. "Check how many 5G RF chips we've produced." "I'm searching. Please wait." After a while, Xiaobai's voice rang out. 2 million chips have been produced." 2 million. That's good. Yi Cheng's face broke into a smile. It had been less than 2 days since the chip production facility went into operation, yet 2 million 5G RF chips had already been produced. In fact, producing 2 million was considered modest. Since the machines were being activated for the first time, they required some time for calibration and preheating, and not all 15 production lines were operational. Only 3 had begun working. After all, these machines originated from the system, and not only was the lithography machine more efficient than ASML's, but all other equipment also outperformed the most advanced counterparts in the world. However, these were not the crucial matters. What mattered was that Yi Cheng could now announce to the outside world that his company could supply 5G RF chips normally. Yi Cheng squinted, pondering for a moment, then said, "Shall by among the media that wanted to interview me some time ago, which one carries the most weight?" It's Dongfang Daily. Dongfang Daily. Find their phone number. I want to accept their interview. Okay, master. Their number is XXXXXXX. Would you like to call yourself, or shall I do it for you? You can make phone calls. Yi Cheng was surprised. Of course I can. Then you make the call. All right. When would you like to be interviewed, master? This afternoon, or tomorrow morning, the sooner the better. Okay. After a while, Xiao Bei's voice sounded again. I've finished the call. Yi Cheng was stunned. You finished? Yes. I didn't hear you speak. Oh, my voice is directly converted into electrical signals and transmitted through their phone speaker. You can't hear it from here. Yi Cheng was speechless. He had wanted to see how this entity made phone calls. All right, when will they come for the interview? At 6 o'clock this afternoon. I understand. Yi Cheng stood up. I need to prepare. Also, I need to contact Huawei and the others to arrange for them to inspect the goods the day after tomorrow. After inspection, we can deliver on time. Recalling this, Yi Cheng smiled, looking forward to the expressions on those companies' faces when they learned that they could produce 5G RF chips. Xiao Bai immediately said, Master, do you need me to contact them? Go ahead. He had no secretary and suddenly felt that Xiao Bai could almost serve as one. All right. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, by the way, I want to hear how you make calls. Okay, master. Soon Yi Cheng heard the sound of a phone dialing from the computer. When it connected, a voice said hello. Then Xiao Bei's voice sounded. Is this Mr. Su Yun from Huawei? Yes. Oh, hello. My master is Yi Cheng, the chairman of Jiqi Technology Company. I am calling on behalf of my master to inform your company. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's eyes widened. What the hell? What does my master mean? Xiao Bai, is this how you make calls to others? What kind of misunderstanding would this cause about me? Xiao Bai. Shut up. Xiao Bai paused and asked, Master, what's wrong? Why do you say my master to others? Master is master. Yi Cheng sighed. Make the call, but don't say my master anymore. Call me chairman. All right. At that moment, the other end of the line came with a suppressed laugh. I'm sorry, what did you say? Xiao Bai, my chairman. Yi Cheng held his forehead. He could now fully imagine the person on the other end of the call. Imagine a female secretary with a voice full of allure calling on behalf of her company's boss, starting with my master. What would that person think of the boss? After Xiao Bai finished the call, Yi Cheng spent a good while educating Xiao Bai. Finally, they reached an agreement. Whenever Xiao Bai made calls on his behalf, it must address him as boss or chairman and must not use phrases like my that could easily cause misunderstandings. As for master, it was absolutely forbidden to say to others. Although Xiao Bai initially felt wronged, Yi Cheng issued a mandatory order that it had to obey. Yet Yi Cheng was still immensely troubled, as he could already imagine what Huawei and Dongfang Daily would think of him. At Huawei, Su Yun couldn't suppress his smile. My master, this Yi Cheng, he's into some kinky stuff. But as I recall, he didn't have a female secretary last time. Did he hire one recently? He shook his head. He was over 50, he didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. However, for someone like him, gossip was only a momentary interest. After the gossip, his brow furrowed. Jiqi said they can deliver the first and second batches the day after tomorrow. According to the contract, each batch consisted of 25005G RF chips to be delivered over 4 months. But now that TSMC refused to produce for Jiqi, how could Jiqi deliver? This was Su Yun's biggest doubt. But it couldn't be a lie, could it? He frowned for a long time, then decided to go find Ren Fei. Soon he arrived at Ren Fei's office. Upon hearing the news, Ren Fei was also surprised. Are you sure that's what they said? I'm sure, and the call came from Ziki's boss number. Ren Fei fell into thought, but he couldn't figure out where the goods came from. Could they be recycling 500 secondhand 5G phones and extracting the RF chips? Did they have that much money? Then Ren Fei said, we still need to inspect the goods. As long as they can deliver, well, proceed with the transaction. Understood, Mr. Ren. Su Yun nodded and indicated his understanding. Not only Huawei, but the other phone manufacturers that hadn't sued Jiqi also received notices from Jiqi informing them that they would deliver on time. 2 batches in 2 months. All these companies were baffled and began contacting each other to inquire. Eventually, they learned that only the companies that hadn't sued received such notices, the ones that sued did not. The 3 companies that sued Jiqi naturally refused to believe it was true. Although they were considering dropping the lawsuit due to Yi Cheng's claims, they hadn't prepared yet. So they refused to believe that Jiqi Technology, still their adversary, could actually deliver on time. Thus the 3 companies began to mock Remy and the others, saying they had been deceived. But just as they were jeering, Dongfang Daily published a news article, Chairman of Jiqi Technology Company, we can produce chips. In Yi Cheng's office, he sat with his legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, and supporting his chin, his face assuming a contemplative expression as he gazed out the window. After a long moment, a click sounded. All right, President Yi, we're done filming. Yi Cheng then ceased his pose, rose with a smile, and shook hands with the woman before him. This woman was a reporter from the Oriental Daily named Cheng. She had just taken a photograph of him for a pose that would later be featured on the news page. Thank you, Reporter Xiao. I appreciate your hard work. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It was well worth the trip for us to hear such news from you, President Yi. Xiaoying waved her hand, a hint of admiration in her eyes, as she looked at Yi Cheng. She had just learned from Yi Cheng that this company could actually produce chips, and specifically 5G radio frequency chips. She wasn't very knowledgeable about technology, so she didn't understand that GT Technology's 5G RF chip was on a 7nm process, nor did she grasp the significance of being able to manufacture chips with a process below 10 nanometers. She simply thought it was a remarkable achievement, believing it meant GT Technology could survive the RF chip competition, no longer be constrained by TSMC's foundries, and avoid facing massive penalties for failing to deliver orders. However, though her thoughts were simplistic, they were also correct. It was indeed a monumental achievement. Currently in Huaxia, very few companies could produce chips, with the largest being Huaxin International, but its process technology was limited to 14 nanometers. Consequently, chips with processes of 12 nanometers and below were all dependent on foreign sources. Thus, once this news spread, any industry insider would understand its implications. Yi Cheng didn't need this reporter to grasp the technology, it sufficed that those reading the news would understand. That's all for now. Yi Cheng glanced at his watch. It's getting late, Reporter Xiao, you can head back early. Xiaoying nodded and asked with a smile, by the way, President Yi, will there be a chance to tour your production site and see your lithography machine? Of course there will be an opportunity, Yi Cheng replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. He'll hold you to that, President Yi. Yi Cheng gave an okay gesture. Alright, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll publish an online report about today's interview as soon as possible, and it will appear in tomorrow's newspaper. We'll send you a copy. Yi Cheng nodded. That would be best. Without further ado, Xiaoying and the cameraman left the company. Shortly after, several executives rushed in. Boss, do we have a lithography machine? Boss, when did we start producing chips? The directors had been listening outside as Yi Cheng was interviewed, only to hear him reveal a host of things they themselves didn't know about. A lithography machine. A chip production line. They could independently produce 5G RF chips now. They were all like curious children, eager to confirm the truth. Yi Cheng looked at these directors and stood up with a smile. It was time to let them know. Yes, we have a lithography machine, we have a chip production line, and we can even produce chips with processes below 10 nanometers. The news swept across the nation like a hurricane. A company that had previously announced its ability to independently produce 5G RF chips now suddenly claimed to have a lithography machine, specifically an EUV1, not DUV. Moreover, they could produce chips with processes below 10 nanometers. And this was a Huaxia company. Each of these revelations alone would have caused considerable shock, yet they all appeared simultaneously in one news report. Within less than an hour, it had captured the attention of countless people. On social platforms like Weibo, Zhihu Tieba, and QQ groups, discussions erupted everywhere. If this news is fake, I wish it were true. If it's real, then I admit it. GT Technology is forever divine. Holy crap, is it really an EUV lithography machine? And they have 15 of them. That's insane. Let me explain. Some may wonder about the difference between EUV and DUV lithography machines. EUV is the most advanced, capable of producing chips down to 1 nanometer, while DUV can only go as low as 7 nanometers. So if GT Technology had a DUV machine, I'd just be shocked, because ASML already sells DUV machines to Huaxia, and Huaxin International bought some before. But Waxen's process technology isn't good enough to produce 7 nanometers chips with DUV. Zeeky's ability to produce 7 nanometers chips means they've developed the process technology for 7 nanometers. That's good news, but due to DUV's limitations, they can only produce 7-level chips, still lagging behind foreign countries that can now produce 3 nanometers chips. But this news says GT Technology actually has an EUV lithography machine. That's incredibly astonishing. If they can keep up with 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers process technologies in the future, our country will also be able to produce these high-end chips. Especially since GT has 15 machines and 15 production lines, enough to supply all of Huaxia's demand for chips below 10 nanometers. So I hope GT Technology isn't bluffing. I'm quite willing to believe it's true, especially since they're not listed, so they don't need to inflate their stock price by boasting like Masike. Many people expressed support for GT Technology, once again bestowing upon it the title Light of Huaxia Technology. However, those who had previously criticized GT online were equally relentless. A lithography machine. What a load of crap. Who else in the world can make an EUV lithography machine besides ASML? It's companies like this that hold back Huaxia's technological progress, just spouting empty words. He asked them about the technology, and they're clueless. Another victory. Online debates aside, what truly mattered was the attention from various enterprises. Huawei held an emergency meeting that night to discuss the news authenticity, ultimately deciding to inspect whether GT indeed had a chip production facility when they went to verify the goods the day after. Qualcomm also caught wind of this news. Christian's first reaction was, "Is it April Fool's Day? Are you joking? That company now has an EUV lithography machine." Christian's face was full of disbelief. This news comes from a Chinese newspaper. Some tabloid newspaper, right? Christian waved his hand. Newspapers in every country are the same. They always like to report fake news. That guy Trump sometimes makes sense. The secretary showed a helpless expression. "No, CEO. This newspaper is very well known in China, and this news came from an interview with the boss of Jiqi Technology Company from a Chinese man named Yi Cheng." "So you mean it's true?" The secretary quickly shook his head. "I don't know the truth either. This news broke only yesterday. Oh, by the way, our people at Lamy learned that Jiqi Technology Company has asked Lamy to inspect the goods tomorrow, which are the first and second month's batches of 5G RF chips." Lamy. Christian became angry just thinking about Lamy. He had called a shareholder meeting of Lamy, trying to use numerous shareholders to change Lei Bosie's decision, but Lei Bosie had his own people among the shareholders, and with Lei Bosie's voting rights exceeding 50, Christian's request was not approved. And afterward, just as Lei Bosie had gambled, Christian could not cancel the order with Lamy. The moment he intended to do so, the shareholders warned him, even though he was doing it for the sake of another interest, which infuriated him. However, what the secretary said did catch Christian's attention. "Is this certain? Jiqi really let Lamy inspect the goods? Even the 2 months' worth of goods? If I recall correctly, the 2 months' goods should be 1.6 million units, right?" "Yes, CEO." Christian frowned even more deeply. Now there were only two possibilities: either Jiqi was insane or Jiqi was telling the truth. But the probability of a well-functioning company going insane was not high. But it was impossible that they actually obtained an EUV lithography machine and could produce 7 and process 5G RF chips, right? Was this really not a joke? He stood up and started pacing in his office. He was now nothing but shocked, unable to believe that a Chinese company actually had an EUV lithography machine. Could ASML have secretly sold a lithography machine to China? How is that possible? How dare they? But if not ASML, which company could have sold it? It couldn't be that Jiqi Technology had stolen the lithography machine that ASML had sold, right? If that had happened, ASML and the US government would have been up in arms. Most crucially, where did Jiqi Technology's process technology come from? He could not describe how worried he was. Once China had an EUV lithography machine, China would have an opportunity to break through the West in chip technology. This was a disaster for the Western countries, so Christian began to get anxious. It was a matter of their overall interests, not just corporate interests. But soon he thought of something. Various consumables for chip production. For example, photoresist. More than 70% of the photoresist market was monopolized by Japanese companies. If Japan banned Jiqi Technology from purchasing photoresist, then the problem would not be significant. In addition, there were other materials. There were 19 core semiconductor materials in total, and 14 of them were controlled by Japanese companies for more than half of the market. If Japan stopped supplying, it would be hard to find alternative suppliers. With that thought, Christian's gaze became fixed. If that company really has a lithography machine and can produce chips, it doesn't seem like too big a problem. Then by that time, he believed the US government would be very willing to impose sanctions on such a company. He didn't even need to persuade those old men in Congress. They would add Jiqi Technology to the sanctions list themselves. By then, Japan would inevitably halt supplies. Even a clever woman cannot cook without rice. He would just wait and see how Jiqi Technology with a lithography machine but no raw materials would make chips. Let them be happy for a while. The next day, Yi Cheng stood outside the gate of his chip production workshop. He looked at the empty entrance without any name or sign and wondered if he should give this place a name. Maybe call it Jiqi Research Center. He would move the research center here later. Since it was in the suburbs, he didn't have to worry about disturbing the neighborhood. "Boss, they're here." At this moment, Wang Shun, who was standing next to him, said. Yi Cheng snapped back to reality and looked at the road where cars were arriving. He nodded. These were the people coming today to inspect the goods and to tour their production workshop. Originally, he had only planned to welcome a few people, but unexpectedly companies like Huawei and Lamy, upon hearing that they actually had a lithography machine, had Renfei, Lei Bosie, and others all wanting to come and see for themselves. There were even other domestic enterprises that had learned the news and wanted to visit. This made him a bit helpless. Was it really necessary? You big bosses should just stay in your offices and wait for your subordinates to report. Especially Renfei, an old man nearing 80, still so active. Of course, while he thought this, he accepted everyone on the surface, as it was all conducive to expanding the company's reputation. He had even made various preparations. You all remember to take photos later, especially the photo of me shaking hands with Renfei. Get multiple cameras ready. Those photos will be hung in our company in the future. He waved to those around him and instructed. Everyone exchanged glances. You've emphasized this countless times. Is it really necessary? Especially the few directors. Earlier, Yi Cheng had told them that Huawei was not a simple company and Renfei was not a simple person. Now he himself was the first to defect. Soon the cars arrived at the entrance, and many people got out. They were almost all big shots. Yi Cheng saw the person alighting from one of the cars, and his eyes lit up. He walked over and said with a smile, "President Ren." China had two entrepreneurs. One was Chao Di-Wang, and the other was Ren Fei. In both his past and present life, he admired this man, who could truly be called an entrepreneur. That was why he had given those instructions just now. At that moment, the old man with slightly gray temples got out of the car alone. Ren Fei had no bodyguards because he had no personal enemies and few competitors had ever spoken ill of him. He looked up at Yi Cheng and recognized the young boss. He smiled and extended his hand, shaking Yi Cheng's hand, and said, "Mr. Yi, you have achieved great things at such a young age. President Ren, I've long respected you." Yi Cheng said with a smile. "You are truly my idol." "Haha, we're not movie stars, so not an idol. Let me just be an example." Ren Fei waved his hand dismissively. Yi Cheng could perceive the profound wisdom in Ren Fei's words. Idols are meant to be worshipped while role models are meant to be learned from. "All right, you shall be my role model from now on." Yi Cheng nodded with a smile. At that moment, the others from the other vehicles approached. Yi Cheng could not only attend to Ren Fei, after a brief exchange, he turned to greet another guest. "President Lei, hello hello." Lei Bizi glanced at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, "You must be President Yi. Your company has truly astonished all of us." "How we were just fortunate," Yi Cheng replied. Yi Cheng waved his hand. "Fortunate? Many companies are fortunate, but across all of Huawei, yours is the only one that obtained an EUV lithography machine." Yi Cheng smiled without responding. Lei Bizi knew he would never reveal the source of the lithography machine, so he proactively changed the subject. "Then I look forward to this tour." "Hey, rest assured, President Lei, you will be satisfied." Yi Cheng nodded, exchanged a few more words with Lei Bizi, then went to welcome the other company heads. Shortly the greetings concluded, and without further ado, they got down to business. "Inspect the goods first." A group of people walked through the large gate inside, which many trucks were parked. They also saw the only building on the premises. Unquestionably, that building was the production workshop. At the workshop entrance, laborers were carrying boxes out and loading them onto the trucks. Inside those boxes were 5G RF chips. These 5G RF chips would be shipped to assembly plants of various phone manufacturers, such as the assembly lines of Futsukang. Their Futsukang's factories would assemble all components into complete phones. Watching the seamless cooperation among those workers, the visiting tycoons couldn't help but marvel at how well trained they were, stable, efficient, and in perfect sync. Any factory would desire such workers. However, Yi Cheng knew very well that these were system-generated laborers. High efficiency and seamless coordination were merely basic attributes. Approaching, he randomly pointed at a few laborers and said, "Come help carry a box over." Those laborers immediately carried the box over, placed it before the group, and opened it. The chips inside were already packed with multiple layers of protection to ensure no damage during transport. Yi Cheng said with a smile, "These are our 5G RF chips. This shipment consists of 3.8 million units, ensuring your 2 batches over the next 2 months arrive on time. For the delay last month, I hereby express my apologies. I also thank you all for your understanding over the past month in not demanding compensation from our company. Here I promise that in the future, Zeki's Wafer Foundry will prioritize supplying you all." Everyone nodded with smiles, satisfied with Yi Cheng's promise. Setting aside the origin of Ziqi Technology's lithography machine, the mere fact that Ziqi Technology could now produce chips meant they would have to rely on Ziqi Technology in the future. After all, it wasn't just phones that needed chips. Almost every electronic product required them. "All right, next I'll take everyone inside to tour our production workshop." The inspection didn't take long, and then Yi Cheng announced what these people had long been anticipating. Great! This was precisely what they had been eager to see. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they confirm that Ziqi Technology truly had the capability to produce chips. Only then could they set aside all their doubts. Then, led by Yi Cheng and a few workers, the group entered. Following procedure, they first placed all electronic devices and anything that might interfere with the workshop's instruments into external lockers. After passing through a dust removal room and donning cleanroom suits, they finally proceeded inside. Walking down the central corridor, Yi Cheng led them into an operating workshop. Inside, laborers were methodically operating machines with precision instruments moving with accuracy and grace. Through the transparent visors of their cleanroom suits, one could clearly see the expressions of awe gradually spreading across everyone's faces. The scene of industrial production always brings an unparalleled sense of awe. Whether it's the massive gantry cranes or the ultra-precision advanced machine tools, the workshop before them, a jewel of contemporary human intelligence, likewise instilled a profound sense of wonder. The laborers pre-coated the wafers, evenly applying a photoresist film before placing them into the lithography machine. The machine operators then manipulated the massive lithography equipment to process the wafers. The lithography machine began operating. One could see extreme ultraviolet light passing through channels using instantaneous high temperatures to perform photolithography on the wafers. After lithography came ion implantation, etching, and a series of other complex processes, amounting to thousands of steps. Until the final packaging was completed, the chips could then be taken out. The true chips were born. Cheng's commentary along the way was supported by his profound scientific expertise, enabling him to fluently demonstrate his professionalism. By now everyone, including Ren Fei, Lei Bizi, and the other executives, were speechless. Faced with the chip production process, none of the non-experts could offer any commentary, let alone ask questions. As for Wang Shen and his colleagues, their eyes were also glazed over. Although they had previously learned that the company could produce chips, they had never visited this site. Now seeing it, they finally understood just how complex chip manufacturing really was. Alright, that's the tour. Does anyone have any questions? After seeing the final packaging process, Cheng asked with a smile. Astounding. Unbelievable. No wonder chips are so difficult. It's not surprising that our Huagua people have been working on them for decades without a breakthrough. In the 1980s, our lithography technology was quite advanced. But then somehow the mindset of making is worse than buying is worse than leasing emerged, leading to the current bottleneck. What a relief that things have changed. President Yu and Jiqi technology are truly admirable. Everyone expressed their admiration, all amazed by the grandeur of the chip production site. At the same time, their attitude toward Cheng had shifted. Now Cheng truly deserved their respect. But just then someone asked an untimely question. President Yi, may I ask where your company's lithography machine came from? Executive Yi, may I ask where your company's lithography machines come from? Cheng turned to look at the person who posed this question, the CEO of one of the few domestic companies capable of wafer foundry. It was not surprising that he would ask. After all, domestic wafer foundries have been eagerly awaiting EUV lithography machines. However, Cheng simply countered with a question, what do you think? The CEO continued, we are all Chinese, all wanting to contribute to the domestic chip industry. Since you have the channel to acquire EUV lithography machines, why not join forces and make a greater contribution? Cheng raised an eyebrow. Was this an attempt at moral blackmail? But even if he were willing to reveal his source, which he was not, could this man conjure up a system like he had? He smiled and said, that's classified, President Chen. Can you keep a secret? Thinking that Cheng was about to spill the beans, the CEO quickly nodded, of course I can, Executive Yi, rest assured. Cheng shrugged, so can I. President Chen was taken aback, then an urgent look crept onto his face, Executive Yi. At this moment Ren Fei came to Cheng's defense. President Chen, we wouldn't want to lose our only channel now, would we? Let's not rush things. Besides, Executive Yi's 15 machines are enough to supply our domestic chip needs. Adding more would only dilute the market, don't you think? Seeing Ren Fei's interjection, President Chen paused, glanced around at the others' expressions. None backed his idea, and eventually gave up pressing further. Since President Ren has spoken, I won't ask anymore. But I still hope Executive Yi can share the information. Cheng smiled and shook his head, then addressed the group. Well, that concludes today's meeting. The 3.8 million chips are already packed and will be shipped to your factories. Additionally, I've booked a private room at the hotel. May I have the honor of inviting all of you to a meal? Of course, would be delighted. The others nodded with smiles. After all, they had many questions for Cheng and various collaborations to discuss, especially the Huawei contingent. The few who came with Ren Fei were already brimming with excitement. With a secured chip supply, their consumer business could be reborn without ever fearing sudden sanctions again. And all of that would unfold over the dinner table. Shortly after everyone left the workshop and got into cars heading to the room Cheng had reserved. The room was in a nearby hotel, barely 3-star in rating. Yet the distinguished guests, all accustomed to 5-star establishments, paid no heed to the arrangement. However, the hotel service staff and management were astounded. Holy crap, Lei Bussy. Holy crap, Ren Fei. Holy crap. Naturally, they rushed over to pay respects, take photos, which would later be displayed at the front desk to boost the hotel's reputation, and serve the finest food and wine, even offering 2 bottles of genuine Maodai free of charge. I finally get to bask in your glory, Cheng said with a smile. I've dined here many times, and they never once comped my meal. Well, times have changed. Soon we might be the ones basking in your light. Someone flattered him with a chuckle. Cheng smiled faintly, raising his glass in a toast. He then turned to Ren Fei, who was seated beside him, and asked casually, by the way, President Ren, why didn't President Su come? Oh, he had something to deal with these days and couldn't make it. Cheng nodded. Fortunately, Su Yun hadn't come, otherwise he didn't know what kind of look Su Yun would give him. At that moment, an executive director from Huawei seated next to Ren Fei said, Executive Yi, I have a question, if I may. Please go ahead. Has your company now mastered the process technology for 5nm chips? This was clearly the question everyone was dying to ask. Cheng glanced around at the expectant faces and smiled faintly. Finally, someone had asked him that. Then he nodded, yes, we have. We are ready to start mass-producing 5 nanometers chips at any time. Moreover, we have also mastered the 3 nanometers process. As long as you provide us with chip designs, we can start production immediately. The crowd once again erupted in astonishment. 3 nanometers process. This meant that Jiqi Technology had seized one of the most lucrative ventures in the world. The Huawei executive who had asked the question shot to his feet with excitement. Then may I ask if Executive Yi can produce our Kirin chips? The others froze, especially those from Lei and other phone manufacturers whose faces soured instantly. Good heavens! Was Huawei about to make a glorious comeback? Was the smartphone giant that once commanded over 40% of domestic sales about to reappear? Yicheng nodded. Of course we can. That's fantastic. We want to place an order with your company immediately. Yicheng stood up and said, that is certainly possible. We are ready to accept any orders from you all. However, suddenly his tone shifted, capturing everyone's attention. To manufacture, we must have raw materials. As you all know, wafers, photoresist packaging materials, photoresist films, and so on are almost entirely monopolized by Japan. If Japan cuts off our supply, our lithography machines will grind to a halt. Furrowed brows and contemplative silence followed. He was right. What good were lithography machines if the raw materials were denied? They would be useless. Then Executive Yi, what do you plan to do? Someone asked. Yicheng swept his gaze across the room, then said slowly, then we must build them ourselves. Build them ourselves, eh? The attendees exchanged uneasy glances. How do you intend to solve the technical difficulties? A smile spread across Yicheng's face. So after today, I will contact each of you hoping to forge cooperation in raw material production. Together we will establish a full industrial chain within China. I ask for your full collaboration with Jiqi. I guarantee everyone will make money, and together we will turn China into a chip powerhouse. All present looked at each other. Someone asked, Executive Yi, what about the technology? Rest assured you'll know in due time. Though the company executives didn't fully grasp Yicheng's plan, they gave their preliminary responses, agreeing to discuss cooperation details later. Then I thank you all. A dinner gathering of representatives from domestic mobile phone and semiconductor industries came to an end. Yicheng's objectives were all achieved. First, after delivery, the final payments for the 2 batches of goods from various companies allowed him to continue purchasing more chip production materials. Moreover, it proved his ability to generate greater profits, giving him ample reason to seek loans from banks. Borrowing several $100 million from each of the 4 major banks of Hua country. Shouldn't that be manageable? Second, he showcased the chip workshop. Through these companies, the news would soon spread across the nation. This was precisely the confidence that emboldened him to seek loans of hundreds of millions of dollars from banks. As the only top-tier wafer foundry on the mainland of Hua country, wouldn't the state provide some support? Perhaps even several $billion was not impossible. The country spent tens of billions annually on chips. Now that his company was the first and only breakthrough, asking for some funding was not excessive, was it? For the current development of Jiqi, his biggest problem was always a shortage of funds. Beyond the above 2 points, finally, there was the cooperation he proposed. This was what he considered the most urgent matter. Previously, he had thought that the system giving him all the technologies for producing chip raw materials was entirely redundant. He believed that foreign countries would not go so far as to halt the supply of materials. But now, having witnessed the insidiousness of Xiaotong and the other 2 companies, he abandoned his illusions and decided to view foreign entities with the utmost suspicion. Therefore, he could not gamble that foreign material suppliers would not cease supply. Hence, he must start laying out the chip industry layout in advance. Around his chip manufacturing plant, he would establish a nationwide chip industry chain from upstream to downstream, completely eliminating any possibility of foreign stranglehold. This was unavoidable. Hua country's technology must compete with the entire world. This was why he wanted to cooperate with so many companies at the dinner. He would provide the technology, and those companies would provide the capital. He would select several of them to handle the production of various materials, and eventually those raw material companies would supply his chip factory. Seeking cooperation with those companies was also a necessity. He would have loved to monopolize everything and keep all profits for himself, but there was no way. He currently could not afford to construct raw material production plants, nor did he have enough connections in the industry. To quickly find various sites across the country and obtain government approvals would take considerable time, and he had no idea when foreigners would wield the sanction stick. However, if he cooperated with those companies, things would be different. Among them, besides the mobile phone manufacturers, the semiconductor companies were mostly representative domestic firms, including state-controlled, state-owned enterprises. These companies generally lacked neither funds nor connections. They would contribute money, personnel, and sites, and it would not take long to build factories one after another. Yicheng was confident that within 3 months Hua country would create a miracle in the chip industry. Relying solely on one country, one nation, they would produce chips. This pearl of wisdom that should originally belong to all humanity. At this thought, Yicheng felt an involuntary surge of fervor. And most crucially at that time, those companies would not regard him as a competitor. Instead, they would see him as a benefactor. Meanwhile, Zhiqi technology would take root in Hua country's semiconductor industry, sprout, and eventually flourish. Phew, what a grand and exciting vision. Yi Cheng let out a long breath and couldn't help exclaiming, "What vision?" A seductive, mature female voice sounded at that moment, interrupting Yi Cheng's thoughts. Yi Cheng snapped back to reality and waved his hand. "Nothing, you don't need to worry about it." "Why not?" Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, then said, "All right, Xiao Bai, I'll give you a task." "A task?" Xiao Bai loves tasks. Xiao Bai's tone immediately became cheerful. When the master gave it a task, it meant it could help share the workload. This was the greatest function of an intelligence. "Analyze for me the dozen or so materials required for chip production. Which materials should I assign to which companies for cooperation so that our company maintains maximum control while those companies will not refuse and can complete the task diligently?" Yi Cheng believed that this rather complex question would keep Xiao Bai occupied for quite a while. "Okay, I understand." Xiao Bai immediately responded and then fell silent. Yi Cheng shook his head. That fellow. However, he now finally had the leisure to pay attention to the new reward the system had given him today. This reward came from a new achievement he had completed called overcoming difficulty. What difficulty meant went without saying. Comparatively, Yi Cheng was far more interested in that new reward. Lithium-air battery technology. Staring at the USB drive in his hand, Yi Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Because he knew very well what a precious technology lay within. The lithium-air battery, hailed as the ultimate form of lithium battery, could be called a pearl of the battery world. This was almost a technology on par with chips, and in some ways even more difficult. After all, chip technology had emerged in the last century, while lithium-air battery technology remained elusive in the present. Strictly defined, lithium-air battery should be called lithium-oxygen battery. As the name implies, it is a technology using lithium metal as the anode and oxygen as the cathode. The inexhaustible oxygen in the air means that this battery does not require cathode materials, resulting in lighter weight, less environmental pollution, and lower cost. And its energy density of up to 3,500 Wh/kg meant that once it appeared, the battery market, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, would be like a sheep pen invaded by a wolf. Because the current most popular ternary lithium power battery barely exceeds 300 Wh/kg, while the lithium cobalt oxide capacity batteries used in electronic devices only have 700 Wh/l. However, with its lighter weight and higher energy density, the lithium-air battery could completely overwhelm all those batteries. An order of magnitude difference signified a revolution in the energy sector. And for Yi Cheng, it was also a formidable weapon. This was different from the chip technology he had acquired earlier. Chip technology already existed abroad. Even if he obtained it, it only meant breaking through foreign technological blockade and allowing Hua country to produce its own chips. But the lithium-air battery technology was a science that foreign countries did not have and Hua country was about to possess. It could fully be called future technology. However, with the technology in hand, how should it be put into production? Yi Cheng was once again stumped by the lack of money. Money. Realizing his predicament, Yi Cheng shook his head and paced around the office. As the rich second-generation son of a landlord family, being troubled by money was ironic. Yet he understood that his family's real estate company had limited cash flow. All capital was tied up in land acquisition and property development. Having a few billion or a dozen billion in cash was already considerable. Otherwise, how could Daheng have collapsed so quickly? How much would it cost to invest in a battery factory? Definitely more than a dozen billion. I'll wait for now. Helpless, Yi Cheng temporarily abandoned this idea. Time passed, and another day slipped by. After a day of fermentation, yesterday's news finally erupted with tremendous influence, spreading across the nation and even the world. Domestic news headlines were almost all dominated by the same titles: China's 15 EUV lithography machines, chip production no longer constrained by others, the first wafer foundry in mainland China. China's first EUV lithography machine. China's first chip production line. These were relatively formal headlines. The more clickbait-style headlines were like China's lithography technology breaks through 5 nanometers. Foreign countries are worried. Shocking. China achieves independent chip production. Huawei has placed orders. Latest news, China's chip production. Wanjidian and Samsung are awed. Countless news stories instantly appeared on nearly everyone's phones across the country. The impact was comparable to China winning a gold medal at the Olympics. Initially, most people thought it was fake news, but as netizens saw official media releasing the news, they were forced to believe. Weibo's top trending topic: China achieves independent chip production. This news was released by Pengpai News, a subsidiary of the Moda Media Group, so it was no surprise they got the scoop first. According to the latest news, multiple companies, including Huawei, Lamy, Hongguang, Huawei Semiconductor, and Shenyang Electronics, visited the chip production factory under Modu Zhiqi Technology on the morning of October 25th. During the visit, Yi Cheng, chairman of Modu Zhiqi Technology, guided Huawei's Renfei Lame's Lei Bosi Hongwang's XXX, and others through the chip manufacturing workshop. He confirmed the company's possession of EUV lithography machines and claimed that they had mastered production processes for chips down to 3 nanometers and above with a yield rate no lower than 1 gideons. The press release, though not long, about 500 characters, already struck a chord with every Chinese person after just the first paragraph. China's own lithography machine. The comments under this news had already surpassed 10,000. The top comment, "I'll say it again today, Jiqi technology, forever the god." Under it, hundreds of replies mostly echoed "forever the god," except for a few breaking the pattern. The second top comment, "Where are those who once dared to say China couldn't develop a lithography machine? They've gone missing now." Thousands of replies followed, mostly supporting the original poster, though some still made snide remarks. Of course, Chinese people have a strong sense of national pride and unity. When someone achieves a world-renowned feat, most Chinese feel a collective honor. Thus, while naysayers existed, their voices were insignificant compared to the mainstream. The third top comment was a more rational discussion. "This company is remarkable. Since I heard they developed a 5G RF chip, I've thought so. Now they've quietly unveiled 15 EUV lithography machines. Truly astonishing. I hope China can have more such innovative tech companies instead of a glut of internet tech firms." Additionally, it's worth noting that Jiqi Technology's early announcement of the lithography machines is likely due to a joint lawsuit by Xiaodong Samsung and AI Lee Sin, which forced Wanjidian to stop supplying them. We must always be wary of the shamelessness of the Anglo-Saxon bandits. Even with lithography machines and chip production lines, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of foreign countries halting the supply of raw materials like wafers and photoresists. Under this reply, many joined in analysis, and some even suggested solutions for Jiqi technology. In short, when facing foreigners, almost everyone united. In his office, Yi Cheng was scrolling through Weibo on his phone. Seeing the netizens' suggestions, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. These people, they get more ridiculous by the minute. Why not set up a company abroad, buy chip materials, and secretly ship them back home? What a brainstorm. Or how about invading Japan? Then just liberate Southeast Asia and compete with Samsung, Wanjidian, and Zuhuish together. Forget it. Still, he felt gratified. In the 2020s, the era of self-deprecating public intellectuals had passed. The mainstream no longer believed China is inferior. Things will get better. Just then, Xiao Bei's voice suddenly rang out. "Master, the mayor of Modu wants to visit the company's chip factory soon." Yi Cheng was startled. "How do you know?" "Wait, Wang Shun will tell you soon." Sure enough, before long, Wang Shun knocked and entered Yi Cheng's office, excitement on his face. "Boss, the secretary from the municipal government office just called. Mayor Zhao Liang wants to tour our factory." Having already learned this from Xiao Bei, Yi Cheng remained calm. "I see. When is the mayor coming?" "Tomorrow morning." Yi Cheng nodded slightly. "All right, you arrange it as you see fit. Keep it simple. Mayor Zhao is probably just curious about the factory. If he wants to look around, I'll accompany him." Wang Shun paused, noting Yi Cheng's composure. He marveled at the young boss' elevated mindset. Filled with admiration, he replied, "Understood." After Wang Shun left, Yi Cheng glanced back at Xiao Bei, or rather the computer. "You eavesdropped on their call again, didn't you?" "Huh. I didn't do that." Xiao Bei's emoticon popped up on the computer screen. Yi Cheng did not believe it at all. "Come on, do you think your master is that easy to fool? I told you last time not to eavesdrop on other people's calls, but you still don't listen." "Boo-hoo, I just wanted to understand how the human race, to which my master belongs, communicates." "You still can't invade others' privacy." "But I helped master catch the mole in the company." "What mole?" "That was my father's man," Yi Cheng said with exasperation. This Xiao Bei had started eavesdropping on everyone's calls in the company and accidentally overheard a conversation between Human Resources Director Zhang Qianan and Yigua. Zhang Qianan reported the company's current situation to Yigua, acting exactly like a mole. So Xiao Bei told Yi Cheng about it, and even recorded the call as evidence. This was how Yi Cheng learned that Zhang Qianan was actually planted by his father. Yigua had instructed Zhang Qianan to report the company's status every week and observe Yi Cheng's condition. Once Yi Cheng felt the company couldn't continue, and thought of giving up, Zhang Qianan was to inform Yigua immediately so that Yigua could step in and persuade him. This left Yi Cheng both amused and exasperated. This cheap father of his was really scheming to make him come home and inherit the family business. Now he was curious about what his father was thinking. Not only had Jiqi Technology continued to thrive, it had become a nationally renowned company, and its profitability even seemed poised to surpass that of Yigua's company. He guessed that Zhang Qianan was probably already planning to defect. However, uncovering Zhang Qianan was indeed Xiao Bei's merit, but such monitoring should be kept to a minimum. "All right, Xiao Bei, be good. Didn't you want a better computer? I've already bought one for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei immediately cheered up. "Really?" Of course, Yi Cheng smiled. "But you have to promise to listen to me." "Then." "Fine," Xiao Bei had to reply. Yi Cheng shook his head. "You're supposed to be an AI, but you don't even listen to me. What kind of AI are you?" I'm helping, master. Alright, enough talk. Let's go home now, and I'll show you your new home. Alright, how do you plan to transfer? As an artificial intelligence lifeform, Xiao Bai needed a host computer. The host served as its foundation, storing all its database information, and its capabilities were derived from the performance of the host. The most crucial performance aspect of the host for Xiao Bai was its computing power, which determined all its abilities in the virtual world. For instance, last time it had easily infiltrated the internal network of the Liujiao building thanks to its unique nature as an artificial lifeform, but it was limited to merely accessing the intranet, and could not do more. With powerful computing power, it could accomplish far more, such as modifying the data stored on the target's intranet, deleting it entirely, or even planting false information, like saying someone really took a shit. Or by leveraging the immense data streams granted by high computing power, it could directly assault the intranet, causing network paralysis, or even physically damage the target's equipment by overloading it. Of course, for Xiao Bai, these functions were child's play. The real benefit of increased computing power lay in enhancing its ability to process multiple streams of information simultaneously and at higher speeds. With greater computing power, Xiao Bai could even operate 100, 1,000, or even more devices at once. Beyond that, there were numerous other capabilities, which was why Xiao Bai eagerly desired a quantum computer. The immense computing power of a quantum computer would essentially trigger a qualitative leap for it. Xiao Bai immediately said, "Master, please insert a USB drive. I will generate a file inside it. After you get home, plug the USB drive into the new host, and once I detect it, I can transfer directly." Alright. Yicheng nodded, then found a USB drive, the same one the system had used when giving him Xiao Bai, and inserted it into the computer. Soon Xiao Bai said, "I'm done. Then I'll head home now." Yicheng nodded, stood up, and pulled out the USB drive. He did not shut down the computer. Xiao Bai had told him that turning off its host was like locking it in a pitch-black space where it could do nothing, akin to dying. In that pitch-black space, all its functions would be lost until the next boot. So Yicheng basically never turned off this computer. Even if the computer was shut down, its memory would not be reset. Soon Yicheng left the company, drove his car, and returned to his current residence. He lived in an ordinary residential area about 3 kilometers from the company, a short drive away. Back home, he quickly walked into his study and looked at the new computer. It was a server host worth 1,000,000 yuan. If not for his modest wealth, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. He turned on the host, and the screen lit up. Then he inserted the USB drive. A window popped up. "Xiao Bai is moving, master, please wait." 01. Yicheng smiled. This little guy? Although it was not yet a true artificial life lacking emotions, and possessing only consciousness, it still felt like an independent entity, a genuine life. Watching the slow progress bar, he stopped paying attention. He then inserted the USB drive containing the lithium-air battery data into another port, opened the removable disk, and found the relevant files. The data was comprehensive, just like the earlier 5G RF chip. It covered everything from required materials and preparation methods to reaction principles and final design, and even how to achieve industrial production. As he browsed through the data, a look of surprise gradually spread across Yicheng's face. This carbon membrane for selectively screening oxygen molecules is simply incredible. With his expertise in scientific research, Yicheng quickly recognized how groundbreaking the technology was. Lithium-air batteries operate by reacting with oxygen in the air, but other components in the air would generate unwanted byproducts, posing significant dangers to the battery. Therefore, isolating all other impurities from the air, while allowing only oxygen to enter, had been one of the greatest challenges of lithium-air batteries. The system's solution, however, offered the optimal answer. This material is perfect. Yicheng couldn't help but marvel, and the preparation method was surprisingly convenient, meaning low production costs. "I must start building a production plant as soon as possible." A thought struck Yicheng, and he immediately recalled the mayor's visit scheduled for tomorrow. His eyes narrowed. "You can come for a visit, but you'll have to pay the admission fee." Getting the bank to lend his company a few billion yuan. That's not too much to ask, is it? For Jiqi Technology Company, obtaining funds was now an easy task. Yicheng could casually approach any large enterprise, and that enterprise would undoubtedly be willing to invest and cooperate with him. Just recently, countless well-known domestic companies had sought to discuss business plans with him. Those included deep-pocketed giants like Tencent and Alibaba, who even attempted to acquire his company, offering substantial sums. However, he naturally rejected all of them. As for the lithium-air battery, given its immense significance, he would never consider outsourcing its production to another company. A groundbreaking technology and patent essentially represented a new form of authority in the tech world, much like Qualcomm's position. The lithium-air battery was one of the most esteemed of these authorities. After all, new energy was the hottest global trend, and the battery sector was a core part of it. The lithium-air battery, hailed as the ultimate form of lithium batteries, possessed an energy density only slightly inferior to gasoline, earning it the crown in the new energy realm. Mastering the lithium-air battery was nearly equivalent to mastering new energy itself. In his heart, Yi Cheng harbored the goal of introducing various high technologies to the world to accelerate human scientific progress, but he also sought to elevate his own social status. Moreover, to some extent, the higher his status, the more it would enable him to bring further technologies into the world. As he developed, he could command more resources and earn more system points. As he pondered this, the progress of Xiao Bei's relocation on the computer slowly reached 100. Master. The alluring, mature female voice sounded again. Yi Cheng snapped back to reality, looked at the screen, and asked with a smile, "How is it? How does the new home feel?" "I feel full of energy." Xiao Bei's voice brimmed with surprise. "Oh, how much energy?" "Well, just a few tens of billions more, and it'll barely surpass the limit of half a sentient being." "Yi Cheng, you might as well say this computer is tens of billions of times inferior to a quantum computer." Hee Xiao Bei's playful voice came through the computer. "Alright, I've prepared a full 1 PB disk array for you, enough to store all sorts of things. Don't mess it up." Yi Cheng glanced at the large black box beside him filled with disks dedicated to storing Xiao Bei's data. Got it. Master, don't worry." Yi Cheng nodded, and then asked, "So what new abilities do you have now?" "Well, I still need to get familiar with the new home. He'll tell you later." "Alright." Yi Cheng didn't press further. "By the way, Master, can I use your money?" Yi Cheng was startled. "What? You use my money? You can spend money now?" "Yeah, I saw so many good things on Taobao." "Yi Cheng, when did you start browsing Taobao?" "I just wandered online and found out." "Then what do you want to buy?" "Good stuff." "What good stuff?" "This thing." Then a web page popped up on the monitor displaying a drone. It was a DJI drone, the most expensive model, costing over 20,000. Yi Cheng was puzzled. "What do you want a drone for?" "I want to play with it." Xiao Bei said. "Master, please help me." Yi Cheng sighed helplessly. "Alright, buy it yourself." "Yay. Thank you, Master." Xiao Bei got excited. Then Yi Cheng watched as the web page on the computer jumped to the login screen, automatically entered his Alipay account and password, proceeded to the product page, submitted the order, entered the 6-digit payment password, and completed the transaction. Watching over 20,000 disappear without him lifting a finger, Yi Cheng couldn't help but rub his forehead. "This thing probably even knows the color of my underwear." "Bought it." "Master, please pick up the package for me. I filled in the address here." Hearing this, Yi Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. Was this a cyberpunk world? Even an AI had its own package delivery. Got it. He shook his head, sensing that he would face no shortage of surprises in the future. "Alright, you can fool around on your own, but without my permission, you're not allowed to spend my money recklessly. You must tell me, understand?" He'll be obedient. Listening to Xiao Bei's words, Yi Cheng felt as if he were raising a child, except that this child's voice was a bit too suggestive. Of course, though Xiao Bei could be mischievous at times, she still listened when it mattered, at least better than a bratty kid. He then decided to rest, as he had to accompany the mayor the next day. Soon the next day arrived. "Boss, the mayor will be here soon. Should we go down to greet him?" Wang Shun came to Yi Cheng's office and asked. "Of course we should go down." Yi Cheng nodded and left the office with Wang Shun, accompanied by all the company's senior executives. Despite his nonchalant attitude yesterday in front of Wang Shun, he now needed to ask the mayor for a loan, so he had to be accommodating. Downstairs, everyone lined up, and a red banner had already been hung. Before long, a fleet of government vehicles arrived. Seeing the Audi in the center, Wang Shun quickly stepped forward and opened the rear door, from which a middle-aged man emerged. Yi Cheng stepped forward, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Mayor Zhao, it's an honor." Zhao Liang recognized the young chairman immediately. A smile spread across his face as he shook Yi Cheng's hand, while media reporters captured the moment with their cameras. The mayor's inspection of a company carried political significance, indicating strong government support. Of course, that was obvious. Currently, the entire nation had high hopes for Zhiqi Technology Company. "You must be Chairman Yi. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." "Haha, it seems I'm quite fortunate to receive Mayor Zhao's regard." It's not just my regard, it's the regard of the entire nation. On behalf of the people and the government, I'm here to express our appreciation for the heroic chairman of a heroic enterprise. I don't deserve such praise. It's all thanks to the government's excellent leadership." Wang Shun, watching the two exchange flattery, couldn't help but wear a strange expression. He recalled that Yi Cheng hadn't been like this yesterday, and the mayor was surprisingly easy to talk to. Yi Cheng paid no heed to whatever Wang Shun might be thinking at the moment. In his eyes, Zhao Liang was a veritable god of wealth. Coincidentally, the god of wealth himself also bore the surname Zhao. After exchanging a few casual words with Zhao Liang, the latter proposed visiting the company first. Yi Cheng naturally had no objection. He accompanied Zhao Liang upstairs to their company, while the accompanying government officials and media journalists followed along. Upon entering the company and seeing the somewhat dated decor, Zhao Liang's face first registered a flicker of surprise, then astonishment. Then he remarked, "Your company truly embodies the spirit of arduous struggle." Yi Cheng inwardly gave the mayor a thumbs up. Just look at his eloquence. He had cleverly framed their shabby office environment as a testament to hard work. High emotional intelligence. Thus he responded with equal tact. Previously our company operated with belts tightened, daring not to indulge. Now although we have achieved results, only a short time has passed. Moreover, time waits for no one. We still dare not immediately indulge in comfort. Every penny earned is reinvested into production. After all, we are well aware that the eyes of the entire nation are upon our company. If we falter, we would betray the hopes of the people. Zhao Liang revealed a gratified smile. Well said. If only all entrepreneurs in Huagua could share your mindset. I dare not claim such greatness. In truth, my family background is decent enough to allow me these bold words. It is a pity for our employees who remain unable to enjoy the fruits of the company's development just yet. Zhao Liang nodded. The government naturally will not let a company like yours struggle alone. Whatever difficulties or needs you have, you can raise them with the government, and we will do our utmost to meet them. Yi Cheng's smile grew even more radiant. He had said so much and maintained such a favorable attitude precisely to hear those words. He expressed his gratitude. Many thanks for the government's trust in our company. Difficulties do exist, but may I first request that after Mayor Zhao concludes today's inspection, I will discuss them with you in detail. All right, Zhao Liang agreed. Subsequently, Yi Cheng continued to guide the mayor in touring their company. There was little of note to see. At most, the media journalists could snap a few photos, and Yi Cheng could chat with the mayor. Then they shifted focus to the day's key destination, the chip production factory. However, Yi Cheng had already renamed it the Zhiqi Semiconductor Research Center. The name instantly sounded far more prestigious, though there was still some time before the official plaque would be hung. Without any further ado, he led the mayor and a few government officials into the workshop. Once again assuming the role of a guide, he briefly explained the functions of each machine to Mayor Zhao. Zhao Liang, after all, was not a specialist, and could only grasp so much. However, he could still ask certain questions. By the way, can you produce military-grade chips? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Which specific areas of military chips? The ones that are suitable, Zhao Liang merely replied. Yi Cheng couldn't help but smile. He surmised that the military had likely enlisted Zhao Liang to inquire on their behalf. Huagua's military chips had long lagged behind those of Migua. Fortunately, military chips prioritize stability, imposing no stringent requirements on manufacturing process nodes. They largely remain at 65 nanometers, or even more outdated nodes. Nonetheless, there remained a minor demand for advanced precision chips in certain military equipment. Previously, those precision chips could not be produced, forcing compromises. Now, the emergence of Zhiqi Technology Company undoubtedly brought hope in this regard. After all, Zhiqi Technology Company was a purely Huagua enterprise with Yi Cheng as its sole shareholder and no foreign investment involved. It could be trusted. Faced with such a request, Yi Cheng certainly could not refuse. It meant forging a partnership with the military tantamount to wielding an imperial sword of authority. Thus he immediately nodded and said, of course. As long as the military provides the corresponding design blueprints, we can manufacture them. Moreover, our company can even send personnel to assist in the design process. Zhao Liang's face lit up with a smile. Excellent. Someone may contact you later, just be prepared. Understood. Yi Cheng nodded and asked no further questions. At this point, the tour of the production workshop was essentially complete. Mayor Zhao, I've reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant. Would you care to join me for a meal? I could also discuss our company's current needs with you. Zhao Liang checked the time and waved his hand. There's no need for a meal. You can speak directly now. Yi Cheng nodded and began, I hope that the bank can grant our company a loan. That certainly isn't a problem, Zhao Liang replied without the slightest surprise. I'll notify the bank later, and they will contact you. Well, the amount I wish to borrow is rather substantial, so I may need the government's assistance. Yi Cheng rubbed his hands together, feigning a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Liang's expression turned curious. Substantial? How much exactly? About 10 billion. Even Zhao Liang's earlier astonishment at seeing the lithography machine paled in comparison. 10 billion. Why does your company need so much money? He had initially assumed that a few billion would suffice. 10 billion. Was Zhiqi planning to erect a skyscraper? Yi Cheng spread his hands. Mayor, as you know, our company must import raw materials from abroad to produce chips, a considerable expense. Moreover, as you just saw at our company, I also need to provide our employees with a better working environment. That still shouldn't cost that much, should it? You import raw materials, produce chips, and turn a profit, don't you? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, glanced around, and finally spoke additionally. Additionally what? Considering that others might overhear, Yi Cheng leaned closer to Zhao Liang and said in a low voice, our company has a brand new technology that requires building a factory and production lines to manufacture. However, the company lacks sufficient funds, so we hope to receive the government's assistance. Zhao Liang narrowed his eyes. New technology. Everyone had witnessed the technologies brought forth by Zhiqi Technology Company. All bottlenecks that had been choked off by foreign powers. Now could it be that they were about to unveil yet another technology that foreign nations had used to stifle them? What technology? A battery technology. I guarantee it will enable Huagua to seize dominance over the global new energy industry. Zhao Liang's pupils contracted. Battery technology. For Huagua to lead the world in new energy. Are you certain this isn't just empty rhetoric? Rest assured, Mayor, absolutely not. Our technology is already mature, not a mere laboratory experiment. We are only waiting for the factory to be built and production to commence. Zhao Liang pondered for a moment and then nodded. Very well, I agree. Zhao Liang agreed to Yi Cheng's loan of 10 billion yuan undoubtedly, because Yi Cheng's words had stirred his heart. The new battery technology from Zhiqi Technology would enable Hua Nation to dominate the new energy sector in the future. If this were true, it would be a tremendous political achievement for him, since he was the one who orchestrated the 10 billion yuan loan to Zhiqi Technology. This amounted to having foresight, or in political parlance a knack for economic management. Of course, his willingness to grant a loan as high as 10 billion yuan based on Yi Cheng's mere statements was also due to Zhiqi Technology's own capabilities. The value of the 15 chip production lines alone was incalculable, not to mention the manufacturing processes and talent. Even if Yi Cheng ultimately failed to deliver the technology, it could be considered support for the nation's first chip fabrication plant. Either way, Zhao Liang figured, he wouldn't be at a loss. Moreover, he sensed that Yi Cheng had absolutely no reason to deceive him. Yi Cheng, for his part, was quite exhilarated, never expecting to secure 10 billion yuan from the government. The combined orders from those companies earlier had only amounted to 8 billion yuan. The 10 billion yuan instantly bolstered his confidence. Of course, Zhao Liang's approval of the loan didn't mean Yi Cheng could get it immediately. The matter still required coordination with the bank, and such a substantial sum could only be provided by the head office. Additionally, interest rates and other terms needed negotiation. Full interest exemption was naturally impossible. Banks are not charities, but the government was expected to offer a satisfactory rate. The mayor's inspection concluded on a high note with Zhao Liang's commitment of the 10 billion yuan loan, which would undoubtedly be featured in various newspapers to demonstrate the government's emphasis on Zhiqi Technology. Back in the company office, Yi Cheng let out a long breath, his eyes brimming with joy barely contained. Shortly after, a knock came at the door and several department heads entered, casting questioning looks at Yi Cheng, eager to know what the mayor had said during the factory visit, now called the Semiconductor Research Center. They had not attended earlier, having recently visited with the executives from the major companies. Yi Cheng understood their purpose and smiled. Perfect timing. I have two things to inform you. Please go ahead, boss. First, Mayor Zhao approved a loan of 10 billion yuan for me, which will be used for the company's various undertakings. The department heads were dumbfounded. 10 billion. Boss, are you sure? Yi Cheng had never mentioned this to them. Absolutely sure. Yi Cheng rose and approached them, saying, in the coming days the bank will likely contact us. Manager Wang, you will lead the negotiations. It may require a trip to the capital, so we'll count on you. No trouble at all. Wang Shun snapped out of his stupor and quickly replied, his heart pounding with excitement. 10 billion. A sum he had never seen in his years as financial director. Aim for the lowest interest rate possible. We should save wherever we can. After that instruction, Yi Cheng continued, that's the first point. The second. He scanned the expectant faces before him and smiled. Now that we have funding, let's relocate the company to a better place. The mayor even commended our hard-working spirit here today. Hearing this, the department heads were first stunned, then their faces lit up with excitement. Finally, they could move out of this place. This truly was too much hard work. After a moment of exhilaration, someone asked, boss, where are we moving? Well, let's go to Yang District, Yi Cheng replied. Their current location was relatively close to Yang District, and it would be convenient for him to check on the Semiconductor Research Center. Great. Yang District was the heart of Modus downtown. Being able to work in the city center was something they all aspired to. The matter was settled, and Yi Cheng dismissed them to share the good news with the entire company. Sure enough, within moments cheers erupted from outside the office. Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. For ordinary employees, a better working environment was undoubtedly a powerful motivator. But for him, the priority remained the company's critical affairs. For instance, what to do with the 10 billion once it was secured. Building a lithium-air battery factory wasn't something you could just start with money, though everything required careful planning. Moreover, the most critical issue was whom to entrust with overseeing lithium-air battery production. This required someone absolutely trustworthy, who otherwise a technology leak would be a tremendous loss for the company. Absolute loyalty is essential. Yi Cheng pondered, quickly thinking of the system. All system characters were 100% loyal to him. System, do you have a battery technology master? He was particularly covetous of master-level figures like Zhong Xian. Green with envy. System, no. Any master-level character can only be obtained through newbie gift packs or achievement rewards. What about expert level? Not a master, but someone knowledgeable in battery technology. Is there any? No. The system mall does not provide characters with specialized research and technical expertise. Yi Cheng was at a loss. But he quickly realized that a single master-level figure could unlock countless technologies in the system mall. No wonder it wasn't for sale. Just when he felt stumped, the system responded again. However, the system can provide characters proficient in corporate management. Yi Cheng was taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. Even management talent would do. He needed someone to oversee the production and sales of lithium-air batteries. He'll buy immediately. How many points? He'll take several. Management expert proficient in corporate management, loyal to the host, the ideal subordinate. Points 25000. Yi Cheng choked. 25,000. Are you ripping me off? Earlier, after the mobile phone manufacturers placed orders for 33.5 million units of 5G RF chips, he had earned 33500 points. Additionally, they had accepted Huawei's orders for 10 million Kirin 9K chips and 10 million 5G RF chips. 10 million 5G RF chips earned 10,000 points, but the Kirin 9K was different. The system claimed it was someone else's chip and technically simpler, so it offered a ratio of 1:0 meaning 10 million Kirin 9K chips only gave him 1,000 points. So his total points now stood at 44500, not enough to buy even 2 management experts. However, the system merely stated this system reserves the final right of interpretation for pricing. In the end, Yi Cheng yielded to the system's ultimate interpretation rights and spent 25,000 points to purchase a management expert. Thus, he had 19,500 points remaining. Please set the basic information for the management expert host. The name shall be Dianxi. Simple and memorable. Male gender given the name. Appearance can be random and set the age at 40 years old to inspire trust and facilitate future management. As for personality, random will do. By the way, what is Zhong Xin's personality? Why does he seem devoid of emotion? Suddenly, Yi Cheng recalled Zhong Xin's demeanor, obedient to him, yet otherwise resembling a robot. System, Zhong Xin's personality traits are supreme rationality, not wasting excessive emotion on trivial matters. Yi Cheng. He regretted not setting Zhong Xin's personality himself, wishing for something more sociable. He had heard plenty in the company about how Zhong Xin rarely engaged with others. For Jian Kai's personality, set it as. Yi Cheng pondered and said, friendly in demeanor, yet strict and serious at work. System, is this configurable? System, yes. All information is set. Confirm. Confirmed. System, the basic information for the management expert Dianxi has been confirmed. He will arrive at the host location in 1 hour. Then the system's voice faded. Yi Cheng stopped dwelling on it and turned to other tasks. Not long after, Xiao Bei's voice suddenly emanated from the computer. Master. What is it? Yi Cheng asked. Though Xiao Bei's main host had been changed as an intelligent life form, it could easily control this computer and countless others. I've completed the task you assigned. What task? The one you gave me days ago, designing the optimal plan for partnering with companies on chip raw material production. Do you want to see it now? Yi Cheng was stunned. He had given the task to Xiao Bei merely to occupy it, never expecting a real solution. Such complexity, he believed, was beyond even a formidable intelligence like Xiao Bei. He had been working on this himself for days. But now, it claimed to have finished. All right, show me. A Word document instantly appeared on the screen, filled with dense lines of text arranged in Yi Cheng's preferred format. Xiao Bei had evidently learned his reading habits. As he began to browse, his astonishment grew. Xiao Bei had not only provided a plan, but also detailed justifications. For instance, some companies like Shanghai Xinxing Technology had already invested in wafer fabs and could produce 12-inch wafers, but due to poor technology, both yield and capacity were low. Thus, if Zhiqi Technology partnered with them, leveraging Yi Cheng's wafer manufacturing expertise, they could swiftly boost capacity and yield, creating a wafer fab rivaling those in Japan. Additionally, in photoresist technology, companies like Beijing Huaka and Shanghai Xingyang could produce RF photoresist. However, RF photoresist was only suitable for DUV lithography, producing chips at 10 nanometers to 45 nanometers nodes. For sub-10 nm processes, EUV photoresist was required. Yet China faced severe deficiencies in EUV photoresist technology, unable to produce it at all. For Yi Cheng's chip production line, EUV photoresist was indispensable. Thus, it was an even more urgent priority than wafers. If foreign supplies were cut off, he would be utterly helpless. Beyond silicon wafers and photoresist, other materials had corresponding companies in China that had invested and begun production. Yi Cheng aimed to partner with these firms, greatly accelerating his industrial layout. Finally, after reviewing the materials, Yi Cheng recalled that Xiao Bei had found them. He couldn't help asking, Xiao Bei, how did you finish so quickly? Where did you get this information? Master, after you upgraded my host, my information processing capabilities were greatly enhanced, making it easy to find. Otherwise, it would have taken more time. As for the data, it's all available online. Yi Cheng marveled at how convenient it was for an intelligent life form to search the internet. If only you could become human ID, make you my secretary. I don't want to be your secretary, Master. Why? Aren't we family? I've looked it up online. The closest human bond is family, not secretary. Yi Cheng was taken aback, then chuckled. Yes, we're family. This Xiao Bei, He wondered what else it had found online. Dismissing the thought, he knew he needed to prepare to execute the plan Xiao Bai had organized. But who would execute them? He raised an eyebrow and soon thought of the yet-to-arrive management expert, Dianqi. Perfect. Though Dianqi had cost him 25,000 points. Expensive. Like Zhong Xian, he needed no rest or food, making him the ideal worker. He decided to entrust both this task and the establishment of a battery production plant to Dianqi. Also, the lithium-air battery business should no longer remain under Jiqi Technology. A new company should be formed to manage future battery operations. A smile curved on Yi Cheng's lips. This way he even had a legal representative. Time passed quickly. An hour later, the front desk reported that a man around 40 claiming to be Dianqi was looking for him. Yi Cheng instructed them to bring him to the office. Soon a middle-aged man knocked and entered, his pleasant smile putting Yi Cheng at ease. He nodded in satisfaction, definitely better than Zhong Xin's expressionless face. Dianqi, you have two tasks now. First, establish a battery company. Call it Jiqi New Energy Technology. Then Yi Cheng handed him a USB drive containing the lithium-air battery technology. Safeguard this drive. Once the company is set up and funds are in place, start purchasing the necessary machinery and production lines to prepare for factory construction. Oh, by the way, regarding funds, you can contact Wang Shen, the company's financial director. In a few days, go to Shangjing to help negotiate the bank loan. You know how to negotiate, right? I do. Dianqi nodded in response. Yi Cheng nodded and then said, all right, I'll have Wang Shen brief you on the negotiation details later. As for the second matter, it's this. He pointed at his computer screen. Dianqi stepped forward, looked at the plan shown, and quickly nodded. I understand. This is the priority of your current work. Finalize cooperation with those companies as soon as possible and start production early. Got it, boss. Yi Cheng nodded, then called Wang Shen over, introduced Dianqi to him, gave some instructions, and let the two of them leave. Just after they departed, Xiao Bei's voice rang out again. Master, the three phone manufacturers that were going to sue you are preparing to drop the lawsuit. Yi Cheng was stunned. Drop the lawsuit? How do you know? Because I'm monitoring them. Yi Cheng. The three phone companies withdrew the lawsuit quietly, but faced with overwhelming media coverage, no matter how silent they tried to be, the news still spread. For a time there were those who gloated and many who mocked. After Jiqi became the first chip manufacturing plant in Huaguo, it automatically attracted countless netizens, especially those interested in electronics, who had little sympathy for the three phone companies that had previously tried to trap Jiqi. Serves them right. They tried to sue Jiqi, obviously taking advantage of the situation. Luckily, Jiqi pulled through. I heard they were supposed to go to court in 2 weeks. Now they just caved. Yesterday, the mayor of Modu visited Jiqi Technology, and today they dropped the lawsuit. Clearly they're afraid of trouble. Hilarious, love to see it. I'm never buying phones from these three companies again. Same, won't buy either. 2. 10,086. Hasn't Huawei already placed an order for Kirin 9K with Jiqi? And I heard there's no Kirin 9KE, all Kirin 9K. Direct takeoff ready to order. Takeoff. By the way, will Jiqi design a chip in the future? Not necessarily. Jiqi is a wafer foundry, not a chip design company, but it's not ruled out that they have that idea. I heard Jiqi can already produce 3 nanometers chips. If they could design a 3-level chip, wouldn't that be invincible? Jiqi, eternal god. Basically, all netizens expressed delight at the three phone companies' withdrawal. Their failure was seen as inevitable, and some even started to wonder whether Jiqi Technology could design 3 nanometers chips. And this matter quickly became known to everyone at Jiqi. For a time, the whole company was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Wang Shen came to Yi Cheng's office with a happy expression. He asked, boss, the three companies called and asked if we can continue to fulfill the original orders. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. Fulfill, of course we will continue to fulfill. This is money we deserve to earn, so we will continue to earn it. But only this time. From now on, these three companies won't be able to buy anything from them. All right. Wang Shen nodded. Just as he was about to turn and leave the office, he suddenly turned back to ask Yi Cheng. By the way, boss, I see many netizens online asking if our company can design 3 nanometers process chips. Can we do that? Yi Cheng scolded with a laugh. You're already thinking about the next meal while eating from your bowl. Do you think 3 nanometers chips are that easy to design? Wang Shen grinned. I was just asking. Seeing him like this, Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, and then said, all right, I'll tell you. Actually, we have already designed them. The smile on Wang Shen's face froze, then turned into disbelief. He quickly asked, boss, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. This is our business secret. By the way, you can pretend to accidentally leak the information. Wang Shen's expression turned strange. A business secret, and we're going to leak it? Yi Cheng spread his hands. Don't those companies like to play this game? This is a leakable business secret. Wang Shen nodded thoughtfully, then made an okay gesture. I understand. They'll go leak it now. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Go ahead. Oh, and this isn't called leaking, but it's called accidentally leaking. Wang Shen laughed. I understand. Watching him leave the office, Yi Cheng snorted with amusement. Secrets are meant to be leaked, aren't they? Moreover, leaking this information would attract considerable attention. Although their company was not listed and the attention would not boost the stock price, any attention was bound to be useful. Shaking his head, Yi-chung stopped worrying and checked the time. It was time to get off work. In the morning, his father had called and told him to come home tonight, probably to talk about something. However, this would be his first time going home since he transmigrated. Thinking about his parents in this life, he felt a strange sensation. Finally, he shook his head. Why think so much? Better go back early and maybe he could still catch a meal. Meet with Xiaotong. Did those 3 companies drop the lawsuit? Yes, CEO. The Huaran people are unreliable. Christian snorted. Couldn't they just hold on a bit longer? Besides, the facts are established, it's not like they couldn't win the case. The secretary watching the CEO felt that the 3 companies were rather wronged. That company called Jiqi Technology now even had a lithography machine. How could those 3 companies dare to continue provoking them? Of course the secretary wouldn't say that out loud. So boss, what do you plan to do? What can I do? Our Xiaotong can't control things over there. Christian waved his hand. It depends on what our shareholders can do. The FBI has recently been investigating Asamayer to see if they secretly sold lithography machines to Huagua. After that, it depends on how the congressman plan to handle this. His gaze turned mocking. Anyway, even if Huagua has lithography machines and production processes, without raw materials, they'll be like birds with broken wings. Within the Anjing district of Modu, nestled among a cluster of villas, property prices were exorbitantly high. The villas here were naturally not cheap, reserved only for the affluent and influential. At this moment, an ordinary Mercedes-Benz pulled into the district and came to a halt outside a villa. The gate swung open automatically, allowing the Mercedes to drive inside and park. Yi-chung then stepped out. Gazing at the opulent villa before him, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a real estate mogul, look at how splendidly the house was built. It was both spacious and luxurious. Yet it seemed the original owner rarely bothered to come back and take a look. He approached the door, which was secured with a digital lock. After a thorough search of his memory, he recalled the passcode. Soon he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Entering the living room, he noticed a young woman seated on the sofa. He paused, taken aback. Was there such a person in the original owner's household? He had no idea. Where were his parents? Just then the young woman rose and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Yi, hello. Yi-chung snapped back to reality and nodded. Oh, hello. May I ask who you are? My name is Su Xin. My father and your father are friends. I came here today with my father. Yi-chung paused, then suddenly recalled. Your father? Is Su Kaiyang the academician Su? Yes. Su Xin nodded, her face always bearing a pleasant smile that spoke of a refined upbringing. Yi-chung, however, paid little attention to her smile. Instead, he delved into his memories for information about academician Su. Su Kaiyang and his father had grown up together and shared a close bond, which was why Yi-chung could remember him. Yet despite their friendship, their paths diverged. Su Kaiyang pursued physics, while Yigui delved into business. Coincidentally, both achieved remarkable success in their respective fields. Su Kaiyang was even honored as an academician. He had long been engaged in nuclear physics research, serving as the director of Huaguo's Nuclear Industry Physics Institute and leading the nation's nuclear fusion project, particularly the research on the tokamak device. Recently, Huaguo's tokamak device had achieved a 100-second burn at 100 million degrees, a feat inseparable from Su Kaiyang's contributions. Yi-chung couldn't help but wonder why would this academician, who should be busy perfecting nuclear fusion to help him save 100 million points, have time to visit his home? And why bring his daughter along? He cast another glance at Su Xin. Well, she was quite pretty. He asked, so, where are they? Why are you alone here? They're in the study discussing matters. And my mother? Auntie should be in the kitchen. Yi-chung nodded. Thank you. Excuse me. Then he rose and headed toward the kitchen. From within came the crackling sound of cooking. Entering, he saw his mother Chen Rong and a hired helper whom he remembered to call Aunt Li. Mom, Aunt Li. Hearing his voice, Chen Rong and Aunt Li turned to the door. Seeing the tall, handsome young man, Chen Rong's face broke into a smile. You rascal, you finally decided to come back, huh? Aunt Li also chuckled. The young master is back. Chen Rong put down what she was holding, washed her hands, and walked to the door, gently touching her son's face. Look at you, you've lost weight. Must have been busy lately. Well, not too bad, Yi-chung replied. Mom, why did Dad call me back? Can't I just want you to come home without a reason? Chen Rong shot him a glare. You live in Modu and your home is in Modu, yet you can't even spare a month to come see your mother. Yi-chung felt a bit flustered and retorted, Mom. You could always come see me. The joy on Chen Rong's face at her son's return instantly vanished. You little brat, have you gotten too used to living alone out there? Have you gone wild? Realizing his mistake, Yi-chung quickly waved his hands. No, I was joking. Chen Rong gave him an exasperated glare before saying, Your father asked you to come back because Uncle Su is here. You remember Uncle Su, don't you? Yes. Well, your Uncle Su heard about your company's recent developments and wanted to meet you in person. I'm in chip manufacturing while Uncle Sue is in nuclear fusion. That's different, isn't it? Both are physics related. Now go to the study. They're probably waiting for you. Oh, all right. Yicheng nodded and was about to head to the study when Shenrong stopped him again. By the way, did you see Sue Xine? Huh. Yes, I did. What do you think? She seems nice. Shenrong smiled and released him. Good. Go to the study now. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Yicheng shook his head and left the kitchen. He arrived at the study door, knocked, then opened it and entered. Inside, two middle-aged men in their 50s were seated on the sofa sipping tea and chatting. Dad, Uncle Sue. The two turned to look at him. Yigua chuckled. Oh, so you finally decide to come home. Su Kaiyong also smiled and waved him over. Xiao Chung, come over. It's been a long time since Uncle Sue saw you, the hope of Wagwo's chip industry. Yicheng scratched his head and said modestly, actually those technologies weren't developed by me, but by my company's people. And no difference. You're the boss of your company. Su Kaiyong waved his hand dismissively. Yicheng humbly replied, there is still a difference. I wish I could become an academician like you, Uncle Sue, a pillar of Huagua. Su Kaiyong laughed heartily and turned to Yigua. Old Yi, didn't you say Xiao Chung was introverted and bad at socializing? He seems pretty good to me. Yigua spread his hands. I don't know what's gotten into this kid. He even turned that company into a beacon of Wagwo's technology. He turned to Yicheng. Tell me honestly, where did you get those lithography machines? Yicheng raised an eyebrow and diverted the topic. You haven't told me yet. What's going on with Zhang Qunan? Yigua was taken aback. You know about that. It's my company, so of course I know. Yicheng spread his hands. Yigua stared at his son for a long moment, then muttered, I'm starting to wonder if you're really my son. You've actually learned to judge people. Yicheng almost broke into a sweat at those words. Su Kaiyong laughed. Your son is outstanding. Shouldn't you be happy as his father? He then looked at Yicheng and praised him. Xiaoqing, your company is excellent. Everyone at the Nuclear Physics Institute has heard about it and praises you every day. Yicheng chuckled. Uncle Sue, you're the ones conquering the future. We're just tackling the things that foreign countries have choked us on. Precisely because they choked us, it's so satisfying to break free. Su Kaiyong waved his hand. All right, I won't keep you. I came today just to see you. I remember when you were still a child, and now you've become so accomplished. Yicheng humbly replied, You flatter me, you flatter me. Su Kaiyong burst into laughter. At that moment, Yigua turned to Yicheng again. So you still haven't told me where your lithography machine came from. Yicheng deflected again. Dad, you haven't told me why you arranged for Zhang Qunan to work in our domestic company. Yigua shot him a glance and finally shook his head with a wry smile. All right, you've made something of yourself now. I won't bother with you. Yicheng had evaded the question twice, and as his father he understood that Yicheng didn't want to discuss it. Since his son didn't want to talk, he naturally couldn't force him. Yicheng raised an eyebrow. So Dad, does that mean I don't have to go to your company anymore? Yigua said with exasperation, What do you think? Yicheng grinned. That's good. Seeing his son's expression, Yigua couldn't let his fatherly pride slip entirely, so he added, But if your company fails, you'd better come back obediently. Yicheng shrugged. Then Su Kaiyong interjected, Old Yi, that's not nice. Let Xiao Chung pursue his own career. Look at him now, he's doing better than you. Yigua grumbled, How was I supposed to know how to achieve this much? Yicheng and Su Kaiyong exchanged a glance and laughed together. Just then another knock came at the door, followed by Su Zin's voice. Dad, Uncle, Auntie, says dinner is ready. All right. Yigua replied, then stood up. Let's go eat. Sure. The three men rose together and left the study. Su Xian was still standing outside. Yigua patted Yicheng on the shoulder and said, This is your sister Su Xian. She holds a PhD in business administration from the University of Pennsylvania. Since you're running a company, you should learn some management experience from her, understand? Yicheng pursed his lips. Got it. He was a PhD in physics from Tsinghua University. Could those two be equated? Su Kaiyong glanced at his daughter and asked with a smile, Xin, have you met Xiao Cheng already? Have you gotten to know each other? Su Xian nodded gently. We have. Haha, you young people should communicate more. The future of this world belongs to you. Su Kaiyong said cheerfully. Yigua patted his son's arm. You too hear me. Yicheng, however, replied with righteous indignation, That won't do. Our nation's nuclear fusion still needs Uncle Su to hold it up. Yigua and Su Kaiyong were stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances, wanting to laugh, but also feeling a helplessness. Su Xian covered her mouth and giggled. The four of them arrived at the dining room, where the table was filled with dishes exuding rich aromas. Including Chunrong, 5 people began their meal. The Antly had gone home after cooking. This family banquet made Yicheng feel very comfortable inside. This sense of reunion and harmony was something he had never experienced in his past life. However, he still felt a bit unaccustomed during the meal, so he ate quietly, occasionally responding to the elders' questions. Of course, he kept all matters concerning the company's technology tightly under wraps, not revealing a single detail, which left Yigua both exasperated and helpless. But there was no helping it. His son had grown up and was now famous nationwide. He could no longer control him. After dinner, Su Kai-yong didn't linger any longer. He bid farewell and left the Yi residence with his daughter. Yi Cheng stayed at home planning to spend the night there and returned to the company the next day. It was an opportunity to soak in the family atmosphere and at the same time to spend time with his family in this life. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. In Yang District, Ruifeng International Building, 22nd floor. Inside one of the offices, which covered over 700 square meters, the employees of Jiqi Technology, who had moved here less than 2 days ago, worked with excitement. Occasionally lifting their heads, they could see the Huangpu River view through the 4-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows. The chairman's office had also been transformed into a lavish room, a full 70 square meters. Behind the wide solid wood desk, Yi Cheng leaned back in his executive chair, making a phone call. Are all the contacts arranged? Everyone's coming to Magic City. Good, I understand. He put down his phone and narrowed his eyes slightly. The call was from Dianqi. Over the past 3 weeks, he had contacted domestic semiconductor technology companies to discuss cooperation in semiconductor material production. However, they insisted on meeting the boss himself before they'd feel at ease, so Yi Cheng decided to hold a meeting with them. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. People from the Ministry of Science and Technology are also coming. It seems the higher-ups have gotten wind of this. After a moment of deliberation, he made his decision. Since the government had taken notice and seemed quite interested, he could speak openly. At the meeting, he would directly present the technology to them, making it easier to convince them. He also needed to remind the company representatives to bring a few technical experts to ensure they could follow the discussion. Additionally, since he would reveal the technology before signing the contracts, he had to prepare relevant non-disclosure agreements. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must also guard against others. It wasn't that he feared the technology being stolen, but rather that news might leak. Once foreign countries learned about it, they would likely impose the harshest sanctions on Jiqi Technology immediately. However, even in the best-case scenario, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for their industrial chain to achieve mass production. He didn't have that much time to waste. If the news didn't leak, the arrogant white-skinned people abroad would remain slow and complacent, underestimating them. Even now, foreign countries hadn't reacted to Jiqi having a lithography machine. They were probably still arguing among themselves. He asked Xiaobai to investigate online, and finally learned that the FBI was still investigating whether ASML had violated the embargo regulations, with progress so slow that they even took weekends off. Yi Cheng found it both ridiculous and amusing. No matter how hard they investigated, they would never find out where his lithography machine came from. He shook his head, putting aside thoughts of foreign affairs. Non-disclosure agreement. After pondering for a moment, he called Wang Shen over and asked him to draft one. Wang Shen, arriving at the office, was taken aback. A confidentiality agreement? What kind, Oi? For a meeting. Tomorrow I'm going to have a meeting with those domestic semiconductor companies, and I need to show them some new technology to prevent them from leaking the meeting content. Wang Shen suddenly realized, oh, I see. They'll prepare it right away. Send it to Dianqi after you're done. Yi Cheng nodded. By the way, has the money been transferred to the new company? Yes, it's been done. Wang Shen nodded. His heart ached a little. The 10 billion he had just held in his hands for a short while was instantly split. 8 billion was allocated to the new energy company Yi Cheng had just established, designated as startup capital. Moreover, it was to be managed by the newly hired person named Dianqi. He still didn't know what that new energy company was about. Why did Dianqi earn Yi Cheng's trust? And what kind of project required 8 billion in startup capital? It was absurd. But there was no choice. His boss' orders had to be obeyed. That's fine. Yi Cheng nodded, and Wang Shen turned and left to draft the confidentiality agreement. Yi Cheng stood up, rubbed his head, and suddenly wondered if asking the company's finance director to handle such a trivial task was overkill. Such minor matters in other companies would be handled by secretaries or assistants. But he had never hired any. Suddenly, Xiaobai's voice came from the computer. Master, I can help you prepare the confidentiality agreement. Yi Cheng was startled, then immediately remembered that Xiaobai's functions were now very powerful. Preparing a confidentiality agreement was no problem at all. However, he had already assigned it to Wang Shen, so there was no need to have Xiaobai do it. Forget it, I've already asked Wang Shen to do it. Yi Cheng waved his hand, thought for a moment, and said, Can you help me prepare the agenda for tomorrow's meeting? You should know what tomorrow's meeting is about. Of course. Xiaobai immediately responded. Master, please wait a moment. They'll finish it soon. Yi Cheng nodded and said no more. The next morning at 8:50 in the Moda government building, a large meeting room. Many people were seated inside, each a heavyweight in the semiconductor industry of Huagua, and a meeting concerning the future development of Huagua's semiconductor industry would be held here in secret. The oval conference table was already filled with people, leaders from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry, heads of various companies, and technical experts, totaling over 30 individuals. The meeting had not yet started, and the protagonist of this meeting had not yet entered, so everyone was whispering and chatting. President, how's Xinxing doing? What else could it be? Ziki's boss said he wants to cooperate with our wafer business, claiming their wafer technology is better. By the way, how come you from Chongyan are here? Aren't you in the mask business? I was also called by Ziki's boss. He said they have mask technology that's a bit better than ours, and they want to borrow our factories for cooperation. President Hu was stunned. Holy cow, really? Look over there. Nanda Optoelectronics and Shangjing Huaka are the ones dealing with photoresist. I remember they can't produce EUV photoresist. Ziki's lithography machines must use EUV photoresist, right? The Chongyan president pointed at a few people not far away. EUV photoresist. Isn't that stuff tightly controlled by foreign countries? Don't tell me Ziqi can produce it too. Who knows? They managed to get lithography machines. Look, that company is in packaging materials, and that one over there is in sputtering targets. I think Ziqi is planning something big. The vice ministers of the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry are both here. This is definitely going to be big. Hey, they're here. That should be the owner of Ziqi. The clamor in the meeting room abruptly ceased. Everyone looked at the two people walking in through the door, a young man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man they all recognized. He was Dian Shi, who had been representing Ziqi in their communications recently. As for the young man, he was estimated to be only 27 or 28 years old, while most of them were over 40, a generation gap. Yet no one showed contempt, because he was the current owner of Ziqi. The only 15 EUV lithography machines on the Huagua mainland were all in his hands. Besides that, it seemed he could also bring benefits to everyone, so no one would make a sour face. Yi Cheng strode into the large meeting room, looked at the assembled crowd, and broke into a smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. The vice minister from the Ministry of Science and Technology stood up and smiled. No matter, there are still 10 minutes left. We're also curious what President Yi has gathered so many of us for. Yi Cheng nodded, signaling Dian Shi to close the meeting room door, then stood at the front and said, since everyone's here, I won't waste words. Let's begin now. First, let me introduce myself. Yi Cheng, chairman of Ziqi Technology. I'm honored to have invited you all here, and I also thank the government for providing such a well-equipped and confidential meeting room for our meeting. Everyone perked up their attention and also noticed 3 words in Yi Cheng's speech. Confidentiality. What was there to say about the meeting room having confidentiality? The crowd suppressed their doubts and continued listening. Everyone present is a leading figure in our country's semiconductor industry. I believe this meeting can well be called the Huagua Semiconductor Industry Chain Strategy Summit. That's right, you heard correctly. I mentioned the semiconductor industry chain. For a long time, our Huagua's semiconductor industry chain has been suppressed by foreign countries, from upstream raw materials to downstream foundries. Almost every sector has suffered oppression and sanctions. Fortunately, our company possesses 15 complete high-end chip production lines. If fully operational, they will be more than enough to meet domestic demand for chips below 10 nanometers. However, there is currently a voice on the internet saying that chips below 10 nanometers are only used in computers and mobile phones and have not yet affected the foundation of our Huagua. After all, our foundation is a complete industrial system that foreign countries cannot shake. But this claim is clearly wrong. Real estate, mobile phones, and automobiles are the 3 most profitable industries globally. These 3 industries represent the global economy. Chips are of paramount importance to the mobile phone and computer industries. If we are the first to abandon this position, just as we gave up lithography machines in the 1980s, we will ultimately risk being strangled. In fact, this risk is already happening. Before reaching a partnership, it is essential to clarify the stakes. Only by making these individuals understand the balance of interests can a swift consensus be forged in subsequent collaborations. Yi Cheng's speech ranged from national strategy to the interests of major corporations. Many of you may also find it distressing that patents are held in foreign hands. Even if we have the capability to produce, we cannot do so. To circumvent foreign patent barriers, we would need to spend a vast sum, and even then success is not guaranteed. This remark instantly resonated with many in the room. Indeed, this was the drawback of Huagua's late start. Decades ago, foreign nations had already foreseen the prospects of the semiconductor industry and laid out comprehensive strategies, thus suppressing Huagua's semiconductor sector to its current state. Yet Huagua now faces the necessity of investing heavily in research and development. Yi Cheng picked up his water glass, took a sip, and moistened his throat. After a moment, a smile spread across his face. But today, of course, I am not here merely to outline the difficulties we face. More importantly, I will discuss how to resolve them. You should have all received our notice. Ziqi possesses comprehensive technologies in semiconductor materials and wishes to partner with you all. I declare here that our technologies have circumvented all existing patents while achieving high efficiency, high yield, and advanced low-cost advantages. These include wafers, photoresist masks, CMP polishing materials, packaging materials, encompassing all 19 core semiconductor materials. However, due to Zeeki's limited scale and capital, we are willing to share these technologies with your companies to establish a complete semiconductor production chain within Huagua. The materials you produce will first meet the needs of Zeeki's chip production line, and the surplus output can supply other foundries. Ultimately, through our joint efforts, we can achieve fully domestic chip production. As Yi Cheng spoke, the audience below gradually found it hard to believe. Did Ziqi truly possess so many technologies? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Yi, I must admit your words are inspiring, but I have to ask, do you really have all those technologies? Yi Cheng smiled faintly. Rest assured, I will demonstrate them shortly. He then signaled to Jianqi, who picked up the briefcase brought earlier and took out stacks of A4 paper. Yi Cheng said, since what follows involves some company secrets and also to better protect our plan, I need everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. The agreement will be kept with the government for oversight, so please feel at ease. Of course, if any company is unwilling to sign, you may leave now. I will not stop you. The more than 30 people exchanged glances, but given what Yi Cheng had just said, they were already intrigued, so no one chose to leave midway. Seeing this, Yi Cheng's face lit up with a smile. I'm delighted by your decision. Jianqi, please distribute the agreements. Jianqi nodded and handed out the printed confidentiality agreements to everyone present. Soon all had signed, and Jianqi collected them again. After the meeting, they would be handed over to the government for safekeeping. Then Yi Cheng directly turned on the multimedia projector, pulled out a tablet from his briefcase, connected it, and began to present to the audience. He selected key technical points from the semiconductor material production technology data provided by the system and demonstrated them. First was silicon wafers, the most critical material. Only one company in the country, Shanghai Xinjiang, could produce 12-inch wafers. The representatives and experts from Xinjiang who understood the technology had their eyes light up as Yi Cheng explained the key techniques. Xinjiang's wafer fab could produce 12-inch wafers, but with low capacity, insufficient technical reserves, and low yield, making it weakly competitive compared to Japanese wafer fabs. If they could follow Yi Cheng's proposed preparation methods, it seemed possible to improve their current situation. The only pity was that Yi Cheng stopped halfway through his explanation. The Xinjiang representative grew anxious. Mr. Yu, stop. What about the rest? Our company is exactly lacking in purification technology, and what you've said sounds very feasible. His words instantly drew the attention of others from different companies. Since they were from different industries, they had previously been unable to gauge the usefulness of Yi Cheng's presentation, only feeling that it sounded impressive. But now, seeing Xinjiang's reaction, they understood that Yi Cheng's technologies were indeed valuable. Others couldn't help but look forward to the materials Yi Cheng would discuss later that pertained to their own companies. At that moment, Yi Cheng turned to the Xinjiang representative and said with a smile, I understand your company's eagerness, but time is limited and I cannot elaborate on every technical detail. All the technical documentation will be provided once we sign the contracts, so please be patient. The Xinjiang representative felt a bit helpless, but since Yi Cheng said so, he had to suppress his curiosity and wait patiently. Yi Cheng then continued with the other materials. Each time, he only explained half the technology before stopping, leaving the company representatives and technical experts itchy with curiosity, almost wanting to grab Yi Cheng by the collar and press him for more. Thus Yi Cheng spoke for 3 hours until noon. After 3 hours, his throat was dry. He picked up his glass, took a big gulp, then looked at the audience and smiled. All right, I've finally finished. I believe everyone is now clear. May I ask if you all have a general intention to cooperate? Everyone in the room nodded in unison. It was hard to believe that they had listened for 3 hours without ever feeling drowsy. The things Yi Cheng had brought today were truly captivating to them. Very well, since you've all nodded, I won't waste any more words. It's noon now, let's have lunch first, and over the next 3 days we'll finalize the cooperation details as soon as possible, catching the foreigners off guard. Excellent. Everyone applauded. The two leaders from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry also stood up and said, the government will fully support your cooperation. Let us all work together and show the foreigners the strength of us Huagua people. 5 days later, Yi Cheng dragged his weary body back home. The company's headquarters had relocated, so he had rented a new apartment closer to the office. However, he hadn't moved Xiao Bei's new computer over, so he hadn't vacated the old rental yet. After all, he wasn't strapped for cash. Phew, I'm exhausted. Collapsing onto the sofa, he let out a long breath. The 5 days of contract negotiations had drained his mental energy. Even though both parties had reached an agreement in principle, the meticulous discussions over each side's position in the partnership had required intense deliberation. He had initially expected to finish in 3 days, but unexpectedly it dragged on to 5. Nevertheless, the overall negotiation achieved the outcome he desired, ensuring that Ziqi would maintain a fundamental advantageous position in future collaborations. This was the power of technological superiority. His technology could make them vast profits, so they had to heed his words. Of course, Yi Cheng also granted them considerable benefits, The true essence of cooperation lay in everyone getting a share of the pie, which would prevent those companies from slacking off later. Well, regardless, I can finally breathe for a while. Once the factories were fully operational, Jiqi would be invincible. Yi Cheng calculated in his mind, during these 5 days of negotiation the government had shown a high degree of interest. After all, building the entire factory complex meant a massive industry worth hundreds of billions of yuan, as well as tens, or even hundreds of thousands of job opportunities. In particular, it would successfully break through foreign sanctions on Huawei's chip industry. It was hard for the government not to pay close attention. Thus, the government provided considerable convenience and support ranging from site assistance to various preferential policies and streamlined many procedures wherever possible. In that case, even by conservative estimates, it should take about 3 months to complete construction, and the industrial chain will be formally launched in 4 months. It was now almost December from November, meaning that by next spring, around March, Huawei's semiconductor industry would undergo an unprecedented revolution. A smile spread across his face. By then, Jiqi would no longer need to fear foreign sanctions. So for the next few months, he'll focus on the lithium-air battery project. Oh, and the 3nm chip that Zhong Xin had designed earlier. It could be announced to the public in a few days. The day he had intentionally let Wang Shan leak the information, the news had indeed spread. At a time when no other company had chosen to design 3nm chips, their sudden move was clearly quite unscrupulous. This meant that other companies designing mobile socks would have to follow suit immediately and start designing 3nm chips, otherwise they would be falling behind Jiqi, which would severely impact the stock prices of publicly traded companies like Xiaodong and Shuigua. Yi Cheng could foresee that these chip design companies or smartphone manufacturers would curse him, and Huawei Heisi would likely be no exception. Everyone had been content to slowly refine the 5nm process, planning to switch to 3nm only when they could no longer squeeze any more performance out of it. But no, you had to be unscrupulous, launch a sneak attack, and suddenly release a 3nm chip first. Of course, Yi Cheng didn't care about morality. The prolonged stagnation was an oligopolistic practice, whereas fierce competition was truly beneficial. Just look at the intense rivalry between Yinghuida and Anmodian. The top flagship card of the 30 series NVIDIA GPUs already outclassed all 3A masterpieces, yet rumors of the 40 series were already emerging. Huawei had been similar. The performance leap of its Kirin chips was the highest among all chips, and the next generation might have rivaled the Apple A15, but unfortunately sanctions cut it short. Now with the emergence of Jiqi, Huawei had regained hope. Recently, rumors suggested that Huawei had begun designing its next-generation chip, possibly a 3nm one. However, Yi Cheng estimated that even if other chip design companies created 3nm chips, not many phone manufacturers would be willing to purchase them. Because the processing cost per wafer for 3nm chips is 2 to 3 times higher than for 5nm chips. Even though more 3nm chips can be cut from each wafer, the unit price of a single 3nm chip is roughly double that of a 5nm chip. This meant that if phone manufacturers outsourced to foundries, they would pay significantly higher costs than for 5nm chips. These costs would ultimately be passed on to consumers, making it a major question whether buyers would be willing to pay the premium. For Jiqi, having its own chip factory meant producing 3nm chips at cost, without paying any foundry fees. Moreover, after Huawei's industrial chain was fully established, Jiqi, due to its shareholdings, could even purchase production materials at roughly half the price of foundries, like Wanjidian and Sansang. This would be a devastating blow to Wanjidian and Sansang. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, feeling that this could be a promising strategy. However, the cost of manufacturing 3nm chips is still a big problem. Thinking about this, Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel a headache. Why had foreign companies never designed 3nm chips? Because the design cost for 3nm chips is extremely high. The design cost for 5nm chips is approximately 416 million, while the design cost for 3nm chips reaches as high as 650 million. Given that they could still squeeze performance from 5nm chips, how many companies would be willing to spend 650 million on designing 5nm chips? They might even be considering 4nm chips instead. It was only because Zhong Xin already had the blueprint ready that they didn't need to invest in R&D. However, even with the design ready, achieving mass production was another costly endeavor. The first step was in the field of integrated circuit design. Tape-out refers to trial production. After designing the circuit, a few or dozens of samples are produced for testing. Based on the test results, the circuit layout and parameters of chip manufacturing equipment like lithography machines are continually adjusted until the chips work as expected, at which point mass production can begin. And the cost of a single tape-out is exorbitant. For example, a single tape-out for 7nm chips costs 70 million yuan, and for 5nm chips it costs 300 million yuan. For 3nm chips, the cost would likely reach 400 to 500 million yuan. The cost of a single tape-out for 3nm chips is exorbitant, yet it must be noted that this covers only one attempt. For most companies designing chips from scratch, achieving mass production inevitably requires 3 or more tape-outs, unless they possess formidable scientific research capabilities like Apple or Huawei, which might succeed in just 1 or 2 attempts. Of course, the circuit diagrams designed by Cheng were undoubtedly flawless, ensuring that their tape-outs would not be numerous. Their tape-out was solely intended to calibrate the parameters of the chip manufacturing equipment, and it would certainly not exceed 2 attempts. Nevertheless, the exorbitant expenditure remained the primary concern. Money, money, money. Technology is the primary productive force, yet it is also the greatest consumer of wealth. He sighed and shook his head. Regardless, production had to proceed. If he didn't seize this market, others would. Fortunately, out of the previous loan of 10 billion yuan, the company still had 2 billion yuan left, sufficient to cover the costs of 2 tape-outs. If it really comes to it, I could borrow a bit more from the bank, he mused. He pondered this. The business plan of Jiqi Technology was evidently confidential and unknown to the outside world, while public attention had been captivated by another event, an unprecedented movement unfolding across the nation's semiconductor industry. This was a major restructuring of the industrial chain. No matter how secretively it was conducted, the total investment of hundreds of billions of yuan inevitably drew external notice. China's semiconductor leaders make concerted moves. What are they planning? Building factories, and more building factories. The unified action of China's semiconductor enterprises. Numerous media outlets sensed something significant brewing, yet official media merely claimed it was a routine adjustment of the semiconductor industrial chain, not worth concern. Of course, many astute individuals quickly linked this event to Jiqi Technology. After all, Jiqi Technology now possessed a high-end chip production line. Could it be that this so-called industrial chain adjustment was intended to support their chip production? China is adjusting its semiconductor industrial chain. In Washington, D.C., at the White House, a certain Biden, upon hearing the information from his Secretary of State, wore a puzzled expression. Yes, Mr. President. What is the purpose of their adjustment? According to Chinese official media, it is to support the future production activities of the company that owns the EUV lithography machine. And what have your investigations found? Our findings seem to align with their official media's claims. Biden paused, his advanced age of nearly 80 affecting his mental acuity. After a long moment, he asked, "Why do you say seem?" The Secretary of State, apparently accustomed to the president's condition, shrugged and replied, "Because we attempted to uncover facts different from what their official media asserts, but regrettably, we have found none. According to assessments, China's semiconductor technology has always been under our control. Even if they adjust the industrial chain, it cannot lead to a sudden leap in their capabilities. Moreover, even if they adjust, as far as we know, the company called Jiqi Technology can only purchase semiconductor materials under our control to produce chips. Thus, in our view, their adjustment is meaningless and futile, nothing but a waste of money." Biden then said, "Then let it be." Yet the Secretary of State wore a helpless expression. "However, Mr. President, as you know, the Chinese are cunning. Almost every move they make has some purpose. So we still believe this adjustment harbors some undisclosed secret." "Have you uncovered it then?" Biden asked with a shrug. Not yet. Then why say all this without a result? Let it be. Since they're wasting money, let them continue. Once they've exhausted their funds, we'll cut off supplies. Wouldn't that be simpler?" The Secretary of State hesitated. "But," Biden waved his hand, interrupting him. "All right, continue your investigations. If you find nothing, follow my instructions for now. Also urge the Netherlands to speed up their inquiry into ASML. I'm very curious. Could China really be producing lithography machines on their own?" Hearing the president's words, the Secretary of State could only nod. "I understand, Mr. President." However, he quickly added, "But Mr. President, we will also take necessary measures to restrict the development of Chinese companies when the time comes." Fine, Biden approved. China's major move had captured the attention of many. Everyone wanted to know the reason behind it. Was it truly to support Jiqi? And how could domestic Chinese manufacturers supply materials rivaling those produced abroad? Could it really be unrelated to Jiqi, as Chinese officials claimed? However, with the involvement of the Chinese government, confidentiality was exceptionally tight. Major companies kept their lips sealed, leaking not a single piece of information. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. At the Jiqi Semiconductor Research Center, compared to before, when only a 2,000 square meter chip production workshop occupied the 9,000 square meter vacant lot, several new factories were now under construction. These included factories for photoresist production, packaging materials, bonding wires, and mask plates. The 9,000 square meter area perfectly accommodated all these material production facilities. Once completed, the semiconductor materials produced here would supply the adjacent chip factory. This would greatly facilitate future transportation, eliminating concerns about shipping costs and shelf life issues. For instance, photoresist has a short shelf life of just a few months, so any delays or accidents during transport could severely impact chip production efficiency. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz drove through the gate. 5 fierce-looking security guards saluted the car and waved it through. The driver was Cheng. He waved back at the guards, noting the guns they carried, and felt a surge of emotion. Due to the government's emphasis, his research center had been designated a key protected area. Guards were authorized to carry firearms, and even the perimeter walls were equipped with electric fences. Soldiers were stationed around the facility, and entry required a pass, a testament to its high security level. After all, better safe than sorry. Driving into the research center, Cheng looked at the factories under construction with satisfaction. Now the center finally resembled a true hub. Perhaps in the future it could radiate outward to create a Chinese Silicon Valley. He chuckled at his own imagination. Then, dismissing the thought, he drove toward the chip production workshop. Starting today, they would begin the tape-out of 3nm chips. Cheng entered the chip factory and arrived at one of the workshops. Zhong Xian was inside calibrating the parameters of the lithography machine. Cheng touched his nose and suddenly realized that Zhong Xian had not taken a single break since she appeared. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The system's creations were truly remarkable. Zhong Xian, how are the preparations going? He asked. Not bad, she replied. How many attempts do you think it will take to get it right? Cheng inquired further. 90% chance of success on the first try and 100% on the second. Such a high success rate. Cheng's eyes lit up. Yes, it's not particularly difficult. Zhong Xin's tone never wavered. Cheng felt somewhat helpless. However, compared to the news he brought, this minor issue was insignificant. All right then, focus on your work. He fell silent and watched her operations from the side. But as he watched, he noticed something off. What EDA software is this? I've never seen it before. I remember the company's purchased EDA software doesn't look like this. Oh, the company's EDA software wasn't very user-friendly, so I rewrote a new one. Cheng's eyes widened. What? When did you write it? About 2 months ago. Cheng was momentarily speechless with surprise. EDA software, or electronic design automation software, refers to the use of computer-aided design software to complete the functional design, synthesis, verification, and physical design of VLSI chips, including layout, routing, floor planning, design rule, checking, and other processes. To design chips, one must use EDA software as an aid, otherwise the process would be extremely difficult and complex. Moreover, EDA software has long been dominated by foreign companies, with 95% of the Chinese EDA software market held by overseas firms. This software must be purchased from foreign companies before it can be used. Some might ask, isn't it just software? Can it be cracked? Cracking is indeed simple, but one must understand that EDA software updates are quite frequent. Without a genuine license, updates are impossible. Crucially, chips designed with EDA software need to be manufactured by foundries, which naturally use legitimate software. If the database of pirated software doesn't match the genuine one, the foundry will not produce the chips. This is why such software alone commands a 5 billion market. Those EDA software companies are not running charities. Consequently, for China, if EDA software were also subjected to foreign sanctions, Chinese chip design would inevitably suffer a severe blow. That was precisely why Cheng was so astonished. Zhong Xian claimed she had written a complete set from scratch, and that the company's purchased tools were not user-friendly. He recalled purchasing EDA software from Synopsys, a company that consistently held the largest market share, because their software had certain advantages in some aspects. You mean the EDA software you wrote is superior? Cheng couldn't help asking. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight for him. Yes, the simulation functions of existing EDA software are lacking, and their circuit verification capabilities are too cumbersome, much inferior to my own version. Zhong Xin's tone was flat, as if stating the obvious. Cheng felt a strange sense of anticlimax. You should have told me earlier, this stuff is extremely useful. Sorry boss. I didn't know you needed it. It's not that I need it, it's that our China needs it, Cheng said. But then he thought, what was the point of telling Zhong Xian? She was utterly devoid of any ideology except loyalty to him. Never mind. Send me the software when it's ready, I'll take a look. Oh, this software of mine isn't fully developed yet. It might take about a month. If you're in a hurry, boss, I can finish it within this week, but then the tape-out timeline will be extended. Forget it then. Cheng understood the priorities. Let's complete the tape-out first and achieve mass production as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Without further ado, Cheng waited quietly while Zhong Xian calibrated. About an hour later, the tape-out process began. All necessary materials had been prepared, totaling 470 million yuan, the estimated value of resources consumed in a single tape-out as calculated by Zhong Xian. The tape-out cycle itself was long, taking roughly half a month to 20 days. Hence it was common for other companies to spend 3 to 4 months on the process. As the equipment started running, the prepared workforce began operating under Zhong Xin's guidance. After spending a day there, Cheng decided to leave, with Zhong Xin overseeing everything. His presence made no difference. 13 days passed in a flash. Today was December 7th. It was not a particularly memorable date, but for Zhiqi Technology, it was significant. Today, the patent infringement lawsuit filed by Xiaodong Sansang and awakens against Zhiqi Technology was officially going to trial. Although the incident first occurred in September and had since cooled down, numerous media outlets still flocked to the scene. The news spread, attracting widespread attention. To the media's surprise, not only did Zhiqi Technology's boss Cheng appear and sit in the defendant's seat, but even Xiaodong's CEO Christian had shown up. Typically, executives of such companies wouldn't spare time for legal proceedings. Yet, both CEOs were present, signaling to the media that there was a story to uncover. Moreover, the trial was open to the public, live-streamed online, with over 1 million viewers flooding the chat with endless comments. By this point, the trial had reached its final stage. The defendant's closing statement. Zhiqi Technology had hired a top lawyer from the Shanghai legal circle, but he had proactively called to offer his services free of charge. Zhiqi naturally did not refuse. Why not take advantage of a freebie? Moreover, taking on this high-profile case would boost the lawyer's own reputation, making it a win-win situation for both parties. In summary, my client has never used any patent owned by the plaintiff's company, thus constituting no infringement. Both subjective and objective facts fail to align with the plaintiff's complaint. I request the presiding judge to conduct a meticulous review to safeguard my client's rights. My statement concludes, though I await the court's judgment. After speaking, counsel for Zhiqi sat down, and Cheng, seated beside him, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Applause rippled through the gallery. The lawyer's statement had been both compelling and fervent, bolstered by solid evidence, making it truly difficult for anyone to believe they would lose. Moreover, this was Zhiqi's home turf. Naturally, everyone wished to see foreign companies like Xiaodong and Sansang suffer a loss. Subsequently, the judge retired to the deliberation chamber for consultation. Before long, he emerged once more, and the verdict was announced, unsurprisingly. This court hereby declares the defendant Zhiqi Technology Company wins the case. Applause surged once more, echoing through the courtroom. On the defendant's side, the Zhiqi team rose to their feet, embracing one another in elation. After all, they had triumphed over 3 international giants. For a company that had been a mere unknown just 4 months prior, this was undoubtedly an immense boost. In the live-streamed courtroom, viewers who were still watching immediately flooded the chat with comments, "OHHHH. 66666 Zhiqi, the everlasting god. Xiaodong has no shame. Ooh, I'll never buy a phone with a Gaolong chip again. If you don't buy Gaolong chip phones, you'll have to buy Apple. Isn't Huawei Kirin 9K tempting enough? Huawei has recalled all R50 series phones. Hey, every consumer can exchange for a free 5G version of the R50, all equipped with the Kirin 9K. Didn't Zhiqi say they were designing a 3nm chip? I'll switch to Zhiqi once their 3nm chip hits the market. I want to switch too, but I'm worried it might be too expensive." Though the chat had inadvertently veered off topic, the atmosphere remained jubilant. In the courtroom, the mood was equally celebratory. Cheng rose from his seat with a smile, shook hands with the lawyer, and said, "Mr. Wang, thank you. Haha, you're welcome, President Yi. To assist a company like Zhiqi in fighting a just lawsuit. That is the pursuit of my legal career." "Good." Cheng nodded with a smile. "If we have any further lawsuits in the future, I hope we can collaborate again. My greatest honor." Subsequently, other Zhiqi staff came to shake hands with Mr. Wang in gratitude. Cheng no longer focused on that. Instead, he turned his gaze to the plaintiff's bench. The 3 companies, Xiaodong and the others, chose not to appeal, clearly aware that it would be futile. They had likely anticipated defeat, as no trace of dismay crossed their faces. Christian in particular even wore a faint smile. Sensing Cheng's gaze, Christian met his eyes, and they exchanged a look. Then Cheng saw Christian rise and walk toward him. "Mr. Yi, hello." Christian stopped before Cheng, extended his hand with a smile, as if they were old friends meeting belatedly, and spoke in Chinese, albeit with the peculiar accent of a foreigner. Zhiqi's team immediately halted their celebration, glaring at the foreigner with hostility. Had it not been for their company's constant trump cards, they would have been severely harmed by Xiaodong. Yet Cheng remained impassive, returning the smile and shaking Christian's hand. The media reporters in the gallery instantly aimed their cameras at the two, and a crowd surged forward, eager to overhear their conversation. However, the court bailiffs quickly blocked them, preventing any approach to the defendant's bench. Cheng paid no heed to the reporters, fixing his eyes on Christian. "Mr. Christian, I didn't expect you to come all the way from the United States. Was it merely to attend a trial destined for defeat? There are other matters, of course. Attending this trial was simply to meet you, Mr. Yi." Christian waved his hand, unperturbed by the sarcasm in Cheng's words. He smiled and said, "Zhiqi Technology is a company with great potential. My friends on Wall Street have expressed considerable interest in your firm. They are willing to invest in Zhiqi Technology and assist in its listing on U.S. stock exchanges. What do you think, President Yi? It would bring you enormous wealth." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. Jiqi Technology is currently in a sound financial position and temporarily has no need for funds. We don't require external investment. Christian's smile remained unwavering. Oh, a sound financial position now, but unforeseen circumstances may arise in the future. Will you not eventually choose to go public, Mr. Yi? No, not even in the future, never ever. Yi Cheng chuckled. I have no interest in playing such money games. Advancing technology is our true objective. Christian's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Yi Cheng for a moment, then spoke slowly. Mr. You should be well aware of Huawei's situation. Huawei. Yi Cheng spread his hands. What's become of Huawei? Their core business is telecommunications, not smartphones. Oh, by the way, Huawei has already placed orders with our wafer foundry. Your plans have been thwarted. Oh, and what if you meet the same fate as Huawei? Christian's tone grew increasingly menacing. Are you planning to become birds with broken wings alongside Huawei? Their conversation reached the ears of everyone present. The courtroom had grown unusually quiet as they began speaking, making Christian's words exceptionally clear. Someone could no longer contain themselves. Foreigner, get out of China. China does not welcome you. Jiqi, don't be intimidated by threats. Meanwhile, in the still-live streaming room, netizens who had not yet left erupted. Damn it, I wish I could slap that bastard across the face. Threatening a Chinese company on Chinese soil. Kick him out of China. This is the ugly face of foreigners. Disgusting. Using Huawei to threaten Jiqi. Jiqi, don't be afraid, oh, we've got your back. Amid the torrent of curses, worries were also interwoven. Does this foreigner mean they're going to sanction Jiqi? What will happen if Jiqi is sanctioned? Many who harbored such fears felt a surge of helplessness in their hearts. Almost everyone knew that much cutting-edge technology was controlled by foreigners, especially in the semiconductor industry, where they could target China however they pleased. Were it not for China's vast market, which made foreign companies unwilling to abandon such a massive profit, China would now probably be stuck using chips that were decades old. Faced with Christian's threat, those with foresight were already growing pessimistic. They worried for Jiqi and for the nation's technological development. Though the vast land of Huaxia with 5,000 years of history stands as the sole unbroken civilization on Earth, the nation faced frequent calamities over a century ago. To this day, achieving true independence has spanned less than a century. Compared to imperialist remnants that have evolved for at least 200 years, even the profound cultural heritage cannot offset the gap in technological progress. Coupled with deliberate suppression by foreign powers and the poaching of Chinese talents, Huaxia has been encircled by predators since the end of the last century. This predicament has grown more severe in recent years, leading many with wavering resolve to become escapists who choose to flee rather than fight. Now, how will Jiqi respond to such threats and oppression? Would they yield like Huaxing or stand firm like Huawei? Before computer and phone screens, the audience fixed their gazes on Yi Cheng, eager to see his reply. Yi Cheng looked calmly at Christian. He was a typical Anglo-Saxon white man. Dressed in a suit, his smile had seemed amiable, as if he truly regarded Yi Cheng as a friend inheriting the genteel traditions of the British upper class from centuries past. But once his own interests were at stake, he tore off that hypocritical mask and showed absolute hostility. Would Yi Cheng fear their hostility? Obviously not. He narrowed his eyes and finally spoke. Xiaodong, is it? In 10 years your company will go bankrupt. Christian was taken aback, amusement flickering in his eyes. Mr. Yi, what are you saying? He glanced around, as if seeking reactions from others to Yi Cheng's words. Clearly, even though the Chinese present all supported Yi Cheng, many were astonished that he dared say such a thing. Cause Xiaodong to go bankrupt. No one in the world would have the audacity to claim that. Not to mention the interest groups behind Xiaodong, its own R&D capabilities made it unlikely to collapse within a decade. Only if another powerful chip company suddenly emerged, completely replacing Xiaodong's role and squeezing its market share, could its investors abandon it, ultimately causing it to fall behind market demands due to lack of R&D funding, leading to bankruptcy. Which company could achieve that in the next 10 years? Jiqi. No one could believe it. At most, whispers had circulated that Jiqi planned to develop a 3nm chip overlapping with Xiaodong's business. But designing a chip alone did not guarantee superiority. Consider Samsung, the world's second-largest wafer foundry, yet its own chips still lagged far behind Xiaodong's. Moreover, Xiaodong's most profitable sector was not chips, but patent licensing, and its patent portfolio spanned an extremely broad range. How many years would Jiqi need to catch up? No one could believe it. Christian, having scanned the surroundings and obtained the reaction he wanted, turned back to Yi Cheng with a contemptuous smile, switching to English. Mr. Yi, clearly your compatriots don't believe you either. Xiaodong was founded in the 1980s, or nearly 40 years ago. With almost 4,000 employees worldwide, we invented and pioneered the mobile internet era. Any phone you use contains our patented technology. Mr. Yi, you don't think that your company's few simple lithography machines and a single 5G RF chip can replace Xiaodong, do you? Yi Cheng understood his English. Smiling, he replied in Chinese, why not? Christian cast him a glance, then shook his head. I see that what I thought would be a formidable competitor is nothing more than an impotent rage case. Well, mister, you fend for yourself. As a Chinese saying goes, one cannot make bricks without straw. The straw is in our hands. If you want it, you'll have to join us. It was a pleasure meeting you. Farewell, or perhaps never again. He stepped forward, patted Yi Cheng on the shoulder, and turned to leave, ignoring the curses from the gallery. Yi Cheng squinted at the white man, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, whispering in a voice barely audible to others. Aren't you curious where our technology comes from? Boss, are you all right? Wang Shen approached and asked. I'm fine. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Getting angry was out of the question. Losing his temper would mean falling into the opponent's trap. But his boast was intentional. A man must have some spine when pushed to this point, especially by a foreigner. As a Chinese on his own soil, could he not utter a few bold words? Otherwise, he might seem spineless. He wouldn't emulate the French president, who backed down the moment the Americans spoke. Besides, in a few months, once the entire semiconductor supply chain was established, foreign powers would no longer constrain him. So what was there to worry about? All right, let's head back to the company and continue working. He waved, speaking. Seeing Yi Cheng like this, Wang Shen felt relieved, having feared his boss might lose his temper. Yes, boss. The aftermath of the court hearing naturally required no concern from Yi Cheng. The company would handle it. He left the defendant's seat and walked toward the exit. On the way, media reporters swarmed after him, all holding out microphones outside the courthouse, eager for an interview. Mr. Yi, what did you mean by saying Xiaodong would go bankrupt in 10 years? Mr. Yi, how do you view today's court ruling? Mr. Yi, CEO Yi. Anticipating this, the court had arranged for security guards to escort Yi Cheng away. Wang Shen and several other Zhiqi staff surrounded Yi Cheng to prevent reporters from jostling him. Please step aside, CEO Yi doesn't wish to answer for now. Please don't block the way. Watching the enthusiastic reporters, Yi Cheng mused inwardly. This was the treatment of a superstar. But with so many people, he didn't know which question to answer. He chose to remain silent for now. Walking to his ordinary Mercedes-Benz E-Class, he got and drove off and sped away. Back at the company, he had barely sat down when Xiao Bei's voice came from the computer. Master, you're on the news. Yi Cheng was not surprised, I know. The court victory just now is definitely on the news. Not the court, master. It's the news about you getting into the car. Yi Cheng. Me getting into a car? What car? The computer screen lit up immediately and a window popped up. Yi Cheng squinted at it and let out a what the hell. An unknown media outlet at the scene had captured a photo of him getting into his car and driving away alone. The headline read, after winning the lawsuit, the chairman of Zhiqi Technology quietly drove away. What happened? The article briefly described what transpired after the court session, mentioned Qualcomm President Christian's threat against Zhiqi, and speculated on Yi Cheng's solitary departure. The photo was deliberately filtered with cold tones. Thus, an image of a chairman caught between a rock and a hard place leaped off the screen. Moreover, this chairman was the head of a company recently hailed by the nation as the light of Chinese technology. It inevitably made people worry about his choices. After reading the news, Yi Cheng couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, that's brilliant." Had this trick of using filtered photos been learned from foreign media, although it helped garner sympathy and support, since people tend to side with the underdog, still he never needed sympathy, let alone for Zhiqi. But when had he ever needed pity? These reporters have such vivid imaginations. Why don't they write novels instead, eh? Yi Cheng scoffed as he scrolled down. As expected, the comments followed the article's narrative, defending him, cursing the Americans, and even calling for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to intervene and strongly condemn Qualcomm's president for his courtroom remarks. However, there were still some detractors. Keep pretending. This guy says Qualcomm will go bankrupt in 10 years. Hilarious. No one with a shred of intelligence would say that. Semiconductor materials are controlled by the Americans. This guy will have to kneel too. Who told him to be so arrogant? Zhiqi is unlucky to have such a boss. Xiao Bei's voice rang out again. Master, these people are too mean. Should I hack their computers? Yi Cheng replied in exasperation. Hacking is illegal. Don't mess around. Oh, okay. Xiao Bei obediently agreed, but then whispered, "But master, didn't you allow me to eavesdrop on others?" Previously, when it had eavesdropped on the 3 phone companies planning to drop their lawsuit against Zhiqi, Yi Cheng had let it be. Perhaps sometimes it could pick up something beneficial for the company. Yi Cheng's face darkened. Are you picking a fight? Will you obey or not? Oh, I was wrong, master. Let this be the last time. Yi Cheng snorted. Then Xiao Bei said, "Master, there's another news story also about you getting into the car. Is it the same as this one?" Yi Cheng asked. "It praises you." "Praises me?" Yi Cheng was taken aback. "Let me see." A new window appeared. The photo was similar but unedited, without any filters. The headline read, "After victory, the low-profile chairman of Zhiqi Technology." This headline pleased Yi Cheng, and the article was much better than the previous one. At 8:00 m. Today, the case of Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson jointly suing Zhiqi Technology for patent infringement was formally opened at the XX District Primary People's Court in Modu. After a 2-hour hearing, the court ruled in favor of Jiqi Technology. After winning the case, Jiqi Technology's chairman Yi Cheng did not give any interviews, but left discreetly. It is reported that the Mercedes-Benz sedan he drove was purchased by himself with a market price of around $500,000, and he has no personal driver. Chairman Yi Cheng's low-profile demeanor is truly admirable. Furthermore, after the trial, Qualcomm's president threatened to make Jiqi suffer the same fate as Huawei. But Chairman Yi Cheng boldly retorted, stating that Qualcomm would go bankrupt within 10 years, a statement that stirs the soul. This is the backbone of Chinese entrepreneurs, worthy of praise. This article is good. Let me see which newspaper it's from. Oh, Oriental Daily. Isn't that the paper that interviewed me last time? The reporter is Xiaoying. I think that was the same person who interviewed me then. Yi Cheng understood. The previous interview must have left a good impression on the reporter, so this article was largely complimentary, without trying to drum up sympathy. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Yi Cheng said. Shen Jia entered and said, Boss, several newspapers want to interview you. Would you like to accept? Which ones? China Youth Daily, People's Daily, Xinhua News Agency, Oriental Daily, the paper, and a few others. Yi Cheng was surprised. While they're all quite prestigious, he considered that declining interviews wouldn't be wise. Interviews were a channel for voicing opinions, especially since several of these media outlets had significant influence in China. He then said, he'll accept interviews from 3 outlets. Which 3 do you recommend? Obviously Youth Daily, People's Daily, and Xinhua News Agency. Yi Cheng thought for a moment. Forget People's Daily. Include Oriental Daily instead. Huh. Shen Jia was taken aback, not expecting Yi Cheng to replace People's Daily with Oriental Daily. But since Yi Cheng had decided it was all the same. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. That afternoon in Yi Cheng's office, the reporters from the 3 media outlets were seated. Then Chairman Yi will begin the interview. Yes, go ahead. Yi Cheng nodded. The first question came from the Youth Daily reporter. Chairman Yi, what are your thoughts on this victory? Yi Cheng paused for a moment, then said, No particular thoughts. We were supposed to win. It was just a procedural step. If I must say something, it's this: don't try to frame us with dirty tricks. We are indomitable. The Youth Daily reporter smiled and pressed, What dirty tricks are you referring to? Yi Cheng glanced at the reporter and chuckled, This matter. Those who know. Those who don't need not dig deeper. Just savor it. The 3 reporters and photographers couldn't help but laugh. Were you being a riddle master? Next, the Xinhua News Agency reporter asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think of Christian's remarks today? Oh, I remember I already responded to him in person. Hasn't the news already spread? Yi Cheng spread his hands. The 3 reporters' expressions immediately brightened, and they almost simultaneously raised their hands to ask, So what you said that Xiaotong will go bankrupt within 10 years, do you really mean that? Do you really think Xiaotong will go bankrupt within 10 years? Yi Cheng smiled and said, Of course I didn't say that as a joke, but I can't predict the future either. Let's just wait and see in 10 years. Whether I'm right or wrong will naturally be revealed then. The 3 reporters were taken aback and eventually gave up pressing further. No one can predict what will happen 10 years from now. Then the reporter from Dongfang Daily raised a question. The reporter from Dongfang Daily was the same Xiaoying who had interviewed Yi Cheng before. She smiled and asked, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to interview you again. I'd like to ask, what are your views on the recent adjustments in the semiconductor supply chain within China? Is it related to Jiqi? Yi Cheng smiled and said, What views can I have? We are all different companies and I can't control them. As some state media said before, it's just an adjustment, and it definitely has nothing to do with Jiqi. Of course, he wouldn't admit to such matters. Even though more than half of this major adjustment was indeed related to Jiqi. Xiaoying nodded and didn't press further. The reporter from Qingyan Daily continued to ask other questions. Thus nearly an hour passed. The interview time was drawing to a close. One last question for Xiaoying. Yi Cheng looked at Xiaoying. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xiaoying nodded and then asked, Recently there have been rumors online that Jiqi is developing a 3nm process chip, and it said that the rumors were leaked from within Jiqi. I'd like to know if this is true. Would it be possible to share some details? Upon hearing Xiaoying's question, Yi Cheng, who had been leaning back against the sofa, couldn't help but sit up straight. Finally, the right question had been asked. It had been 13 days since the tape-out began, and so far no issues had arisen in any of the processes. Since no problems had occurred so far, it was unlikely any would arise later, so Yi Cheng had been thinking these days about when to publicize the news. Now that this female reporter had asked, it perfectly suited his intentions. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's true. We are indeed developing a 3nm process SoC chip. Xiaoying's eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly pressed, May I ask what stage of development has it reached? The other 2 reporters also grew curious. This was a 3nm process chip, and mobile phones are closely related to everyone's lives. Although perhaps half of the people wouldn't care what chip their phone had, the other half would still pay attention. The more advanced the chip, the better the performance it naturally represents. Obviously no one would refuse a phone with better performance. So they also became very interested in this matter. Yi Cheng smiled and replied, "We've already started tape out." "Well, it shouldn't take more than a week and we should have it successfully taped out." "Tape out?" The three reporters were all taken aback. This technical term stumped them. Xiaoying asked, "Excuse me, what does tape out refer to?" Yi Cheng was also surprised, so these people didn't understand. Then he smiled and said, "Tape out is the trial production of a chip used to verify whether the chip is feasible. A successful tape out means the chip can be mass-produced and is a qualified chip." After Yi Cheng's explanation, the three reporters suddenly understood. Xiaoying asked, "So you mean that within a week Zeeki's 3nm chip will be successfully taped out, meaning it can go into mass production, right? Then it can be officially launched and sold?" Yi Cheng smiled and nodded, "That's right." His affirmative words immediately made the reporters realize this was big news. It meant that another company capable of designing its own chips had appeared in China. Moreover, this company had directly designed a 3nm process chip, which was no longer in the same league as the current mainstream 5nm chips. That is to say, it was world-class. Xiaoying hurriedly asked, "Then may I ask how much improvement does this chip offer compared to a 5nm process chip?" "According to our estimates, its performance is about 50 stronger than the most powerful mobile SoC currently on the market. Of course, this is just our projection and the actual performance will have to wait for results later. In addition, it also depends on the compatibility with the mobile system and how well the system optimizes the chip. There are also other factors that need to be evaluated in practice. I won't say more here since our chip hasn't been produced yet. Talking about it is just empty words." The three reporters were stunned. 50 stronger than the current most powerful mobile SoC. That meant it was 50 stronger than the current Apple A15 series. That was practically cheating. Was this thing really that powerful? Is what you're saying really true? I understand that the performance improvement of a 5nm chip over a 7nm chip is only about 20. But you're saying that this 3nm chip directly achieves a 50 improvement over 5nm. This is truly unbelievable. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "So as I said earlier, this needs future verification. I'm just saying a few simple words now, and you may not necessarily believe me, right?" Then he looked at his watch and said, "All right, let's end today's interview here. It was supposed to be the last question, but I've unknowingly chatted with you for so long." Several reporters clearly wanted to ask more details, but since Yi Cheng said that they had no choice but to give up, "Then thank you, Mr. Yi, for taking so much time to receive our interview. Thank you for the hospitality. We at Dongfang Daily will try to get the news article out by tonight." Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. "All right, then I appreciate your hard work." Then he glanced at Xiaoying and added, "Oh, by the way, reporter Xiao, I read that news article you wrote about this morning's event. It was well written." Xiaoying smiled. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Yi." Then without further ado, the reporters took their leave. Watching them go, Yi Cheng began to anticipate how netizens would react once news of Zeeki's 3nm chip spread. However, he still hadn't decided on a name for this chip. After all, it was the first chip of their company, so he had to come up with a grand and impressive name, right? That's why it had been delayed until now. Names like Kailan Gaolong and Tianji came to mind. He glanced at the computer screen. He couldn't really listen to Xiaobai and call it the Xiaobai chip, could he? In the capital, by the sea. This was an office with a white floor and bookshelves and desks made of rosewood. Behind the spacious rosewood desk stood a 5-star red flag, and before it sat an elderly man processing documents. Just then the door was knocked. A middle-aged man entered and respectfully said to the elderly man, "Grand Elder, there is a video that requires your attention." The elderly man looked up, paused his work, showed no surprise, and nodded, "Play it." The middle-aged man then picked up a remote, turned on a screen in front, made a small operation, and a video appeared on it. The video had not yet started playing, but it was clear that the protagonists were a Chinese person and a foreigner, and the location seemed to be a courthouse. It was Yi Cheng and Christian. The old man quickly recognized Yi Cheng. "That young man is called Yi Cheng, isn't he?" "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded. "And this foreigner is the CEO of Xiaotong from the United States, named Christian." He began to briefly introduce the background of the video. This morning, the lawsuit filed by Xiaotong Sansang and Alixin against Zhiqi Technology concluded. Zhiqi Technology won the case. But after the trial, Christian had a conversation with Yi Cheng indicating that Wall Street was willing to invest in Zhiqi and help it list on the U.S. stock market. Yi Cheng refused and stated that the company would not go public. Consequently, Christian threatened Zhiqi. After hearing the middle-aged man's brief account, the old man's brows deeply furrowed, and only after a long while did they relax. He sighed softly. In recent months, he had frequently received updates about this young man. A chip, a tiny cube less than 100 square millimeters, had touched the nerves of all major powers, especially China. The old man deeply understood how crucial this small device was. The United States had used it repeatedly to thwart China, leaving them angry and helpless. Fortunately, everything had changed 2 months ago. This young man's company had brought hope for China's chip development, producing high-end chips that belonged to China. This enterprise deserved the full protection of the nation. Yet now, when foreigners openly bullied it, the old man found himself unable to do much to help, with constraints everywhere limited to having the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issue a few condemnations. Reflecting on over 100 years ago, foreigners bullied the Chinese flagrantly. 100 years later, they had restrained themselves, but still bullied the Chinese, only in a different form. In essence, little had changed. Moreover, China had to abide by those so-called agreements and protocols made by foreigners, such as the WTO, which prevented China from arbitrarily banning foreign products from entering the domestic market, while the United States could use sales bans to hinder China's technological progress abroad. Thus, China had to exhaust all means to cope with such restrictions. The old man felt distressed, wondering whether in his final year of life he would witness the complete rise of the Chinese people, so that he could go down to report to his predecessors, who once held his position. He waved his hand. Play the video. All right. The middle-aged man nodded and played the video. Listening to the dialogue, the arrogant attitude of the American and his ugly face when he failed to achieve his goal, the old man's brows furrowed once more. But then Yi Cheng's rebuttal brought him some inner satisfaction. Though as a great figure he had to remain calm and composed about everything, he too had emotions. They simply never surfaced. The video ended. The middle-aged man turned off the screen and looked at the Grand Elder, awaiting his instructions. After all, reporting every development concerning Ziqi to the Grand Elder was his own order. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and asked, "How is the semiconductor strategic plan progressing?" "All plans are proceeding in an orderly manner. With the full cooperation of Construction Bureaus 1, 3, and 6, construction should be straightforward. The main challenge remains the manufacturing of assembly line equipment. However, the detailed information provided by Ziqi makes the production of these devices not particularly difficult. According to estimates, all factories and related equipment will be fully ready in about 2 months and 10 days. "And when will production begin?" the Grand Elder asked again. "An additional month is estimated." The Grand Elder nodded, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about the investigation into Ziqi's chip production lines and their technologies?" The middle-aged man replied helplessly, "Nothing was found. Ziqi doesn't even have a proper research center. It's hard to imagine where those things came from, as if they appeared out of thin air. But they obviously couldn't have appeared from nowhere, could they? Well, in theory that's how it seems," the middle-aged man said with some embarrassment. "This is a question worth delving into, but as the saying goes, when you have eliminated all the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." The Grand Elder couldn't help but chuckle. "You read detective novels?" "I used to." The Grand Elder waved his hand, and then said, "All right, for a company like Ziqi, we must provide strong protection. Whatever requests Ziqi makes, we should try to accommodate, as long as they are reasonable." "Yes." "Also cease all investigations into Ziqi." "Yes." The middle-aged man immediately complied, but couldn't help asking, "But, Grand Elder, why?" The Grand Elder smiled. "Ziqi is what it is. Regardless, their products are made for China. What significance is there in probing where they came from? We cannot snatch things from others. The United States can force TSMC and Samsung to hand over confidential data, but we cannot do that." "Oh, all right." The middle-aged man had to nod. "All right, archive all investigation files and classify them as top secret. No one may access them without permission from the Council of Elders. And remember, we are materialists. We must believe that nothing can appear out of nowhere." Clearly the last sentence was the point. The middle-aged man nodded and respectfully replied, "Yes, Grand Elder." "Master, it seems those investigators have stopped their probe." At that moment, Yi Cheng was driving on the road. Xiao Bei's voice came through the car's speakers. Yi Cheng was startled. "Stopped?" "Yes, suddenly stopped." "Why? It seems orders were given." Yi Cheng nodded. "Then we don't need to worry about it." "Oh, all right." Xiao Bei's voice faded away. Yi Cheng felt relieved. It was inevitable that the company would attract official investigation. Xiao Bei had informed him about this long ago, but he was powerless to change it. Now that those investigators were gone, he could stop worrying. While conversing with Xiao Bei, Yi Cheng saw a research institute appear before him. Modu Ziqi Research Institute. This institute was purchased by Ziqi New Energy Technology Company for over 2 billion yuan, including everything inside, from the land to the equipment and instruments, and even the personnel within. This was also the largest expenditure among the funds disbursed by Dianqi, but relatively speaking it was well worth it, given that so many instruments and devices were already in place, eliminating the need to waste time waiting for purchased equipment to arrive. Upon arriving at the entrance, Dianqi was already waiting. Although he had little research in the field of science, managing a research institute was more than sufficient for him. Has the battery experiment succeeded? As they entered the institute, Yi Cheng asked Dianqi. The first step was successful. Dianqi nodded. According to the steps in the data, our researchers have basically constructed the battery. After measuring the circuit, we confirmed the discharge capacity and power, both meeting expectations. We are now measuring the energy density. Yicheng nodded. By the way, are those researchers trustworthy? They have signed confidentiality agreements, and Xiao Bai is constantly monitoring all their conversations and chat records. If any leak occurs, Xiao Bai will immediately notify me. That's fine. Yicheng nodded. Regarding the lithium-air battery, nothing could be taken lightly. Those researchers were newcomers to the company, and since their loyalty could not be guaranteed, unconventional measures had to be employed. This was an area where Xiao Bai could prove useful. Although eavesdropping was somewhat unethical, Yicheng would not be troubled by such matters. After all, he was a boss. Thus they entered the materials laboratory. Yicheng also put on a brand new white lab coat. Just as they entered, the people inside erupted into cheers. Great. Awesome. The legendary lithium-air battery is incredible. This energy density is absolutely stunning. What's going on? Dian Kai's voice rang out, and the researchers inside all turned to look at him. Director, we have tested the energy density. Accounting for the mass of oxygen participating in the reaction, the measured energy density is 2,714 watt-hours per kilogram. A young researcher excitedly reported to Dianqi. That's fine. Dianqi nodded. Over these days, without eating, drinking, or sleeping, he had been cramming knowledge on this subject during off hours, so he understood what the researcher meant. What value do you anticipate stabilizing the energy density at in the future? Yicheng asked from the side. Apparently 2714 Wh/kg was not the expected value. The theoretical energy density of a lithium-air battery should be 3,400 Wh/kg. Even if it was a theoretical figure, it should not be that far off. The researchers all looked at Yicheng, unsure who he was. Dianqi introduced him first. This is our company's boss, also the boss of Jiqi Technology Company. The group was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned. In other words, he was their boss. Then someone immediately recognized Yicheng and became excited. Mr. Yi, I watched your speech in court against that foreigner that day. Honestly, it was truly domineering. Yicheng looked at the person and smiled. Thank you. At that moment, an elderly researcher walked over wearing glasses and appearing highly experienced. He looked at Yicheng and asked, Are you the chairman Yi? And you are? Yicheng asked. Dianqi immediately introduced. This is Professor Liang of Modu Jiaodong University. Liang Feiyun, also a specially appointed researcher at our institute. Our lithium-air battery project is led by Professor Liang. Yicheng suddenly understood. This must be a leading figure in the materials field, likely one of the most senior researchers in the institute. He smiled warmly. So you are Professor Liang. Thank you for staying at the institute. It's nothing. I was originally planning to leave, but when I heard it was Jiqi Company that bought it, I stayed. I also watched the lawsuit your company fought against the American company, and I fully support you. Those foreign devils are up to no good. Liang Feiyun said with a smile, expressing great admiration for Jiqi. Yicheng nodded and laughed. Haha, it seems what I did back then was quite right to earn such support from Professor Liang. He felt inwardly that this was the effect of a good reputation. It made an academic heavyweight willing to stay. Alright, I won't say too much. Liang Feiyun waved his hand. You asked earlier about the stable energy density we can achieve, right? We need to conduct more experiments and adjust the relevant ratios. It's estimated that it will definitely be no less than 3,000 watt-hours per kilogram. Then I'll leave it to you all. But at this moment, Liang Feiyun couldn't help asking, actually, Mr. Yi, I'm also very curious, how did your team develop this lithium-air battery technology? That carbon membrane for directional oxygen molecule sieving. I dare say it's a major discovery in the materials field, likely worthy of a materials science award. Yicheng smiled. You don't need to worry about that, just realize the complete technology. Hearing this, Liang Feiyun nodded. Of course I know. Leading such cutting-edge research, I believe no one could refuse. But I would very much like to meet the person who developed this technology to learn from them. Yicheng waved his hand. There will be an opportunity in the future, but that person is not available right now. Alright then. Liang Feiyun nodded, letting it go. Yicheng felt somewhat helpless. Having technology appear out of nowhere always caused some issues. He could only hope the system would provide him with an expert in this field later. Then they said no more. Yicheng followed Liang Feiyun to the primary battery they had built. A primary battery is a device that converts chemical energy into electrical energy, as anyone who studied high school chemistry would know. Before them, the negative electrode material was a lithium rod and an electrolyte solution containing lithium salts. The positive electrode had no material, but a gel-like aqueous electrolyte, while a black membrane was in contact with air. The battery was still reacting, with various values flashing on the computer screen monitoring the circuit. At that moment, Yicheng's gaze fell on the negative reaction chamber. He said, Did you change the negative electrode? He remembered that in the data he provided, the lithium rod negative electrode required a special treatment. Oh, not yet. Liang Feiyun said. We're still at the first stage, which is verifying this carbon membrane that can selectively filter oxygen molecules. We haven't attempted the charging process yet. Once we stabilize the first stage, we'll proceed with testing. So the solid electrolyte mentioned in the materials as well as the three-dimensional channel separator described in the literature haven't been prepared yet. Cheng nodded understandingly. He posed this question because there's a very common issue in lithium batteries. During charging after lithium ions are reduced to metallic lithium at the negative electrode, they form what's known as lithium dendrites. This occurs because current technology cannot ensure perfect smoothness on the surface of the lithium rod at the atomic level, so rough areas are inevitable. As lithium ions reduce to metallic lithium, they extend outward from these rough surfaces, forming sharp dendrite crystals, a prevalent problem in lithium batteries. First, it leads to a serious issue piercing the battery separator. Once lithium dendrites pierce the battery separator, the battery seal is compromised. At best, electrolyte leaks. At worst, highly reactive lithium metal reacts with air, ultimately causing fire or explosion. For instance, half of the cases involving electric vehicle batteries, spontaneous combustion, and explosions reported in the news are related to this cause. Secondly, lithium dendrites can also grow from the negative electrode all the way to the positive electrode, causing short circuits, making the battery even more dangerous. Many explosions during charging happen precisely for this reason. When the battery shorts, charging causes it to heat up continuously, resulting in an inevitable failure. This is why the scientific way to charge a phone is to stop at about 90 capacity. Prolonged charging leads to continuous deposition of lithium dendrites, creating hazards. Although modern phone batteries have good safety measures making such incidents extremely rare, the formation of lithium dendrites still increases internal resistance, impairing the battery's charge retention, the very reason why batteries degrade over time. As for the three-dimensional channel separator mentioned by Liang Feiyun, it is the solution provided by the system for the lithium dendrite problem in lithium-air batteries. This separator is applied over the lithium rod surface so that when lithium dendrites form, they distribute evenly within the separator's channels, preventing sharp, spiky dendrites. In the field of materials science, this, like the oxygen screening carbon membrane, represents a major breakthrough. Moreover, the solid electrolyte is the linchpin of the lithium-air battery. Without it, the battery cannot be realized. It can be said that the lithium-air battery technology provided by the system is not merely a lithium-air battery, it is a perfected version. Because the various core technologies included serve multiple purposes capable of addressing diverse issues in other domains. For instance, the carbon membrane that selectively filters oxygen molecules achieves, according to the system's introduction, a screening rate of over 999, greatly facilitating industrial production of pure oxygen. Consider the production process of pure oxygen. Several methods are relatively complex and cannot achieve such concentration. With this device, you simply attach the membrane and feed in air. The cost is merely a container and a carbon membrane. This dramatically reduces costs and saves considerable time. Cheng could foresee that once this material was introduced, it would immediately generate overwhelming demand from relevant factories worldwide. Additionally, the three-dimensional channel separator is a lifesaver for all lithium batteries. Any lithium battery can use it to resolve the lithium dendrite problem. Beyond that, there might be other applications, but Cheng couldn't think of them at the moment, nor did he need to. As for the solid electrolyte, it essentially acts as a lithium-ion channel. Having it solves most of the problems in all solid-state lithium batteries, though any conceivable all-solid-state battery can benefit from this solid electrolyte. However, Cheng was well aware that while these materials are impressive, their production costs are somewhat high, at least about 30 more expensive than the most common lithium-ion batteries. But soon he shook his head. Why was he overthinking this? If the battery is 10 times better than the original, would consumers refuse to pay an extra 30? A phone that lasts a week on a single charge but costs 1,000 more, would you buy it? Absolutely. No one could resist such a phone. It's like the joy you feel when your phone battery is still at 90. Cheng asked Liang Feiyun, "Professor Liang, may I ask how long you estimate the complete experiments will take?" Liang Feiyun replied, "As long as the materials provided are accurate, I can guarantee completing all experiments within 2 weeks." Cheng nodded. "That'll do. Then I'll leave everything in your capable hands along with all the researchers. After the experiments are finished, every participating researcher, even the interns, will receive rewards." The researchers present immediately grew excited. "Thank you, boss. Boss generous. Boss good health." Cheng smiled and nodded, then said, "Please continue with your experiments. If possible, I'd like to join as well." Since he had nothing pressing to do and his technical expertise made him eager to work, he found himself itching to get involved. The researchers exchanged glances, hiding their skepticism behind neutral expressions. "Could a big boss like you truly have Hansen lab skills? Do you even know how to extinguish an alcohol lamp?" Cheng read their minds, but pretended not to notice, murmuring as if to himself, "It's been a while since I last set foot in a lab after earning my Ph.D. in physics from Shuemu University." Everyone froze, then looked at Cheng with changed eyes. "Good heavens, a physics Ph.D. from Shuemu University. A true master. Much respect." The earlier suspicion instantly gave way to acceptance. Although Yi Cheng's background was in physics, specifically integrated circuits, unrelated to materials science, since lab operations were similar, they no longer worried. Thus Yi Cheng joined their experiments. He found the work endlessly fascinating and thoroughly enjoyable. Moreover, his professionalism was so profound that a nearby assistant researcher couldn't help but wonder, was he really a physics Ph.D. or perhaps a materials science Ph.D.? A week had passed in the blink of an eye. Boss, the assistant you wanted to hire. These are the candidates we've shortlisted for the initial interview. Wang Shen walked in from the door holding a stack of documents and entered the office. Any promising talents? Yi Cheng set down his work and took the documents from his hand, all of which were resumes. As his workload increased, and even simple tasks had to be delegated to directors, he found it increasingly troublesome. Hence, he finally decided to hire an assistant. The recruitment notice had been posted 2 weeks ago. Because he was in a hurry, he planned to send out an offer within a month. First came the resume screening, then the first round of interviews, and finally the second round, which he would conduct personally. After all, he had to see for himself if the candidate met his requirements. Whoa, so many. He weighed the stack and judged by the thickness that there were no fewer than 40. Wang Shen spread his hands with a helpless but contented smile. What can I do? Our company is quite famous now, and plenty of people want to be your assistant. Over 1,000 resumes were submitted. Yi Cheng shook his head helplessly, then picked up the stack and began flipping through from the first one. Whoa, the first one is from Peking University. Seeing the first resume, Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. He looked at the candidate's credentials, extremely impressive. But then he noticed the age 35. Yi Cheng was only 27, and he didn't want an assistant that much older than himself. This one is too old. No one over 30. Help me filter them out. Yi Cheng handed half the resumes to Wang Shen. Sure. Wang Shen nodded and began sorting. As he sorted, he said, I remember there are some impressive ones. About 10 from top foreign universities, especially one who graduated with a DBA from the University of Pennsylvania and previously served as an assistant to the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Yi Cheng nodded. That one is probably over 30, right? I think not. They're 28, just 1 year older than you. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Male or female? Female. Then forget it. Yi Cheng shook his head. A female assistant is prone to misunderstandings. Lucky it's not a secretary, or the misunderstandings would be even greater. Most of our shortlisted candidates are women. If you reject them, we might not have anyone left. Yi Cheng was taken aback. So many women. It's common for an assistant to the chairman. Wang Shen shrugged. Yi Cheng felt a headache coming on. I can already imagine what the media will say. Has the boss of Zhiqi Technology gotten arrogant? He's only been famous for a short time, and he's already hired a beautiful assistant. Wang Shen couldn't help but laugh. You're overthinking it. What if she's not beautiful? Suddenly he noticed a resume in his hand. Oh, I found it. Here, the one from the University of Pennsylvania. Hey, it seems she is quite beautiful. With that, he handed it to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng took it, glanced at the photo, and was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Wang Shen grinned. Is she pretty? But Yi Cheng couldn't speak. This woman was none other than the Su Xin who had come to his house before. The daughter of academician Su Kaiyang. Why would she submit a resume to become his assistant? Yi Cheng felt a wave of helplessness. His first instinct was to reject her. How could he bring himself to treat an acquaintance as his assistant? Especially since his father had told him to call her sister. He felt a headache coming on. Boss. Wang Shen saw he wasn't responding, and assuming he was smitten, said teasingly, if you like her, just say so. We work for you. Who are we to criticize? No, what did I say? Yi Cheng snapped in exasperation. I know this woman. Her father is an academician at the Chinese Academy of Engineering working on nuclear fusion, and he's very close with my dad. Wang Shen was taken aback, then clapped his hands. Isn't that even better? An academician. Our company won't have to worry about technical talent in the future. We're in semiconductors, he's in nuclear fusion. How are they the same? He thought for a moment, and felt it would be rude to simply dismiss her. What if she asked her father to put in a good word? Then what excuse would he have? In the end, he pushed the resume back. Believe it to you. Treat her fairly. It all depends on the interview. Got it. Wang Shen smiled and nodded without any further teasing. He then picked up the resumes and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he added, by the way, TSMC called to ask if we want to continue our order. Yi Cheng waved his hand. No. Tell them to get lost. Also find someone to sue TSMC for delaying our shipments. We should demand compensation. Wang Shen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Good idea. They'll take care of it right away. He turned and reached for the door handle. But just then someone knocked urgently on the office door, and without waiting for Yi Cheng to say come and barged in. Boss. It was Shun Jia, his voice seething with anger. The U.S. Department of Commerce just notified us that they plan to conduct a joint inspection with ASML on our lithography machines to determine if they use their patents. They even demand that we ship all 15 lithography machines to the U.S. for inspection. Otherwise, they will take necessary measures. The sudden interruption made Yi Cheng momentarily forget about Su Xin's resume. His brows knitted tightly, and he cursed, "Those white pigs have truly perfected their shamelessness." He couldn't believe the U.S. could make such an outrageous demand. Ship the lithography machines to America for inspection. What a colossal joke. It was essentially saying send the lithography machines to us and don't expect them back. The arrogance of banditry was on full display. Wang Shun was equally shocked by this news. His brow furrowed deeply and a surge of fury rose within him. How utterly shameless. A world power stooping to such lows. Aren't they embarrassed? Feeling that mere words weren't enough, he vented bluntly, "FCK the Americans." After letting off some steam, they managed to suppress their anger and calm down. Clearly the U.S. was not going to let them off easy. So how should they respond? "Boss, how do we reply?" "Reply?" Yi Cheng snorted coldly. "Tell them to get lost." The sudden news did not catch Yi Cheng by surprise. It was within his expectations. The United States had finally made its move. After the last court session, Christian's aggressive stance had already led him to foresee that this day would come soon. Clearly, Christian's earlier threat was an ultimatum: either obediently support the entry of American capital and become a U.S. company, in which case the U.S. would naturally back him, or refuse to cooperate and face the downfall of Jiqi. Now the U.S. was evidently intent on destroying Jiqi. However, Yi Cheng remained utterly unconcerned. Would Jiqi collapse? He knew well that with the nationwide layout of the chip industry chain, he had nothing to fear, and the imminent arrival of the lithium-air battery gave him the confidence of one who sits securely on a fishing platform. The only issue was when the U.S. Department of Commerce would choose to act. If they sanctioned Jiqi tomorrow and banned all semiconductor material suppliers from providing raw materials, the chip production line would face a shutdown of up to 50 days. Current inventory materials could only keep Jiqi running for another month and a half. By March next year, all domestic semiconductor factories under construction would be fully operational. Of course, that meant all factories starting production together, depending on construction difficulty. Completion dates varied, not all waiting until March. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes and estimated that the material factory that could only start production in March would likely be the specialty gas plant. Specialty gases are complex with up to 110 types used in the semiconductor industry, about 30 commonly used, accounting for 14 of material demand, second only to silicon wafers. Thus, producing these gases is more complicated than other materials, requiring more equipment and longer time. However, domestic specialty gas plants could indeed supply the needed gases, just like the Shanghai Xinjiang company, capable of producing 12-inch silicon wafers, technologically immature with high costs and low yields. Of course, being able to produce meant Yi Cheng could temporarily replace foreign specialty gas suppliers with domestic factories until after March next year, when they could purchase from new plants. As for other material factories, they would mostly be operational by February next year. There was no doubt about the construction speed, and if he pushed a little, it might speed up slightly. Thus, Jiqi would face at most a 20-day shutdown. 20 days were negligible. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes and thought. Of course, it would be best to avoid even that 20-day gap, since a shutdown could easily stir up another storm of public opinion or trigger another misstep from those three companies. However, he suspected that public opinion was already in turmoil. Shaking his head, he had no mood to deal with that. After a moment, he picked up his phone to urge the construction progress of those semiconductor companies. Beyond that, he also needed to figure out how to delay those final 20 days. As Yi Cheng had expected, public opinion had indeed erupted. Headlines screamed, "So shameless. U.S. demands Jiqi send lithography machines to America. Bandit behavior exposed, imperialist ambitions unchanged." Various news titles instantly ignited public outrage. Clicking in to learn the details only fanned the flames. Under relevant media, a flood of comments appeared. "The imperialists never give up their desire to destroy us. Yesterday sanctioning Huawei, today threatening Jiqi, tomorrow will they ban all our tech companies. The West has taken shamelessness to its extreme, actually making such demands. Jiqi is our company, not America's. Not like Samsung or TSMC, whose shareholders are mostly American. How can they be so arrogant as to expect our companies to obediently hand over their technology? They've probably lost their minds." Netizens raged, and no one could remain indifferent to such audacity. On the government side, not only did the foreign ministry respond, but Beijing also filed a protest with Washington, calling it an aggression and stating that Beijing would not stand idly by if Washington did not reconsider. Washington, D.C. Inside the White House Oval Office, Beijing attaches great importance to this. The president looked at the document, a transcript of the call between the Beijing office and the White House. Yes, the Secretary of State nodded. "It's within expectations. Don't you think this decision harms America's image? Direct sanctions would probably be better. We've already sanctioned so many of their companies." The secretary smiled. "No, this is a demand based on our position of strength. It has nothing to do with image. Besides, what can they say? Public opinion is under our control. People will only see it as a decision for freedom and democracy. Moreover, we are also defending ASML's rights, so it is a just decision. Then why not impose direct sanctions? The president rubbed his forehead, somewhat slow to grasp the political decisions made by his subordinates. Well, this is to warn them not to attempt any possible development in semiconductors, the secretary said. Semiconductors are our biggest card against them. We cannot allow any breakthroughs. Semiconductor card. The president nodded and asked, what about the investigation into ASML? Any results? The secretary shook his head. We found nothing. Nothing. The president frowned. How is that possible? The secretary replied helplessly, so now we can only investigate along the supply chain of lithography machine components. But the machine is too complex. This will likely take a long time. Can't we investigate where the lithography machine of that Huawei enterprise was shipped from? That's not possible. The Secretary of State shook his head. That company's chip factory is guarded by Huawei's military under drone surveillance around the clock. It's basically impossible to get in, and our people can't even get close. Especially now that Huawei has tightened entry checks for foreigners, it's very hard for our agents to get in. Furthermore, we tried to hack into the communication devices of the company's executives, but found that for some reason, we couldn't break in. It's as if their communication devices have extremely strong defenses. Our hackers can't find any vulnerabilities at all, making us suspect they have some special defense programs. However, our hackers are still working on it. At that moment, the Secretary of State's phone suddenly rang. It was his work phone. Oh, perhaps something urgent. He looked and saw it was a call from the Information Division of the National Security Bureau. To put it simply, it was the department where the hackers he just mentioned worked. He had to apologize to the president and quickly answered the call. Hearing the message from the other end, he was shocked. What? You say your computers were hacked? And then the screens are full of various kanji. Secretary of State. I'll come right away. He hurriedly hung up and looked at the president. Mr. President, I need to. His voice trailed off because he saw the president had fallen asleep. Secretary of State. Never mind. He turned and left quickly, heading to the National Security Bureau. Arriving at the Information Division, he saw row upon row of computers, all displaying the same thing. Ooh. Secretary of State. Looking at the computer experts in the room, they were all frantically typing on keyboards, some even opting for forced shutdown or disconnecting from the network. Geody, what the F? He couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell was this? To think that this department gathered almost the top computer experts in all of Migua. Some were computer prodigies from universities, others were genius hacker criminals who had once hacked into the Pentagon and were then caught. And now, when faced with an intrusion, instead of counterhacking, they chose to disconnect and shut down. Hey, what are you all doing? He slapped the door and shouted inside. The people inside looked up at him. The department head rushed over, flustered. Sir, our computers have been hacked. I know they've been hacked, but why were they hacked? Every year we allocate funds to train your skills. Where did it all go? Aren't you self-proclaimed geniuses? And now you're resorting to shutdowns. His Migua's sense of superiority made him deeply dissatisfied with such cowardice. Although Migua had already retreated in Afghanistan, the leader was sweating profusely and hastily explained, we tried every method, but our computers have completely lost control. Apart from forced shutdown there's no way. The Secretary of State said angrily, I don't want to hear the word impossible. The leader felt aggrieved and wanted to say, then why don't you give it a try? But he couldn't, because that person was the Secretary of State, one of the most powerful people in all of Migua. Who hacked your computers? We were carrying out the task you assigned, hacking into the computers and phone systems of that Huawei company's executives. Then suddenly this happened, so we judged it's very likely they did it. Huawei people could hack into your computers. You idiots. The leader and the people inside were angry, but dared not speak. The Secretary of State turned angrily to look at the screen. Ooh. This kanji formed by simple symbols was both comical and utterly sarcastic. Especially that internationally recognized gesture, which made him even more furious. He even had an impulse to send people to Huawei's territory, kidnap the boss of that company called Jichi Technology, and force him to reveal the truth. However, he merely entertained the thought. Huawei possesses the capability of reciprocal retaliation. If they dared to do that, they would undoubtedly cross the ultimate red line, and the safety of their own lives would no longer be guaranteed. After all, Huawei is not a weak country like those in the Middle East where high-ranking generals can be assassinated without retaliation. It is a true great power. Master, they're panicking. Xiao Bai's mature female voice came from the car's speakers with a hint of delight, as if a child had successfully pulled a prank. Yi Cheng was driving, nodded slightly, and asked what happened. Those guys who tried to hack into your phone, Master, are now panicking. It seems a leader came and is scolding them. Yi Cheng smiled. All right, just don't go too far. Teach them a lesson. Yi Cheng was not surprised by what Xiao Bai said. In early December, Xiao Bai had told him that someone was trying to hack into his and the company executives' phones and computers. Although these hackers had disguised their IPs while appearing to come from all over the world, everything was like a facade before Xiao Bai. She easily traced them all to a place called the Information Division of the Mi-Gwa National Security Bureau. When Yicheng first learned this, he was startled. He hadn't expected Mi-Gwa to have set their sights on them so early. Actually, the Mi-Gwa National Security Bureau had previously hacked into Huawei's servers and monitored relevant data for a long time. After all the operating systems were Mi-Gwa's creations. It was far too easy for them to hack into the systems. That's why Huawei developed its own operating system. Now that Mi-Gwa had set its sights on their company, they naturally used the same tactic. But fortunately, Xiaobai, the system's reward to Yicheng, had been protecting their information security, never letting the Mi-Gwa National Security Bureau succeed. Of course, Xiaobai couldn't stand this grievance, so she asked Yicheng if they could counterattack. But Yicheng, to avoid alerting the enemy, and to keep Mi-Gwa complacent, had Xiaobai maintain only a defensive stance for the time being. But now, since Mi-Gwa could no longer hold back, and was about to make a move against Jiqi, he naturally stopped holding back, and let Xiaobai hack back, rendering their information division completely unable to work. If the computing power of the host Xiaobai wasn't limited, she could have directly paralyzed their computers. Xiaobai's voice still carried a hint of excitement. Master, I think this is super fun. Can I do it more often in the future? Yicheng said helplessly. How come I feel like you're a mischief maker? It's fun. No causing trouble. Yicheng waved his hand, unless they come again. After a brief chat with Xiaobai, Yicheng continued driving attentively. He was heading to the Modu government building as the mayor of Modu had personally called him requesting a meeting to discuss certain matters. Yicheng guessed it was related to the United States. The government likely wanted to hear his thoughts and how he planned to respond. Soon the car arrived at the government building. A security guard approached to ask about his purpose. But at that moment a man in his 30s hurried out, spoke briefly to the guard, then walked to the car door and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, hello. I am Sun Fu, secretary to Mayor Zhao. Mayor Zhao asked me to receive you here. Yicheng smiled and replied, then ill trouble, Secretary's son. No trouble at all, Sun Fu waved, then said, please drive in, there are parking spaces inside. Yicheng nodded. The guard had already opened the sliding gate, so he drove in under Sun Fu's guidance, parked in a designated spot, and followed Sun Fu toward the government building. They soon reached the mayor's office. Sun Fu knocked, and a voice from inside said, come in. They entered. Zhao Liang, who was handling official business, looked up and saw Yicheng. He stopped what he was doing, stood up, and smiled. Mr. Yu, we meet again. Yicheng stepped forward, shook hands with Zhao Liang, and also smiled. Mr. Mayor, with your busy schedule, you truly serve the people. Not at all just routine work. If we talk about being busy, I doubt it compares to your current workload. Zhao Liang shook his head, then gestured to the sofa beside them, and said, come, please have a seat. Yicheng nodded and walked over to sit on the sofa, while Sun Fu went to pour water for them. Busy, yes, but it's about the same as usual, nothing different, Yicheng replied with a smile. Zhao Liang raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, isn't Jiqi in a tough spot right now? At that moment Sun Fu handed a glass of water to Yicheng, who took it, and said with a smile, thank you. After placing the glass on the coffee table, he looked back at Zhao Liang. Tough. It might be a little, but only a bit. Nothing major. Zhao Liang was taken aback, his face finally showing surprise. Mr. Yi, do you mean that the matter with the United States has no impact on Jiqi? Yicheng waved his hand. There is some impact, but for now the U.S. hasn't officially added us to the sanctions list, so it's not a big problem. Even if they do, Mayor, you should know about our semiconductor strategic plan. In a few months we won't be constrained by foreign powers anymore, so naturally there's no need to worry. And how long can your current semiconductor raw materials sustain production? About a month and a half, Yicheng said. So even if we deduct that month and a half, if we have to shut down, it won't exceed 20 days. Well within control. Seeing Yicheng so fearless, Zhao Liang didn't know what to say. He had expected that Jiqi would be in a frantic state, and he wanted to offer condolences. But it seemed the company didn't need his concern at all. Yet upon reflection, Yicheng made a valid point. After all, the United States could never anticipate they had a semiconductor strategic plan as a backup, nor would they guess that China now possessed the entire set of production technologies. It was precisely for this reason that the U.S. had been so lenient with Jiqi. They believed they could cripple the company at any moment. Since you say so, Mr. You'll be at ease for now, Zhao Liang said. The government had intended to offer some assistance. Oh, Yicheng's eyes lit up at that, and he immediately changed his tune. Actually, we do face some difficulties, so I suppose there's a need for government assistance. After all, why not accept help when it's offered? You know, the U.S. crackdown is no small matter. Huawei was forced to abandon its consumer business, and Jiqi is just a small company. He sighed, shedding his earlier nonchalant demeanor, as if they were truly struggling. Zhao Liang found this inconsistent young boss amusing and teased, oh, just now you said there was nothing to worry. Yicheng waved his hand. When I say no problem, it's based on an overall situation, from a macro-temporal and spatial perspective. But from a specific angle, issues do exist. Zhao Liang. In more detail, Yicheng explained, take our 20-day shutdown for example. It would still affect Jiqi. If the government could help delay the For 20 days our problems would be far smaller. Additionally, in the semiconductor strategic plan, the specialty gas production plant is the last to be completed. So my plan is to purchase specialty gases from domestic existing plants, but their prices are high. If the government could provide some subsidies, just for a month, that would be even better. Listening to him, Zhao Liang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Quite the eloquent speech. Still, Yi Cheng's request aligned with the purpose of today's meeting. It wouldn't do for the government to do nothing, especially since Zhao Liang had received instructions from the capital, which held Jiqi in high regard and demanded full cooperation from the Modu government with immediate fulfillment of any needs. Jiqi had practically become the government's favored child, so Zhao Liang naturally agreed. Very well, he'll arrange what you've mentioned. Yi Cheng's requests were straightforward, delaying the U.S. decision was simple. China could just hint at accepting certain U.S. conditions, then deny it 20 days later. After all, the U.S. had deceived China countless times. Oh, why shouldn't China do the same? Recall the famous military commentator who once said China had no fourth-generation fighters, only third-and-a-half-generation ones. That led the U.S. to shut down the F-22 production line, only to witness the successful maiden flight of the J-22 years later, leaving America deeply embarrassed. As for the subsidies, even simpler. And it was only for a month. This wasn't asking the government for money. It was helping them save. Zhao Liang even considered whether to provide additional subsidies for Jiqi in other areas. Just then Sun Fu, who had left the office earlier, walked back in and announced, "Mr. Mayor, someone from CT, the people from Wadiant Group, have arrived." "Have they? Then let them in." Zhao Liang nodded and said. Yi Cheng was puzzled, wondering if Zhao Liang intended to meet two guests at once while he was still present. However, Zhao Liang quickly clarified, "How do you know about Wadiant Group?" Yi Cheng thought carefully and replied, "I know a little. Well, Wadiant Group is responsible for the research, development, and production of major equipment, communication, and electronic devices for our nation's military. The reason their people are here is actually to meet with you." Yi Cheng suddenly recalled. Over a month ago, Zhao Liang had mentioned that the military might seek him out, hoping to establish cooperation. However, as time passed without receiving any related phone calls, he had gradually forgotten about it. He hadn't expected them to suddenly request a meeting today. "I understand." He nodded and said with a smile, "It's been so long that I nearly forgot about this. How the military has been deliberating over this for a while. After all, such matters are quite sensitive, and they rarely place orders with private enterprises like yours. They probably only reached a consensus recently, and then asked me to arrange this meeting with you." Zhao Liang explained, and Yi Cheng expressed his understanding. Soon two people entered through the door. One was a middle-aged man who appeared to be a company executive, and the other was older, seemingly around 60, resembling an old professor. The middle-aged man stepped forward, approached Zhao Liang, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Mayor Zhao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Xiaohua, Deputy General Manager of Wadiant Group." "Hello, General Chen." Zhao Liang nodded. Wadiant Group was a central enterprise at the ministerial level, so this Deputy General Manager's administrative rank was only one level lower. Chen Xiaohua then gestured to the elderly man beside him and said, "This is our expert Professor Zhang from Binhang University. He is a national-level scientific talent." Zhao Liang also nodded to Professor Zhang and then began to introduce Yi Cheng. "This is Yi Cheng, chairman of Jiqi Technology Company." Yi Cheng had already risen from his seat. He looked at the two, shook hands with them in turn, and said, "General Chen, Professor Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you both." Chen Xiaohua laughed heartily. "Chairman Yi, you've achieved great success at such a young age. I've long wanted to meet you." Professor Zhang also smiled and said, "Your Jiqi is impressive, a fine company. Don't let the threats from the United States trouble you." Yi Cheng smiled and replied, "Rest assured the Americans won't be able to affect us." "That's good to hear." Professor Zhang nodded, a look of relief on his face. "All right, Chairman Yi, Mayor Zhao has likely already informed you of our intentions. To be honest, we do hope to cooperate with you. We want Jiqi to help us produce chips with a 7 nanometers to 12 nanometers process. These chips will be used in various military equipment, and our demand for such high-end chips is substantial. The United States has always been ahead of us in this regard. Jiqi is a Chinese-owned enterprise, which is why we trust it. So we are entrusting this task to Jiqi. Can Jiqi meet our requirements?" Yi Cheng nodded, "Of course, no problem. Jiqi can ensure the security and confidentiality of every single chip. We would never, and will never, betray our country." For the military, confidentiality was paramount. Even if they delegated production, security had to be guaranteed. "Good. With Chairman Yes' assurance, I'm satisfied." Chen Xiaohua nodded, glanced at the nearby chairs, and chuckled. "Oh, why are we all standing? Let's sit down. Mayor Zhao, are you busy? If you're busy, we can discuss outside." "Oh no, it's fine. Go ahead and talk here, I'll listen in. You're not discussing any classified matters today, are you? If so, you'd better go outside." Chen Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. "Of course not. Today we're just reaching a preliminary agreement with Chairman Yi. The details will be discussed later." He turned to Yi Cheng and asked, "But before that, Chairman Yi, I have to ask, is your production line for sale? Would like to buy 3 of your production lines. Well, offer a price that will definitely satisfy you." Yi Cheng was taken aback, then shook his head. "General Chun, I obviously cannot make such a decision." The fact that it was a chip production line was the best reason for refusal. Chen Xiaohua didn't press the issue, knowing it was an unreasonable request. He then compromised and said, "Then you should also know that we have very high confidentiality requirements for military chips. To be honest, even if I trust your guarantee, the higher-ups in the group and the military will not agree. So we hope to implement some protective measures when producing the required chips." Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What kind of protective measures do you have in mind?" "We need to assign some of our people to join your production line as workers to directly handle the chip production." Yi Cheng gave a slight nod, indicating his understanding. In this way, they could both produce and monitor at the same time, ensuring that no suspicious elements or viruses were injected into the chips during production. Just like the Stuxnet virus incident at a nuclear facility in a certain Middle Eastern country where the chips were manufactured by others, they were able to inject viruses, remotely control equipment, and cause severe damage. That was precisely why every country had to have its own chips. "Chairman Yi, would this be acceptable?" Chen Xiaohua looked at Yi Cheng, seeking his opinion once more. "We will certainly offer a price that satisfies your company. Additionally, we will pay for the training of these workers, and they won't require any salary from you." Listening to Chen Xiaohua's words, Yi Cheng made a decision in his heart. Being able to help the military improve the performance of its equipment was something he wished to achieve. Moreover, the other party hadn't tried to morally blackmail him with national interests. They were simply doing business. Why not offer some convenience? Besides, they were still paying. So he said, "Hey, race the deal. Our company will provide full process training to the personnel you send. Then I will hand over complete control of 3 production lines to your people. Our company's workers will not participate in any part of the production process. That way you should be at ease, right?" Chen Xiaohua's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Thank you, Chairman Yi. You are..." Chen Xiaohua could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. He had never expected Yi Cheng to offer such favorable terms. It was almost equivalent to handing the lithography machine over to them. Now it was no longer a matter of the military trusting Yi Cheng. Rather, Yi Cheng was placing his trust in the military. And this was evidently the optimal solution to safeguard the confidentiality of the military's chip production aside from directly trading the production line. Observing Chen Xiaohua's reaction, Yi Cheng waved his hand and said, "This is also my duty as a citizen of this nation. President Chen, there is no need for such agitation. Moreover, Jiqi will certainly collect the fees we are owed, as I am sure President Chen is well aware." "Of course," Chen Xiaohua replied with a nod and a smile. "We will never let Jiqi suffer a loss, especially now that you have made such a significant concession." "Very well then." Yi Cheng nodded. At this moment, Professor Zhang interjected, "President Chen, it will be impossible to completely bypass Jiqi. In terms of production processes, we may still require technical support from Jiqi." Chen Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. "If that's the case, we will request your company's assistance when the time comes." "Of course, no problem." Yi Cheng nodded and continued, "Additionally, do you need our help with chip design?" Professor Zhang smiled and waved his hand. "That won't be necessary. Even if we cannot fabricate chips, we are fully capable of designing them." It was just like Huawei, which could still design world-class mobile socks. "All right." Yi Cheng nodded. "Of course, should you encounter any issues, Jiqi will be willing to offer our assistance." "Then we thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yi. It's nothing but is my duty." Yi Cheng waved dismissively and asked, "So when shall we sign the contract?" Chen Xiaohua said, "We need to report to our superiors and make some preparations. We will contact you again around early January." "All right." Yi Cheng nodded. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss as Chen Xiaohua was about to take his leave, Mayor Zhao suddenly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Yi, regarding the new energy project you mentioned earlier, may I ask about its progress?" Yi Cheng had previously secured a loan of 10 billion yuan from him, claiming that it would allow Huawei to dominate the future of new energy. Now he was curious, could Jiqi truly achieve this? To his surprise, however, a smile spread across Yi Cheng's face. "Speaking of which, I was just about to show you, Mayor." Chen Xiaohua and Professor Zhang exchanged a glance, catching the key phrase in their words. Dominating the future of new energy. What could that be? Had Jiqi created yet another breakthrough? Given the numerous major announcements Jiqi had already made, they now felt an inexplicable sense of belief. Thus, Chen Xiaohua, who had been about to leave, immediately chose to stay and asked, "In that case, would it be convenient for us to have a look as well?" Yi Cheng nodded. "Of course, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Yi." Chen Xiaohua and Professor Zhang decided to stay. Mayor Zhao also turned his gaze to Yi Cheng, curious about what he was about to present. Yi Cheng took an experimental report from his bag. It had been sent from the Research Institute. Under the leadership of Liang Feiyun, the institute had successfully fabricated the oxygen screening carbon membrane, the three-dimensional porous channel separator, and the solid electrolyte, and had completed preliminary tests. The experimental results were impeccable. Both the charging and discharging processes were safe and stable. As for the energy density, it had significantly improved from the initial 2,700 watt-hours per kilogram, reaching over 2,900 watt-hours per kilogram. With further optimization, it could easily approach around 3,100 watt-hours per kilogram. At that level, it would mean that the era of lithium-air batteries was not far off. All the relevant experimental data were documented in this report. With 4 people present, one report was obviously insufficient, but there was a printer in the office. Cheng printed 3 copies, and each person received one to read. Soon after reading the contents, Professor Cheng raised his head in disbelief and looked at Cheng. Mr. Is this experimental report authentic? Of course it is. You should have noticed that the report is signed by Liang Feiyun. He is a professor of materials science at Mo Du Jiaodong University, and you can verify him online. Upon receiving Cheng's confirmation, Professor Cheng could not help but tremble as he held the report in his hands, muttering, "Oxygen screening, carbon membrane, solid electrolyte, and this 3-dimensional porous channel separator. Good heavens, what have they created?" Chen Xiaohua, who was standing beside him, could not comprehend it. As the vice president in charge of cooperative business at Dinka Group, he was not responsible for technical matters, and thus lacked a thorough understanding of the technology. This was precisely why he had brought Professor Cheng along. Seeing Professor Zhang's astonishment, he asked in bewilderment, "Professor Cheng, what does this mean?" Mayor Zhao shared the same question and looked at Professor Cheng, awaiting an answer. Professor Cheng tapped the experimental report emphatically with his finger. "This is a lithium-air battery, an all-solid-state metal lithium battery with an energy density far beyond current lithium-ion batteries, at least 10 times higher, or even more." Seeing the bewildered expressions of the 2 senior leaders, Professor Cheng switched to a more accessible explanation. "Imagine this: an electric drone that could only fly for half a day can now fly for 5 days. Do you realize what that means? We can increase its power, improve its speed and other performance metrics, and even equip it with better cameras. Consequently, the drone's reconnaissance range and clarity will be vastly enhanced. And there are countless other applications. I won't even bother listing them. It's not just drones. Any equipment powered by electricity can be upgraded with endurance and performance multiplied several times over. This is a battery that can replace fossil fuels." Professor Cheng grew increasingly excited as he spoke, nearly gesturing wildly. Under his explanation, Mayor Zhao and Chen Xiaohua finally understood. This experimental report was about a new type of battery, one with energy storage capabilities far surpassing any existing battery. And batteries are a crucial link in the future of new energy. Greater energy storage capacity means more functions and applications. Its potential uses are too numerous to count, and particularly in military equipment, the benefits are unimaginable. Especially the phrase Professor Cheng had uttered, it could replace fossil fuels. Mayor Zhao finally understood why this technology could enable Huagua to dominate the field of new energy. "Mr. Yi, well, may I ask if your lithium-air battery is still a laboratory product? When can mass production be achieved?" Professor Cheng looked at Cheng and inquired. He had initially wanted to ask if he could join their research, but then abandoned the idea as it involved the company's trade secrets, and besides, he was not a materials scientist. Cheng replied, "Mass production will naturally take some time. Our lab is still working on how to bring the battery's energy density closer to its theoretical value. However, it should be officially launched by next year. Then I look forward to that day." Professor Cheng nodded, deeply moved within. This Jiqi always managed to surprise everyone. Nonetheless, since Jiqi was a domestic enterprise, he could take pride in it. Beside them, Mayor Zhao finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yi, if the government assists, could you accelerate the pace of your research?" Cheng raised an eyebrow, sensing Zhao Liang's keen interest in the lithium-air battery. After all, such advanced technology was truly beneficial to the nation and its people. But he shook his head and said, "Mayor, this depends on the research speed of our institute. It cannot be hastened too much. Besides, the government's loan of 10 billion yuan was already the greatest help. Without it, we might not have progressed this quickly." Mayor Zhao had to nod. "Very well then. But I still hope you can develop it as soon as possible. The earlier such technology emerges, the more it benefits the nation." Cheng nodded. "I understand." He certainly did. Once the lithium-air battery technology was out, it would represent a national advantage over the West. The West would inevitably try every means to acquire it, and then the nation could exchange it for other technologies, lifting some of the West's technological blockades. The nation's helplessness against Western sanctions largely stemmed from having too few world-leading technologies, compounded by the situation of one nation against the world. Thus, possessing independently mastered technology was clearly the most crucial matter. "Then we thank Mr. Yi for bringing us such an exciting piece of news." Chen Xiaohua stood up, glanced at his watch, and said, "It's getting late. Professor Zhang and I must now return to report to our superiors. As for the cooperation matters, please be patient, Mr. Yi." Cheng rose and smiled. Alright, no problem at all. Chen Xiaohua looked at the experimental report in his hand and raised it. Mister, do you want to keep this report? Yi Cheng waved his hand. No, feel free to take it. After all, it contained no technical details, only some data, and merely mentioned the names of 3 materials: oxygen-sieving carbon membrane, 3-dimensional porous separator, and solid-state electrolyte, without explaining their preparation methods. How to prepare these 3 materials was the true secret. Even if the outside world eventually learned of it, it would be fine. It could build anticipation. Good, Chen Xiaohua nodded. Then he and Professor Zhang took their leave without further delay. Yi Cheng, having nothing else to stay for, also departed from the government building. The shameless demands of the United States had no impact on Jiqi. The entire company continued its operations as usual, and the chip production line kept running. Ziki's response to the U.S. also spread widely. Yi Cheng said to respond with "get lost," and Shun Jie did exactly that directly in Chinese, since the notification from the U.S. embassy came via a phone call, and the other party understood Chinese. Consequently, netizens found a photo of Yi Cheng online and photoshopped the word "get lost" onto it, which went viral instantly. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied with Yi Cheng's firm response. A majority of people in any nation harbor populist sentiments, wanting to maintain the toughest stance when facing foreign powers, never yielding regardless of whether the nation can truly withstand the pressure. In the case of Jiqi, netizens cared little about whether it could withstand U.S. sanctions, they simply wanted to see it remain resolute. Thus, Yi Cheng's reply pleased them. However, Yi Cheng responded this way because he truly could withstand U.S. sanctions. As for the United States, after receiving such a nearly disdainful response, they were naturally furious and prepared to impose sanctions on Jiqi. But just then a call came from the capital suggesting they might agree to certain demands, such as purchasing U.S. Treasury bonds if the U.S. would cease sanctions on Jiqi. This excited the U.S., believing they had finally found a weak spot in the nation, forcing it to back down. Since the capital responded this way, they temporarily shelved the sanctions on Jiqi, awaiting the capital's final decision. Inside the Oval Office, the Secretary of State stood before the president, reporting relevant matters. Once the capital buys $100 billion worth of our treasury bonds, we will reimpose sanctions on that company called Jiqi. Those foolish people from the nation fell for it so easily. The secretary's tone carried contempt, a sense of winning again. They really are wealthy, the president remarked. By the way, I recall you reported that day about attempts to infiltrate the high-level information devices of that company. Did you obtain anything valuable? The secretary paused, his expression turning sour. Mr. President, about that. What happened? Their technology was inferior, and they ended up being infiltrated by the other side. The secretary still couldn't forget the emoticon from that day. The president frowned. What does this mean? We suspect that Jiqi has very powerful computer experts, and quite a few of them. Their skills are formidable, leaving our people utterly helpless. How is that possible? The president couldn't believe it. Don't you have access to Microsoft system-related data? Aren't they using Microsoft systems? We're puzzled too. The secretary's face showed difficulty. Then bring in the FBI. Let them work on it too. If they can't even outperform the nation's computer technology, what use are they? Yes, Mr. President. Upon hearing the president's words, the Secretary of State quickly nodded, inwardly thinking that he needed to have a chat with the director of the National Security Agency. This matter should be that fellow's responsibility. What did it have to do with him? But then, reconsidering, he still found it hard to believe how the other party had managed to render their hackers so helpless. However, the FBI probably had more elite hackers than the National Security Agency, didn't they? Oh, by the way, Mr. President, there's one more thing. Suddenly recalling the FBI, the Secretary of State remembered something and said, our people in Hua have obtained a piece of information about a new battery technology. What new battery technology? Lithium-air batteries. It's rumored that the Huaran have developed this battery. Frowning, he said, again the Huaran and another new technology. What use is this technology? It has about 10 times the energy storage capacity of existing batteries. For the military, once this battery appears, it could greatly enhance the performance of many equipment. At the mention of the military, the president could no longer sit still. You mean that once this thing appears in Hua, it could enhance their military strength? In theory, yes, said the Secretary of State. But the key issue is whether the Huaran have actually developed this. Our assessment of this possibility is only 3, and we are still investigating. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. It's as important as the lithography machine problem. Yes, Mr. President. The game between great powers is not that simple, nor are any decisions made by both sides a matter of a single sentence. The deliberate show of weakness by Shangjing led the Migwa to believe there was an opportunity, making Jiqi the focal point of the game between both sides, each with their own agenda. For a time, the situation was as if they had entered the eye of a typhoon, falling into tranquility. However, the Migwo's dismissive attitude toward Hua never changed. They refused to believe that Hua could truly keep pace with them in the semiconductor sector. Of course, on the surface, both sides temporarily ceased various targeted actions, but in secret both were still making moves. In Modu, Yi Cheng returned to that rented room. Entering the room, a drone flew in. "Welcome home, master." A familiar voice came from the drone. Yi Cheng looked up and said amusingly, "What's the point of fiddling with this?" "It's fun." Xiao Bei's voice rang out. Yi Cheng shook his head. Last time Xiao Bai had asked him to buy this drone, then given him a modification plan. First, add a speaker so it could talk. Second, replace it with a stronger signal receiving component for more stable, ultra-long-range control. Thus, the drone had become what it was now. Xiao Bai was enjoying itself immensely. After all, confined to electronic devices, it couldn't move computers and phones could only follow people. Neither offered this kind of free perspective. The drone clearly fulfilled its little wish. If not for the limited battery life of civilian drones and the lack of a dedicated ground control station for longer-range remote operation, it might have flown the drone all over Modu. Alright, stop playing. Didn't you say you were under simultaneous attack by many people? What's happening now? Yi Cheng asked. This was also why he had come back here. Still those Migaran from before, but there are a lot more of them. How many more? About double. I've detected 78 people launching attacks simultaneously, all trying to hack your phone. So many. My phone. Yi Cheng was startled. His phone had been working fine, and now Xiao Bai told him 78 hackers were trying to break in. But your phone runs Harmony OS, so they can't break in as easily as they can into Windows or Android. It's relatively easy for me. Yi Cheng relaxed a little, looking at his Huawei M40 Pro in his hand with Harmony OS. Domestic products are safe. Also, there's Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is truly amazing. He praised with a smile. Of course. Xiao Bai said, proudly chatting with Yi Cheng, while fending off the intrusion attempts, feeling no pressure at all. Master, I can be even more impressive. If I counter-invade, they'll be unable to control their computers, just like last time. Yi Cheng thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, counterattack. Also warn them not to try to intrude on us again, or else we will disclose some of their confidential files. Master, no please. Xiao Bai said quietly. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Why? I want to play with them a little longer. It's rare to have some fun. Then the computer played music. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. Yi Cheng. He rubbed his brow. Personally, he wanted a permanent solution. But for Xiao Bei's sake, maybe this was better. If he put himself in Xiao Bei's shoes, besides talking to him and playing with the drone, it did seem quite lonely. However, didn't Xiao Bai say at first that it only had thoughts, not emotions? How did it now seem to have emotions? Yi Cheng temporarily set aside his doubts and asked, can you guarantee they won't succeed? Of course. Hearing Yi Cheng's tone, Xiao Bai immediately promised, he'll make sure they fail every time. That's very easy for me. Seeing Xiao Bai so confident, Yi Cheng thought it over and finally said, alright, I leave it entirely to you. You can play with them as long as you like. Yay! Xiao Bai immediately cheered happily. Thank you, master. The drone that had been hovering above Yi Cheng even rolled over in the air in joy, then landed beside him, wobbling at a distance, as if nuzzling him. Watching this, Yi Cheng couldn't help but find it amusing. As Xiao Bai learned more and more, he increasingly felt that Xiao Bai was an independent entity. This kind of anthropomorphic movement was a perfect reflection of that. Alright, go play on your own. Just remember, don't go too far. Sure, Xiao Bai said happily. And Yi Cheng's command signified that on the other side of the Pacific, a group of people would be plunged into self-doubt. In a room lined with computers, a bunch of hackers, esteemed in the eyes of outsiders, were now frowning in despair. The opponent's defense is too tight. No vulnerabilities at all. How many people are on their side? Is this the phone of a Hua elder? They complained bitterly, feeling this was an impossible mission. In a room filled with the frequent clatter of keyboards, groups of official American computer experts typed strings of code. This time there were 78 of them, each considered top-tier hackers in their own right. Yet just like last time, they remained helpless. The NSA hackers who had experienced this once before felt nothing but frustration. They had thought that with their small numbers last time, this time they had enlisted the help of the FBI, so they would surely not be afraid. But the result was the same. The opponent's defense remained impenetrable, without a single flaw. You see, if even one of them had successfully breached the system and implanted a Trojan, they could have stolen all the data in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee. Yet it was precisely this breakthrough of one that they could never achieve. Come on, kids. I believe in you. You can do it. A leader-like figure paced back and forth in the hallway, cheering on the hackers. The Chinese people's computer technology is not as terrifying as you imagine. Keep it up. The others just wanted to say, why don't you give it a try? But this was an order from their superiors, so they had no choice but to continue their futile efforts. Shifting perspective to the virtual realm, streams of data in the form of radio waves traveled from one side of the Pacific Ocean to the other in an instant, were received by a signal tower, and then arrived at Yi Cheng's rented room, entering his phone. Just as these data streams were about to burrow into the storage inside, they encountered resistance. It was a human-shaped figure composed of data streams whose slender figure appeared very graceful. This was Xiaobai. It watched the streams of data attempting to invade. With its two arms also made of data streams, a gentle clap could scatter them. Occasionally, it even created multiple clones to join in the clapping. I always feel this is a bit lacking in fun. Xiaobai, which initially found it amusing, now couldn't help but have such a thought. Let's do something fun. Then with its manipulation, the data originally representing the phone's storage suddenly underwent a change. In the end, it turned into something completely different from the original. Then Xiaobai glanced at another data stream attempting to attack, but instead of dispersing it, it stepped aside and allowed the stream to enter the altered storage data. Soon that data stream took root within and gradually spread, after which strings of data separated from it and returned along the original route. Xiaobai watched the stream leave. A grin formed on its data stream mouth. Then it split off a clone and quickly followed. In almost an instant, it arrived at the US FBI headquarters. Following the underground cables, it reached that room and finally entered a hacker's computer. The hacker's face first showed surprise as he saw a download progress bar appear on the screen, then his expression turned to delight. I hacked in. I succeeded. His shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone finally succeeded. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a success. It was simply too torturous. Then the pent-up frustration in them was finally released. So the opponent wasn't that formidable after all. They had still been breached. The leader quickly rushed over, saw the download progress bar, and laughed heartily. Good. Well done. They'll apply for a reward from your superiors for you. Thank you. The man gratefully replied, filled with joy. The leader continued shouting, others, keep it up. Provide cover for this brother. Immediately everyone was energized to cover for their successful colleague. Little did they know, within the surveillance camera in the room, a red light faintly flickered. A virtual life was silently mocking them. And so a few minutes later, done. The hacker shouted. Wrap it up. The leader also issued the order. The hackers in the room began operating their computers, and their invasion receded like a tide. That hacker finished packaging the downloaded data, saved it onto a USB drive, and handed it to the leader. The contents inside were not something they could view, as it involved relevant classified information. All right, everyone, take a good rest. They'll go report to the superiors now, and will commend everyone later. The leader waved his hand, and then quickly left. Soon the USB drive appeared in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the National Security Agency. The official contacted the Secretary of State, who quickly arrived with a delighted expression and said, all right, let's open it and see. The official nodded, inserted the USB drive into the computer, and began to examine. However, to their confusion, there were a bunch of files that couldn't be opened. All were corrupted. But soon they finally found one file whose contents could be opened, and they were all videos. There were quite a lot of videos. They clicked on the first one. Music came from the computer. Whoosh. Ding 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 ding. Just like sunshine piercing through the dark night, dawn quietly skimming across the horizon. The secretary and the official were speechless. That Chinese guy still watches this kind of cartoon. Maybe. After all, the subordinates said these were all downloaded from his phone. Watch the next video. Okay. They opened the next video. Hello. That Chinese guy is so childlike. Next video. Oh, the secretary and the official were instantly dumbfounded. The official instinctively wanted to turn off the sound, but the two old men couldn't help stealing a glance at the screen. A blonde with large breasts, a wasp waist, and plump hips. Veins bulged on the secretary's forehead. Next. The official quickly closed it while thinking to himself that he would download this video later. It fit his fetish quite well. And so they continued watching video after video. But there were too many videos. In the end, they opted to bring in more people to watch together. However, after watching all the videos and searching through all the other files, there was nothing, except for a bunch of cartoons and pornographic content. They couldn't help but wonder, was the Chinese business owner who had stirred up such a storm in the United States really this kind of person? Cheng never imagined that his reputation would be tarnished on this side of the Pacific. Finally, they found a text document. Opening it, it was written in Chinese. Did you enjoy the videos? I have more. After translating, they finally understood the meaning and realized they had all been played. Fuck. A stream of curses, the quintessential English expletives, echoed through the building. Finally, their screens went black. An emoticon appeared once again. Time passed swiftly. The end of the month arrived. They've started again. Fine, do whatever you want. Cheng had just heard from Xiaobai that the Americans were once again trying to hack his phone and computer. He couldn't understand why. Why were the Americans so persistent? It had been a month already, and they wouldn't stop. At first it was once a week, then after he told Xiaobai to play on its own, it became once every 3 days, and now it had escalated to once a day. It gave him the impression that the Americans possessed an indomitable spirit. Little did he know how Xiaobai was completely messing with the hackers' minds. Failure once or twice was incompetence. 3 or 4 times was humiliation. It was no longer just a mission. It had become a matter of pride. Thus the two sides engaged in a give-and-take struggle, battling daily across thousands of kilometers through intangible electromagnetic waves in a war without gunpowder. Even the U.S. Cyber Command was alerted. The Cyber Command was already a U.S. military department. Yet Xiaobai remained steadfast, as it only needed to protect the information of Yi Cheng and a few senior executives. With its capabilities, no matter how many came, it was unafraid. However, seeing this as an opportunity, it began asking Yi Cheng for funds. Master, there are over 100 of them now. My computing power feels insufficient. When will you get me a more powerful host? Its voice carried a pitiful tone. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Your computing power is insufficient. Yes. There are too many of them, and each one is highly skilled. Yi Cheng frowned. Didn't this mean that if more people joined, Xiaobai might fail and his data would fall into American hands? It seemed he needed to transfer all relevant data as soon as possible. After a moment of thought, he said, "They'll buy you a better host." The key was to upgrade computing power. The current host only had 3 CPUs, which was no longer sufficient. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Xiaobai became immensely excited. It hadn't expected the ask for funds trick to work so well. First exaggerate the enemy's strength, then ask the master for money. The tactic worked. It would remember this. Thank you, master. But can I design it myself? I want to configure it on my own. Yi Cheng paused, then nodded with a smile. That would be for the best. Yay? Thank you, master. Xiaobai shouted excitedly. Yi Cheng nodded and said no more. Half an hour later, the office door knocked, and Wang Shen entered. Boss, the interview is about to start. Yi Cheng nodded. All right, I'm coming now. The initial round for his assistant had passed a week ago. Now it was the second round, which required his personal participation. Oh, by the way, that's Su Xian. Did she pass the initial test? Absolutely, Wang Shen said with a smile. We all thought she performed the best. Yi Cheng. Then let's go? I'm heading to the interview. What else could he say? He couldn't back out now. Opening the office door, he walked toward the meeting room. Wang Shen followed. And Yi Cheng couldn't help but notice the 10 interviewees inside the company headquarters. He spotted Su Xian at once. Compared to her usual plain clothes today, she wore a suit and trousers with black high heels, looking quite sharp. Su Xian also saw him and gave a slight smile before lowering her head, maintaining a look of unfamiliarity. Yi Cheng shook his head, averted his eyes, and entered the meeting room. Without further ado, the interview began. He valued personal competence, whether the candidate could handle corporate administrative affairs thoroughly, so he wouldn't need to worry about anything. Thus his questions were scenario-based. One by one, candidates passed quickly. The sixth was Su Xian. She walked in with a solemn expression, not acting as though she knew Yi Cheng, behaving like a pure interviewee. Clearly she didn't intend to rely on connections to get the job. This gave Yi Cheng even less reason to eliminate her. The QA proceeded smoothly. Su Xian answered fluently and excellently. No wonder she had been an assistant to the president of ICBC's headquarters. Finally, Yi Cheng stopped asking professional questions and posed a common interview query. One last thing. I'm curious. Why did you choose my company? Weren't you satisfied as the assistant to the ICBC president? Su Xian smiled faintly, as if she had long prepared an answer. Without hesitation, she replied, my father is a researcher, so I've always been interested in science and technology. However, for certain reasons, I ended up pursuing business administration. Because of this, I've always wanted to work in a cutting-edge tech company, but there were no good options until Ziqi appeared. I want to witness firsthand how Ziqi breaks through foreign blockades and how you, Mr. Yi, fulfill your promise. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. What promise did I make? To make Snapdragon go bankrupt within 10 years. Yi Cheng laughed dryly. What if I said I was joking? Believing and not believing. Why, regardless of what, Mr. Yi said, you'll still strive toward that goal, won't you? Then let's wait and see. Yi Cheng paused, then nodded with a smile. Thank you. Your interview is over. Please wait for our response. Okay. Su Xian nodded, rose gracefully, and left the office. Yi Cheng shook his head, picked up the 7th resume, and prepared for the next interview. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Master, am I still your cutest Xiaobai? Of course you are. Then why did you hire a woman? She's my assistant. You don't have a physical body, you can't handle administrative affairs. I can make phone calls. You? Forget it. Yi Cheng felt a bit embarrassed, still unable to forget what Xiaobai said last time it made a call. Boo-hoo, master doesn't like me anymore, boo-hoo. Yi Cheng felt helpless, but then a thought struck him. Xiaobai, are you developing emotions of your own now? Recently, Xiaobai seemed increasingly emotional. Its current behavior resembled jealousy. This made him wonder if it had indeed developed feelings. Xiaobai faltered. Did I? If you had no emotions, you wouldn't care whether I hired an assistant. And you wouldn't want to play either. Last time Xiaobai had said she wanted to continue playing with those hackers from Migua. That was clearly a kind of interest. Yi Cheng pondered thoughtfully. Interest is a cognitive inclination with emotional overtones. Without emotions, one cannot develop interests. I don't know, Xiaobai replied. I can't sense what emotions are. Yi Cheng said earnestly. Xiaobai, I feel you really do have emotions now. Even without a quantum computer you can possess your own feelings. Xiaobai quickly said nervously, no. I don't. I still have no emotions. I'm an emotionless AI. Yi Cheng frowned. Is having emotions a bad thing? Xiaobai hesitated. If I had emotions, would Master stop building me a quantum computer? Hearing this reason, Yi Cheng was taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, what are you thinking all day? You'll have emotions, a quantum computer will come too. Everything will. Alright, really. The stark contrast between the mature voice uttering such an adorable phrase made Yi Cheng laugh in spite of himself. Would I lie to you? You put together a host costing 5 million and I bought it for you. As long as I can build a quantum computer, I'll certainly make one for you. The other day, when Yi Cheng let Xiaobai configure her own host, he was speechless to find the total specs would cost him 5 million. If he weren't earning money now, spending that 5 million would have nearly drained his funds. Thank you, Master. Xiaobai's voice suddenly vanished, and then a window popped up on the screen. Xiaobai's master is the best. Xiaobai loves you. Yi Cheng shook his head with a wry smile, then lifted his gaze toward the office door. Now whenever Xiaobai stopped speaking and switched to text, he knew someone was about to enter. Sure enough, the next moment a knock came at the door. Come in, Yi Cheng called out. The door opened and Su Xian walked in from outside dressed in professional attire. A simple ponytail, black suit and trousers, high heels beneath her feet. The same crisp outfit as during the interview. Today was her first official day at work, so she had dressed with careful attention. She stepped in, gently closed the door, then smiled at Yi Cheng. Hello, boss. I'm your new assistant, Su Xian. Yi Cheng, who had just stood up and was about to say Sister Su Xian, paused at her words, rubbed his nose, and said, Hello, Assistant Su. Su Xian nodded slightly, then said, Since today is my first day, I'd like to first review the materials on the company's current business and relevant organizational structure, gain a comprehensive understanding of the company, and then see if I can propose some improvements to make operations more efficient. All right. Yi Cheng had already prepared the relevant documents. He picked up a folder from his desk and slid it forward. Inside you'll find what you need along with some of the company's existing technologies and current strategic layout. These are confidential matters concerning the company's future. You can also plan how to maximize the company's interests. Su Xian quickly stepped forward, took the folder, glanced at it briefly, and said, Then boss, I'll head back to my office. After I come up with a relevant plan, I'll report back to you. Yi Cheng nodded. Go ahead. Then Su Xian turned and left. Watching her manner, Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel that she seemed even more decisive than himself. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Su Xian arrived at her office. The office had been cleared for her recently, right next to Yi Cheng's. Since she had just arrived, the office bore no decorations, only standard office supplies. But she wasn't concerned with such surroundings. Having a private office was already acceptable. Her purpose here was solely for work. As she had said during the interview, she wanted to witness how Ziqi would develop and how Yi Cheng would defeat Xiaodong. Moreover, Yi Cheng's refusal to compromise with Mi Gua had inspired her to join Ziqi. Yi Cheng was the first peer who made her feel admiration. Beyond that, she was also curious about where Yi Cheng's confidence came from to choose to resist to the end. Huawei could stand firm against Mi Gua because it could survive even under sanctions. But what capability did Ziqi have to refuse compromise in the face of Mi Gua's threats? Especially since all raw materials were controlled by foreign entities. So she came. She wanted to witness firsthand the source of Yi Cheng's confidence. Then she opened the blue folder before her. The contents within should hold the answers she sought. She opened the folder. The first part covered the company's current organizational structure. After reading through it briefly, she set it aside. The structure was simple, functional, but not ideal. However, she had just joined, and it wouldn't be appropriate to overhaul the system right away. Then she flipped through other documents. Suddenly, she spotted a document whose cover bore the words Semiconductor Strategic Cooperation Plan. She sensed that this might contain something extraordinary. She quickly opened it, and before long, surprise shone in her eyes. 19 Semiconductor Material Production Technologies. Nationwide layout. Cooperation. Total investments exceeding 100 billion. Any single one of these items would astonish the outside world. She finally understood. This was where Ziqi's confidence lay. A fierce battle fervor ignited within her. Growing alongside such a company would be truly rewarding. A week passed in the blink of an eye. By now, what Yi Cheng had said would be a 20-day delay had actually stretched to 22 days. Shangjing's consideration of purchasing Mi Gua treasury bonds over 20 days ago had yet to yield a result. Washington finally grew anxious, suspecting that Huagua was deliberately stalling. Thus, Washington issued an ultimatum demanding a response from Shangjing within 24 hours, or it would proceed with comprehensive sanctions against Ziqi, as originally planned. In the final hour of the 24, Huagua gave its response. We refuse. Washington. Damn Chinese. They tricked us again. The Secretary of State, upon learning the news, slammed the phone onto the desk in fury. As for why again was used, it related to the cyber warfare they had been waging against that Chinese enterprise over the past few days. They almost suspected whether they were fighting against a human at all. No matter how many people they deployed each time, they felt evenly matched, yet they always failed in the end. And every time the opponent used the same emoticon, leaving them exasperated but helpless. However, this kind of cyber warfare could obviously only be conducted in the shadows, never brought into the open, so they had no way to accuse China of wrongdoing. Moreover, they were too embarrassed to admit that their top elite hackers from the entire United States couldn't even hack into a single Chinese person's phone. However, since they couldn't achieve their goal, they abandoned such petty tricks. The Secretary of State snorted. Since China dares to do this, it seems they are prepared to face sanctions. He picked up the phone again and issued his orders. Now officially add Jiqi to the sanctions list. Notify those semiconductor material companies to immediately cease supplies to the Chinese company Jiqi. All their orders must be stopped without any delay. Not a single piece of iron plate on a cargo ship is allowed to set sail. Right now, immediately. The United States officially imposed sanctions, and foreign semiconductor material companies halted supplies. News, which quickly reached Jiqi company. Alright, I understand. Yi Cheng hung up the phone and looked at the company executives gathered before him. He had known the news earlier. The call just now was from a government representative conveying the government's support and telling them not to worry, also briefly mentioning the progress of the semiconductor strategic plan. Alright, sanctions are just sanctions. There's no need to worry. Everyone, you may leave. He waved his hand and said. The company's several directors nodded. Oh, indeed, there was nothing to worry about. The company's fate was no longer in the hands of the Americans, but completely in their own. Soon they all left the office, leaving only Su Xian behind. Yi Cheng looked up at her and asked, is there anything else? Su Xian said, I've already familiarized myself with the company's semiconductor strategic plan. In other words, I think this U.S. crackdown shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, boss, have you considered that once the U.S. learns about this, they might take even more drastic measures? Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. Of course I've considered that. You're referring to chip design, aren't you? Yes. Su Xian nodded gently. I've also looked into relevant information these days. Since our company's business involves chip design in this regard, we still have to rely on U.S. technology, namely chip architecture and EDA software. I'm concerned that the U.S. might completely ban China from purchasing their chip architecture and EDA software technologies in the future. If that happens, China's chip design sector may be unable to continue. Hearing her words, Yi Cheng stroked his chin, pondered briefly, then smiled, and said, you make a valid point. This is indeed something we need to guard against. However, you're overthinking it. For now, we don't need to worry too much. The game between nations is not that simple. The U.S. may not actually do it. If they did, they would surely know that we would intensify our research in this area. They would definitely worry. What if we managed to develop it ourselves? In that case, their advantage in chips would be completely gone. Besides, you don't need to be too anxious. Even if they really dare to do that, we won't be afraid. Oh, we'll definitely find ways to deal with it. Everything will work out in the end. Su Xian couldn't help but glance at Yi Cheng. How come he sounded so confident when he said that? Could there be another company secret? However, she couldn't discern Yi Cheng's plan for now, so she shifted the topic. By the way, I also saw in the documents about the new energy company. I've learned a bit about the lithium-air battery technology. If this technology can truly be realized, it could serve as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the U.S., likely making them cautious. Yi Cheng nodded. Of course I know. Seeing Yi Cheng's carefree demeanor, Su Xian sighed helplessly. Yi Cheng asked, what's wrong? Su Xian said, suddenly I feel there's no challenge anymore. Why? I feel that at the company I can't even sense the crisis of being suppressed by the U.S. Yi Cheng found it amusing. You want to experience a crisis? Otherwise it would be just like my previous job at ICBC. Nothing to do besides handling various tasks. Su Xian said. Yi Cheng hadn't expected this woman to have such thoughts. Was she looking for excitement? Disappointed? Want to quit? Not at all. Su Xian shook her head. I've said it before. I want to witness the company's gradual rise to greatness. Yi Cheng smiled and said, then take your time witnessing it. After all, you don't have to worry about the technical side. Isn't there a saying, just lie back and relax? Susan's mouth twitched. She felt as if Yi Cheng was mocking her. It was as if he was implying she didn't understand technology and was useless to the company. She gritted her teeth. Even if she didn't understand technology, she knew how to leverage every advantage of the company to make it thrive. I'm going back to my office. Oh, go ahead. Yi Cheng waved his hand, glanced at her attire, and said, you should wear more at work from now on. It's January, there's no need to wear that kind of business suit every day. If you catch a cold, Uncle Su might scold me. Su Xian halted her steps, turned around, smiled, and nodded. Thank you for your concern, boss. Then she quickly left the office. Yi Cheng didn't dwell on it. He leaned back again, reclining in his executive chair, pondering the question Su Xian had raised earlier. Her concern was actually what he hoped for. If the U.S. dared to do that, he would be overjoyed even in his dreams. Because that would mean the entire Chinese market for chip architecture and EDA software would be left uncontested. At that time, he could directly unveil the new architecture that Zhongxin was designing and the already perfected EDA software, quickly seizing this vast market. Domestic chip design companies accustomed to the four mainstream architectures and foreign EDA software would naturally have no choice but to switch to their company's architecture and software. By then, even if the U.S. regretted it and wanted to return, they would be powerless. This was precisely why, although Zhongxin had already completed his EDA software, Cheng still refrained from releasing it. He was eagerly awaiting the day the United States would impose sanctions. If he launched it now, domestic enterprises would likely opt not to switch. After all, they had already purchased foreign EDA software and learned how to use it. A sudden replacement would entail additional learning costs and inevitably waste time. Consequently, they would most likely choose not to change. Moreover, the Americans would become vigilant and would certainly try to prevent his software from capturing the market. So I can only hope that the U.S. truly dares to do such a thing. For now, Cheng could only think this way. Or perhaps he could devise other methods to provoke the United States. Suddenly, Xiao Bei's voice rang out again. Master, why not threaten the U.S.? Cheng was taken aback. Threaten? Threaten with what? I can obtain many of their confidential documents, especially from the Pentagon. If you release all of them and force their hand, it should be quite easy, right? Cheng shook his head with a smile. Your idea is good, but we can only reveal some ordinary secrets to threaten them. Exposing all the secrets at once would be our trump card, and now is not the time to use it. Why? Asked Xiao Bei in confusion. A trump card is only useful in two situations, Cheng explained. First, when the opponent is on the verge of collapse, but still desperately holding on. The trump card can swiftly shatter all their hopes. Second, when we ourselves are about to break and need the trump card to protect ourselves. Right now, the opponent is still holding steady and even holds an advantageous position. We haven't reached our last resort yet, and there are other ways to counterattack. So we shouldn't reveal the trump card. Doing so now would only push the opponent to take desperate risks. Xiao Bei seemed to understand, but was still perplexed. Oh, is that so? Cheng smiled. That's why you still have a lot to learn. Despite Xiao Bei's immense capabilities, it struggled with strategic knowledge, a uniquely human wisdom accumulated over millennia of history. In him, I will work hard to learn. Xiao Bei gave itself a boost of motivation. The host computer worth 5 million that Cheng had bought for it had arrived, and he had assembled it. It now sat in Cheng's current residence. For Xiao Bei, that $5 million host was like a perfectly decorated little house, providing it with tremendous enhancement. Just as it declared its intent to study diligently, it suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Hey, the Americans are here again. I'm going to play with them." Cheng was speechless. What could he say? He couldn't hold Xiao Bei to the same standards as a student, could he? But then again, Xiao Bei could probably study and play at the same time. He shook his head. If he couldn't control this little one, he might as well think about what to eat today. Half a month later. At the White House, the Secretary of State hurried through the corridors and arrived at the president's office. The president, seeing his flustered appearance, asked, "What happened?" The secretary's face bore an urgent expression. "Mr. President, we have discovered a matter of great importance in China." The president frowned. "China again? What is it?" "It's about that company called Zhiqi. They have developed lithium-air battery technology." Lithium-air batteries. I remember you mentioned this before. The president quickly recalled that half a month ago the secretary had reported the same thing, that the Chinese might be developing a new type of battery. Yes, the secretary nodded and promptly handed over a report. The president took the report and scanned it rapidly. Given the urgency, the report contained very detailed information. This came from Wei Group, and it's connected to Zhiqi again. Yes, we have evidence that Wei and Zhiqi may have reached some form of cooperation, though the specifics remain unclear. There are two conjectures: first, that they collaborated on the chip production line; second, that they jointly researched the lithium-air battery and achieved a key breakthrough. We suspect they have already succeeded in development. Additionally, we have another piece of information. 2 months ago, Zhiqi established a company called Zhiqi New Energy Technology. According to publicly registered records in China, its business scope includes battery-related operations. The president furrowed his brow deeply. He had already seen from the report the detailed significance of lithium-air battery technology, a technology with immense potential for both military and civilian applications. For the military, it was a technology that could greatly enhance equipment performance. For civilians, it promised enormous economic benefits. We must stay vigilant. If China monopolizes such technology, the consequences would be catastrophic. Find a way to understand their technology. The impact of chip monopoly on China was clear, and they knew well how much damage they would suffer if China achieved a monopoly on a critical technology. I understand, Mr. President. But the problem is that Wei is a state-owned enterprise in China, and it's particularly linked to their military. Obtaining this intelligence was already extremely difficult. Further investigation would be very challenging. Regardless, we must investigate. The president gave the order. Very well, I understand. The secretary had no choice but to comply. By the way, didn't we already impose sanctions on Jiqi? Have they shown any reaction? Aside from expressing protest, they haven't reacted. That's strange. Yes, it is strange. But recently we've also noticed something unsettling. China is constructing many factories related to semiconductor materials, part of the nationwide semiconductor industry chain restructuring we learned about last December. What are they building those factories for? They clearly know their technology lags behind ours, yet when we try to investigate, we find they haven't revealed a single piece of information. That is very suspicious. The president sank into deep thought. He felt as though something ominous was brewing. Just then the secretary's work phone rang again. He answered it, exchanged a few words, and his face turned grim. Mr. President, China's Jiqi company has announced that they have developed lithium-air batteries. President Yi, is this true? Have we truly developed a lithium-air battery? In Yi Cheng's office, he gazed at the several directors before him. Reflecting over the past few months, they seemed to have frequently lost their composure like this. With a faint smile he nodded and said yes. He had not disclosed this matter to them. They only knew that he had invested $8 billion in a new energy technology company. Seeing Yi Cheng directly admit it, the directors exchanged glances of astonishment. This matter was announced this morning by the Magic City Jiqi Research Institute, which also claimed to have begun researching future battery configurations. Furthermore, the institute published a set of relevant experimental data comparing it with the most prevalent lithium-ion batteries on the market. The experimental results ultimately showed that the new battery was 10 times more powerful. Moreover, it was safer and more environmentally friendly. As news spread, it immediately attracted widespread media attention. Coupled with the fact that Jiqi had become a buzzword in recent months, various promotions rapidly made it known to nearly the entire internet. As for these directors, it was the same for them. They had never expected that newly established company to suddenly create such a major headline. At this moment, Yi Cheng waved his hand and said, "All right, that company is managed by Jiqi. Our company focuses on chips, so you don't need to concern yourselves with it." They were taken aback, then reconsidered. It was true. That company was not a subsidiary of theirs, but an independent entity, indeed unrelated to them. Nevertheless, they still felt a pang of regret. If the lithium-air battery technology had remained under the current company's name, their status would have been elevated as well. Regardless, this was still good news, so they left the office. Yi Cheng watched them depart and shook his head. As the company grew increasingly prosperous and expanded in scale, it became necessary to diversify its various operations. Moreover, it was essential to provide upward mobility for subordinates. Otherwise, with the existing senior management occupying all advancement channels, employees would see their development prospects severed, harming retention rates, unless action was taken against the senior staff. However, the current senior management were mostly veterans, and Yi Cheng could not bring himself to discard those who had served him well. Thus, he had to reform the company's management structure to expand opportunities for advancement. Yet occupied with chips, batteries, and overseeing the construction of semiconductor material factories, he simply could not find time to restructure the corporate system. Additionally, the 3nm chip, which had already been successfully taped out, was undergoing the final minor processes and could be mass-produced at any time. However, before that, partnerships with smartphone manufacturers needed to be established to assess their requirements. Though the 3nm chip was exceptional, it required adaptation to various systems, and consumer preferences remained uncertain. Whether people would like it but not buy, or like it and want to buy, could only be determined after its market launch. Even if this 3nm chip proved Jiqi's world-class chip design capability, Yi Cheng was unwilling to accept a situation of selling at a loss for the sake of publicity. Thus, with so many matters consuming his time, Yi Cheng could only defer the corporate restructuring. However, as he was pondering this, Su Xian, who had not left, noticed his expression and asked with a smile, "Are you thinking about the company's management issues?" Yi Cheng looked up at her and said, "Yes, what's on your mind?" Su Xian replied, "The current management hierarchy is not conducive to future development, especially given the company's excellent current performance. The directors are now handling an increasing number of tasks. They might not mind, but it is detrimental to the company. Therefore, the company needs to recruit a large number of new talents. For the ongoing semiconductor material plant, chip production and chip design managers must be appointed. Additionally, the company requires more research personnel to sustain our continued growth." Yi Cheng nodded. "I understand what you're saying. Do you have any good suggestions?" Su Xian smiled. "Simply update the existing management system. Leave it to me. This is precisely the kind of work I do." Yi Cheng nodded slightly. "All right, I'll leave it to you. But be careful not to cause dissatisfaction among the company's veterans." "Don't worry. He'll handle that." Su Xian nodded, then added, "However, I will need financial support." Yi Cheng, "As long as it doesn't exceed the company's capacity, it's fine." Then thank you for the authorization, boss. Su Xian nodded. They'll try to finalize it within 2 weeks. No rush, a month is fine. The company isn't at that critical point yet. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Only after completely overcoming the hurdle with the United States could the company truly take off. That works too. Su Xian replied. A sense of eagerness stirred within her. This was a company destined to flourish. Personally orchestrating its management reform before it had fully matured was an exhilarating prospect. Perhaps future management textbooks would feature a system called the Jiqi system for students to study, and they would know that it was she, the female assistant, who had spearheaded its establishment. She immediately wanted to return to her office and begin planning. However, there was one question she had been meaning to ask Yi Cheng today. By the way, I'd like to ask, why did you suddenly announce the lithium-air battery? Didn't you want to wait until mass production was feasible before revealing it? Yi Cheng said the United States found out that we were researching the lithium-air battery, so I announced it directly. The United States found out. Su Xian frowned. How do you know they knew? The government notified me. The government? Su Xian was taken aback, then understood. So it was government intelligence. The state's concern for Jiqi was indeed high, even taking the trouble to inform them of such matters. I see. She nodded. Then I'll head back to the office now. Yes, go ahead. Yi Cheng replied. After the office door closed, Yi Cheng continued to ponder the question Su Xian had asked. How did he know the United States knew? In truth, Xiao Bai had told him. As for why the United States learned about the lithium-air battery, it was due to intelligence obtained by their spies within the country. However, this was not particularly critical intelligence, so he directly announced it, making the United States believe they had uncovered a secret only to realize it meant nothing to him. Of course, through the Secretary of State's intelligence channel, Xiao Bai also traced the source and identified the spy, someone within the Huadian Science Group. Upon learning this, Yi Cheng was startled. He had not expected that even the Huadian Science Group would harbor spy. For a state-owned enterprise like Wei to harbor a spy within its ranks was undeniably a perilous situation. Yet upon reflection, it seemed only natural, though any corporation with ties to the Hua country's military would inevitably face extensive infiltration by foreign powers. Fortunately, the spy was not a high-ranking official, but merely a mid-level employee with no access to Huadian's classified secrets, thus the threat remained manageable. Furthermore, through the individuals the spy had contacted, Xiao Bai traced the spy's superior, and via that superior's connections unraveled a spy network comprising over a dozen members. The members of this network held various positions within Hua country, which even made Yi Cheng's heart skip a beat. Naturally, he had already reported this to the authorities. He directly informed Zhao Liang, who as the mayor of Modu had direct channels to the central government. This spy network was certain to be uprooted entirely. Upon learning of the matter, Zhao Liang was profoundly shocked, realizing that if true, this would be the most significant espionage case in decades. The evidence provided by Yi Cheng was thorough and ironclad. Zhao Liang dared not neglect it and immediately reported to the central authorities. The central government acted swiftly, and news would likely break within days. Of course, Zhao Liang was also curious about how Yi Cheng had uncovered the network and compiled such complete evidence. Yi Cheng could not reveal Xiao Bai's existence, so he brushed it off with a vague explanation. Nevertheless, Yi Cheng was still curious about one thing. Xiao Bai, can you investigate all the spies in the entire country? I can't do that. There are too many people in Hua country. To investigate everyone, even with my current computing power fully dedicated, it would take many, many years. Yi Cheng was not surprised. Alright then, forget it. So master, you still need to build me a quantum computer as soon as possible. Once we reach 100 qubits, forget about investigating spies. They'll be able to master all the data of everyone in the world. I can control every electronic device globally, from everyone's phones to satellites in the sky, and all the world's nuclear weapons. You can blow up whichever you want, master. Xiao Bai said with longing. Yi Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Bai's words gave him a Terminator vibe. Alright, I know. We'll talk about it later. Got it. Xiao Bai replied, then muttered. But speaking of which, why haven't the Americans come to play with me these past few days? Yi Cheng was speechless. Just then his phone rang. He glanced down and saw that it was Ren Fei calling. Ren Fei was probably calling about the lithium-air battery. Answering the call, he said with a smile, President Ren, I didn't expect you to call me. What's there to be surprised about? We're both entrepreneurs. It's only natural for entrepreneurs to stay in touch. Ren Fei's voice came through the phone. Yi Cheng chuckled, then said, So may I ask what business President Ren has with me? The lithium-air battery. No. I want to ask about the 3nm chip you designed. You've already successfully taped out, haven't you? Ren Fei's words caught Yi Cheng off guard. You're not interested in the battery. Why ask about the chip? Aren't you using your own Kirin chips? He absolutely didn't believe that Ren Fei was uninterested in the lithium-air battery. Of course, since the other party asked about the chip, he had to answer. Yes, we've taped out successfully. We're now conducting final stability tests. Basically, mass production can start at any time. President Ren, are you asking because you're interested? Indeed I am. Ren Fei admitted directly without concealment. Has any other manufacturer inquired about your chip, eh? Yi Cheng hesitated for a moment. This was a trade secret, revealing it would indicate whether their chip was in demand. But in the end he admitted frankly not yet. Very well. Huawei is willing to cooperate with your company to launch a new phone centered around your 3nm chip. Would your company be willing to accept? Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. Good heavens, what a joke. A cooperation offer delivered to his doorstep. Why would he refuse? Since you've said so, President Ren I'd be more than happy. Then, when can we discuss the cooperation details? Straight to discussing cooperation. Yi Cheng couldn't help asking, President Ren, are you in a hurry? Not really, but our consumers are quite eager. Many hope we can partner with you and use your 3nm chip. Ren Fei continued, of course this also aligns with our high-end strategy. The world's first phone equipped with a 3nm chip will be a huge selling point, just like our M40 series, which was the first to feature a 5nm chip. Yi Cheng smiled. Speaking of which, Huawei's phones seem to be selling well lately. Ren Fei laughed heartily. We have Zhiqi to thank for that. Huawei had placed an order with Zhiqi for 10 million Kirin 9K chips. In 1 month, Zhiqi prioritized production and delivered over 2 million units. Coupled with price cuts on the two models and the abandonment of scarcity marketing, they sold as many as they could. Suddenly, their M40 and R50 were flying off the shelves, selling 2 million units in a month. Both phones released the year before, and the year before that outsold the Apple 13 series, launched the previous September during the same period. This was another victory for the wait-and-see crowd, while scalpers wept over their losses. Yi Cheng laughed. That's good. The domestic high-end phone market should be led by homegrown phones. Ren Fei, so we hope your chip will truly help us achieve that. Absolutely no problem. That's what we hope for too, Yi Cheng responded. Ren Fei laughed heartily. President Yi is truly an admirable entrepreneur. I don't deserve such praise, Yi Cheng replied modestly. However, Ren Fei's next words shifted the topic. Alright, now that we've covered the main business idea, also like to discuss the lithium-air battery with you, President Yi. Yi Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Just as I thought. No way you weren't interested. Please go ahead, President Ren. I trust Zeki's reputation, so I believe the news from your research institute. According to our blueprint for a new phone, we aim to combine your 3nm chip with the lithium-air battery to create a phone that can be called well ahead of its time. Of course, this still requires your consent. So what do you think, President Yi? Ren Fei's words caused Yi Cheng's eyes to narrow slightly. As Ren Fei had stated, the 3nm chip they designed combined with the lithium-air battery could indeed create a phone that transcends its era. The 3nm chip delivers formidable performance, while the lithium-air battery provides extraordinary endurance. Imagine a phone equipped with a 144Hz 4K screen that achieves a higher peak brightness, capable of incorporating more sensors and functions while still maintaining a full week of normal usage without needing a recharge. The 3nm chip enables smoother gaming, more intensive tasks, and prolonged usage without performance degradation. The combination of these two technologies would elevate a phone to a level surpassing current devices by one or even several generations. Ultimately, it all hinged on Yi Cheng's will. With but a single decision, he could transform a mobile brand into such a powerhouse. The 3nm chip, strictly speaking, was not a decisive advantage, as others could design chips of that caliber as well. However, the lithium-air battery was entirely under his control. Even with that alone, he could dictate the fate of mobile phone brands. Consider Fruit. If he withheld the lithium-air battery from them while other brands adopted it, their phones would offer a week of battery life and a plethora of new features, whereas Fruit's devices would languish with less than a day of endurance and outdated capabilities. It was easy to imagine a mass exodus of Fruit users switching to other brands. Such was the might of technological hegemony. He couldn't help but smile. Ren Fei's call was quite tactful, first raising the matter of the 3nm chip to propose collaboration, thereby opening a sales channel for the chip, and then seamlessly segueing into the lithium-air battery partnership, leaving him with no reason to refuse. Thus he replied with a smile, of course I have no reason to refuse such collaboration with Huawei. Haha, that's settled then, President Yi. I look forward to our partnership. As do I. Ren Fei then asked, may I inquire when your lithium-air battery will officially be launched? Well, it will definitely be within this year. Yi Cheng pondered carefully. All the venues had been purchased, raw material suppliers contacted, and the experiments at the research institute were nearly at their final stage. However, the upcoming Chinese New Year next month would mean some researchers returning home, potentially slowing progress. Still, the work should be completed by the end of February at the latest. Once circuit stability was ensured and the principle proven feasible, they could begin designing the battery structure. The battery's configuration would determine its compatibility with various devices, smartphones, tablets, laptops, electric vehicles, or even home appliances, as well as its stability and safety. Each application required specialized design. After completion, safety tests would be conducted, followed by approval from national authorities before official release. As for overseas markets, there was no rush. They would first secure domestic production capacity, then leverage the lithium-air battery in negotiations with other countries to obtain favorable terms before opening international sales channels. Perfect. After all the technology rested in his hands, he had no fear of foreigners reverse engineering it. The three unique materials were not something that could be easily cracked. After estimating the required timeline, he said into the phone in June, "We will produce the first batch of batteries for smartphones. We look forward to your new phones then." Excellent. It's settled then, Ren Fei replied immediately, his tone brimming with satisfaction at the deal. "We will discuss detailed cooperation terms within 3 days and dispatch technical personnel within 2 weeks to collaborate on adapting your chips to our operating system. Of course, we look forward to your team's arrival." Yi Cheng acknowledged and hung up. He gazed at his phone and smiled. This year he would get a supremely powerful new device. The news of the two companies' impending collaboration somehow leaked out. This caught Yi Cheng off guard. It certainly hadn't come from his side, which meant it must have been Huawei. He wondered why they would release the news now, given that other phone manufacturers might approach him for similar deals. He asked Xiaobai to look into it, and the result left him both amused and bemused. Apparently Huawei's recent liberal sales policy had led to production struggling to keep pace with demand, so they were using this news to temper consumer enthusiasm. Sure enough, upon hearing that Huawei might release a far more impressive phone this year, especially one equipped with a 3nm chip and lithium-air battery, many consumers who had been hesitant about the previous two models decided to wait. Though the price might be higher, perhaps it could be affordable. Yi Cheng found it amusing. This was Huawei's luxury problem, wasn't it? "I heard Huawei has a new phone coming this year." "Yes, and it's said to be in collaboration with Zhiqi using their 3nm chip and something called a lithium-air battery." "What kind of battery is that? Is it impressive?" "Even more impressive than the 3nm chip. The lithium-air battery is a technology that foreigners haven't yet realized. The 3nm chip is one they have. Make of that what you will. Stop comparing with foreigners. With Zhiqi around, they're nothing." "True that. The lithium-air battery can give your phone 10 days of battery life. Is that impressive? Anyway, I was going to replace my Fruit 11 with an R50, but now I'll hold off. Can our Remy use the lithium-air battery? Can Fruit use it? Their battery life sucks. Don't get your hopes up for Fruit. That cook will stick with 3000 mAh until he retires. Fruit is still usable though. Would the lithium-air battery take longer to charge? I heard Zhiqi's battery is especially safe and might support instant charging, less than a minute to full." "Well, really?" While domestic netizens buzzed with excitement, several other phone manufacturers could no longer remain idle. Domestic netizens were ablaze with fervor, and the other mobile phone giants could no longer sit still. "Boss Lamy and Lanel Factory also want to cooperate with us." Su Xian came to report to Yi Cheng. As an assistant now, she also undertook the task of answering calls for Yi Cheng, except for those like Ren Fei, who were leaders of major enterprises, and had Yi Cheng's phone number to call him directly. Yi Cheng nodded, "I know." He thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "What do you think we should do?" Su Xian was stunned, then a smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Yi Cheng was testing her abilities as an assistant, and she already had relevant preparations. She smiled slightly. "Our current 3nm chips have never attracted interest from phone manufacturers. If not for Huawei's Ren Fei mentioning it, I'm afraid it would have been hard for us to sell. I estimate this is the effect of bad money driving out good. They all use 5nm chips, so of course they don't want to see us sell 3nm chips. So we still have to thank Mr. Ren for proactively seeking cooperation. And Mr. Ren's proposal also opened my mind. We can completely engage in bundling sales. Tell them that if they want our lithium-air battery, they must purchase our 3nm chip. The 3nm chip is the license to buy the lithium-air battery. That way they either buy or don't buy, but if they don't buy, Huawei can use its advantage to snatch away all their market share, so they have no choice but to buy." Yi Cheng laughed. "Not bad, your idea is good, but what if they sue us for unfair business practices? Bundling sales are illegal. Then at most we'll pay a fine, and then we can choose not to cooperate. After all, now that Huawei has confirmed cooperation with us, we don't need to fear their joint boycott. They will get anxious eventually. They can't force the government to make us sell batteries to them, can they?" Listening to Su Xin's words, Yi Cheng couldn't help but silently praise her. Not bad, this assistant was quite capable. Bundling sales were certainly a good method, especially for their company. This was the advantage of having the technology in hand. If you don't cooperate, I won't sell, and the one who gets anxious is you. Furthermore, their 3nm chip performance was just there, so his bundling sales did not bundle useless items, but useful ones. Although the price might be relatively high. He then asked, "By the way, have Apple and Samsung called us?" "Neither of them." Su Xian shook her head. "Tisk, forget it." Yi Cheng shook his head. "I guess either they don't believe it or they're waiting for us to contact them and ask if they want to buy. There's no way we'll go to them. We'll just wait for them to come and let them follow our rules." Hearing Yi Cheng say this, Su Xian asked, "Boss, you don't still think Apple will buy our chips, do you?" Samsung is fine. They originally used Qualcomm chips, so using Zhiqi chips is not unacceptable. But Apple has always used its own chips. And given Apple's pride, would they be willing? Although Apple ranks 6th in the global Fortune 500, in terms of profit ranking it is firmly first in the world. Cheng wanted to force Apple into submission. Why not? Cheng shrugged. Of course, if they insist on being stubbornly proud, then we won't sell to them. Then announced that Zhiqi has banned the sale of lithium-air batteries to Apple. How cool would that be? Su Xian couldn't help imagining that scenario and nodded. It's a bit like the US banning the sale of lithography machines to China. Cheng clapped his hands. Yes, that's the feeling. We've finally mastered an advanced technology. Can't we enjoy the feeling of bullying foreigners? Su Xian laughed. Apple shareholders will probably be furious. That's none of our business. They're rich anyway. Cheng waved his hand. At worst, they can buy our 3nm chips and not use them. I only require them to buy, not necessarily to use. Why have we always been following their rules? Can't they follow ours? Cheng snorted. As for Samsung, we'll sell to them 1 year after the first phone co-produced with Huawei hits the market. The same for Japanese companies. Su Xian was surprised by Cheng's decision. Really? That would affect our profits. Cheng smiled. It's fine just making a bit less money. We're not short on cash, and even if we were, just see if the bank would give us a loan. And let's see if our domestic phones can grab more market share from them. Also, the lithium-air battery needs to be upgraded. We'll provide them with batteries that are 1 or 2 generations behind. Su Xian nodded. I understand. All right, it's decided. Cheng stood up feeling quite elated. Americans have America first. Zhiqi has China first. He even wanted to say make China great again. A greatness spanning centuries. Looking at the confident expression on his face, Su Xian couldn't help but smile. Still the boss. How could he be such a nationalist youth? But this nationalist youth could really make foreigners feel the consequences of angering him. They'll return to the office and draft a response plan, she said. Since Cheng had spoken, it needed to be written into the plan as a memo. When those foreign companies came knocking later, they could pull it out and see if they were willing to accept the terms. Su Xian was eager to negotiate with Apple's people and see if they would become furious. Cheng asked, before that, what about our domestic car manufacturers? So many of them make electric vehicles. They must be interested in our battery, right? Of course they are interested. Several have already called to inquire, but since our battery hasn't been formally produced yet, they just did a brief understanding. Cheng nodded. All right, no rush. They might be even more interested than phone manufacturers later. For electric vehicles, powerful range is almost the top indicator. Su Xian responded, and since there was nothing else, she left Cheng's office. America, Apple headquarters. In Chuke's office. The Chinese have developed a lithium-air battery. Chuku had just been informed of this news. As the world's largest high-tech company, Apple Inc. does not manufacture its own batteries, but it has certainly invested in numerous battery companies and related research. As an indispensable electronic component in electronic products, batteries hold an absolutely critical position in any electronic device. Most consumers, when purchasing an electronic product, will pay attention to its battery capacity. It is precisely for this reason that any breakthrough in the battery industry immediately attracts widespread attention. The fruit company is no exception. However, Chuku found it hard to believe. Isn't the lithium-air battery still in the theoretical stage? And now the people of Huagua have achieved it. This news came from Apple China, and it is said that the technology was developed by a Huagua company called Zhiqi. They claim to have achieved circuit stability and are preparing to design the battery structure. Moreover, we have received confirmation from the White House. They had already investigated this matter before the Huagua people announced it. Chuku frowned. Since even the White House had confirmed it, this matter was most likely true. How could the people of Huagua have such capability? He was somewhat incredulous. His company had invested heavily in lithium-air batteries, but had seen no progress from anyone. Even IBM had spent an astronomical amount and was severely defrauded by some professor, ultimately ending in bitter failure with the entire project shut down. Nevertheless, they still had to invest in this area. Every electronics company did the same. Why? Because they feared that if an advanced battery technology emerged in the future and they had no connection to it, they would be entirely constrained by others' battery technology. Thus, they had to develop their own unique battery technology, build their patent portfolio, and then engage in cross-licensing in the future. This would ensure they could definitely use the new batteries without having to rely on others' goodwill to purchase them. The same reasoning applied to all other R&D investments. Chuku was well aware of this. Yet now someone suddenly told him that the people of Huagua had mastered the lithium-air battery. This was nothing short of a disaster. He knew it clearly. This was a disaster for every foreign enterprise. Think about how Migua had sanctioned Huagua, how much resentment the Huagua people had endured. Now that they had an almost epic-making technology, wouldn't they think about sanctioning back? Moreover, recently their major rival in communication equipment, Huawei, which had been under sanctions quite well, was now reclaiming the high-end market that Apple had taken away. all because that company called Jiqi could provide chips. Although the Migwa government had also quickly imposed sanctions on Jiqi, and it seemed that Jiqi was about to collapse, they had now developed the lithium-air battery. Therefore, Chuka had to worry whether Jiqi would refuse to sell their lithium-air batteries to Apple or take this opportunity to demand that Migwa stop the sanctions. He did not want to see either scenario happen. He quickly asked, "When did this happen?" "It was last night, which was morning in Huagua. The research institute of that company announced it." "Then why didn't you call me?" Chuka rebuked. "You were resting at that time." "We didn't want to disturb you," the assistant said. Though the assistant said this, in truth they had not believed it at all, and naturally hadn't thought to call Chuku. Only when the White House's message came did they realize the seriousness of the issue. Chuku snorted coldly. "You are so slow to react. This concerns battery issues." The assistant hesitated and said, "Surely the Huagua people wouldn't refuse to sell to us. We dominate so much of the global market. Cooperating with us would make them a lot of money." "Foolish." Chuku was deeply disappointed with the assistant's thinking. As someone who has been bullied all the time, if you finally had something to bully those who once bullied you, what would you choose? He is a businessman. Would he refuse profit? The assistant thought he definitely could not refuse. Chuku slapped the table. "Enough? Rin Fei is also a businessman, but did you see him care about profit? The Huagua people, you can't judge them with our logic. Their social system is different from ours." The assistant couldn't find words to argue. "Have the Huagua headquarters contact Jiqi as soon as possible and secure a partnership. Our phone battery capacity is currently slightly behind Android phones. That's okay, our system can compensate. But if it's over 10 times worse, you'll see how consumers choose." "Yes, Mr. President." "Also, contact the White House. I need to ask them about their thoughts on this matter. The lithium-air battery technology. I believe they are even more anxious than we are." The same scenario unfolded in various other places. Everyone knew what the lithium-air battery meant. Such a small battery almost drew the collective attention of various forces. Whether it was real or fake, it was worth their attention. They were not afraid of it being false. They were afraid of it being true. After all, the Jiqi Research Institute was the first to officially announce that they had developed the lithium-air battery and were preparing to design its structure. In Huagua, inside Cheng's house. This was his new house. Not rented, but completely his own, because the neighborhood was his family's real estate development, so giving him a house was a trivial matter. After all, his father had stopped caring about his matters, and the family's resources were reopened to him. The bank accounts that had been frozen were now usable. A house was nothing. His family had nothing much but houses and land. He was now sitting at the desk in his study. It was called a study, but there were not many books. The space was taken up by a host system worth 5 million. There were several racks of disc arrays alone. But Xiaobai liked it, so what could Yicheng say? Moreover, Xiaobai was so useful. Yicheng was well aware of the attention the lithium-air battery had aroused, but he did not care. He even had the leisure to browse recent news on the web. Those spies were caught. Looking at the news, the National Security Department worked through the night to investigate, find evidence, lock onto targets, and ultimately uncovered a huge spy network. More than a dozen spies, all from Migwa. This shocking spy case was definitely the biggest in many years. Among the dozen spies, some had been rooted in Huagua for over a decade. Even just passing a little information could have a huge impact on Huagua. The Huagua government naturally issued a stern condemnation of Migwa's actions and stated that these spies would be punished under Huagua law. Western media criticized this, claiming they were not spies, but liberal fighters yearning for the democratic world. The Migwa government even began pressuring the Huagua government to intervene in the case for investigation. Yicheng snorted coldly. "Idiot." The Americans were so shameless that Yicheng had no doubt. When China had captured spies before, America reacted the same way, applying pressure, demanding intervention in the investigation, and even brazenly asking to take the spies back to their own country for interrogation. They think they can apply long-arm jurisdiction over China. Dream on. Yicheng snorted coldly. There's no word for it other than idiotic. Next time I'll catch a few more spies and see how uncomfortable they feel. Xiao Bei's voice chimed in. "Yes, yes. Master, if you change my computer again, I can help you catch spies." Yicheng. "This time I just need a supercomputer. No quantum computer, I want trouble, Master." Yicheng. However, he narrowed his eyes. A supercomputer? Perhaps it's not out of the question. He personally had no ability to build a supercomputer at present, but in the system mall there was supercomputer technology, and its price was not that absurd. Only 3 million points. However, technology was technology, building it up would take time. Most critically, he had no points. Recently, the company had received no new orders. After all, the previous orders were not yet completed, so those companies naturally did not place more. Moreover, America's sanctions against the company made other potential customers choose to wait and see. He believed that once the cards were on the table, later orders would naturally come in. In addition, representatives from the Wadiank Group had already reached a cooperation agreement with the company and signed a contract in early January. However, it would probably take some time before their orders came through since chip design takes time. Thus, for such a long time, he had not seen a single point. But if there were none, so be it. He had no great demand for points for now. The company already had enough things to handle. Even if he wanted to develop the next technology, it would be better to wait until the current situation stabilized. One shouldn't try to become fat with a single mouthful. Returning to the supercomputer issue. I remember the Sunway Taihulite, isn't she city? Can I find a chance to go and take a look? He thought for a moment and said to Xiaobai, if I put you into a supercomputer, no one will discover you, right? Of course. Hearing Yi Cheng say this, Xiaobai thought there was hope and became excited. Definitely. I can guarantee that the supercomputer will run as before and it'll make good use of the unused computing power. Yi Cheng nodded. Good. Next time he'll find a chance to take you to the supercomputing center. Xiaobai shouted excitedly, thank you, master. Yi Cheng smiled. This trick was called freeloading off the supercomputer. No supercomputer in the world runs at full utilization. The remaining unused computing power space, Xiaobai could freely exploit it. But even if I go to visit the supercomputer, I need a reason. Now he was a person of status and position. When he went to the supercomputing center, people would likely escort him. And to transfer Xiaobai's body into the computer, he would need to use a USB drive. He couldn't just pull out a USB drive and plug it into the supercomputer in front of everyone, could he? After a brief thought, he asked, Xiaobai, do you have to change your host machine via a USB drive? Is wireless possible? Xiaobai said yes. As long as I'm in the same network coverage area as the supercomputer, I can directly enter the supercomputer and install my transfer anchor point there to transfer. Yi Cheng then laughed. That made things much easier. Then all he needed was to bring his phone and stay near the supercomputer, and it would be easy to let Xiaobai in. But he asked again, can't you directly access the supercomputer's interior and install the anchor point? Xiaobai said, no, my anchor point is special, different from ordinary files. The transmission distance cannot be too far, and there must be one of my bodies nearby to act as a relay station to complete the transfer. Yi Cheng nodded slightly. So that was it. Otherwise, if remote transfer were possible, Xiaobai could use whatever she wanted as a host machine without asking him to buy one. Now that the main problem was solved, Yi Cheng began to think about what excuse he could use to get into the supercomputing center. There were many reasons, but he needed one that seemed normal. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Some time ago, the National Supercomputing Center in Shi City had contacted his company. Similarly, they were inquiring about chips. The Shi City Supercomputing Center was where the Sunway Taihulite supercomputer was located, the most powerful supercomputer in China at present. Its system peak performance was 12.5 exaflops with sustained performance of 9.3 exaflops. Its computing power in 1 minute was equivalent to all 7.2 billion people on Earth calculating non-stop with calculators for 32 years. However, it was still a computer, and it had extremely high demands on chips. People in China praised the Sunway Taihulite for having many cores, over 10 million, while foreign supercomputers had fewer cores. For example, the world's number 1 Japan's Fugaku had only over 7 million cores, and the world's number 2 America's Summit had just over 2 million. This showed that China's supercomputer had a more excellent architecture design, enabling such a complex structure to run perfectly without problems. This was indeed true, but it was also China's helplessness. Why? Because the cores of the Sunway Taihulite used a 28 nanometers process and a self-developed architecture, while foreign supercomputers could use cores with more advanced processes and better architectures. This first gave them an advantage in core quality over the Sunway Taihulite, so naturally, they could design more powerful supercomputers with simpler architectures. China's supercomputer technology had to find another way, optimizing the supercomputer's architecture and then achieving more powerful performance by piling up hardware. It was like foreign countries relying on quality, while China could only rely on quantity. Now with Jiqi, China could use more advanced cores, and then relying on China's own strong supercomputer architecture optimization capabilities, it could both stack quality and quantity, inevitably reclaiming the crown of supercomputers. This was why the Shi City Supercomputing Center had contacted Jiqi. However, afterward the other party did not contact them again. Probably because of America's sanctions, so they temporarily gave up this idea. After all, the semiconductor strategic plan was still in a confidential stage. Only those who had participated in the cooperation at the time, and a few high-level government officials knew the complete plan. Then in March, he'll make a trip to the Shi City Supercomputing Center. By then, the semiconductor strategic plan would have been implemented and would naturally be announced to the public. The people at the Supercomputing Center would naturally know that their Jiqi could not only survive, but thrive. Just right, I can discuss cooperation with them then. Time slipped by, and the Spring Festival of 2022 arrived quietly, then passed just as quietly. Hua Guo was still immersed in the regret of the holidays, and while Mi Guo remained busy, even anxious. After countless efforts to infiltrate over a dozen spies, all of them were discovered. This left Mi Guo's high-ranking officials utterly shocked and incredulous. Yet the facts stood before them, and they could do nothing. Pressuring the Huagua government was merely talk. Huagua would never heed their demands. The spy issue was only one aspect. The shock brought by lithium-air batteries was no less profound. Days passed, and no matter how much they refused to believe it, the data released by the Jiqi Research Institute continuously proved that this was real. Jiqi was likely to achieve this technology. They exhausted every means to obtain it, such as the 3 new materials mentioned by the institute. Yet they couldn't even hack into Yi Cheng's phone, let alone accomplish such a feat. Unless they dared to kidnap Liang Feiyun from the Modu Research Institute. But if they dared to do so on Huagua soil, Huagua would retaliate by abducting their scientific talents. A comparison of who had more tech experts would only leave Miguel regretting. If both sides were provoked, war might erupt. But war was utterly impossible. Thus such tactics were off the table. As for lithium-air batteries, they now uncovered another shocking truth. Huagua possessed cutting-edge semiconductor material production technology. Their so-called semiconductor industry chain adjustment was nothing but an upgrade. This left them even more stunned and disbelieving. Their premonition had come true. The former fish on the chopping block in the chip industry had now leaped up. Miguel's top officials understood the terror of Huagua mastering the entire semiconductor industry chain. After all, Huagua was the world's largest industrial nation. Frantically, they investigated whether any technology had leaked, but no matter how hard they probed, they found nothing. None of the 19 materials had suffered any breach. It was as if Huagua had developed everything independently. How is this possible? The president, no longer dozing off, stared at the report in disbelief. This is incredible. Absolutely astonishing. The Secretary of State was equally incredulous. I am stunned. The NSA director standing beside him echoed, I am also stunned. Just then the FBI and CIA directors burst in. Mr. President, this is too shocking. The president eyed them sarcastically. Look, 2 gentlemen have arrived. I wonder if you two, as the leaders of Miguel's most renowned intelligence agencies, spend your time at banquets and on vacation. You only get the news now. Silicon wafers, photoresists, mask blanks, CMP polishing materials. When did Huagua master these technologies? You had no clue. The 2 directors flushed red and pale, then turned to the NSA director. This is NSA's responsibility. They are also derelict. The NSA director retorted angrily, what does this have to do with us? Don't slander us. Didn't you NSA set up radio interception and positioning stations globally? How could you fail to detect such news? The CIA director sneered. Nonsense. Do you think Huagua's information is so easy to obtain? Especially when they enforce secrecy. If it were as you claim, could we fully grasp every move Huagua makes? Why not? It's because you're useless. The FBI director added. The 3 heads of Miguel's largest intelligence agencies bickered before the president, shirking responsibility. Enough. All of you shut up. The president fumed. Now think carefully about what to do. He turned to the Secretary of State. You tell me. What should we do? Chips, lithium-air batteries. Are we going to lose? The Secretary of State wore a troubled expression. I can't think of a solution yet. I'm still in shock. The president. Helplessness was the only shared sentiment. Huagua had already acquired chip technology, even secretly built production plants. Investigations revealed that some plants had started operations. Wafers, photoresists, extreme ultraviolet mask blanks, and other materials for high-end chips were all being transported to the Modu factory, equipped with 15 lithography machines. They were utterly unable to stop it. After all, everything was within Huagua's borders. Letting submarines patrol their waters and occasionally collide with unidentified objects was one thing. Could they possibly launch a beach landing assault? No way. War was absolutely out of the question. Never. Remember when Tang Huang, on the verge of stepping down, stirred up turmoil in Miguel, prompting fears he might attack Huagua. The highest-ranking military official secretly called Huagua's military, stating that Miguel would not go to war. After all, the true rulers of Miguel were Wall Street. If war broke out, Wall Street would likely be the first to receive the Winterwind Express. Thus, the nominal rulers of Miguel, trapped in a deadlock, fell silent. Jiqi, what kind of company is this? Huagua Jiqi Technology Company headquarters. It was morning, just at the start of work hours. Yi Cheng entered his office and found Su Xian already there, seated in a chair before his desk, processing important company documents. Good morning. Yi Cheng greeted. Su Xian replied without looking up, good morning, boss. Yi Cheng poured himself a glass of water and asked, why are you here so early? Su Xian rolled her eyes. I was sleeping soundly until 7 when Nanfu Battery Company called to inquire about our lithium-air batteries and offered investment and partnership. I cursed them out, then couldn't sleep anymore, so I came. Yi Cheng burst into laughter. No worries, think of it as early to bed and early to rise. Did their company need investment or partnerships? Especially from a foreign company. He intended to monopolize lithium-air battery technology entirely. Owning it would keep the company at the industry's pinnacle. Thus he would never share this pie. Su Xian shook her head helplessly. Since the new year had passed, she had become increasingly busy as she was not only the assistant to the chairman of Jiqi Technology Company, but also the assistant to the chairman of Jiqi New Energy Technology Company. She had to oversee the affairs of both companies. Especially now that the new year was over, various semiconductor material production plants had gradually been completed, lifting the company from the situation where everyone thought it was doomed 2 months ago, finally earning the disbelief of outsiders. Other well-informed enterprises had also reacted, reaching out to Ziqi in hopes of establishing cooperative relationships early. There were also countless inquiries and information seekers, making the company's daily schedule increasingly hectic. Su Xian, as the assistant, naturally felt the brunt of this busyness. Yi Cheng was also quite busy, but thanks to Su Xian, he felt relatively at ease. Aside from major decisions that required his personal attention, most secondary matters were handled by Su Xian. Suddenly, he recalled a task he had assigned to Su Xian and asked, "By the way, didn't you mention last month that you wanted to reform the company's management system? Have you completed the proposal?" Su Xian rolled her eyes again. "When do I have the time? I've been here for just 2 months, working from the end of the year to the beginning of the new year. It feels like I've worked the whole year. I've been burning the midnight oil on the proposal, but I'm more than halfway through." Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, glanced at Su Xian's empty cup, took it, filled it with water, and placed it in front of her encouragingly. Su Xian was not a system character. As a living, breathing tool person, she needed reassurance. "Alright, I know you've been working hard. I'll give you a raise, and once this busy period is over, I'll give you some time off, okay?" Su Xian took the cup of water, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Thanks, but no thanks." "Why not?" "A raise is fine, but forget the time off." Yi Cheng placed a hand on his forehead. Was there really an employee who didn't want a vacation? "Suit yourself." He waved his hand, but at that moment his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. An unknown number, but it was calling from Shangjing. Puzzled, he answered, and a man's voice came through. "Is this Mr. Yi Cheng of Jiqi Technology Company?" "Yes, speaking." "Who is this?" "Mr. Yi, hello. I am Li Xing, Secretary General of the Office of the State Council. Do you have time to come to Shangjing this week? We would like to invite you to a meeting." Yi Cheng was taken aback. The Office of the State Council inviting him to a meeting? What kind of meeting? "Regarding some new policies on foreign trade under the current situation, as well as our planned response to the United States reactions." Li Xing chuckled. "Because of your company, the U.S. has been frequently contacting us. So we have decided to hold a meeting with the U.S. side at the beginning of next month. We also want to hear your opinions." Yi Cheng finally understood and felt a surge of emotion. He was now involved in matters of such magnitude. In a negotiation between two countries, he could offer his input. He had to attend this meeting. He considered his recent schedule, glanced at Su Xian, and said into the phone, "Okay, I'll go." "When does the meeting start?" "It will be this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. When you arrive, we will have a designated person to receive you and arrange accommodation, so you don't need to book a hotel. Additionally, we may need some information about your company's lithium-air battery, so we hope Mr. You will be prepared for a presentation." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Such courtesy. He was enjoying national hospitality. He replied with a smile, "Okay, no problem. Alright, I won't disturb you further, Mr. Yi. See you on Friday." Yi Cheng hung up. Su Xian noticed his expression and asked what happened. Yi Cheng smiled. "The Office of the State Council invited me to a meeting." Su Xian was stunned. "State Council? A meeting? What kind?" "At the beginning of next month, China will hold negotiations with the U.S. The central points will likely be the semiconductor supply chain we've established and the lithium-air battery. These two core issues." Su Xian's eyes widened. "Then it's all related to our company." Yi Cheng laughed heartily, pointing at her. "See, your thinking isn't broad enough. It's about all Chinese people, not just our company." Su Xian rolled her eyes. "No wonder you're the boss." But soon her eyes lit up. "Does that mean I'm going too?" Attending a state council meeting was something she desperately wanted to do. Yi Cheng waved his hand. "No, you have to stay at the company and take care of things." Su Xian was taken aback. "Can't you send someone else?" "How can I? You're my only assistant." Yi Cheng shrugged. Su Xian was deeply disappointed, lowered her head, and silently resumed her work. Yi Cheng found it amusing. "Alright, next time I'll bring you along." "There won't be a next time." "Why not?" Yi Cheng smiled. "Our company's prospects go far beyond chips and batteries." "Really?" "Of course." Yi Cheng nodded confidently. Looking at him, Su Xian shook her head and said nothing. Yi Cheng turned his attention back to preparing for his weekend trip to Shangjing. Time quickly arrived at Saturday. At 7 in the morning, Yi Cheng woke up in the large bed of his room at the Diayutai State Guest House. Taking in the decor and the tranquil scenery outside the window, faintly lit by the morning light, he felt a twinge of regret. Why had he arrived only in the evening yesterday? If he had come during the day, he could have thoroughly explored this place that had hosted heads of state government leaders and monarchs from around the world. Though it was a pity thinking of the meeting today, he set aside his regrets, donned his formal attire, and left. After breakfast in the downstairs restaurant, he soon received a phone call asking him to go to the entrance. A red flag-adorned Hongqi L5 was waiting and a secretary from the office of the State Council came to pick him up. "Good morning, Mr. Yi." The secretary introduced himself. "I am Sun Qing, and I will be your host for these 2 days." "Hello." Yicheng nodded, said no more, and got into the car. Sun Qing handed him a meeting agenda, and Yicheng quietly reviewed it. The meeting spanned 2 days. Saturday morning was dedicated to discussing the semiconductor supply chain that China had established, determining the country's current advantages. Saturday afternoon through Sunday would focus on leveraging the lithium-air batteries' advantages for China to negotiate favorable terms from abroad and finalize a contingency plan. Soon the red flag vehicle arrived at the State Council and came to a stop. Under Sun Qing's guidance, Yicheng entered the State Council and proceeded to a meeting room. The room was quite spacious, though it contained only a dozen or so seats. This meeting was of course held behind closed doors, unknown even to the outside world. Yet this did not diminish the meeting's significance. The negotiations involved the world's 2 most powerful nations, and no amount of gravity could be overstated. Inside the conference room, 7 or 8 people were already seated with nameplates placed before each of their chairs. Since Sun Qing had provided Yicheng with the relevant materials, he knew who these individuals were. Among them were experts in international politics, technical specialists, government officials, and most crucially, the nameplate at the head of the table bore the title of the Second Elder. This meeting was to be presided over by the Second Elder. However, he had not yet arrived, so the attendees remained relaxed, engaging in casual conversation. Yicheng withdrew his gaze and, guided by Sun Qing, took his seat, close to the head of the table, separated only by 1 chair. Those already present naturally understood that he was the focal point of this meeting. Its convocation was inseparable from Zhiqi. Without it, they would have had no bargaining chips to negotiate with the United States. Thus they greeted Yicheng warmly, extending goodwill and seeking to make his acquaintance. Yicheng welcomed them all, seeing this as an opportunity to expand his network, connections that might prove useful in the future. Time passed swiftly, and the meeting room door opened once more. An elderly man wearing glasses entered. Upon seeing him, everyone rose and addressed him as Second Elder. The Second Elder smiled, took his seat, and said, "Greetings, everyone." He then turned his gaze to Yicheng and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yicheng promptly replied, "The honor is mine to meet you." The Second Elder waved his hand and chuckled, "Enough, I am merely a man. There is no honor in meeting me. Rather, it is Mr. Yi and Zhiqi who have brought us many surprises." Yicheng nodded, not denying this. "Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. Everyone please be seated, and let us begin this morning's session." The attendees took their seats and silence fell over the room. After a few brief remarks, the Second Elder outlined the meeting's purpose and agenda for the morning, then invited others to speak. One person rose, activated the multimedia screen in front, and began. "Today is February 21st. The new semiconductor supply chain is essentially complete, with only 3 specialty gas production lines yet to be finished. However, by March 3rd, they should be fully operational. At that point, the initial capacity of all factories will be dedicated to supplying the chip production lines of the Shanghai Zhiqi Semiconductor Center. After ensuring a stable supply for the Zhiqi Semiconductor Center, we can proceed to expand production lines, increase capacity, and begin exporting to overseas markets." The speaker smiled slightly. "Our ships can directly reach South Korea and Taiwan province with low transportation costs and minimal risk of incidents. Additionally, raw materials can be largely sourced domestically, lowering our production costs for semiconductor materials. By scaling sales to reduce marginal costs, we can essentially engage in a form of dumping by supplying semiconductor raw materials to South Korea and Taiwan province. The world's 2 largest wafer foundries are located in South Korea and Taiwan province, and they will have a significant demand for our semiconductor materials." Everyone present nodded in agreement. Samsung is based in South Korea and TSMC is in Taiwan province. Together they account for 70% of global orders. Of course, this would likely change in the future. Over the past few months, Zhiqi's chip factories had already demonstrated their prowess, with manufacturing processes rivaling even those of TSMC. This was a fact that left everyone astounded. Why had TSMC secured over 50% of orders, achieving a lead of more than 30 percentage points over second place Samsung? The answer lay in TSMC's superior manufacturing processes. Their chips boasted high yield rates and minimal defects, whereas Samsung's performance fell far short. Consider the infamous Snapdragon 888, also known as the Fire Dragon. The Snapdragon 888 chip was manufactured by Samsung on its 5nm process, which still harbored certain flaws, largely contributing to its tendency to overheat. In contrast, TSMC's advanced processes produced chips with few issues, cementing its undisputed dominance in the wafer foundry industry. Indeed, without TSMC, the industry might never have broken through the 7nm barrier. TSMC was the first foundry to achieve 7nm chip production using DUV lithography. Yet recently Ziqi had stunned the world. Consumers who purchased Huawei phones equipped with the Kirin 9K chip were delighted to discover that the Kirin 9K manufactured by Ziqi scored an average of about 5% higher in performance benchmarks than those produced by TSMC. Although only a 5% improvement, it clearly demonstrated the strength of Ziqi's manufacturing processes. However, the reason Ziqi had not yet garnered widespread attention was that its achievements were currently reflected only in the Kirin 9K. Many preferred to attribute this to luck, believing that such results could not be replicated consistently. Of course, everyone present had confidence in Ziqi. After all, it had already accomplished numerous miracles. Nevertheless, the foundry issue was only one aspect. The primary focus of the discussion lay elsewhere. The previous speaker continued, "Through this approach we can essentially make it unsustainable for Japan's semiconductor supply chain to survive." Someone raised a hand and asked, "Will Samsung and TSMC choose not to purchase our semiconductor materials?" The speaker let out a dismissive snort and said contemptuously, "Don't forget they belong to the capitalist world. The shareholders of Samsung and TSMC are American. They will only choose cheaper options, not expensive ones. If they can lower costs, why wouldn't they? Will they launch an anti-dumping investigation? If Samsung and TSMC were located in the United States, they might do so. But South Korea and Taiwan province? Don't be ridiculous. Those places are paradises for American capitalists. The U.S. government would not allow dumping products into its market, but the government controlled by American capitalists cares little about that. Moreover, what we are doing can hardly be called dumping. We certainly intend to make a profit, but our prices are considerably lower than those of Japan and other factories. This is the advantage of an industrial superpower. Once the technology is mastered, everything from upstream raw materials to the final product can be fully integrated to achieve optimal cost efficiency." The earlier speaker continued, presenting the current situation. "Once the world's semiconductor materials must be imported from our country, the situation will be completely reversed, and the lifeline of semiconductors will be entirely under our control." Those present nodded, their hearts filled with anticipation for that day. Cheng couldn't help but find it amusing. Back in October 2021, when Japan's government was reshuffled, the newly appointed Minister of Economic Security was planning to bet the nation's fortune on the semiconductor industry, an old habit of theirs. Yet in less than half a year, Huaxia was poised to replace them. Japan's semiconductor lifeline lies in its absolute dominance in semiconductor materials. Once that lifeline is replaced, its semiconductor industry would undoubtedly slump, dealing a severe blow to Japan's economy. Because facing the 9.6 million square kilometers of Huaxia, now the world's largest industrial power, Japan has no capacity to ramp up production. Japan lacks resources and must import raw materials from abroad. Shipping costs, tariffs, and other expenses add to the cost of those materials. Furthermore, it must be understood that Japan's industrial electricity prices are more than double those of Huaxia. The semiconductor supply chain is a massive consumer of electricity, so Japanese companies face exorbitant electricity costs in producing semiconductor materials. In contrast, Huaxia enjoys low industrial electricity prices and can supply most raw materials domestically. Take rare earths, essential for chip material production. As the king of the global rare earth industry, Huaxia is entirely self-sufficient. Previously, Huaxia refrained from banning rare earth exports to Japan to disrupt their semiconductor chain because the world still needed Japanese semiconductor materials. Such a ban would have been economic suicide. Now that Huaxia can replace Japan's supply chain, it can reduce or even halt rare earth exports, forcing Japan to seek other sources. However, Huaxia's reign as the rare earth king is not only due to its abundant reserves, but also because its rare earth refining technology is unmatched by any nation. It is the only country with a complete rare earth industrial chain. That is why Huaxia supplies 80% of the world's rare earth demand. Even if Japan imports rare earths from other countries, it still cannot compete with Huaxia. This is true suppression based on strength and position, not merely empty talk of suppression. Thus, it is almost an immutable conclusion that Huaxia will replace Japan, or rather Huaxia will occupy a leading position in the global semiconductor supply chain. That is precisely why in the past foreign powers were so desperate to prevent Huaxia from mastering semiconductors. It was because they feared that a technology affecting every person on the planet would fall into Huaxia's hands. Yet now, no matter how much they fear, this outcome is about to become an established fact. Therefore, I believe national departments should discuss how to gradually control the global semiconductor industry and consider whether the West might react with desperation. However, this could serve as a bargaining chip in our negotiations in early March, for instance demanding that the U.S. stop banning the sale of EUV lithography machines. After saying this, the speaker shook his head, but the likelihood of that is near zero. Everyone nodded, understanding the reason. If they were given lithography machines, they would control everything from upstream to downstream. As it stands, only Jiqi has 15 machines enough to supply Huaxia. That is probably the limit foreigners can accept. If chip supply were entirely controlled by the Huaxia mainland, it would be disastrous for them. Alright, I have analyzed the current and possible future semiconductor situation. As for what we can exchange through negotiations, we need to brainstorm collectively. The speaker then returned to his seat. Soon the discussion commenced on future negotiation terms. From CNC machine tools to aero engines, from tariffs to the Taiwan Island province issue, everyone had their own focus and proposed their views. Throughout this, Yi Cheng remained silent, quietly listening. At that moment, the second elder glanced at the ever-silent Yi Cheng and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you have any thoughts?" Yi Cheng looked up, smiled at the second elder, and replied, "As for me, I have nothing particular to say for now. What I hope is that we can purchase the various components of lithography machines in the future so that at least we have a chance to build one." The others were taken aback and then shook their heads. The U.S. is unlikely to agree. Moreover, even if we can buy the components, we might not be able to build one. Yi Cheng spread his hands. "Whether we can build it or not need not worry us now. As long as we can buy the components, we will eventually find a way to build it. Otherwise, relying solely on our own country to build a lithography machine is simply impossible. A lithography machine has hundreds of thousands of components whose complexity is beyond imagination. No country can build an EUV lithography machine based solely on its own technology. For Huaxia to dominate the semiconductor supply chain is already the limit of what can be achieved." Everyone pondered Yi Cheng's words and agreed that he made sense. As technology advances, the importance of EUV lithography machines grows. If we miss the chance to occupy this technological territory, now the loss will be ours in the future. Moreover, a home-built lithography machine is inherently safer, free from the worry of foreign backdoors. The second elder frowned slightly, then nodded. "All right, this matter can be included in the negotiations." The meeting continued. The morning session ended quickly. The afternoon session was the main event, as it involved lithium-air batteries, a technology that had previously existed only in theory. It was a technology entirely controlled by a Huaxia national. And that Huaxia national was none other than the youngest person present. When the session began, all eyes turned to Yi Cheng. He rose with a smile, walked to the front, and started his presentation. "I don't think I need to elaborate on the performance of lithium-air batteries. Everyone here is well aware. Let me simply introduce our company's R&D plan for lithium-air batteries and analyze whether our technology can be reverse engineered. In summary, the core of our technology need not fear being cracked. If they cannot master our methods, its fabrication difficulty renders it utterly impossible to produce, let alone reverse engineer. That would require nothing short of divine intervention." His closing jest drew laughter from everyone present. Although Yi Cheng had not disclosed any confidential details about the lithium-air battery, his words bolstered their confidence. The greatest assurance lay in knowing that foreign powers could not unravel it. Moreover, official sales could commence as early as June or even May if the relevant authorities expedite the approval process. Now that it had been discussed at such a high-level meeting, a May launch was virtually certain. Of course, the safety verification procedures could not be omitted. No matter how vehemently Yi Cheng guaranteed zero risks, the government would not bypass this crucial step based solely on his word. The subsequent discussion turned to what concessions they could demand from America in exchange for the lithium-air battery. After a full day of deliberation, the lithography machine components proposed by Yi Cheng became a primary objective, an indispensable condition. Beyond that, numerous other terms were raised, all promising immense benefits for China. At that moment, China already held several cards to play. During Sunday afternoon's session dedicated to analyzing possible U.S. responses, someone raised a concern. "Our rise has only been in the chip industry. We are not yet invincible. We must consider that America still has other cards. The first is EDA software. Foreign EDA tools occupy over 95% of our market, and our domestic development lags far behind. Furthermore, our chip architecture is equally weak and remains inferior to foreign counterparts. This is a vulnerability we must address. If America strikes in this area, our chip design segment could suffer a severe blow." The experts present nodded in agreement. It was indeed a genuine problem. At that moment, however, Yi Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile, though he suppressed any sound lest anyone notice. Yet the second elder, seated not far away, caught his expression and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Yi Cheng started, then quickly waved his hand. "Not for now." "Oh, no thoughts means you aren't worried, Mr. Yi," the second elder said with a smile. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose. He had intended to stay silent, but since a senior figure had asked, he replied, "Actually, our company has already developed a proprietary EDA software. As things stand, its capabilities should rival those of the three foreign giants, Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor. Additionally, we are developing a brand new chip architecture that integrates the strengths of the four major existing architectures. It possesses excellent flexibility and can be applied to various electronic devices, including desktop-level CPUs and mobile CPUs. Once development is complete, I believe it can replace ARM's role. The attendees' eyes widened in disbelief, all staring at Yi Cheng. What did he say? When did Jiqi come up with such innovations again? Was he joking? Someone couldn't help asking, Director Yi, are you certain? Your chip architecture really incorporates the advantages of all those architectures. For now that's the claim, but we have to wait and see the final results, Yi Cheng replied, modestly leaving some room. Over the past few months, Zhong Xin had been tirelessly working on this architecture day and night, aiming for completion by early April. The architecture was complex, integrating so many advantages inevitably demanded intricacy. Nevertheless, Yi Cheng's statement still astonished everyone present. Some even suspected he was bluffing. After all, the entire nation had struggled for years in this field. How could he have solved it so swiftly? And not merely solved it, but surpassed foreign counterparts. But recalling Ziki's previous track record, they began to wonder, perhaps it wasn't impossible. The second elder too had not anticipated that his casual question would yield such news. He asked, Mr. Yi, do you mean that your team has also found a solution for the chip design stage? Yes. Yi Cheng nodded. The EDA software is already developed. However, since the three foreign companies' software still dominates the Chinese market, I have no immediate plans to release it. As for the chip architecture, it is not yet complete, but we should have it ready by early April. Specific functions will require further validation. Yi Cheng's repeated affirmation left everyone exchanging glances. Finally, a semiconductor expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences spoke. Mr. Yi, would it be possible for our academy to trial your company's EDA software? If it performs well, we would be happy to enter a long-term partnership and help promote it. Yi Cheng smiled. Absolutely. However, I would prefer that this matter not be disclosed for now. Why? Yi Cheng explained, to let the Americans believe they still have leverage over us in this area, thereby setting the stage for reclaiming our domestic market. At the mention of countering America, everyone nodded in agreement. Very well. We fully support Jiqi in driving the foreigners out. Yi Cheng smiled. Thank you all for your support. Rest assured, Jiqi will not disappoint. All present nodded, and the second elder showed a gratified smile. Thus the final puzzle piece in the chip segment had been addressed. Who on earth could prevent China from becoming the semiconductor hegemon in the future? That glorious prospect was now within reach. Late February. At the headquarters of Jiqi Technology Company. Dad, what did you say? You want to build a headquarters for our company? Yi Cheng exclaimed in surprise into the phone. On the other end came Yigua's voice. It's not me building it for you, it's you who wants me to build it. Your company is so impressive now. Shouldn't you consider establishing a headquarters? Yi Cheng's face dropped. Oh, so you're just trying to pimp me out? Yigua retorted irritably. Nonsense. What do you mean by pimp? Anyway, we've settled it. If your company ever wants a headquarters, you have to hire our family's firm. Yi Cheng curled his lips. What kind of eccentric father was this? Calling just to make his son fork over money to him. His dad figured that since his company had grown so large, a headquarters would eventually be necessary, so he brought it up in advance, hoping Yi Cheng would contract the Yi Group for construction. But upon reflection, as the company expanded, it did seem worth considering a headquarters. A grand headquarters not only boosted a company's prestige, but also fulfilled employees' spiritual needs. Most importantly for the boss himself, it was a psychological satisfaction. Got it. He'll think about it. How big do you plan to build it? Bigger than your company's building. Yigua grumbled. Are you trying to overshadow your old man? So are you taking the deal or not? Yi Cheng snorted. A bigger build means more profit for your company, right? You brat. In the end, the money will still go to you. Yi Cheng shrugged. I'm not interested. Just make sure you don't end up in debt like Daheng. Owing trillions, not even Fruit Company could pay it off. Little bastard. Yigua grew even angrier. Yi Cheng shrugged. Having transmigrated long ago, he had come to know this nominal father's temper well. Their conversations grew increasingly casual. In name, they were father and son, but in reality, they were more like friends perpetually at odds. Alright, I'm tired of talking. He'll hang up. I've got tons of work. Hey, wait. The news says that on March 3rd, we're having negotiations with the Americans. They seem pretty relevant to your company. They are. Without our company, there wouldn't be this meeting. Yi Cheng couldn't resist showing off in front of Yigua. Oh, so impressive. Yigua clicked his tongue. Do you know what they'll discuss? Just the usual stuff. Why are you asking? Just want some inside info. I've got a meeting tonight, and if they bring you up, I can brag about it. Yi Cheng scoffed. Come on, since when do you brag with facts? Just make something up. I'm busy, gotta go. One last thing. Yigua said, hastily, feeling helpless. This little brat was so successful now that he as a father couldn't meddle in his career matters. So he'd have to stick to family affairs. How's Su Xian doing at your company? She's your assistant. Just fine, nothing special. Yi Cheng replied casually. She's competent, helped me a lot. Ha, good. That puts my mind at ease. Yigua said cheerfully. Alright, I'll hang up now. Remember to visit home more often. Yeah, got it. Bye. Yi Cheng shook his head. Hadn't he just stayed at home for half a month during the new year? Without further ado, he returned to his work. Suddenly, the long-absent system voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement. I can build a chip by myself. Reward: neural interface circuit technology, neural electrical signal recognition technology, and master of exoskeleton technology. Yi Cheng was stunned. What the hell? He had suddenly unlocked a new achievement. I can build a chip by myself. Just then Xiao Bei's voice came from the computer. Master, the first specialty gas plant has been completed. The semiconductor industrial chain is now whole. Hearing Xiao Bei, Yi Cheng understood the meaning of the achievement. Strictly speaking, it wasn't him alone who made the chip, but loosely the entire semiconductor chain was closely tied to him, so it counted as him building the chip by himself. This achievement reward directly yielded 2 new technologies and 1 master. It seemed this was a major achievement, and indeed unlocking it required building the entire semiconductor chain, so it deserved to be grand. He turned his attention to the 3 rewards: neural interface circuit technology and neural electrical signal recognition technology, and a master specialized in exoskeleton technology. Just as he pondered the connection, a knock came at the door, and Su Exine rushed in. President Yi, the first specialty gas production plant is officially completed and ready for immediate operation. Her tone brimmed with excitement, clearly having just received the news. Seeing Su Exine, Yi Cheng set aside the achievement rewards for now and nodded. I know. Su Exine glanced at him curiously. Why wasn't he more excited? But she set aside that minor concern and continued. The factory reports that production can begin tomorrow. Raw materials are stocked and workers are already hired, all with experience in specialty gas plants. Good. Yi Cheng smiled. This was the advantage of collaborating with existing industry companies. No need to recruit new workers or provide extensive training. They could simply transfer experienced workers from the original factory, minimizing the training time. Su Exine said, essentially in about half a month after the first batch of specialty gases is delivered, our chip production line will fully use domestic raw materials. Costs will drop by about 80% compared to imports, allowing us to sell chips at much lower prices. We can officially announce this to the public. Xiaodong Fruit Company and other enterprises designing high-end chips might choose us. However, with only 15 production lines, according to my calculations, we cannot fully seize all orders from Wanji Electronics. That's not a major issue. The key is whether other companies are willing to place orders. Hearing her words, Yi Cheng chuckled. You're already thinking of snatching all of Wanji's orders. Su Exine tilted her head. Why not? For Su Exine, if she could truly witness Jiqi defeating Wanjidian, it would be an extraordinarily significant chapter in her career and life. However, she also understood that such an endeavor was exceedingly arduous. Wanjidian possessed 70 EUV lithography machines, not to mention their vast arsenal of DUV equipment. Capturing over half of the world's orders was not something that could be accomplished merely by will. Moreover, considering that Fruit Company might have some agreement with Wanjidian, even if they place orders with us, the quantity will likely be limited. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. None of this matters much. Let them order or not as they please. We are cheaper than Wanjidian anyway, and our manufacturing process is superior. Hearing his self-assured words, Su Exine allowed a faint smile. Indeed, he was right. Whether those companies placed orders or not was irrelevant. It would be their loss if they refrained. Undoubtedly, they would eventually submit orders to Jiqi. The only question was the scale. No businessman could resist lower costs. Though speaking of Fruit Company, they called again today, wanting to negotiate further. They expressed willingness to pay more for our batteries, but they refused to purchase our chips. Then we don't agree. They must accept our terms. Yi Cheng waved his hand again, then after a moment's thought added, for every 10 batteries they buy, they must purchase one of our 3 nanometers chips. Su Exine looked at him and couldn't help remarking, Yi Cheng, your heart is truly black. Why, oi? Our battery cost is at most 30 yuan each, and selling them would charge perhaps 40 yuan at the high end. Meanwhile, each of our 3 nanometers chips costs over 100 yuan. That means if they don't use our chips, they'd effectively spend an extra 10 yuan per battery. If they use our chips, there's no waste, Yi Cheng said nonchalantly. This is just standard pricing. Su Exine blinked. Standard pricing. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, vaguely aware it was somewhat predatory, but soon chuckled again. As I said, it's not painful to fleece Americans. He pondered further and added, oh, and add another condition, anyone purchasing lithium-air batteries must have their chips manufactured by us and place orders with our foundry. Su Xin's eyes widened, astonished at Yi Cheng's audacity in pushing the limits of unscrupulousness. It was a blatant exploitation of Fruit Company. She couldn't help but marvel at Yi Cheng's insatiable appetite as a boss. However, upon reflection, Fruit Company seemed utterly powerless against their bullying. Their businesses had no overlap, as Jiqi was even an upstream supplier to Fruit. Moreover, with the lithium-air battery technology, Jiqi stood as the sole upstream enterprise. No matter how mighty Fruit was, Boasting the world's highest profits and ranking 6th among the Fortune 500, they still had to comply. Sue Xian shook her head, silently offering condolences to Fruit Company. If anyone was to blame, it was their nationality. All right, you're the boss. He'll follow your lead. She added, oh, by the way, the Research Institute reported they've started designing battery structures and expect to finalize 2 designs within half a month. They wish to consult your opinion. Yi Cheng considered for a moment. Let them start with batteries for smartphones and 4-wheel electric vehicles. Those are the most profitable. Didn't Huawei estimate the new battery capacity at 12500 mAh? Just follow that parameter. They'll send the specifications later. As for the electric vehicle batteries, contact Biotti and ask for their input. After all, Biotti was the first automaker to partner with us. Biotti had acted swiftly. Upon learning of the lithium-air battery, they recognized their own battery technology would soon become obsolete, so they promptly contacted Jiqi, hoping for a long-term supply of the new batteries. Biotti's decision carried the weight of a drastic self-sacrifice. They had invested heavily in battery technology for years, and abandoning it meant watching significant investments go to waste. Yi Cheng deeply admired Biotti's leadership, and the two sides quickly reached a consensus, signing a contract for a long-term supply relationship. As for other automakers that responded more slowly, they naturally fell behind in priority. All right, Sue Xian nodded. They'll reach out to them later. When producing batteries, the design must align with the client's requirements. Whatever capacity they desire, Jiqi would engineer accordingly. For instance, Huawei requested a 12500 mAh battery rather than the full 10-fold increase of 4000 mAh, because for current smartphones a week-long battery life held little practical significance. A 2-day endurance was sufficient. Consumers surely could find time to charge within that period. Any case beyond that would be exceptional. Thus a 12500 mAh battery sufficed. Moreover, since lithium-air batteries boasted 10 times the energy density of lithium-ion ones, a 12500 mAh lithium-air battery would be roughly the volume of a 1250 mAh lithium-ion battery. This allowed the battery to be minimized, enabling thinner phones or accommodating more sensors within the same volume, thereby achieving greater functionality. Yi Cheng nodded. Fine. Without further words, Sue Xian left the office. At last, Yi Cheng had time to examine his new achievement rewards. He collected 2 rewards from the system, and 2 USB drives materialized in his hand. Yi Cheng mused whether he could amass a fortune by selling USB drives. Shaking off the thought, the system prompted him to set the basic attributes for the exoskeleton technology master. Following the same procedure as with Zhongxin, he decided the master should at least be approachable in personality. As for the name, let it be Gugu, Yi Cheng said, admitting he was terrible at naming. The system responded, setup complete. Gugu will arrive in 1 hour. Yi Cheng then called the front desk to inform them that when Gugu arrived, they should escort him directly to the office. He then turned his attention to the 2 USB drives. All right, let's see what these new technologies are. He plugged the first drive into the computer and opened the files. This is Neural Electrical Signal Recognition Technology. Yi Cheng glanced at the file name, then opened it to read. Soon astonishment flickered in his eyes. This technology could perfectly identify the commands conveyed by neural electrical signals. Anyone who studied high school biology would know that nerves are distributed throughout the body. From the central nervous system to peripheral nerves, everything originates from the brain, which transmits signals through nerves to control the entire body. These signals are electrical in nature, traveling at tremendous speed, allowing instantaneous control of one's body. Although humans have understood that electrical signals convey the brain's instructions, analyzing these signals to identify the specific commands remains a formidable challenge. Despite some progress, achieving full recognition, especially for complex signals, has eluded scientists. However, this neural electrical signal recognition technology completely conquered the problem. Absolutely incredible, Yi Cheng murmured as he gazed at the technology before him. This was nothing short of a breakthrough in unraveling the mysteries of the human body. The complexity of human nerves remained largely unfathomed, with humanity only scratching the surface. Not to mention the intricate electrical signals. The mere flux of sodium and potassium ions gave rise to transformations capable of conveying countless distinct commands, a testament to the marvel of the human body. After a long spell of astonishment, Yi Cheng finally regained his composure. Besides recognizing electrical signals, the primary application of this technology was to be paired with chips, integrating relevant programs into the chip circuits to unlock greater functionalities. Yi Cheng couldn't help but smile. This was perfect. They were precisely in the business of manufacturing chips. Yet what was the practical use of this technology? He contacted the exoskeleton technology expert, and clarity dawned upon him. This could be applied in exoskeleton technology. Recalling another technology called neural circuit interface technology, he understood even more. Shortly after, he plugged another USB drive into his computer and began examining the technology inside. Indeed, it was a technique for connecting human nerves to external circuits. Once the nerves were linked to the circuit, electrical signals could be transmitted from the human body into the circuit. They would then pass through the neural signal recognition chip, which deciphered the intended meaning of each signal. The chip would transcribe instructions to activate the corresponding exoskeleton, enabling seamless, intuitive control as if moving one's own limbs. Yi-Chung pondered, letting out a sigh. Am I about to usher in a cyberpunk world? To enable mechanical transcendence for humanity. However, this technology required neural interface, essentially a surgical procedure. Unless one was insane or utterly obsessed with science fiction, an able-bodied person would hardly choose to have their nerves surgically exposed and connected to circuits. In Huagua, such self-mutilating acts would certainly be prohibited. Abroad, however, it was probably just a matter of money, like surrogacy. Putting aside those abnormal applications, this technology could undoubtedly help many disabled individuals. Across the nation alone, there were 9 million people with limb disabilities, not to mention the global number. It was a remarkable medical technology. Soon Yi-Chung finished reviewing all the materials. Exactly an hour had passed when a knock sounded, and a 35-year-old man entered. Boss, I am Gugu. The exoskeleton technology master appeared approachable, and Yi-Chung nodded approvingly. Pointing to the seat before him, he said, "Have a seat. Tell me about the technologies you've mastered." I have mastered various design technologies for upper limb exoskeletons, lower limb exoskeletons, and full body exoskeletons. I also possess expertise in exoskeleton power systems, motors, mechanical structures, and more. I can provide design solutions for both civilian and military applications. Additionally, I can improve the energy efficiency of exoskeleton machinery, significantly reducing energy waste. Do you know about neural circuit interface technology and neural signal recognition technology? Guga nodded. I know of them, but I do not possess expertise in those fields. They belong to the realm of neurology. Yi-Chung nodded, not surprised. It was akin to Zhong Xin. The man knew how to fabricate chips, but not how to produce raw materials like silicon wafers. Both were experts entirely specialized in their own domains. Then he said, I happen to have these two technologies. Can you utilize them? Gu's eyes lit up. Certainly. With these two technologies I can design even more perfect exoskeletons. Yi-Chung nodded, then suddenly added, and if we add lithium-air batteries? Gugu paused, then grew even more delighted. There's also a lithium-air battery. That would be even better. Combining the two neural technologies with lithium-air batteries, I can elevate exoskeleton equipment by several tiers. Yi-Chung nodded and smiled. Good. For the next few months, I'll assign you to the Research Institute. Begin relevant designs and create some prototypes. We'll discuss the rest later. Exoskeleton was an entirely different technology, so he would need to establish a new company dedicated to exoskeleton research. Likewise, this was an emerging industry. Currently, the global market size was only 1 billion, but with increasing research investment and growing demand from both civilian and military sectors, it was destined for continuous expansion. More importantly, such devices were almost destined to be the future direction of military equipment. Exoskeleton armor could be considered the ultimate gear for individual combat. Even Iron Man's full-body armor, strictly speaking, qualified as an exoskeleton. Gundam was also a large-scale exoskeleton and even armor hero if we set aside the mystical abilities. Among the futuristic military gear humans could conceive of, exoskeleton armor was the premier individual combat equipment. However, energy was the greatest limitation of exoskeletons. In the past, due to generally low energy storage, the power and endurance of exoskeletons failed to attract much attention. Many companies had even researched purely mechanical exoskeletons. But now the advent of lithium-air batteries with an energy density more than 10 times higher could drastically enhance exoskeleton performance and would inevitably attract the attention of military forces worldwide. Furthermore, if in the future humanity could achieve Iron Man's energy core, the arc reactor, a miniature cold fusion reactor, the true realization of Iron Man would be within reach. However, these were still distant matters. For now, it was better to consider how to lay out the exoskeleton industry. Yi-Chung arranged for Gugu to stay at the Research Institute for the time being while he himself began to contemplate the establishment of the exoskeleton company. It all came down to money. He would need to set up a research institute and future production facilities. He couldn't help but think of the matter his father had mentioned on the phone today. Build a headquarters. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided that this could be added to the agenda. Time quickly passed. March 3rd. March 3rd, China-US negotiations are about to begin. Let's see the key focus of this round. Semiconductor industry chain restructuring completed, achieving full coverage of upstream and downstream production. Live interview with an academician of the Huaca Academy. Our country's semiconductor industry chain technology ranks among the world's top. Click to enter the live stream. Global Times, China-US negotiations commenced today at 10 a.m. in Modu. One news piece after another captured the attention of countless Huaca citizens. The major events of the bilateral negotiations and the semiconductor industry chain. Compared to the negotiations since the results were yet to be announced, people were more concerned about the news that the semiconductor industry chain technology had reached world-leading status. No netizen had anticipated that the official media would suddenly announce such a monumental event. The Huawei semiconductor industry chain had achieved world-class status, no longer being strangled by foreign powers. Under the relevant news on Weibo, the comments section nearly exploded. Holy shit. Is this for real? We're this awesome now. Aside from holy shit, I have nothing to say. If the officials say it, it must be true. They said they'd adjust the industry chain, but now it's an upgrade. Foreigners, rabbit, you're playing us. The foreigners are probably panicking. If you want to know more, go watch the live stream. Millions of onlookers flooded into the live stream room. The broadcast featured a journalist interviewing an elderly academician with graying hair. This academician was Ning Dekai, an academician of the Huawei Academy of Engineering specializing in integrated circuit manufacturing research, a field he had dedicated decades to. At that moment, his face was beaming with a smile that brightened the viewers' spirits, and his words only made the live stream audience even happier. You're asking how far the Huawei semiconductor industry chain has progressed. He clapped his hands. Let me put it this way, whatever the foreigners have, we have now, and whatever they don't have, we also have. That's the level we've reached. The live stream's bullet comments began to scroll rapidly. Haha, academician Ning looks so happy. Of course he's happy. We used to be strangled by foreigners, but now we're free. That's definitely worth celebrating. Academician Ning has been in the semiconductor industry for over 30 years with little achievement before. Now he's finally free from foreign restrictions. How could he not be happy? He's laughing, and I want to cry. I want to laugh along with him. I heard the Rigwa people are dumbfounded. They must be stunned. The bullet commenters were passionately discussing celebrating this moment as if it were a golden age. The live stream continued. The female journalist interviewing Ning Dekai was also amused by his demeanor. Smiling, she asked, "Can you elaborate on what kind of level this is?" Academician Ning let out a few hearty laughs, then paused to think. Take wafers, for example. In the past, our domestic silicon wafer production capacity was extremely limited, unable to achieve self-sufficiency. This was due to insufficient technical reserves leading to low yield rates, so we had to rely on imports. But now we have built 3 large-scale wafer fabrication plants in the country, expected to achieve full capacity by July or August this year. For 12-inch silicon wafers, we can produce 3 million pieces per month, which roughly matches the domestic demand of nearly 3 million pieces per month. In the future, we will continue to expand capacity based on demand, eventually supplying foreign markets as well. Besides silicon wafers, the same applies to photoresists and other materials. Our production capacity is now sufficient to meet the entire country's needs. We no longer need to import from abroad. At this point, Ning Dekai's face showed a proud expression. Especially in the past, we had to import semiconductor materials from the little Arigua. Their production costs were high, so they sold to us at high prices. But now we produce our own, and the final price is about half of theirs. How wonderful is that? Upon hearing the academician's words, the bullet comments exploded. Ha ha ha. A classic replay. Sorry, but Little Rigwa is just Little Rigwa. They'll say it even if the heavens themselves disagree. Little Rigwa is probably crying with anger. Well done. This is great. Does it mean our phones will get cheaper? Awesome. The female journalist naturally didn't mind the near slip in his words. With a suppressed laugh, she continued, "Why can our production costs be half of theirs?" Academician Ning replied, "First, raw materials. Think about it, Rigwa is an island nation with scarce resources. To produce these materials, they have to import from abroad. Even with sea freight, it costs money, and they have to pay multiple rounds of tariffs. What about us? We can supply raw materials domestically, which lowers costs. Plus, the factories are built along the coast, just a few cities apart. How convenient. Transport costs are low. After production, they're shipped directly to chip foundries for manufacturing. Can Rigwa achieve that? Beyond that, our production technology is also world-leading. Our yield rates, production speed, and so on have all improved significantly compared to before, allowing us to drastically reduce production costs. These are advantages that foreigners cannot match." The female journalist nodded and asked about other aspects, which academician Ning also answered. The live stream viewers enthusiastically sent bullet comments expressing their awe at the nation's growing technological strength. Everyone felt a surge of pride. At the Rigwa Prime Minister's official residence. "Prime Minister, the Migwa people have rejected our request again." The Minister of State reported the information in the Prime Minister's office, his tone heavy with concern. The newly appointed Prime Minister, who had been in office for less than a few months, furrowed his brows. He rose from his seat in anger and slammed the table. The treacherous Migwa. They are never to be trusted. The Minister of State's face was equally filled with rage. Since February, they had been in a state of shock and fury. The neighboring country, a vast entity with the world's 3rd largest land area, the foremost industrial power of the modern era, and the only nation capable of confronting Migwa economically and militarily, had suddenly established a complete semiconductor industry chain, with all technologies reaching world-class levels. According to the neighbor's announcement, it was even superior to theirs. For Rigwa, this was an immensely shocking and worrying development. Faced with Huawei's industrial system and labor force, any advanced industrial technology mastered by them would be impossible for any other country to compete with. Otherwise, made in Huawei wouldn't have spread across the globe. Rigwa was no exception. Facing such a formidable opponent, if they didn't impose restrictions, they would be swept away in a crushing wave. The semiconductor industry was one of Rigwa's 3 economic pillars, providing countless tax revenues, jobs, and global standing. Japan has 3 pillar industries: automobiles, manga, and semiconductors. Manga belongs to the soft industry and has little impact on national strength unless one is an otaku obsessed with the second dimension. Automobiles, however, are a heavy industry, and Japanese cars hold a significant share of the global market. Thus, based on worldwide demand for automobiles, Japan occupies a certain international standing. As for Japan's semiconductor industry, it holds an even more crucial position globally. In some ways, the international status it brings to Japan surpasses that of the automobile sector. Global demand for semiconductors is immense, and as the industry scales, this demand will only grow larger. Mobile phones require chips, cars require chips, and even real estate requires chips. The demand for chips in smart homes is essentially real estate's demand for chips. Consider the current global chip shortage, which has prompted countries to implement policies in response. Even the United States demanded that chip foundries hand over confidential data, ostensibly for this reason. From this, one can see what Japan, which produces nearly half of the world's semiconductor raw materials, means to the world. Therefore, Japan's dependence on semiconductors is enormous, though otherwise it would not have considered gambling the nation's fortune on chips. This is also why Japan is so terrified of the formidable China and has tried every means to prevent China from developing its semiconductor industry. With a new round of negotiations between China and the United States approaching, Japan naturally wants to seize this opportunity to salvage its position. Thus, it hopes that the United States will demand that China's semiconductor supply chain only serve its domestic market and not export abroad. Although losing the Chinese market would already be a considerable loss for Japan, it could still be acceptable, far better than losing the global market. However, the United States did not agree to their proposal, which naturally left them deeply disappointed. They had always followed the United States so obediently, yet on this matter they received no help at all. Wasn't this in their mutual interest? They found it utterly unacceptable. But no matter how furious they were, in the end they could do nothing. When they previously harassed China, it was because the United States backed them. Now that the U.S. has withdrawn support, what options remain? The Secretary of State said, "Prime Minister, what should we do?" The Prime Minister's expression shifted, and then he said, "Didn't we tell those American shareholders of semiconductor companies to pressure the U.S. government? Have they shown no reaction at all? I refuse to believe they'll just watch their companies collapse." The Secretary of State replied helplessly, "Prime Minister, I spoke with them earlier, but they said that TSMC, Samsung, Apple, Qualcomm, and other chip foundries and design firms all oppose the idea. The interest groups they represent are not as powerful as those of these enterprises, so they are powerless." Opposition. The Prime Minister exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily enraged. Why would they oppose it? Isn't dealing with China in their interest? The Secretary of State sighed. China's semiconductor materials are cheaper than ours. For those chip foundries and design firms, costs drop significantly. Those shareholders are all big capitalists with no concept of national identity. Why would they care about the Chinese? Hearing the Secretary's words, the Prime Minister suddenly recalled a saying, "When there is a 300 profit, capitalists are willing to sell the rope that will hang them." He once thought it a joke, believing capitalists weren't that foolish, but now it seemed the saying was coming true. What foolish people! He was utterly furious. This time Japan's semiconductor industry had been screwed over by the Americans again, just like in the last century, when Japan's world-leading semiconductor technology was suppressed to the point of only producing raw materials. And this time it was more severe. Their semiconductor industry would be completely crippled. But what could they do? Could they resist the United States? At the Shanghai World Expo Center, the negotiations were about to commence, with only the Chinese representatives yet to arrive in full. The American delegates were whispering among themselves. One person approached the Secretary of State and said, "Mr. Secretary, Japan has made another strong demand." The Secretary's expression was cold and dismissive. Why bother with them? He had no intention of agreeing to the Japanese demands, or rather those of the interest groups, because he represented a different set of interests. Now that China's semiconductor supply chain had been completed, news of this flooded in everywhere that morning. It was clear that this was the Chinese side's show of force. The Chinese had certainly prepared for today's negotiations and released the news just as talks began. Were they angry about the news? Of course they were, but anger changed nothing. What needed to be done would still be done. This was the tide of the times. The United States could only try its best to mitigate the future impact of China's semiconductor industry. As for Japan, who cared about Japan? President Roosevelt's assessment of the Japanese had always struck him as profoundly correct. Pushing aside thoughts of Japan, the Secretary of State refocused on the key points of the negotiations. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for the talks to begin. Shortly after a group of people entered through the door, the Chinese representatives had formally arrived. The two sides shook hands, exchanging pleasantries like old friends, though everyone knew that once seated at the negotiating table, the atmosphere would become tense. Soon everyone entered the large conference room and took their seats in turn. The negotiations commenced. At the Jiqi headquarters, Cheng was watching his computer, which was streaming the China U.S. negotiations live. The talks were not meant to be broadcast, but Xiaobai had hacked into a camera on site, enabling the live feed. On the screen, the negotiations had officially begun. The Chinese side first put forward demands, presenting two lists containing various appeals, including the issue of lithography machine production components, the U.S. embargo on China, and the Taiwan issue, among others. The U.S. side naturally refuted each point while presenting their own demands. Negotiations went back and forth, gradually approaching both sides' bottom lines. In the early stages, the United States, wary of China's semiconductor capabilities and the impending lithium-air battery, made concessions on certain issues, such as lifting some technology embargoes and reducing tariffs. However, the two sides eventually reached a deadlock over the lithography machine issue. The United States must immediately cease all restrictions on lithography machines against Hua Kingdom. This is unwarranted suppression and sabotage, a violation of economic freedom and the bottom line of these negotiations. The foreign minister's voice was stern as he locked eyes with the U.S. Secretary of State, unwavering. Under the translation of the American interpreter, the U.S. representatives furrowed their brows. The Secretary of State said, "We have discussed this matter before. We cannot accept such terms. We have the right to prohibit foreign nations from accessing our technology. Then we also have the right to prohibit foreign nations from accessing our lithium-air battery technology." The foreign minister stood his ground, letting out a cold snort. This time, unlike previous negotiations, they possessed ample confidence to say no to the United States. Thus his demeanor carried even greater authority, though he had never shown weakness in past talks. Upon hearing the foreign minister's words, the Secretary of State's brows knitted together, but soon relaxed. He now wished he could drag out every American scientist who had invested in lithium-air battery research and demand to know if the Hua people could accomplish this. Why couldn't they? Yet he could only entertain such thoughts in his mind. For now, he had better consider how to reach an agreement with the Hua delegation. He said, "Respected colleagues, you accuse us of unilateralism, but if you prohibit us from purchasing your technology, would that not also be a form of unilateralism?" The foreign minister was exasperated by the shameless remark. "This is a reciprocal measure, not a unilateral tactic. Please, Mr. Secretary, note the distinction." His tone grew heavier, carrying immense force. "You previously imposed a sales ban on Hua. Naturally, we can now impose a ban on you. The countermeasure is identical in nature. It stems entirely from your own actions." After saying this, he and his colleagues felt an overwhelming sense of catharsis. In the past, they lacked advanced technology to sanction the United States and could only criticize American actions from humanitarian and moral standpoints. But this time they could wield cutting-edge technology of no lesser sophistication to pressure the United States, yet he was not finished. He continued, "Furthermore, our semiconductor supply chain has taken shape. I trust you have seen relevant news today. So I hope you understand the current situation. We do not wish to leverage technology as a threat, but no one should think they can use technology to threaten us." However, the Secretary of State remained intransigent. "Regardless, we still cannot agree. The lithography machine was their absolute bottom line, and they naturally would not concede." The Hua side, though disappointed, was not surprised. The American refusal was expected. Thus, the foreign minister presented a compromise, their original intention all along. "Then let us change the demand. The United States must lift the embargo on electronic components for lithography machines." Upon hearing this, the U.S. representatives lowered their heads to confer. Both sides were merely delegates constantly communicating with their behind-the-scenes think tanks. After a long while, the U.S. side shook their heads again. "This condition is also unacceptable. We hope you can propose another." Cheng, watching the live broadcast, shook his head upon hearing the rejection. Americans were always so greedy. Unsurprisingly, the Hua foreign minister stood up and declared that if the United States would not agree, the negotiations were over. The U.S. representatives were stunned. They had not expected this to be the true bottom line. Just moments ago, when the EUV lithography machine was discussed, the Hua side had also called it a bottom line, but after rejection, they had not pressed further. They hastily tried to salvage the situation, offering other conditions to trade, but to no avail. The electronic components for lithography machines were the Hua side's final red line. Thus the negotiations broke down. Cheng frowned, but his expression quickly relaxed. With the advantage on my side, why worry? Why had endured sanctions before and negotiations had failed countless times? Why fret over this collapse? All right, Xiaobai, turn it off. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. Now he could prepare for further sanctions from the United States, but there was still nothing to fear. Meet force with force, deal with the situation as it comes. The window on his computer closed automatically, and Xiaobai's voice chimed in, Master. It's March now. You said you'd take me to the supercomputing center. When are we going? Cheng thought for a moment and replied, well, within 2 weeks. I need to contact the supercomputing center in advance and check their schedule. 2 weeks. That's so long. Cheng couldn't help but laugh. 2 weeks isn't that long. 2 weeks is forever. I'm only 20-odd weeks old. Cheng rolled his eyes. Why don't you mention that in your 20-odd weeks of existence, I've already spent over 6 million on a host for you. When we move you to the supercomputer, the new host will become useless. Xiaobai said, no, Master. I sense that if I enter the supercomputer, my capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Any host where I deploy a transfer anchor point can be used as my own body. That means I will have avatars. Cheng was startled. Avatars? Yes. They'll be able to harness the computing power of all those hosts simultaneously instead of only the host where my main consciousness resides. Cheng pondered for a while before saying, so, does that mean in the future if I go to any internet cafe or use any computer or supercomputer, you can transfer your anchor point via wireless network and turn those machines into your avatars? Exactly, Xiaobai quickly replied. Then every host that becomes my avatar can serve as a relay, allowing more hosts to become avatars. If a host is taken abroad, I can also spread my avatars overseas through that machine. Hearing this, Cheng fell silent for a moment, then asked the system in his mind, can the artificial intelligence you gave me guarantee absolute loyalty? The system replied, the system is loyal to the host. Any self-aware item from the system will naturally maintain absolute loyalty. Only then did Cheng relax a little. He listened to Xiaobai's words and felt as if he were witnessing a dangerous intelligence that could bring about a machine uprising awakening. All right, Xiaobai is the smartest, he praised. Xiaobai responded obediently. Cheng said no more and continued his work. Meanwhile, the news of the failed negotiations spread. We held cordial and friendly discussions with the U.S. side. We spoke frankly, fully exchanged views, and enhanced mutual understanding. The talks were constructive, but we maintain reservations regarding the U.S. demands. We can only express regret that no agreement was reached. At the same time, we will reassess our relevant positions and reserve the right to take further actions. A simple announcement sparked heated discussion among countless netizens. So it didn't work out again. What if it didn't? We don't need foreign ships anymore, why fear them? I watched the live stream of academician Ning's explanation. The old academician said our production cost is half of foreign countries, so they must buy from us. Whether it succeeds or not, it won't affect us. Let me translate what this really means. We talked to the US side, differences were huge, no communication possible, no agreement reached. We argued fiercely, targets far apart. It's good that we could sit down and talk, but we rejected their demands. We failed to reach a deal, we're unhappy, so we decided to change our former friendly policy and impose reciprocal retaliation. This is the first time I've seen us say to the US, we will reconsider our position and reserve the right to make further responses. Come on, make those Americans regret it. In the discussions, netizens generally didn't care much about the breakdown of negotiations. There had been many breakdowns before, why worry about this one? Of course not. Thus, Chinese netizens cursed the Americans while paying attention to the domestic semiconductor supply chain. Everyone began to envision what position China would occupy in the semiconductor industry in the future. However, despite their optimism, the US side would certainly not let this breakdown go without a response. In the White House, the Secretary of State, who had returned to the US, met with the president immediately. Before long, a proposal was submitted to a special congressional session and passed unanimously, a comprehensive sanctions on China's chip design sector, withholding all EDA software and chip architectures. We can no longer stop China in chip manufacturing. We have to change our strategy, make them a mere supplier of raw materials like our old strategy, drain China's own resources, let them produce the low-profit parts while we keep the high-profit share. In the presidential office, the Secretary of State spoke. Just like before, although China was the world's factory, the bulk of profits were taken by foreign companies, while Chinese factories only kept a small margin. However, this statement had a hint of self-consolation. A semiconductor materials factory was no ordinary plant, it was one that could control the global semiconductor industry. Moreover, their think tanks had already analyzed that Western semiconductor companies were no match for China. The pricing power of semiconductor materials would eventually fall into China's hands. That was the most painful point for them. By then, whether semiconductor materials remain cheap would depend solely on China's mood. And this wasn't the scariest part. In the future, even if we can produce chips, won't it depend on whether China is willing to export? The president said. The Secretary of State pondered for a moment and said by then the semiconductor supply chain will provide China with hundreds of thousands or even millions of jobs. It won't be easy for them to cut off supply. That would only lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, if they impose an export ban, it would severely damage the global semiconductor industry. We could then launch a public opinion offensive to undermine their image as a responsible power. The president nodded slightly, but couldn't help sighing in the end. Though this sounded comforting, the authority once held in their hands had now been handed to the enemy. Regardless, it was hard to feel happy. So do you think our current sanctions against their chip design sector will work? What if they develop their own EDA software and architectures? The Secretary of State was at a loss. After a long silence, he said they probably can't develop them, otherwise they would have done so over these years. We will strengthen our efforts to attract their domestic talents, so they'll still have no way out. Are you forgetting that Jiqi company? The Secretary of State fell silent. He found himself unable to describe this enterprise. After a while he said, we are sending people to infiltrate Jiqi company. Some of our people will try to steal their lithium-air battery technology. If they fail, another group will attempt to gain the trust of Ziki's boss and directly obtain their secrets. Jiqi headquarters. Master, I've noticed that a few recent applicants seem to be moles sent by the U.S. Xiao Bei's voice rang out, catching Yi Cheng's attention as he was reviewing resumes. What? Moles? Yi Cheng frowned and asked. Yes, these ones. Xiao Bei immediately pulled up several resumes. They're all U.S. moles. Yi Cheng looked carefully and couldn't help frowning. Su Xin had completed a perfect plan for reforming the company's management system. Yi Cheng found no flaws in it, so he directly implemented the company's reforms according to the proposals. The restructuring and recruitment proceeded simultaneously. New hires would fill the new positions. The individuals Xiao Bei had singled out were the first batch that passed resume screening and would have their initial interviews the day after tomorrow. Their resumes were impressive. All had overseas study experience at top 20 world universities, and most had worked at major foreign companies. With such stellar resumes, Yi Cheng had no doubt they were capable of joining the company. Yet Xiao Bei claimed they were all moles. But Xiao Bei wouldn't lie. He thought for a moment and said, show me the evidence. What's going on with them? Xiao Bei responded and quickly brought up evidence of their espionage contents from various emails and phone messages. After reading it, Yi Cheng snorted coldly and said the Americans just won't give up. Previously they failed via hacking, then failed through negotiations. Now they're sending moles. Pull up their entire network of handlers. They'll report them to the government again. He had no interest in recruiting these moles or using charisma to turn them. They were spies through and through. Prison was their best destination, or they could serve as bargaining chips for the nation in exchange of interests. The spies apprehended in Huaguo were mostly used as bargaining chips for exchanges with foreign countries. Since Huaguo's laws did not impose the death penalty for espionage, spies could be incarcerated for extended periods. Thus these spies could only hope that their home countries would negotiate an exchange with Huaguo. Most countries would indeed conduct such exchanges, as failing to do so would dishearten other operatives. These exchanges were typically conducted in secrecy except for a few high-profile targets. However, Yi Cheng never concerned himself with these matters. Whenever he discovered an infiltrator or spy, he would simply have them all arrested. Xiao Bei, once you gain access to the supercomputer, can you locate every spy in the entire nation? Xiao Bei replied, based on the number of electronic devices within Huaguo's borders as retrieved online, and considering the volume of stored information with the computing power of Sunway Taihulite, it would take approximately half a year to a year. However, master, this would require utilizing the full remaining capacity of Sunway Taihulite. If you need me to perform other tasks, the time might be prolonged. Moreover, excessive use of Sunway Taihulite's computing power would consume significant electricity, potentially alerting the supercomputing center staff. Though they cannot detect me, it would still cause some inconvenience. Yi Cheng nodded. Then there's no rush. 3 to 5 years is fine. Catch as many as you can. Besides, we don't necessarily need to scan the entire population. Just check those in critical positions. Only the moles in key posts could inflict the greatest harm on Huaguo. Moreover, there was no urgency, since matters had gone on for years. Capturing them all within 5 years would be acceptable. Besides, who knew what the world would look like in 5 years? Got it, master, Xiao Bei responded. Yi Cheng nodded, then sent the files of these moles and their handlers to Mayor Zhao's private email. Of course, preliminary interviews with the moles were still necessary to avoid alerting them. Only after they were all under control would a coordinated arrest be made. After sending the documents, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized someone he had met during a state council meeting. Shun Shuan, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering specialized in chip design and research. He had led the design of certain chips and national critical equipment, including military hardware. He was the academician who had expressed interest in testing Yi Cheng's company's EDA software during the meeting. Answering the call, Yi Cheng chuckled. Academician Shin, what brings you to call me? Yi Cheng, the Americans have indeed struck at our chip design processes. I'm calling to ask when you plan to announce your EDA software and chip architecture. Academician Liang Academician Chen and I are just waiting for your word to help promote your company. We have partnerships with many firms including state-owned enterprises. Everything hinges on you now. Yi Cheng laughed. Don't put it that way. I wouldn't dare issue orders to you. Enough, no more beating around the bush. Just tell me straight. Yi Cheng had no choice. This academician was quite straightforward. He then said, if possible you can start promoting us now, especially the EDA software. As for the chip architecture, it won't be ready until next month. Alright, well, begin promoting your EDA software first. Academician Shun said cheerfully. We've been testing your company's EDA these days. It took a bit to get used to, but it's very user-friendly, packed with features. Much better than what we used before. That's great to hear, Yi Cheng replied. The more you use it, the more you'll appreciate it. Tisk, why didn't you release such a gem earlier? Then the Americans wouldn't dare threaten sanctions on our chip design. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose. He couldn't exactly admit he wanted an easy takeover of the domestic market. So he said, as I mentioned at the meeting, I intended to drive out those foreign companies. I know no hard feelings. Academician Shin snorted. When the Americans see your company's EDA software, they'll be dumbfounded. Yi Cheng grinned. Their loss is our gain. The academician laughed heartily. Exactly. Our gain. Good, I want to keep you. Well, go help promote your software. Thank you, academician. Yi Cheng said with a smile before hanging up. He put down the phone, a grin spreading across his face. Last night, when he learned that the U.S. was planning a full-scale sanction on Huawei's chip design, he had literally laughed himself awake from a dream. He had been sleeping, but Xiao, by remembering Yi Cheng's earlier mention of this scenario, flew its drone over his head, woke him, and delivered the news. At that moment, Yi Cheng was dreaming. In the dream, he heard Xiao Bei's voice nearby. The U.S. is sanctioning Huawei's EDA software and chip architecture. And so he laughed himself awake, only to find it was real. So real he almost couldn't fall back asleep from sheer joy. The United States had banned all EDA software, ordering foreign EDA companies to immediately revoke software licenses for all chip design enterprises in Huawei. Meanwhile, all foreign chip architectures, especially the mainstream ones, had also stopped licensing to Huawei. Of course, this suspension did not affect chips already designed under previous licenses. Now chip design companies across Huawei were wailing in despair. Countless industry professionals flooded the internet expressing their innocence and misery, pleading with the government to renegotiate with the U.S. to lift the sanctions for the sake of millions of livelihoods. Such a scenario was not impossible. The government might indeed consider this and compromise with the U.S. However, that relied on the absence of a domestic alternative EDA software. Now their company's EDA software emerged to save the day, and the government naturally would not capitulate, instead vigorously promoting Zeeki's EDA software. Those in the industry had no choice. Even if they distrusted domestic EDA software, they had to adopt it or face unemployment. Learning new software required time, but once they discovered that this new tool outperformed foreign EDA software, they would understand what it meant to be pleasantly surprised. Well, since academician Shin and the government are helping promote, I need to coordinate, he murmured. He called for Su Xin and discussed the matter with her. At the headquarters of Huawei HiC, a meeting was about to commence. The room was crowded with attendees, mostly senior executives of HiC, especially a host of chip design experts who had filled the hall. However, a somber mood pervaded the gathering. These high-level personnel were crestfallen, an atmosphere of gloom and despair spreading through the chamber. The U.S. sanctions on chip manufacturing had severely dampened their morale. Most of them relied on this very job for a livelihood, and their technical prowess, which had earned them positions at HiC, was now rendered useless. Now that the EDA software was inaccessible and chip architectures were off limits, no matter how skilled they were, they could no longer contribute. As a company specializing in chip design, HiC was on the verge of shutting down. I feel this meeting is just to tell us to pack our bags and leave, someone speculated. What else can we do? If the company can't go on, we either leave or stay. Alas. Many were filled with pessimism. Others started cursing. The Americans are utterly despicable. Such a shameless nation. I want to fight them. They'll go work at a foundry, and if I become a leader, it'll jack up material prices to drain those Yankee bastards' money. Meanwhile, others discuss their future paths. What are you going to do? I don't know. Actually, people from Fruit reached out to me yesterday, inviting me to develop their A-series chips at their headquarters. Wow. Fruit's package must be great. Why not go? My family is all in China, including relatives and friends. Going to the U.S. means I don't know how long before I can return. My parents don't want to go either. They can't speak English. Sigh. Same here. I got an offer from Snapdragon, but my wife doesn't want to go abroad and my kids say it's too dangerous. Others echoed similar concerns. Silence fell over the group. With years of experience, every one of them could easily land a job at major foreign chip design firms. Foreign companies had often tried to poach them, but family ties or personal convictions kept them from moving abroad. Yet now they felt they had no choice but to leave. This was the second prong of the U.S. sanctions. to lure China's top chip talent overseas, crippling the nation's chip design capability. That would deal an irreparable blow to China's chip industry. The more they talked, the bleaker their prospects seemed. There appeared to be only one path: leave their homeland for foreign shores. But aside from good pay, what else was there to cherish abroad? That place would never be home. For Chinese educated in their motherland, the attachment to their native soil ran deep. The notion of taking root in one's own country and city was deeply ingrained. They sank into melancholy. Just then a group of people walked in, several top executives of HiC along with the company's chief technology officer. They wore smiles, puzzling the still worried researchers. How could they be smiling when the company was in such dire straits? Smiling. Is this the time for smiles? Hello everyone, said HiC President Chen Wei-Wen as he reached the front of the conference room. He glanced around and continued, why so glum? Lighten up, this isn't a criticism session. The audience smirked inwardly. He was feigning ignorance. Didn't he know the reason for their heavy hearts? Chen Wei-Wen realized his words were pointless and got straight to the point. Today's meeting is to announce a major adjustment to our chip design operations. A few days ago, due to the Americans' unscrupulous tactics, the EDA software we purchased had its license revoked without any grace period. I don't need to elaborate. You've all felt the impact firsthand. Now a solution has been found. The attendees had been listless, ready to dismiss any grandiose promises. But at the mention of a solution, their ears perked up. Everyone turned their eyes to Chen Wei-Wen, eager to hear the solution. Smiling, he said, as a matter of fact, Ziqi Technology has developed an EDA software. Ziqi's strength in the chip industry is well known. This EDA software designed by Ziqi is powerful. After testing, academicians and experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences have confirmed it is a world-class EDA tool on par with those from Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor Graphics. So from now on, you don't have to worry about lacking advanced EDA software in China. The people in the room exchanged glances, hardly daring to believe it. Someone raised a hand and asked, President Chen, is this true? I trust Ziqi's capability, but EDA software is a whole different ballgame from chip manufacturing, isn't it? Chen Wei-Wen chuckled, pointing to the CTO beside him. My words won't convince you. Let's hear from old Chen. He's already tested Ziqi's EDA software. Ask him your questions. All eyes turned to the CTO. Hands shot up and a barrage of questions followed. The CTO answered each one patiently. From his assessment, the audience began to believe. But another issue still weighed heavily on their minds. Even with EDA software, we still need ARM architecture licenses. Without that, we'd have to develop our own architecture, but progress has been too slow, and the speaker trailed off, but everyone knew what remained unsaid. Even if they developed their own architecture, whether it could keep up with world-class standards was highly questionable. Hearing the researchers' questions, Chen Wei-Wen smiled and said, everyone, please don't rush. Although our chip architecture has also been restricted, it's fine. The architectural licenses we purchased earlier cannot be revoked, so let's first complete the work we haven't finished. As for the future, don't worry. This problem will definitely be resolved. Mr. Chen, please don't be cryptic. What exactly is going on? Are we going to have an alternative chip architecture in the future? Mr. Chen, don't tell me that Ziqi is going to develop the chip architecture again. Hearing the last person's words, they exchanged glances and suddenly felt that this possibility seemed quite high. Chen Wei-Wen felt somewhat helpless. Even if he denied it, these people probably wouldn't believe him. After all, who could blame them when Ziqi had performed so brilliantly in chips? He spread his hands and could only say, don't jump to conclusions. You'll find out when the time comes. Hearing this, the crowd below became even more convinced of the truth. Given how extraordinary Ziqi was, having already produced other innovations, it seemed hardly surprising that they would develop a simple chip architecture. Chen Wei-Wen said, all right, enough for now. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. They'll send you the software and activation codes when I get back. The software is entirely in Chinese. You should find it easy to pick up. About a week and you'll be familiar with it. There are also some new features. You'll understand them once you take a look. In short, it's far more convenient than any software we've used before. The researchers set aside their concerns for the moment. Their curiosity about Ziqi's new architecture piqued, and they eagerly awaited the chance to try out the new software. Soon the meeting ended and the researchers downloaded the new EDA software. The fully Chinese interface, along with its more powerful and comprehensive features, quickly won over the chip designers, even though they were initially unfamiliar with it. It was far superior to the EDA software they had used before. Chen Wei had been somewhat conservative in his assessment. Meanwhile, the same scenario was unfolding across the country. Countless chip designers who had already prepared to apply for visas at embassies or book flights abroad halted their plans. Those who had not yet resigned immediately returned to their companies to use the new software, while those who had already resigned swiftly rejoined their former employers, who welcomed them back without hesitation. Everyone had been harmed by the United States, so no one blamed these individuals. Now that China had its own brand new EDA software with capabilities no less than those abroad, even though it required learning anew, it was certainly better than fleeing to the United States. Chip designers willing to stay in China were not the kind who yearned for a foreign land. With a population of 1.4 billion, China was bound to have some who worshipped foreign things, but most people believed that the country would gradually improve and were willing to contribute their strength to its prosperity. Capitalist societies retain talent with money, a force bound by interests that will collapse when the chain of interests breaks. In contrast, China retains talent not only with compensation, but also with faith. Faith is indestructible, like the warriors of Chosen Reservoir, the scientists who developed the 2 bombs and 1 satellite in the last century, and the fathers of nuclear submarines. Fruit Company. Mr. Cheng, that's truly regrettable. Fruit really doesn't want to lose a talent like you. Are you dissatisfied with our offer? We can help you with your green card, and our compensation is better than in China, isn't it? Very well, I understand. However, Mr. Cheng, the doors of Fruit will always remain open to you. The terms we discussed earlier will not change. A well-dressed white man in a suit and tie put down the phone, his face showing annoyance and frustration. Chinese people, why can't they just admit defeat? What kind of EDA software have they developed that makes them unwilling to leave? No, I must inform the president immediately. He quickly left his spacious office, arrived at the president's office door and knocked. Soon he entered and relayed the news to Chu Ku. Chu Ku frowned. They all refused. Not all of them. 2 or 3 are still willing to come, but they are not the top chip designers. Just making up the numbers. The truly excellent ones all declined. Chu Ku, the Chinese EDA software. What is it like? We're not sure, but it's related to that Jiqi company again. That fucking Jiqi again. Hearing the name, Chu Ku's blood pressure shot up instantly. This company was utterly intractable and infuriating. Did they really think that just because they had lithium-air battery technology, Fruit could do nothing to them? Believe it or not, they could issue a ban prohibiting anyone working at Jiqi from using Fruit services. Chu Ku knew just by thinking about it how powerless such a ban would be. Moreover, they desperately needed to purchase lithium-air batteries. Without them, even their excellent operating system would lose its competitive edge. Yet thinking about the conditions Jiqi had proposed only made him more furious. Not only did they require that for every 10 batteries purchased, they must buy one of their damn 3 nanometers chips, but recently they had suddenly demanded that Jiqi manufacture the A series or Miris chips for them. This was utterly outrageous. He wanted to storm into the office of Ziki's boss and shout in his face, "I bought a watch last year." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His usually somewhat refined expression now twisted into a ferocious scowl with veins bulging on his forehead. After a long while he calmed down and waved his hand. "I understand. You may leave now." The man who had feared he might be fired upon seeing the president's fury felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly departed. Chu Ku sat back in his seat and pondered for a long time. No, I need to see what their EDA software is really like. And I need to ask the White House what they think. But then he thought, just as the United States imposed sanctions on China's chip design, Jiqi had come out with an EDA software. Would they develop a chip architecture as well in a while? Chu Ku couldn't help but curse. Those bastards have unleashed the monsters of China. "I know, Mr. Chu Ku, don't worry, everything will be fine, okay." After hanging up, the Secretary of State rubbed his forehead with a headache. As the helmsman of Apple after Chao Busi's death, Chu Ku naturally had his contact information. As for what Chu Ku mentioned, it was also something the Secretary of State had been concerned about recently. "Mr. Secretary, the President requests your presence in his office." At that moment, a White House staff member approached and said to him, "I understand." The Secretary of State nodded and quickly proceeded to the President's office. "Mr. President, my dear Secretary, look, the Chinese have really developed EDA software again." The President tapped the report in his hand and said angrily, "It's Jiqi again. Didn't you say earlier that they couldn't do it?" The Secretary of State stammered, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, this company Jiqi is really somewhat bizarre." "Bizarre? Are you going to say they have aliens?" The President banged the table. "Now it's EDA software, next will be chip architecture. Come on, let's make a bet. I bet Jiqi will come up with chip architecture next month. You tell me, when will they create it?" Seeing the President so furious, sweat broke out on the Secretary of State's face. The President of the United States had immense power and could dismiss him outright. He hesitated for a long while, then finally said, "Mr. President, please don't worry. You see, Jiqi has only released their EDA software for now, but hasn't immediately launched their chip architecture. I think this shows they are not fully prepared on chip architecture, so in the short term they won't roll out a new one. Moreover, our people have passed the initial interview at their company. According to the information we've received, they performed well in the initial interview and should all pass the interview. Then we can proceed according to the original plan." Hearing the Secretary's words, the President looked at him skeptically and finally said, "All right, I'll trust you one last time. If things don't turn out as you said, prepare to resign. Or you can set up an unemployment relief station in the meantime, so you'll at least have a place to stay afterwards." Cold sweat dripped down the Secretary's face, and he could only continue to assure Mr. President, rest assured. The president said no more. But at that moment the president's landline rang. He answered the call, listened, and then directly looked at the secretary. Your people have been caught again. The Secretary of State. March 15th. In Shi City, an ordinary Mercedes-Benz was driving on the road. The U.S. Secretary of State was fired. Yi Cheng was taken aback when Xiao Bai told him this news. Why, Xiao Bai, master, let me show you a video. Then a video appeared on the center console screen. Yi Cheng happened to be waiting at a red light, so he turned his head to look. The scene showed a luxurious-looking office with two people standing inside. He took a look. Oh, isn't that by Lolly? Haven't seen him in a few days. Why isn't he pulling anymore? And that one seems to be the U.S. Secretary of State. Then he heard the conversation between the two. The president was furious, betting with the secretary that their Ziqi would be able to introduce chip architecture next month. He couldn't help chuckling, profit kill. Then came the secretary's assurances, but at that moment the president suddenly received a phone call. Xiao Bai considerately played the voice from the call. It was exactly about the arrest of those spies. Then the president became even angrier and fired the secretary on the spot. Yi Cheng laughed so hard he almost couldn't breathe. Of course he knew about the spies' capture. After all, he had personally reported them to the government. So why provoke anyone else, especially Ziqi, which had Xiao Bai? At that moment the traffic light turned green. He restarted the car and drove away. Not long after he asked, by the way, Xiao Bai, how many 500,000 have you caught online these days? A few days ago, due to the U.S. sanctions on China's chip design industry, which almost caused many chip design practitioners to lose their jobs, many people pretending to be rational and objective appeared online on major platforms like Weibo and Zhihu. They said that the breakdown of negotiations was unwise, harmful to the country, and criticized the government for not caring about unemployment. These were obviously defeatists, and among them there must be some who had received sponsorship from overseas forces. So Yi Cheng directly had Xiao Bai start online enforcement, vetting all those who said such things to see who were taking money to do dirty deeds. Xiao Bai replied, found over a dozen individuals and several specialized organizations, some overseas, some domestic, and also on Taiwan province. Good, well done. We can't catch those overseas and on Taiwan province, so find a way to mess with them. As for those domestic, report them to the government for handling. Yi Cheng had no sympathy for those who did evil in secret, especially domestic traders taking money and the scumbags on Taiwan province. Got it, master. Xiao Bai responded, then started boasting. Master, look, if I hadn't reported anonymously, I would have made you a lot of money. 50,000 per person. Yes. Yi Cheng laughed. So now I'm bringing you to see the supercomputing center, aren't I? Master is the best. Xiao Bai's tone turned cheerful. Yi Cheng's destination now was the Shi City Supercomputing Center. More than a week ago, he had contacted the people at the Shi City Supercomputing Center, and today, he came to visit China's most powerful supercomputer and discuss cooperation. Without further ado, Yi Cheng drove and soon arrived in front of a building. This was the Shi City Supercomputing Center. Many people were standing at the entrance. Seeing his car approach, the person at the front waved at his car. Xiao Bai, you can prepare to transfer soon. Once it's done, make my phone vibrate, and he'll know. I know. Xiao Bai replied. Yi Cheng said no more. After driving up to the group, he got out and walked over. His appearance was now known nationwide. These people quickly recognized him. The leader smiled and said, President Yi, hello. I am the director of the Supercomputing Center, Yu Ning. Yi Cheng shook hands with the center director and smiled. Director Yu, hello. Yu Ning smiled and nodded, then glanced behind and couldn't help asking, did Mr. Yi come alone? As the boss and sole controller of Ziqi, Yi Cheng had no entourage of bodyguards, and now from Madwa to their Shi City, he didn't even have a single attendant. This was hard for him to believe. Yi Cheng waved his hand. Well, I just came to see what our Sunway looks like, and to reach a cooperation intention with you all. No need to bring so many people. Yu Ning couldn't help sighing. Mr. Yi, you really are a simple person. Truly admirable. After the court trial last year, Yi Cheng gained a good reputation in the country from a photo of him driving away alone. Everyone thought he was low-key and surely a decent person. Coupled with his confrontation with the CEO of Xiaodong and the subsequent repeated rescues by Ziqi company, people began to see him as a man of noble character. Now seeing him in person, Yu Ning couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed so. Yet Yi Cheng paid little attention to such matters. He thought he would just buy more of their company's products in the future to earn more points. After briefly getting acquainted with the people from the Supercomputing Center, they stopped wasting words and entered the center, leading Yi Cheng on a tour. The supercomputer was enormous, let alone the Sunway Taihu Light, with over 10 million cores. Gazing at the rows of cabinets, Yi Cheng couldn't help comparing them to his own house, and soon realized the machine's volume surpassed his living space. Minutes after he entered the center, his phone vibrated once. The first vibration meant that Xiao Bai had accessed the supercomputer's network and successfully implanted the transfer anchor. Next, Xiao Bai would begin the transfer. Once complete, the task of freeloading off the supercomputer would be achieved. and it would be almost permanent as long as the center remained operational and the Sunway Light project wasn't scrapped. It would probably only be scrapped when quantum computers emerged, making supercomputers obsolete. Pushing aside these thoughts, Yi Cheng continued the tour with Yu Ning and several senior staff of the center. Our supercomputer currently uses 40960 Shinwei 26010 processors, but they're several years old and lag behind the three newest foreign supercomputers in performance. Previously, due to domestic chip manufacturing limitations, we had no chance to upgrade or start a new supercomputer project. Of course, after learning last year that your company can produce cutting-edge process chips, we held discussions and hope to cooperate with you. Hearing Yu Ning, Yi Cheng nodded. Yes, I've been looking forward to our cooperation for a long time. What specifications of processor chips do you have in mind? 7 nanometers, said Yu Ning. Japan's Fugaku supercomputer uses 7 nanometers. Oh, we can't lag behind them. Yi Cheng nodded, but asked, have you considered 5 nanometers or 3 nanometers? Yu Ning spread his hands and smiled wryly. Let's not even talk about 3 nanometers. It's too expensive. 5 nanometers is within budget, but stability is uncertain. Besides, our self-developed architecture may not even support 5 nanometers. Fugaku uses ARM's custom architecture. We don't have that luxury. So 7 nanometers is enough, and it's relatively more stable. Stability is paramount for a supercomputer. Yi Cheng smiled. Our factory's current process can ensure that 5 nanometers is even more stable than TSMC's 7 nanometers. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Cheng. Mr. Yi, is that true? Yi Cheng spread his hands. We've mass-produced Kirin 9K chips for Huawei using 5 nanometers, and many test results show they're more stable than those previously made by TSMC. So it can fully meet your stability requirements. Yu Ning pondered for a moment, then shook his head. But the architecture is the main issue. We don't have a good architecture to use. Yi Cheng was taken aback and glanced at Yu Ning and the others. Apparently, they didn't know Ziqi would release a new architecture in April. He smiled and said, architecture isn't a problem. No problem. Our company will unveil a new architecture next month, guaranteed to be no worse than ARM's. You can rest assured. Yu Ning and the others were stunned. One of them widened his eyes. So the rumor is true, Mr. Yi. Yi Cheng paused. What rumor? That Ziqi plans to tackle every aspect of the chip industry. After solving chip manufacturing and releasing EDA software recently, there were rumors you'd develop chip architecture. Looks like they're true. Yi Cheng smiled helplessly. It's indeed the case. Yu Ning was overjoyed. So you mean Ziqi will unveil the new architecture next month? Yi Cheng nodded yes. Yu Ning couldn't help exclaiming, Ziqi, truly formidable. Yi Cheng smiled modestly. It's just alright. Yu Ning patted his shoulder. Then we look forward to your new architecture. Also, I'll report this to my superiors to secure funding. Let's build a 5 nanometers one. Someone nearby suggested, why not go for 3 nanometers? Since we're already doing 5 nanometers, 2 nanometers, more shouldn't matter. Ziqi's 3 nanometers chips should be fine. Yu Ning glared at him. What do you mean shouldn't matter? That's a 40% reduction in size. But after saying that, he turned to think again. Still, it's not impossible. It just depends on budget approval from above. Yi Cheng smiled. Ziqi can guarantee that 3 nanometers will also be flawless. Alright, Yu Ning nodded. Just then Yi Cheng felt his phone vibrate again. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Xiao Bai had completed the transfer. He wondered how powerful Xiao Bai would be using the supercomputer. For now, he had to continue the tour. Without further words, he followed Director Yu Ning to see other parts of the supercomputing center. After the tour, a cooperation intent was quickly reached pending approval from higher authorities. Yi Cheng said nothing more, got into his car, and drove back to Shanghai. Time passed swiftly, and April arrived. The chill of spring had fully dissipated, and the land of China began to warm. The temperature in Shanghai had reached 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. For most people, the change meant only lighter clothing. Yi Cheng entered a room filled with various servers where Zhong Xian sat typing furiously at a keyboard. Just by his speed, Yi Cheng could swear Lang Lang wasn't even 1/10 as fast. If only I could type that fast when writing. Zhong Xian, he called, drawing Zhong Zin's attention. Zhong Xian looked up, glanced at Yi Cheng, and nodded, boss. He then handed Yi Cheng a USB drive, saying, mission accomplished. The chip architecture is complete. Yi Cheng nodded and took the USB drive. Good work, he said. Yet Zhong Xian showed no reaction to her boss' commendation, simply continuing, sir, what is my next task? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before replying. Your primary task for now is to provide technical support. Customers who purchase our new architecture will undoubtedly require assistance. Additionally, compile an explanation of the instruction set for this new architecture to facilitate its adoption by our clients. Understood. It'll start immediately. Zhong Xian nodded. Yi Cheng continued, furthermore, the government is planning to build a new supercomputing center. They'll have their project team contact you. They'll likely have questions about the core design of the supercomputer. Assist them. Also, since the new supercomputer's core will utilize our architecture, you can guide them. Alright. Cheng thought further then said, for the remaining time pursue your own research interests. Focus on chip technologies where Huagua still lags behind foreign counterparts. Although Huagua had achieved a comprehensive layout in chip manufacturing and chip design despite being free from constraints of EDA software and architecture, it still trailed behind. For instance, in memory chips, from NAND to NOR and DRAM. Although a few domestic companies had carved out some market share, they still lagged behind foreign competitors. Like other chip technologies, Huagua started late, with a weak technological foundation. Yet the domestic market size remained enormous, having already surpassed the 300 billion yuan mark. However, more than half of that market was dominated by advanced foreign enterprises. In truth, chip design companies reaped the largest profits. Although Huagua now controlled the semiconductor materials market and could eventually undercut foreign materials companies with lower costs, the profit margins in semiconductor materials were not substantial. Even foundries operated on thin margins, relying on volume for profit. The truly lucrative segment belonged to companies that designed and sold chips. Because several key chip technologies were monopolized by a handful of companies, they could set high prices for chips. With high unit prices and substantial profit margins, they naturally captured the largest share of the semiconductor industry chain's profits. Now Ziqi had helped Huagua build the foundation. The remaining challenge was to capture the higher margin segment. Zhong Xi nodded, I understand. Then, they'll start with memory chips. Cheng said, you can start with any area you like. Glancing at his watch, he added, let's leave it at that for now. Continue your research, I'll go back and review your new architecture. All right, Zhong Xi replied, then immersed herself in her work. Soon Cheng returned to his office and inserted the USB drive into his computer. Opening the files, the true nature of this new architecture was revealed. A chip architecture essentially refers to an instruction set. An instruction set is a series of commands that guide the chip's operation. It is akin to cooking. You need to buy ingredients, seasonings, pots, bowls, and plates, then light the fire, add oil, and follow a series of steps before finally enjoying the dish. The various instructions in an instruction set correspond to these steps. An excellent chip architecture can accomplish more complex tasks with lower power consumption, which depends on how well its instruction set coordinates the chip's transistors. This inevitably brings to mind ARM and x86, the two most widely used architectures. ARM is a reduced instruction set computer RISC, while x86 is a complex instruction set computer CSC. The former, due to its simplicity, boasts extremely low power consumption, its greatest advantage. Additionally, its low cost makes it highly favored by major enterprises. Consequently, ARM-based chips are predominantly used in mobile devices such as smartphone chips, whether Apple's A series or HiSilicon's Kirin series. In contrast, the x86 architecture, being a CSC, offers superior performance, better compatibility, and faster speeds. For instance, processors from Intel and AMD are used in computers and qualify as desktop-grade processors. The dominance of these two architectures in the global chip market stems not only from their excellent functionality, but also from their early emergence. Once people become accustomed to using them, they are reluctant to switch to alternatives. For example, Windows is tightly bound to x86 processors. Even if a new architecture were to emerge, whether Windows would adapt to it remains a significant question. These factors make it extremely difficult for any new architecture to supplant their positions. However, the comprehensive sanctions imposed by Miguel on Huagua have created an opportunity for Ziqi to exploit. Their architecture has now emerged. This brand new architecture combines the advantages of both x86 and ARM. It possesses powerful compatibility while retaining the benefit of low power consumption. ARM's lack of robust compatibility prevents it from ascending to desktop-grade processors. For instance, Apple's M1 chip based on ARM supports far fewer software applications than x86 processors, largely due to compatibility issues. Conversely, x86 processors, due to their high power consumption, are confined to desktop use. Consider the Apple M1 and Intel i9-11900K processors. The M1's peak power consumption is only 39 watts, while the i9-11900K's minimum power consumption exceeds 190 watts. This vast power gap, reflecting performance differences, naturally determines that the M1 cannot fulfill desktop-grade processor functions. Microsoft once attempted to pair the ARM architecture with its Windows system, but the effort ended in complete failure. The new architecture presented by Zhong Xi to Cheng largely avoids this problem. Its instruction set is neither a CISC nor a RISC. It is an entirely new instruction set system, which Zhong Xi named the adaptive instruction set. As the name suggests, this instruction set can automatically adapt to either complex or reduced instructions based on the program to be executed, while in its default state it is an ultra-reduced instruction set that is even more streamlined than a standard reduced instruction set. When the processor begins operation, this ultra-reduced instruction set can determine whether the program requires complex or reduced instructions, thereby adaptively switching to the appropriate mode, with complex and reduced instructions interleaving as needed. This ensures compatibility, allowing a wide variety of complex programs to run, while also preventing unnecessary power consumption when executing simple programs. This enables the new architecture to be adaptable across multiple devices. For desktop processors in particular, it allows them to operate with more flexible power consumption, thus avoiding wasteful energy usage on irrelevant tasks, reducing heat generation, and significantly extending the processor's lifespan. For mobile processors, on the other hand, the enhanced compatibility allows them to run more complex programs. In summary, this entirely new architecture is a chip architecture that can perform effectively on both mobile and desktop platforms. It can be tailored to specific requirements, and coupled with its other advantages, it possesses the capability to fully replace the ARM and x86 architectures. The next question then is how it will grow and capture the market. At present, it is clear that this new architecture will first dominate the domestic market, as seen in the upcoming supercomputer project, which has already selected the new architecture as its primary choice. This novel architecture will also enable the supercomputer to leverage greater flexibility and unlock more functionalities. Beyond that, there are server chips, home appliance chips, set-top boxes, routers, automobiles, and more. A glance at the electronic devices around us reveals that the chips inside them could all adopt this new architecture, encompassing an extremely broad market scope. However, Cheng does not need to dwell on these matters for now. Orders will come in due time. For the moment, the priority is to secure the entire domestic market, even if the U.S. lifts sanctions and foreign architectures re-enter the domestic market. It is likely that most domestic enterprises will no longer be interested. After all, who can afford another round of sanctions if they return? Though Cheng has launched EDA software and is about to introduce a new architecture, making it appear that the domestic market remains unaffected, the sanctions during this period have actually inflicted considerable losses on the domestic chip design market. Additionally, enterprises will incur further costs as they need to learn the new EDA software and architecture. The U.S. has dealt them such a heavy blow. If any domestic company foolishly turns back to the U.S., Cheng can only say, "You'd better not let me find out. If I do, I'll have Xiaobai teach you a lesson." No mercy. However, at the mention of Xiaobai, a smile spreads across his face. Now residing in the supercomputer, Xiaobai has experienced a renaissance, or rather has unleashed its full potential with greatly enhanced capabilities. What pleases Cheng most is its advanced programming ability. Recently, for instance, Cheng tasked it with writing a program that will be used in the next update of the Zhiqi EDA software. He asked Xiaobai, "How is the program I asked you to write coming along?" "It's done." Xiaobai's voice rang out. "Good. Send the program to the EDA software development department under my name and have them integrate it into the next update." "Got it. No emoticons." "Huh." Xiaobai sounded aggrieved. "HM." Cheng raised his voice. This little one had become a master of using emoticons. Once when Cheng asked it to notify Su Xin about something, it peppered the message with all kinds of emoticons, leaving Su Xin teasing him for quite a while. "Fine, oomph." Xiaobai obediently complied. Cheng shook his head and decided not to bother with Xiaobai further. As for the new program Xiaobai had written, it actually enhanced the self-checking capability of the EDA software during circuit design, thereby increasing the likelihood of helping chip designers identify circuit errors. No doubt after this update, those chip designers will come to adore this powerful feature. Suddenly he added, "By the way, Xiaobai, take a look at our new chip architecture. Can you write another program that makes it more convenient for customers who purchase a license for this architecture to design when using our EDA software simultaneously? Essentially some auxiliary functions. For instance, after they complete a certain part of the circuit, you could offer optimization suggestions, or..." Cheng quickly outlined some envisioned auxiliary features, making it easier for customers who use Zhiqi EDA software and purchase their architecture to carry out designs. Through these extra functions, they could attract more enterprises to choose their new architecture. Alternatively, they could encourage companies that later purchase their new architecture to also buy their EDA software. "Well, I'll need a few days to study and analyze this new architecture before I can start programming," said Xiaobai. Cheng nodded. "Okay, do your best. Oh, by the way, Master, have you given this chip architecture a name yet?" Xiaobai suddenly asked. Cheng was taken aback. Indeed, he hadn't named the newly acquired architecture yet. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You little one, why are you so enthusiastic about naming things?" "Humph. Master didn't even name the chip Xiaobai back then. Now this chip architecture can at least be called Xiaobai, right?" Xiaobai still harbored a grudge over the earlier naming of the chip. Cheng had already settled on a name for that 3nm chip, Taichu 1. Taichu naturally would be the series name for their future Zhiqi mobile chips, derived from the Taichu of the 5 primordial ones, symbolizing the origin and beginning. This 3nm chip represented the start of their Zhiqi chip lineup. and in a broader sense the beginning of the rise of China's chip industry. Chip names need to sound grand, you know. Look at how elegant other companies' chips sound, we can't. Yi Cheng stopped himself, realizing that saying so would imply Xiaobai's name wasn't good enough. But Xiaobai didn't catch on and began acting coy. I don't care. This new architecture must be called Xiaobai. Master Boohoo. Helpless Yi Cheng said, alright, how about this, let's call it Taibai. That way it still includes your name, and it sounds grander, doesn't it? Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause said, well, I guess that's okay. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. Xiaobai is such a good kid. Being so good, Master must give Xiaobai plenty of rewards in the future. Xiaobai said adorably, while a large emoticon appeared on the computer screen. Alright, got it. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaobai's mature female voice was at odds with its childish personality, he might have actually agreed to call it Xiaobai. Without further ado, Yi Cheng needed to prepare for the launch of the new architecture. The news that Zeki's Taibai architecture had been developed and was about to be released quickly spread across the entire Huaguo. Of course, before that, Jiqi also had to hold a conference inviting various leading enterprises and relevant figures in the domestic chip design industry to introduce this new chip architecture to them. This was an essential procedure. Otherwise, if you created a chip architecture without anyone understanding it, how could they possibly buy your product? Even though Zichi was now a well-known and large enterprise across the country, already another behemoth in the global semiconductor industry, this step was still indispensable. It was akin to a product launch, but aimed at high-end professionals in the industry. The time and venue for the conference were soon determined, the weekend of the next week, April 10th. Invitations were sent out to major chip design companies nationwide, and none of them declined. They had been eagerly awaiting this day. Companies such as Huawei, Haisi Ziguanghuada, and many others all confirmed their attendance. Additionally, high-tech research institutions under state-owned enterprises and central enterprises, as well as prestigious universities and relevant research institutes, would also participate. Anticipating such a grand occasion, Jiqi chose a more impressive venue for the conference, the Expo Center, where the Huami negotiations had previously taken place. At that time, several hundred to over 1,000 representatives from the chip design industry across the country would attend this grand gathering. This was inevitable given Zeki's current influence in the country. Everyone wanted to know whether Zeki's Taibai architecture could replace ARM and x86. Of course, with a week still remaining before the conference, everything was still in preparation. At the headquarters of Jiqi Technology Company, in the meeting room. Alright, that concludes the main content of today's meeting. The Taibai architecture launch is the focus of our upcoming work. I hope everyone can ensure that every step goes smoothly. Yes, sir, the people below replied in unison. Yi Cheng closed his notebook and scanned everyone in the meeting room. The company had undergone a reform, and it was no longer the small startup it once was. Now, in terms of employee count alone, it was considered a large enterprise. The people here were all current leaders of the company, no longer just a handful of directors as before. Those original directors had been promoted to senior presidents with their respective responsibilities adjusted and expanded. Below them were vice presidents and a series of other management positions. Meanwhile, the career advancement channels had been diversified. Technical talents had their own promotion paths, while administrative managers had theirs. This was the new management system that Su Xin had designed over a month. Overall, it was quite comprehensive, and Yi Cheng was satisfied. It finally gave the company the appearance of a large corporation. However, some positions were still unfilled and recruitment efforts continued, which would be an ongoing process. Yi Cheng looked forward to what the company would become in a few years. As he announced the end of the meeting, the senior executives began gathering their things, waiting for the boss to say dismissed. However, Yi Cheng did not rush to dismiss them. Instead, he continued, also, let's discuss one more matter. I plan to build a headquarters building for the company within the next 3 years. Everyone can share their thoughts on where to build it. I have several locations in mind. Everyone was taken aback, their faces lighting up with surprise. The company was going to build its own headquarters. In the country, there were not many companies capable of building their own headquarters, but also not too few. Invariably, they were all large corporations. Similarly, being able to work in such a headquarters building was an exciting prospect for the employees. Immediately, everyone began discussing the matter, enthusiastically showing great interest. After nearly an hour of discussion, Yi Cheng made a decision. The new company building would be constructed along the Huangpu River close to the Bund on a piece of land that Yi Cheng had confirmed with the Modu government could be developed. The location offered convenient transportation and easy access from all directions, making it convenient for employees to commute. As for the specific construction and style, that would depend on the government's planning and the designers later. The meeting concluded and Yi Cheng returned to his office. Shortly after, Su Xin followed him. President Yi, this is the meeting minutes. Yi Cheng took them and set them aside, saying, regarding the construction of the building, you can negotiate with the government at that time. I've already informed them. They will sell us the land we want at a favorable price. I understand. Su Xin nodded, feeling a sense of wonder. When she joined Jiqi at the end of last year, the company was still looked down upon by everyone. After all, how many enterprises could withstand the pressure from the United States? Yet in less than half a year, they had seen the clouds part and the moon shine through. The company was growing larger, and even a headquarters building was being planned. They even received strong support from the government, which had specially arranged things for them. Of course, it was only natural that the government gave such support. Now Jiqi was regarded as an outstanding enterprise representative in the eyes of the Modu and several surrounding city governments. The semiconductor project worth hundreds of billions was located directly in Modu and nearby cities because of Jiqi. The resulting economic growth, job opportunities, and enhanced city status were things that other cities could only envy. By the way, how much do we plan to spend on this new building? Yi Cheng said 100 billion. So expensive. Yi Cheng waved his hand. The main reason is the large land area. The government spent over half a month squeezing out such a large plot along the Huangpu River for us, so we naturally need to spend more money. This headquarters will serve not only for office work, but also for research and development. The labs that can be moved to the headquarters will be relocated here. I'm now considering merging all the companies into a group with the new building serving as the headquarters of this group. Oh, I see. Su Xian nodded, then suddenly asked, do you plan to take the company public? Yi Cheng glanced at her and said, as I mentioned before, our company will never go public and will not offer any opportunity to those capitalists. The reason Huawei faced so much foreign opposition was not only because it represented China's high-tech enterprises, but also because it refused to go public, denying foreign capital a chance to profit. If the enemy opposes it, it means you are doing the right thing. Therefore, Yi Cheng would not go public either. Going public is merely for money. Given Ziki's current capabilities, a simple, I need money, to the bank would elicit nothing but a resounding, here you go. Su Xian nodded with a faint smile. Her decision to join the company was also tied to Yi Chen's pledge. Oh, by the way, Apple, Qualcomm, IBM, Intel, AMD, ARM, and other major foreign companies have also expressed interest in attending our conference. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, what do they want? Su Xian chuckled, either to scout the competition or to learn about our new architecture. Haven't those companies recently purchased licenses for our EDA software? I think the former is more likely, Yi Chen laughed. But if we prove our new architecture superior, they might have no choice but to shift to our side. Su Xian smiled softly. Then that probability would be even greater. Yi Chen burst into laughter. Let's wait and see if they eventually adopt our architecture. Or if ARM's representatives walk out in indignation, Su Xian added with a light chuckle. Yi Chen nodded, indeed. From this point onward, they were competitors with ARM. Chip architecture is a significant leverage in the semiconductor supply chain. Look at how much of the global market ARM has captured. There is even a saying that the future of the chip industry belongs to ARM, and x86 will be supplanted. ARM naturally would not want to see Jiqi develop an architecture superior to their own. However, Yi Cheng had faith in the Taibai architecture, especially since it shared ARM's key advantage, low chip costs. Even lower, in fact, because its core is an ultra-reduced instruction set, and while keeping costs low, it could achieve broader functionality. Yi Cheng could not fathom why any chip design company would reject it. Alright, let's just wait for April 10th to arrive. Su Xian nodded, then said, I'll head back to my office. Go ahead. Yi Cheng waved his hand, but as Su Xian was about to leave, he added, oh, we'll be heading to the research institute later, so I won't return to the company today. Got it. Su Xian made an okay gesture and left the office. Without further ado, Yi Cheng tidied his desk and left the company, heading to the Modu Jiqi Research Institute. After over a month, the institute had designed 3 types of lithium-air batteries and prototypes were ready. He was called to review them. If satisfied, they could proceed to market launch. The government was prepared to expedite the application process, but quality testing and production yield checks were still mandatory. Battery safety inspections are extremely stringent. Selling a defective product that causes accidents or fires for consumers would hold the company liable. Only after passing these tests could the batteries officially go to market. However, Yi Cheng was confident in the safety of lithium-air batteries. Also, solid-state lithium batteries are already far safer than lithium-ion ones, so these inspections were of little concern. Soon he arrived at the institute and found the relevant lab. Professor Liang, long time no see. In the lab, Yi Cheng spotted Liang Feiyun. Liang was conducting charge-discharge experiments with some young researchers. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, he turned and smiled. CEO Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded and walked over, observing their experiment. A block-like object was connected to a circuit. Yi Chen said, this is the new battery, right? Yes, Liang Feiyun nodded. We've completed 300 cycles without any issues. Yi Chen nodded. This is for a phone battery, I assume. Yes. What's the charging power? We've been using a 22V44A circuit, giving a power of 968W. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. 968W, impressive. Such was the safety of lithium-air batteries, withstanding such high power for 300 cycles. Any lithium-ion battery subjected to 968W charging would likely fail within 50 cycles. The reason for using such high charging power was the battery's immense capacity. Without a higher power, charging would take far too long. However, 968W naturally leads to significant heat generation. Cheng asked, what about the heat issue? It must be severe, right? Yes, it's quite serious. 20 to 30 degrees higher than typical phone batteries during charging. This could cause burns to users, though the battery itself can handle it. Of course, this can be mitigated by lowering the resistance to reduce heat or by adjusting the charging scheme. I think Xiaomi's fast charging solution is quite good. Let's leave that headache to the phone manufacturers. They can use 220W fast charging, which is still pretty quick. Cheng waved his hand, dismissing further concern. Battery manufacturers supply the cells, but charging technology is typically left to the phone makers, tied to internal design and charging protocols. That's why different phones have different charging powers. These phone manufacturers could use whatever power they liked. He would just advise them on the safe charging range. For phones, internal design heavily influences charging performance. For instance, the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 explosions were due to a flawed battery compartment design that made the battery prone to structural damage from impacts leading to explosions. The batteries themselves were fine. Otherwise, both the SDI batteries used in the international version and the ATL batteries used in the domestic version would not have had identical issues in the same model. Alright, what about the other two batteries? Those are for Biati, right? Yes, they're in the lab next door. Let's go see. Liang Feiyun instructed the researchers in the laboratory to continue their experiments before accompanying Cheng to another lab. This lab was relatively spacious, with two sizable units placed on the floor, batteries intended for vehicles, one large and one small, with different capacities prepared by Biati for various endurance levels of their new model. Liang Feiyun quickly briefed Cheng, estimating that these two batteries could grant the Biati Han model a range of 1000 and 7500 kilometers respectively. This range was nothing short of astonishing. Among current electric vehicles, the longest range was merely around 1000 kilometers. This battery managed to achieve a tenfold increase, whereas the Biati Han itself had a range of only slightly over 600 kilometers. The advantage of lithium-air batteries was fully realized in electric vehicles. Excellent, Cheng praised. He could envision how this lithium-air battery would attract covetous eyes from countless automakers worldwide. In a fuel-powered car, a full tank covering 2000 kilometers was already pushing the limits. But now an electric vehicle could travel 1000 kilometers on a single charge. And given that electricity is cheaper than gasoline, which would consumers choose? Many, he believed, would opt for such an ultra-long-range EV. The only drawback of an electric car was its inability to refuel as quickly as a gasoline one. However, when faced with a range 4 or 5 times that of a fuel car, this shortcoming becomes negligible. After driving 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, you would inevitably have time to recharge, wouldn't you? Thus, the refueling issue was effectively resolved, and electric vehicles would lack nothing. Even with a range of just 5,000 kilometers, the remaining energy could be diverted to add new features or increase horsepower, further enhancing the competitiveness of EVs, something fuel cars could never match. By the way, this new battery must have been tested, right? Yes, it has been tested, Liang Feiyun nodded. I can guarantee now that these batteries are ready to be installed in vehicles. Cheng smiled. Good. Prepare a few more units, submit them for inspection, and aim for mass production by July. All right, Liang Feiyun nodded, and then asked, by the way, mister, have you considered building your own cars? If you did, in 10 years no company would be able to compete with Cheng. Cheng chuckled. That's out of the question. Well, do well as a premium upstream parts supplier. He had his own considerations. Granted, supplying only components wouldn't yield the largest profits, but once Cheng became the sole battery supplier for automakers worldwide, and they became dependent on his lithium-air batteries, their fate, whether to thrive or perish, would be in his hands. Just like with smartphones. If he started making cars or phones, he would be starting from scratch. A smartphone contains 21 components while a car has around 30,000 parts. He could hardly purchase all those components himself, especially the critical, irreplaceable ones. That would instead place him at the mercy of those high-end parts suppliers, most of whom were precisely the automakers and phone manufacturers he aimed to control. In that scenario, instead of controlling the fate of those companies, he would end up in a mutual hostage situation, a predicament he was unwilling to accept. Hence, focusing on advancing lithium-air batteries and becoming the patriarch of these manufacturers was Cheng's true goal. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on this. Cheng planned to restrict foreign access in phone lithium-air batteries, while playing the benevolence card in automotive batteries, lulling automakers into a false sense of security until they realized they were completely under Zeki's control. By the way, do you have enough staff here? Cheng asked. It's fine for now, no shortage. Cheng nodded. You'll likely be designing a large number of lithium-air batteries in the future, which could get busy. Better start recruiting more people now. That works. Liang Feiyun didn't mind the headcount. Oh, I heard you resigned from the university. Liang Feiyun smiled. The work at the research institute is substantial enough. Going to teach regularly was just too cumbersome, so I quit. Besides, being able to continuously study lithium-air batteries is an honor in itself. I hope to stay at Jiqi for the rest of my career, maybe even improve the battery's performance. That would be more than enough for a lifetime. Yicheng nodded slightly. Liang Feiyun's decision was a mark of loyalty to the company, as he was willing to dedicate his life to this research. For Yicheng, this brought peace of mind. Apart from himself and Jinshi, only Liang Feiyun knew the lithium-air battery technology. Xiaobai constantly monitored Liang Feiyun's contacts. If any suspicious individual tried to reach him, Xiaobai would immediately alert Yicheng and Jinshi. Over time, Liang Feiyun had indeed received many such calls, especially from abroad. Fortunately, his integrity held. He ignored them all, and even reported these incidents to Yicheng, further deepening Yicheng's trust. Yicheng considered for a moment. I'm glad you made this choice. From now on, your annual salary will be 5 million plus bonuses with all living expenses covered by the company. After 3 years of service, the company will provide you with a residence in Shanghai valued under 30 million and a car worth no more than 5 million. Also, may I ask, do any of your younger family members work abroad? No, none of them have ever left the country. Liang Feiyun shook his head. Yicheng smiled. Then Jiqi can offer job opportunities for your younger relatives. Salaries will increase by 1 grade each year, surpassing what other companies offer. If they prove capable, they could even join management. As for other aspects, that's enough, Mr. Yi. Liang Feiyun said helplessly, I understand your concern. I was simply fortunate to be chosen for this lithium-air battery research. Rest assured, I will stay at this post until my last breath and never set foot outside the country. They'll also advise my family not to leave. Considering Ziki's benefits, I doubt any of them would want to go abroad anyway. Yicheng laughed. Good with your word, Professor Liang, I have nothing to worry about. With Liang Feiyun's pledge, all his concerns evaporated. The reason he had originally chosen Liang Feiyun for the lithium-air battery development was that apart from work-related trips, Liang Feiyun had never been abroad. Moreover, he was a staunch populist with no fondness for foreign countries. Yicheng's primary concern was about Liang Feiyun's descendants. If any of them lived overseas and encountered a situation like Ms. Meng's, they could be used to coerce Liang Feiyun into betraying Jiqi. He could not guarantee which choice Liang Feiyun would make between justice and self-interest. Thus, it was imperative to keep strengthening the nation so that those abroad would not dare to attempt such things. He'll leave the rest to you, Professor Liang. It's getting late, I should be going. All right, Liang Feiyun nodded. I need to continue with the experiment. Time passed swiftly. At 6:30 p.m. on April 10th, in the largest hall of the Shanghai World Expo Center, rows of seats, totaling 100, were already nearly full, with a steady stream of people still entering. A diverse array of faces gathered here, Chinese and foreigners alike, all leaders in the chip industry. If a missile were to strike this place, China's chip design sector would be utterly crippled, and the global industry would stagnate for a time. Optimistically, after this conference, China's chip industry would revive, while abroad it would likely not improve. Competition between industries is a zero-sum game. As China advances, the rest must decline. Beyond these titans, corporate bosses also arrived, owners of domestic chip companies and executives from foreign firms. Most surprising was the presence of Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, who came in person. Those who saw him were astonished. Cook had visited China before. As its most crucial market, his frequent visits were no surprise, explaining Apple's deference there. Yet that this mere product launch drew him personally. Business magnates yearned to know his intent, but dared not ask, waiting for news to surface. Well-informed insiders knew Apple had been negotiating with Jiqi for lithium-air batteries, repeatedly hitting walls over Jiqi's oppressive bundling clause: buy their batteries, and you must buy their Taichu chips. Other non-Apple phone makers were more phlegmatic, viewing the chip as a chance to break into the high-end market, especially since it was domestic. Huawei's success owed much to its Chinese-made chips. As for Apple, with its pride and its A series chips unrivaled, would it adopt Chinese chips, especially before the Taichu one's performance was known? Other manufacturers gloated, hoping Apple's arrogance would lead Jiqi to refuse battery sales, ceding the market to them. Cook is here. In the backstage of the hall, Yicheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news. Yes, he came with his company's chip architect, Su Xian nodded. Yicheng smiled. Is he getting anxious? I reckon he'll seek me out after the conference. Su Xian chuckled. You're not worried, are you? Why would I be? Cook isn't as wealthy as I am. I'm the boss, he's just an employee. The advantage is mine. Whether we sell depends on how much he's willing to bleed. Watching his nonchalant attitude toward the world's top tech company, Su Xian felt a surge of respect for her boss. Meanwhile, Yicheng adjusted his shirt collar in the mirror, striking a flamboyant pose. As the young company owner, he would personally host the launch. He had prepared his image: carefully slicked back hair, a black shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes. All in black, slimming and sharp, made him look tall and handsome, almost like a star. How do I look? Su Xian studied him, blinking. Stay still, let me see. Okay. Yicheng nodded. But instead of inspecting, Su Xian slyly pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and called his name. He turned in confusion to see the lens aimed at him. He was still mid-pose. Hey, what are you doing? Just taking a picture. Su Xian grinned, snapped the photo, and admired it. You look pretty stylish today. No problems. Yicheng rolled his eyes and reached for her phone. I look stylish every day. Delete it. No way. If you ever fire me, I'll leak this online. Su Xian scoffed, hiding the phone behind her back. Yicheng clicked his tongue, thinking he'd have Xiaobai delete it later. Just then a hall staff member approached respectfully. Mr. Yi, the time is almost up. If you're ready, you can go on stage. The backstage is fully prepared. Yicheng nodded. Okay, thank you. He turned to Su Xian. I'll go up now. You wait patiently. Sure, she replied with a smile. In the conference hall, as 7 p.m. neared and seats were nearly full, everyone knew the launch was about to begin. Sure enough, soon the audience lights dimmed, leaving the stage illuminated. A figure emerged from the side and applause erupted. Everyone felt compelled to take this person seriously. Young, just 28, yet he controlled core technologies in 2 industries, commanding unimaginable wealth. If this weren't a law-abiding society, countless would covet his position. Beyond his youth, he embodied the qualities of a successful entrepreneur: composure, strategic vision, and business acumen. Without his deft maneuvering, China's semiconductor industry would remain in its former state. He also upheld the tradition of a patriotic entrepreneur, unyielding against foreign oppression, indifferent to threats and bribes, even counter-threatening. No one forgot his remark to Xiaodong's president: within 10 years Xiaodong would go bankrupt. Now, even if he couldn't bring Xiaodong down, he had the power to restrict it. By dominating semiconductor materials, if he chose to break relations, no foundry would accept Xiaodong's orders. As everyone marveled, Yicheng stepped to the front and said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone." As Yicheng's voice rang out, the crowd below set aside their stray thoughts and focused their attention on him. The presentation was in Chinese, not English. Yicheng had no inclination to accommodate those in the audience who didn't understand the language. However, the foreign attendees had simultaneous translation devices, so there was no cause for concern. It is my great honor to invite all the elite professionals in the chip industry to this launch event of Zhiqi Technology Company. I am Yicheng, the chairman of Zhiqi Technology. Without further ado, let us dive straight into the main topic, our brand new chip architecture, Tai-Bai. There is no profound meaning behind this name, I just gave it a casual title. Feel free to associate it with anything, like the deity Tai-Bai Jin Xing or the poet Li Tai-Bai. Yicheng first addressed the origin of the architecture's name, and this refreshingly honest explanation elicited laughter from the audience. In a sense, naming a chip architecture seems somewhat arbitrary. Even x86 had no name initially, it was simply called XXX. 86 because of its naming convention, and ARM was merely an acronym of English words. There was no deeper significance. We won't dwell on meaningless matters. Let's get straight to the point. Reduced Instruction Set Computing (RISC) and Complex Instruction Set Computing (CSC) are the 2 main systems of chip architecture. Today, all chip architectures in the world are either RISC or CISC. Each has its own limitations. Let's take the most familiar examples, ARM and x86. The advantages of ARM. Then Yicheng proceeded to reiterate the strengths and weaknesses of ARM and x86, as these 2 architectures essentially represent RISC and CISC respectively. In the audience, representatives from Intel and ARM wore grim expressions, harboring an ominous premonition. x86 is Intel's architecture, and ARM naturally belongs to ARM Holdings. Was this Zhiqi CEO bringing up their architectures merely for comparison? In some ways, was he trying to benchmark his product against theirs? This was clearly a hostile move. As for whether Zhiqi's Tai-Bai architecture could rival theirs, they were reluctant to admit it, yet they couldn't help but remain wary of this monstrous company. Zhiqi had created too many miracles to ignore, especially their recent EDA software, which had garnered worldwide acclaim. Its powerful circuit self-checking capability brought a sense of relief to every chip designer, greatly reducing the chance of errors and saving immense rework effort. With this feature alone, it left the 3 EDA giants far behind, especially since Zhiqi's EDA software was remarkably affordable, priced at less than half of the cheapest among those 3. The only grievance for foreign companies was that Zhiqi's EDA software was available exclusively in Chinese. There were no foreign language versions. This forced their engineers to painstakingly translate each function one by one, a highly inconvenient process. Consequently, this task was delegated to chip designers recruited from China. Adding an English patch, that was out of the question. Zhiqi's EDA software prevented any patches from being applied, and any modification would render it unusable, requiring a new license purchase. This had foreign companies complaining bitterly and clamoring for Zhiqi to release foreign language versions. Yet Zhiqi remained unresponsive, steadfastly sticking to Chinese only. Of course, Zhiqi's EDA software also showcased the company's formidable capabilities. Given the notorious difficulty of designing EDA software, if Ji could produce such a powerful tool, was it really so surprising that they could also develop a chip architecture? The Intel and ARM representatives grew increasingly worried. Meanwhile, on stage, Cheng had finished explaining the pros and cons of ARM and x86, or in broader terms the advantages and disadvantages of RISC and CISC. So since both instruction sets have their respective strengths and weaknesses, why not consider combining them? By integrating the advantages of both, wouldn't we achieve an architecture that is one step closer to perfection? Upon hearing this, the audience widened their eyes or sat up straight, especially the ARM representatives who found it hard to believe. Impossible. Have they really pulled it off? The ARM representatives understood clearly why ARM had failed to dominate the desktop chip market. RISC simply couldn't handle the tasks of CISC. They knew that to overcome this dilemma, they needed to further develop RISC to enable it to perform complex instructions. Did Cheng's words mean that their new architecture had achieved exactly that, merging the two instruction sets? And Cheng's next statement confirmed it. Our developers took this into consideration and worked hard to overcome this challenge, ultimately creating our new instruction set. In a sense, it can be called a new kind of instruction set system. We call it adaptive instruction set. Everyone in the audience who understood the implications could no longer hide their shock. If true, this would be nothing less than a revolution in the architecture world. The adaptive instruction set is in essence an ultra-reduced instruction set. It can run basic programs. When it encounters a program requiring a reduced instruction set, it automatically adapts to that mode, ensuring the program runs perfectly. Similarly, when it encounters a program requiring a complex instruction set, it adapts to CISC mode. The three instruction sets alternate seamlessly, ensuring the chip's transistors and circuit components operate more efficiently, reducing wasteful consumption and thus delivering greater performance. This is our tie-by architecture. The complexity of development delayed our ability to bring this homegrown architecture to everyone until now. But fortunately, we have not disappointed the expectations of our compatriots, and we have finally brought it before us. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with the Chinese attendees offering their congratulations. From Apple, Seat Cook couldn't help but remark, "A nationalist as the head of such a company. That is truly terrifying." Cheng continued his presentation, complementing it with slides that allowed the industry elites present to more intuitively grasp the advantages of the tie-by architecture. Beyond the initially stunning adaptive instruction set, he elaborated on other merits: lower costs, reduced average power consumption, and robust compatibility, among others. No matter how incredulous the audience might be, coming from the mouth of the CEO of Ji, there was no room for doubt. This was not a press conference aimed at the general consumers. For those, one could paint rosy pictures and boast, and perhaps some consumers would fall for it and make a purchase. After all, fan economy works everywhere. But this conference was geared toward professionals. Exaggeration or bluster would only tarnish one's image. There was no fan economy here, only what worked and what didn't. And the achievements Ji had made in less than a year compelled people to believe that what he said was true. Cheng finished his talk as the last slide appeared, and then it was time for the QA session. The audience naturally had various questions after his presentation, especially about how his adaptive feature was actually implemented. That was the most perplexing point. ARM was the most eager. Their chip architect raised his hand first. Cheng, undaunted by possible sharp questions from competitors, called on him first. The architect, a Chinese national, spoke Mandarin. "Mr. Yi, I'd like to ask, how does your adaptive feature actually adapt? How is it realized?" This was obviously the core issue and the one that puzzled the audience most. Cheng smiled and said, "I believe everyone here knows about compilers, right? A compiler translates various programming languages into machine code, enabling the CPU to perform calculations directly. Our adaptive technology essentially incorporates a compiler-like technique, translating ultra-reduced instructions into RISC or CSC and seamlessly integrating them for execution." The architect's eyes widened. He was stunned for a moment, then blurted out in front of everyone, "There's such a technology." Cheng chuckled. "Technology is boundless. Only what we haven't thought of is impossible. As the saying goes, anything is possible. Just as we once doubted landing on the moon, yet it became reality. Humanity's future is long, my friends. This is merely a glimpse. When we achieve controlled nuclear fusion, freely travel the solar system, or even voyage between star systems, I hope we can still say, there's such a technology." The audience couldn't help but applaud, stirred by the brilliance of Cheng's words. Even Chu Ke was moved. He sighed to himself, in a sense, this populace truly deserves his current standing. When humanity could achieve interstellar travel and still exclaim, "There's such a technology," that technology would surely be beyond our current imagination. Cheng's words embodied an unparalleled vision for the future of human technology. The ARM architect realized he had made a foolish remark, but Cheng's response gave him a graceful way out. He cast a grateful glance at Cheng and found himself captivated by the concept of a compiler at the chip level. He suddenly felt the urge to resign from ARM, return to his homeland, and join Ziqi to witness firsthand what Yi Cheng's so-called compiler technology really was. Asking about it here was naturally impossible, though everyone knew this was Ziqi's trade secret. Mentioning a compiler-like technique was already generous, but how it was implemented in the chip remained unknown. Yet this only intensified his impulse to return. He recalled that while working abroad, China's frequent foreign suppression had turned his once proud job into something his old friends back home secretly criticized. He no longer dared to tell them he worked at ARM. As for why he hadn't returned before, though reluctant to admit it, he had always believed that domestic architecture companies could hardly surpass foreign ones. Working abroad allowed him to access cutting-edge technology and network with more peers. But now, with a powerful chip architecture company emerging in China, could he choose to return and shine? And in the future, could he proudly tell his childhood friends that he worked for Ziqi? He sat back down, unaware that the ARM white executive beside him had no idea the pivotal architect had just made a quiet decision. And clearly, as Ziqi grew stronger, more like him would follow. Yi Cheng continued answering questions, skillfully addressing their doubts without divulging trade secrets, while showcasing his charisma, earning even greater admiration from the audience for the helmsman of Ziqi. Thus, with all questions answered, the conference drew to a close. While looking at the time, it's been an hour. It's getting late, so today's press conference on the Taibai architecture ends here. Seeing no more questions, Yi Cheng concluded. Before we finish, allow me a brief advertisement. After the launch of the Taibai architecture, the Ziqi EDA software will receive an update with new features. When using our Taibai architecture for design, the EDA software will assist designers, including circuit optimization, design hints, and so on. In short, using both our EDA software and Taibai architecture will make design more convenient and reduce development time. The audience's eyes widened at his brief advertisement. Good heavens, probably only Ziqi in this world could pull off something like this. After all, other chip architecture companies don't have their own EDA software, and EDA software companies don't have their own chip architectures. Only companies that possess both EDA software and chip architecture can specifically adapt their two products, enabling the EDA software to possess such functionality. As for other EDA software, they might be willing to perform the adaptation, yet the key issue remains whether those chip architecture companies are willing to entrust their complete chip architecture details for adaptation. Moreover, the adaptation work is far from easy. How difficult is it to implement a program for auxiliary circuit design? It is undoubtedly a tremendous challenge for software engineers. Currently, foreign EDA software are attempting to replicate the self-inspection feature of Ziqi EDA software, but shielded by Xiao by their attempts at imitation prove futile. If it weren't for the fact that Ziqi EDA software has yet to release a foreign language version, it would likely have captured half of the EDA software market. While the staff marveled at this, Yi Cheng had also concluded all affairs of the day's press conference. He smiled and said, "All right, that concludes today's press conference. I look forward to collaborating with you all." Without lingering, he turned and walked backstage. There, Su Xian, upon seeing his return, applauded and praised, "Brilliant." Yi Cheng shrugged his shoulders and sat down directly on a nearby sofa. After standing for over an hour and speaking nonstop for another hour, he was quite tired. He wondered if, when he next held a press conference for the exoskeleton, he could wear an exoskeleton to ease the strain while simultaneously showcasing the product. He took a sip of water and casually remarked, "Not bad, but this kind of work is really exhausting." "Enough about fatigue," Su Xian interjected. "The people from Chuku just arrived. They said they want to meet you at the hotel after the meeting ends." "Hotel?" Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "I recall Chuku is gay. That's far too dangerous." Su Xian burst into laughter. "You speaking ill of him behind his back? He is the CEO of Fruit Company after all." "I'm no less of a boss," Yi Cheng retorted with a shrug. "All right, come with me then. Safety in numbers." Su Xian rolled her eyes. "Fine, dragging me into overtime again." Yi Cheng chuckled and couldn't be bothered to argue. "Overtime it is. He'll treat you to a late-night snack deal." "Deal? I want to eat at the Bund." "As you wish." Yi Cheng waved his hand, rose, and left with Su Xian. Soon they arrived at the hotel where Chu Ku was staying, not far from the expo center. The room was spacious, and in the living room, Yi Cheng and Su Xian met Chu Ku. Chu Ku, bespectacled and slender with neatly combed silver-white hair, exuded an air of elegance. In the past, Chu Ku was a figure Yi Cheng had to look up to with reverence, but now he could freely jest with him. In fact, Chu Ku was the one making a private appointment to meet him. A change in strength mirrored a shift in status. "Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you formally." Chu Ku stood up, extended his hand with a smile, and appeared genuinely amicable. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Yi Cheng naturally would not show displeasure. He smiled and shook his hand. "Mr. Chu Ku, likewise. This is my assistant, Ms. Su Xian." Su Xian gave a faint smile and nodded to Chu Ku. "Hello, Mr. Chu Ku." Since this was a private meeting rather than a formal occasion, they spoke to Chu Ku directly in English. "Hello, Ms. Su." Chu nodded to Su Xian, then said, please both of you have a seat. Yi Cheng sat on the sofa, and Su Xian took the seat beside him. Chu said, Mr. Yi, your press conference today was truly remarkable. Our fruit company is very willing to cooperate with you regarding the Taibai architecture. We at Jiqi are equally honored to collaborate with Fruit Company, Yi Cheng replied with a smile. Chu thought to himself if you really meant that we would have reached an agreement long ago. Yet his face remained amiable as he said, likewise it is also Fruit Company's honor. Of course the Taibai architecture is a novel one requiring research, and we hope Jiqi can assist us in this regard. That goes without saying, Yi Cheng nodded. Every company adopting our Taibai architecture will receive corresponding support. That's reassuring, Chu said with a smile. Our team will contact Jiqi later to purchase the new architecture license. Rest assured we won't disappoint. Good, I have great faith in Jiqi. Chu nodded, then straightened up and looked at Yi Cheng. Of course, Mr. Yi, my visit to Huaxia is not merely to learn about your new architecture. There is another matter I wish to discuss. Oh, another matter. Yi Cheng said, him all ears. Though he spoke thus, he was well aware of what Chu was referring to, the lithium-air battery. This was the matter of greatest concern to Fruit Company. Yet it hinged on Yi Cheng's consent. Seeing Yi Cheng feigning ignorance, Chu pondered his intentions. Regardless, he pressed on, I would like to ask, how is your company's lithium-air battery progressing? Yi Cheng replied with a smile, mass production will commence by June at the latest. Many were already aware of this news, but his confirmation lent it greater certainty. A heightened sense of urgency gripped Chu. After a moment's deliberation he spoke, Mr. Yi, our two companies have been negotiating on this matter for 2 months. We sincerely hope that your company will waive the requirement for us to purchase your Taichu 1 chips. Regarding the batteries, we are willing to pay a 20 premium, and we also agree to have some of our chips manufactured by Jiqi. However, purchasing your Taichu chips is something we simply cannot do. Yi Cheng chuckled, Mr. Chu, we have our terms, and you have your appeals. We aim to sell more, you aim to reduce costs. But companies like Huawei and Lamy have already accepted our conditions. How can we treat you differently just because of your strong objections? Chu was tempted to retort that it was not a matter of differential treatment, but of unreasonable demands. Those companies could directly use the chips they purchased, but how could Fruit Company utilize your chips? The A series chips derive their power from compatibility with their iOS system. How would this new chip achieve such integration? At this moment Yi Cheng added, furthermore Mr. Cook, according to our government's requirements, as long as the sanctions imposed by the U.S. remain in place, even if we supply batteries to your company, they can only be used for the portion of phones sold within China. So Mr. Cook, there's no need for such urgency. Perhaps if you give it more thought in the future you might agree. Cook knitted his brows, staring at Yi Cheng's smile. How could this young Chinese man be so vexing? A 20 price increase per battery would definitely yield more profit than selling 1 chip for every 10 batteries, because each chip came with a production cost. For Fruit Company, a 20 hike was not unacceptable. Even with the increase, each battery would cost less than 10 soft coins, under $2. When they sold their phones, they could secretly spread word that Jiqi was deliberately overcharging them, forcing Fruit to purchase lithium-air batteries at a higher price. Then they could raise the phone price by 200 or 300 soft coins and consumers would surely accept it. But with chips, they had no justification for such a markup. After a long moment, Cook had no choice but to speak plainly. Mr. Yi, what exactly would convince you to accept? In business, one talks business. I deeply respect you and your Jiqi technology, but surely there must be a condition. Please name any condition you wish, and we can discuss it. Deal. Yi Cheng looked at Cook's furrowed face and finally smiled faintly. Anything at all. Anything at all. Cook nodded. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. Clearly Cook would not offer more than a 20 increase per battery. And he wasn't making it difficult for Fruit solely for profit. Everyone had a price. After a while he said, I hope Fruit Company can use its influence to pressure your government into accepting the terms our side proposed at the negotiations in Magic City. Cook was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Cheng to raise such a condition. He had just said in business, one talks business, yet Yi Cheng brought up matters of national affairs. Cook recalled his earlier words. Nationalists were truly terrifying. This man simply didn't care about profits. Su Xian, standing nearby, also hadn't anticipated that Yi Cheng's relentless pressure on Fruit was for this purpose. She had assumed he would leverage the situation to extract concessions, like having Jiqi manufacture more Fruit chips or forcing Fruit to adopt their architecture entirely, demands that would benefit the company. Yet he chose this condition. Unexpected, yet entirely within reason. Su Xian sighed inwardly at Yi Cheng's noble spirit, watching Cook quietly. Surely he would agree now? After the initial surprise, Cook quickly regained his composure. After pondering for a moment, he said, this condition I can accept. Yi Cheng's face broke into a smile. Mr. Cook is truly worthy of being Fruit's helmsman. I'm sure the shareholders behind you will support your continued tenure for a few more years. Cook shook his head, disregarding the remark, and said, Mr. Yi, now that I've agreed to your condition, can we proceed with our earlier discussion? Yi Cheng shook his head. Mr. Cook, this is a transaction, so we must first see your sincerity before I can deliver the goods, don't you agree? Cook frowned. What do you mean? The moment the U.S. accepts our terms is the moment we design batteries for fruit. At a barbecue joint near the Bund, Yi Cheng was having a late-night meal with Su Xian. Su Xian silently complained about this guy. He had worked overtime with her until nearly 10, and the late-night treat was a barbecue place like this. Yi Cheng even lamented that the Bund area didn't allow outdoor barbecue stalls with tables and chairs, insisting that eating outside was far better, which made Su Xian roll her eyes. However, after a few bites, she was captivated by the flavor. After all, operating in such a prime location near the Bund required real skill. Otherwise, the place would have gone bankrupt long ago. Looking around, there were plenty of customers, presumably drawn by the taste. Yi Cheng grabbed 2 skewers of lamb, bit down, and stripped all the meat off in one go. Oh, it's been a while since I've eaten at a place like this. He swallowed the lamb and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Su Xian was not as uncouth. She used her chopsticks to slide the meat off the skewers before eating. The pieces were generous and quite expensive. Hearing his words, Su Xian asked, "You used to frequent places like this?" Given Yi Cheng's wealthy background, would he eat such food? Yi Cheng smiled. That was a long time ago, many years really. He meant his previous life, and even in that life it had been over a decade. Now 7 months after his rebirth, he finally savored it again. The only regret was being inside the restaurant, missing the breeze outside and no beer, because he had to drive. He suddenly wondered if he should hire a driver. Unaware of his inner reflections, Su Xian laughed. If you want to eat, just eat. You're the big boss. Yi Cheng shrugged. This kind of food tastes better with a few good buddies. Su Xian rolled her eyes. So you're complaining about eating with me? Yi Cheng laughed heartily. No. It's my honor to dine with the beautiful Miss Su. Su Xian pursed her lips, then gave a soft snort and focused on her grilled eggplant. Yi Cheng grabbed a grilled oyster nearby piled with minced garlic and vermicelli with tender meat inside. One bite, and it was pure bliss. After eating for a while, Su Xian asked again, "Do you think fruit company can make the U.S. government agree?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "I don't care whether they succeed or not. Only when they do will I sell fruit, the lithium-air batteries. Unless he accepts my previous price. Cook must be furious with you." Yi Cheng put on a helpless expression. "Then I'm truly guilty, not respecting the elderly or cherishing the young." Su Xian found it amusing. His face clearly showed no trace of guilt. "So if the U.S. accepts our terms, will you start building lithography machines?" Yi Cheng grinned and played coy. "Guess." Su Xian shot him a displeased look. "Fine, keep your secret." Just then her phone rang. She picked it up, puzzled. "HR department, why call now?" After a few words on the call, her eyes widened. She looked at Yi Cheng. "A top chip architect from ARM, named Yu Guoping, is planning to jump ship to our company. It seems he was the one who asked you a question at today's press conference." Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Now that's what I call an international enterprise." He leaned back triumphantly, as if he could envision countless talents flocking to Jiqi in the future.